flip camera. Christy sister, have you seen the movie in Instagram? On Instagram, you are muted if you don't. Maybe you're muted or something. Not yet. Okay. Do you know how to get it? So Kaito, let me know if you're there. Are you ready? So we press play.
Yes, well, here. Sorry, I put it on mute because of the echo.
Yeah, that the echo is gone now, so we can still keep it on. So Christy sister, you like to. So Christy said just check abrahamomovie.com, which you find the link on the Telegram. So it's one of those frequently asked links. Okay.
Okay.
abrahamomovie.com, that's where you get that. So let's all watch. Boom. Let's see if the volume is intact. Should be. So let's see who pause that. So let's put the volume up. Oh, it starts with giants, interestingly. Okay, let's put some more volume. It starts with giants. Okay, so let's watch. Yeah, abrahamomovie.com. So let's go.
Ọ̀kan nínú àwọn ọmọ ogun Lámúrúdù ní Oòduà jẹ́ kí ó tó wá sí Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní ìhà yìí. What are you saying in essence, Itara, son of Nahor? What, my lord? Ẹ ṣeun, orúkọ ọmọ náà ń jẹ́ Brahima.
So that's it. Do you know who Oduduwa? Have you heard of Oduduwa before, Kaito?
No.
No. Yeah, I need.
I'm sorry. Okay. No, he hasn't. Wow. I'm sorry.
No, I heard him right. Okay. So, what can you say about the trailer? Does it catch your interest at all? What can you say about the trailer, Kaito?
Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. He wants to hear the truth. Tell the truth.
I mean, the plot seems like it would be interesting, but I don't really know because, like, it looks AI generated.
Okay.
Yeah.
They don't like AI generated movies.
I know.
They really struggle with it. So
I know. Go ahead.
That's really it.
Okay. So interesting plot, but the quality is not really there for you, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about maybe the interesting part. Because anime, how is anime generated, by the way? Do you have any ideas? Drawn, animated, Unreal Engine, any ideas of how it's done? Hand drawn, right?
Well, it doesn't have to be hand drawn, but like, it can still be like you can still draw it by yourself and like animate it, or you can use like actual people to make the movie.
Oh, if it's actual people, is it still anime? I don't, right?
There's live action, and then but if you hand draw it and then you like find an animation studio.
Right.
But this is not an anime.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah.
You know, we intended the movie to be able to at least get the attention of people from like age 8, if you will, to like age 60, right? So most people, like of middle age, which is where most people would, most of the people who watch the movie would be what their age would be, would maybe a little bit turn off with the anime. You may find it exciting, but to them, they're like, well, it looks like a kid's cartoon. You know what I mean? We're trying to just find like a middle ground. Is why we went this direction. Well, let's talk about the interesting part. What can you say about the plot? What you see, or do you want to watch it again, or you got it?
I can see like there are giants and like war and stuff, and like they are breaking artifacts.
Mhm. Can you guess? Just guess what it might be about, or what can you pick from it?
What's the story? What do you think Abramo is?
Because you said the plot is interesting a little bit. I mean, what makes it interesting? Is it
Sorry, Dan.
Okay. Well, just that, like, it look like, well, like, people like trying to break scriptures and things like, so they cannot be discovered.
Oh, I see. It looks like someone is breaking stuff, so some other people are not going to discover it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, anyways, so we got to the chase. Is it something that you think you might want to watch? Because if you're interested, if it's something that's interesting to you, we might just maybe just let you have it for free rather than having to buy it. We just send the link to your mom.
He said that if you are interested in watching it, you can send us the link so that we can watch it.
I probably would not really watch it
Why?
because it's not really what I want.
So what do you want? Anime has Kaito Chuku. So
Oh,
it has to
because
be anime.
no, because what's it again? For you to watch something, the visuals have to be like good, and like the story seems like it would be good, but it's because of the animation, I'm not sure people would watch it.
Right. So partners, are you hearing? Partners, we need to step up this quality. Okay. So but is it like if it's not anime, that's a deal breaker for you, like 100%?
No, it's not about the it being anime.
Mm-hmm.
Like what's the thing? It's just like the general animation quality, not
Okay.
the fact that because like now people sit down and watch a fully AI generated movie or something because they would not believe that like the script was made by someone and like they would just believe that it's just fully yeah.
It's just what, sorry?
They just believe that it's fully AI.
Oh, they wouldn't believe it's fully AI, is that what you said?
No, he
No,
said
they
that they
would
wouldn't.
believe
It would be hard if it's a fully generated AI movie. They would think
Yeah.
that the script is also AI generated.
Oh, I see. But that's not the difficult part, okay? I'll let you decide with mom whenever, however you want it to be, okay? So that if you want it, then we'll give it for free. If he doesn't want it, then mom has to buy it because I know she might want to watch. Obafemi, Obafemi, are you looking for anime also? So we'll just
So no, I'm not. I mean, for me, the story was interested and interesting, and I wanted to see it. And I
right,
think I hear it from a lot of younger people
right.
about they totally don't buy into the whole anime. So it's not just us. So it's an interesting thing to consider because if we're losing a whole the important generation, right?
Right.
It's actually interesting to be able to, which is why I wanted Kaito here,
Mhm.
because it's just interesting to know his age group and things. What is it that they consider interesting? What would catch their own interest?
Yeah,
What would it? Because Kaito, okay, you watch Bible stories.
yeah.
Kaito watches Bible stories. He listens to Bible stories. So it's not about that. It's just about the. Okay, you say what it is because we need to just understand.
okay. Let's
It's not
let's
that
try it.
people wouldn't
By the way,
watch it.
Kaito, go ahead.
It's not that people wouldn't watch it because of the story. It's that people wouldn't sit and continue to watch it because of the animation.
Okay. Well, what I think is that I think there's a way. Should I say older people find a way of just putting aside the just going straight to what the thing is trying to say at the end of the day, you see. By the way, it's not AI generated. What's the word? The script is not AI generated. Let me get into the story. Let's see. So we close with that. But what I'm going to do, if it doesn't interest you enough, mom is going to have to buy it. If it if it interests you enough, then she's going to get it for free. But it's not expensive anyways to buy it. But this is the story. This is supposed to be Abraham. Are you there?
Yes.
Have you heard? Well, do you know who Abraham's son is? Let's try that.
Yes.
And what's his name?
I have multiple sons.
Do you know the first one, second one, the main one?
You have Isaac, and you
Right?
have Abraham.
Right, indeed. Now, have you heard? Do you know who Nimrod is?
No.
No. Do you know what number Abraham is from Adam? You know, you have Adam, Seth, Enos, Canaan, Mahalalel, Jared. The seventh is Enoch. Are you familiar with Enoch? A little bit. The sound is. Are you there?
Yes, he said yes.
Yes, but the long story short is that there is a place where Abraham was literally thrown into the fire. Now, this is not a made-up story. This will be found in the book of Jasher, right? I know you're familiar with Genesis. He was literally thrown into the fire. He survived the fire. The reason he was thrown into the fire was that he was breaking his father's idols, and that's him you saw there. So it wasn't like he was destroying artifacts so people don't see. That's more like literal idols, actually. Okay, so and so the story is about how he was born. His star was seen in the east, and basically it's some of these things you wouldn't find in the conventional Bible. Now, this is the interesting part. It's not just. By the way, has mom ever told you that Bible characters were more or less African looking like this? Have you heard that before? Like yourself, more or less.
Uh, she has told me that.
But
Was
you
he
don't.
doesn't
He
doesn't
doesn't. He doesn't believe, does he?
do you believe it?
They probably want African, but like
So
they
they were
have,
African what?
because most of the Bible takes place in the Middle East.
That's the main problem we've got to deal with. That's where the main conversation is. But anyways, we'll get to that in a minute if you're still available. But you, you I'm surprised to be fair. Now it's not a bad thing, but you've not heard about Oduduwa before, have you? Right?
No.
No. Obafe became. What can we try? Apart from Oduduwa.
Okay, so we had a conversation about, when we were talking about the river Tigris, and so that
Euphrates.
one, I was trying to, yes, Euphrates and things, and he had his own opinions because he also history and things. So I was trying to say to him that what is shown is not exactly what is being portrayed, and he's a very good arguer. That's why I know that it's just something that has not yet, because if you say something that catches he will have no choice but to argue it, because he was telling me that, no, that it is in Iran. I mean, where did you say it was?
Yeah, Iraq
Where
is
did you say
correct.
it was?
It's
Iraq.
correct.
Okay.
So,
So I
but
was also trying to show him where the other, um, like the map that you showed
yes, we're going to
was.
do that in a moment. So,
Okay.
Kaito, what we found, I'll narrate the story of the movie. We drop the movie, we touch a few maps and things like that. Then we let you rest for the day. Does he have any training today? Sorry if you don't mind.
No.
Oh, nice. So, but we found out that there's these stories of Oduduwa, right? And persons like Oromiyo within the Yoruba story, African story. These are things that what you call old people. Has it been to West Africa before, if you don't mind, right?
Live in Lagos.
Sorry. Oh, you're in Lagos at the moment. Oops, I
Yes,
forgot that.
Lagos.
Yeah. So my point is, there's these stories we hear from grandmas, great grandma, great great grandpas, telling you about how the Yoruba people, for example, the Igbo people came to be, and we're finding these stories not just in the Bible, but particularly in these stories, these books that have been hidden in the book of Joshua, for example. And what you will have the opportunity to do is to listen to those stories, and compare them yourself and make your own decisions, right? So, that being said, I'll let you watch the trailer just one more time, and I might pause in between to show you some things. So this is basically a clergyman, Christian person hearing from these African elders, right? And whatever he's hearing from them seems to be matching just exactly what you find in the book of Joshua. Have you heard of the book of Joshua before, Kaito?
No.
Okay. Have you heard of Apocrypha? Have you heard of Enoch, the name Enoch at all before?
Yes.
Yes. Tell me 2 sentences who Enoch is, or one.
I've heard of him. I've already read.
Right. Right. It's fair enough. So Enoch is the 7th from Adam, and he's got a book that he wrote. In fact, in the book of Jude, he mentions the book of Enoch. Right. Do you remember when Joshua spoke to the sun, what is written in scripture, and the sun stood still?
Yes.
Yes. Do you remember there it says that, and this is written in the book of Joshua? Do you remember that phrase at all?
No.
No, you don't. So it's in the book of Joshua. That event took place in Joshua 13 or so. He said, "Is this not written in the book of Joshua?" Let's see. Okay, I think this is saying. Just a moment. Just a moment. Because I'm showing the screen, the TikTok is trying to just complain, but I've sorted that. So it says it's written in the book of Joshua, but somehow those who kind of control the Bible as we look at the book of Joshua, and they should have. See, long story short, these stories is the device. Right? So these stories are found within African stories, right? So that's what this pastor is listening to. So this is supposed to be the Abraham character, and incidentally, is also matching many things about this Odua person. You see. So, and apparently this is supposed to be Adam, right? And well, these are giants, and you notice the races of the giants, which is interesting. Do you notice the races of the giants, right?
Yes.
Right. So they look quite Caucasian, right? So these are idols is broken, not necessarily artifacts. Now, by the way, there's also timelines there. That's 2500 BC, and that's Babel Shinar. Okay, it tells you space and time, what is going on. That's Abraham's father, right? About to go report him to the king. That's the execution scene because of what he did. And that's supposed to be Nimrod. So he unalived the baby and all of that. He knows what unalive means, by the way, right?
He knows what unalive means, yes.
Okay, because it's a kind of funny TikTok phrase or word. This is supposed to be one of those African ancestors. And so these stories are there within the African history, and then it's in some of these books that they have more or less hidden. Okay. So that being said, let me just show you one map and I can let you go if you want to go, because everybody's really interested in this conversation, I believe. You see the guest, the what's it called? The comment section is more or less quiet because everybody's listening to what we've got to say. So let's have a look. Let's try that. Introduction. No, not there. So do you know where River Euphrates is, Kaito? Any ideas?
Where's the Euphrates?
He's told us before.
In Iraq.
Iraq, exactly. So, but this is the problem. By the way, what do you think about the moon landing? Do you think it's real or fake?
Yes, it's real.
It's real. It's real, right?
Yes.
But why do people say it's fake then?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's all right. So let's get to moving timeline. Where is it? Not there. Proof of references. Do you think COVID was like invented, or was it natural occurring disease? What do you think about that? Your opinion? I know these are kind of controversial stuff, but just want to hear what you think.
A naturally occurring disease.
Okay. Let's see.
You know that he's a scientist, so
Sorry.
I said he's a scientist, so
Yeah, it's fine. By the way, how do you think the world came to be? Was it created? Was it the Big Bang? What do you think?
I think that God created the Big Bang.
You think what?
I think that God created the Big Bang.
Okay, so we are trying to overlap the two, right?
Yeah.
Okay, do you know how big the universe is? Any ideas?
The universe is always expanding, so there's not really a concrete size.
But from the time scientists started giving it size, do you have an idea how it is measured? In what unit?
No.
Okay. So, well, we have maps that show us Judah in West Africa. By the way, of course, nowadays all these names are taken out. But just to let you know, some of these things are here. That's the river Euphrates there. And I mean, what is this region called, by the way?
West Africa.
West Africa, indeed, right? And somehow Euphrates is there. And that's not just all. Let me show you another reference that puts that river there. Let's look at this text. And maybe that's a coincidence, right? Or two rivers with the same name, isn't it?
It could be.
Could be indeed. And to further confirm, look at this. This is the National Geographic magazine 1918, okay? Yeah, page 395, all right? So we just have that there. So this person who is more like somebody making his travels, and he saw something in West Africa. He said, in the kingdom of Menon, there enters a branch of the river Euphrates. He spells it with an F, what we just saw. By the way, this writer is completely, maybe ignorant, in fact, of the map we just showed. He said this Euphrates is the Niger. He said the Freya does not confuse this with the Mesopotamian Euphrates, which is the one you were talking about, with a PH. He's saying, I am assuming, this Freya is assuming that both the two rivers have the same name, right? He said it forms three branches entering into the middle of the kingdom of Emmanuel, like that. But he says this here. He said, when I crossed the great river, that Euphrates, that river Niger, right? I first made a long journey along its banks, which is very populous. That means having many people, okay? Referring evidently, just to help you confirm, to the river Benue, okay, a tributary of the river Niger. So he's telling there's another Euphrates with an F as against the one in the Middle East, you see. But then you will notice again, this is Cape Art, that there is a Judah here. You see. Let me show you one more. Let's try.
Is spelled to the H.
Yeah, say that again.
The Judah in the Middle East is spelled to the H and not an A.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Let me show you one more thing. Let's try this. Yeah, so they've taken off the restriction. Do you know who Samuel Johnson is?
Yes.
Tell me one sentence if you don't mind.
Oh.
I don't know.
I've heard his name.
It's familiar, rings a bell.
Yeah. I forgot what he did.
You forgot what he did, great. He's the first person to translate the English Bible to the Yoruba, right?
Oh.
Right?
Is that oh, that's Ajayi Crowther.
Is he Ajayi Crowther or Samuel Johnson? Sorry, I meant to say Ajayi Crowther. You're correct. Yes. Ajayi Crowther, please.
Ajayi Crowther, yes.
Yes, indeed, Ajayi Crowther. I want to show you something about Ajayi Crowther, but just before Ajayi Crowther, maybe where we'll get to today will just be maybe the next 3-5 minutes, then I will let you go if you want to go, is to maybe get you to begin to think that not everything you see is exactly what it seems to be, right? It's a good start, I would say. Okay? Just to let you to begin to take things with a pinch of salt. Are you still there?
I'm there.
Yeah. So I was going to show you Josephus' Wars of the Jews. Look at this. Okay. So now this is the book of Josephus, right? Josephus has a few books, but two particularly. There's one that says the Wars of the Jews. One says the Antiquities of the Jews. That's the more popular one. But in the Wars of the Jews, book 3, chapter 3, paragraph 4, it says, now as to the country of Samaria, which is supposed to be the northern kingdom of Israel, right? It lies between Judea and Galilee. It begins at a village that is in the great plain called Guinea. This book was written in Greek, so he's understood how Guinea will be there, because this Guinea is like a Greekish kind of English word as against Hebrew. And do you know where Guinea is? The country today.
It's in West Africa.
Right. So look at this. And ends at the Accra Benin topography. Do you know where Accra is?
It's the capital of Ghana.
Right. Do you know where Benin is? Or Benin Republic?
It's next to Nigeria.
Brilliant. You see. So he's telling you that Samaria is in these places. Is that interesting? Is it confusing? What are your thoughts?
The writer of this could also be wrong.
Sorry, say that again.
The writer of this could also be wrong.
Yeah, like the writers of this could be wrong, correct?
Yes.
But do you know who this writer is, though?
Ajay something. Who is that?
This guy.
No, the writer of this is not. This is a Bible thing.
It's very close to the Bible, right? It was literally written around 70 AD.
They could also be wrong.
Of course they could. But then it's interesting, right? Let me show you one more thing. Maybe the only thing we'll be able to achieve today is, or would be, just to get you to begin to think that, well, things could be wrong, right? You know, and all that. Look at this. By the way, have you thought, I'm surprised. I was thinking you would have started second guessing the moon landing, which I think you should. But have you thought about how they would have made a phone call from the moon using a table telephone? When was the moon landing again? Do you remember?
What did you say?
When was the moon landing?
1970 something.
Right.
In the Cold War era.
In the Cold War.
Good. So, have you thought about how they could have made a phone call from the Earth to the moon? Like, there's something called, well, basically just two-way communication. Because then what you have is radio, like, hello, Tochiko, are you there? Over. Then you reply, yes, Minister, I'm there. Over. That's a one-way communication. But Robert Nixon, right, the guy who launched blah, 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 the whole thing, was able to have a two-way communication with a landline phone to the moon without any time delay. Have you thought about that?
Even I'm just.
Oh, you're thinking
There's
about
an
it.
American flag on the moon, so.
He said there's an American flag on the moon.
There's an American flag.
Multiple
That's an
flags.
image. That's a picture, isn't it?
There are multiple
They've
flags
what?
on the moon. India has made it to the moon. China has made it.
Yeah. But I mean, those are pictures, right? Have you seen India's video of moon landing? It looks indeed like an anime. Have you seen it?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, I have.
You sound like you're not sure. But to me, but then what we're gonna say? So are we discarding that phone call situation and we are going to the flags, or
How could
What do
the
you-
call have been made in real time?
right? You get what I'm
Scientific-
saying?
Just think about it. You always
Probably
like to
was
think
not made in real time.
it probably wasn't made in real time.
It was obviously for like marketing or something.
Okay, so they did a kind of fakish phone call to market something real.
Yes.
Okay. To me, it sounds like it kind of. Go ahead.
He wants to say
During an ad for like a shoe, you can simply edit somebody jumping higher than they actually did in real life. Not to say that what the shoe can do is fake, but to like advertise it, be like
Yeah, but
super.
I get it. But that was supposed to be like a very serious thing right there. Like, I mean, it wasn't supposed to be. I mean, scientists don't go, hey, we just what did a child vaccine, right? Or we just operated a child's brain. Then you make the brain look like it's plastic just to make the whole thing look interesting. That's a serious thing. I mean, the child could have unalived, right? People going to the moon could have unalive on their way and stuff like that. I think it's a serious stuff, you see. But anyways, let me show you this. Then I'll. Are you enjoying this conversation? By the way, are you ready to go?
You can't hear. You didn't hear what you said.
I mean, are you enjoying this conversation at all, or you're ready to go, or what?
Answer him. You can tell him.
You can tell me. Are you ready to go, or mom is just holding you down?
I didn't hold him. I told him that he's free to speak freely. He's sitting here, so he hasn't left. He's not saying, but he's not going. Okay, now he has put on his glasses. Okay, he
Yes,
even says he has put on his glasses. You don't have to stay, should be fully. But he's just saying something to you before you leave. Just say you're going.
Oh, I'm going.
Well, it's nice talking with you. Did you say he put on his glasses? That means he's ready to go, eh?
Yeah.
But it's okay. But just one last thing. Are you still there?
I'm there.
All right. So, I mean, what I want you to take away today, apart from you considering the possibility that I wish you would know African stories also, just like you said the Clash Fight of Titans, something like that, right? There's literal African stories that are more or less more interesting than that, you know. So, but just one last thing. This is Ajayi Crowder, right? And I'm showing you that there is this thing that is done by what we know as the Western world that tends to change the history of our people. This man is so recent. In fact, I think he was born, let me check, 1891. That's not too far, right? It's fairly recent history. If you try to look for the picture of Jesus, you probably won't get it, okay? But something 1891, this is his real picture, is my point. And today, look at how the man is looking, you see. So really having a sharp nose, already just changed. He's a different person, you see. So when he was alive, he was not treated very good, right? But now that he's more or less passed on, now they're trying to claim him. Now his name is Samuel Ajayi Crowther, and they are starting to take away the Ajayi from his name, changing the spelling. And before you know it, they will tell you, you know what, this is Samuel Crowther. They will take the Ajayi off. He will become a white man, more or less. You see. So that's what we've seen in history altogether. But then it's been nice talking with you, Kaito. I mean, you've demonstrated a lot of attention span, a lot of intelligence, and I'm very impressed, by the way. Okay?
Thank you.
Say thank you.
He did. He said thank you.
Boy, he said it like really quiet.
He's
I
trying to run
want,
away.
I want to hear it, Kaito. I want to hear your thank you, loud and clear.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. That's nice. Well, thanks for coming anyway. All right.
Wow.
Yeah, woo.
I think that there's also something to be said about young people, and I'm learning something about even my own child.
Yeah.
On a normal day, let's say I was sitting here and I didn't call him into the conversation, right? There's more of a chance that he'll be like, what is it that you're listening to? What is it that you're... But once you put a focus on
Right.
them, right?
Yeah.
And this thing about AI, I don't know, my older son doesn't even bother. Maybe he uses ChatGPT once in a while for just very practical things.
Right.
But they don't use it the way we, I think people who are maybe from 40 above use
Okay.
it. It's different. But people maybe 35 upwards would use it like us, but from downwards, Nah, not really. They're not really.
I think they use it
As,
for work, like work, as against.
mm,
But it's
it's very
interesting.
interesting. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, it's
Thank
all
you
right.
for giving us the opportunity. And I think what was also interesting to me was the kind of, I've always known him to be an inquisitive child,
Right.
right? So I'm a bit shocked that he wasn't even the question, because even I had never thought about the fact that that's true. At that time, we only had dial phones. So
Right.
we didn't have that kind of technology for them, So it's an interesting question.
Yeah.
I mean,
And I
I've
know.
seen how the moon landing was staged, but it's interesting to know the lengths, and then also that the fact that people don't question what they know.
Right.
Yeah.
Indeed. So, and I know you think about it. I can tell. You
Yeah.
know. So it's just a joke, and there are even some adults that say that, you know what, yeah, that's fake, but they're gonna do a real one soon. I'm like, really?
The thing I do want to say, one thing that I want to say is that I find that as much as Africa is supposed to be the golden land or everything, I find that the efforts in Africa is less than, like when you're in England, I find a lot of my English friends, they're homeschooling, they're
Yeah.
making sure that their children, they're doing so many different things. They're,
Yes.
they're teaching language, their language, pride in the color. But here it's like everything has been done to take away that pride from us.
Yeah.
So I'm very in, and when that's why when I was telling to somebody that, yeah, my instinct is to take my children out of here, because there seems to be a concerted effort in stifling them, right? If you could see Kaito, he has a massive afro. He likes to keep his hair natural, but massive, bigger than what your hand went. Yeah, but in school, him and his brothers are constantly being chastised. They're constantly being,
My friends, right? Fully kind
no,
of.
by the school, not friends. The children are all okay. The school,
Ooh.
yes, the school. They punish them. They've, said that it's not, is untidy. Is, this is how tyrants look. Yes, so that's what I'm saying. I've fought with their school, and I've told them it's my religion. My religion says that they should not cut their hair.
I see. So what if they didn't have natural dreadlocks? What are they gonna do? Arrest them
So
or
they
something?
said that's what he said. A boy came to his school with dreadlocks, and they now use the term, "Oh, because he came to the school like that."
Oh no.
I said, "Oh, really?" I said my older boy was like he started having dada, early, and Kaito too. His hair used to lock on its own when
Right.
he was, yeah. Name the
Right.
school.
She wants to go do.
Effortless Child, they sent me a private message. I was talking to you on private
Will
message.
do. Will
Yes,
do. I'll tell my
maybe we'll
cousins to
connect.
have a word.
Yeah, I want to even connect with you offline. But yeah, it's very interesting because I've been fighting with them, and I've told them, I put up videos about how our cut hair, it started from slavery. It started from trying to, remove our control, autonomy for ourselves. They just told me, Miss Madam, it's too much. And I said, well, this one, I'm fighting you. You're not coming to tell me that my sons are not intelligent. You're not coming to tell me that my sons are cheating in school.
Or
You're not coming to
fighting
tell me that
somebody.
they're not fighting. You're telling me that their hair is unkept. It will continue to be unkept. And if not, I've told them, I'm bringing my children away from here.
Right.
So,
Good
yeah.
morning, Binta, by the way. Binta Ghana. Good morning. So, yeah, so on relocating, basically that's eventually a family decision. Only that when when you guys relocate, most times the ladies they don't want to come back for some reason. You guys just stay stuck there.
I'm a
Uh,
single mother, so I mean,
yeah, but then you should
I
still
was
come
in,
back,
I
you
was in
know?
England before. My children are British, so it's not,
Right.
so for me, it's like coming back. It's not a relocation, really. So,
Because
yeah.
you see, this thing about inheritance tax, it still bugs my mind till today. What's the point of having a mortgage in England? Right? It's just because what you might want to do is spend your time raising these children to know truth, to understand truth themselves, understand the world, how it works. to
They don't
know
even
God.
teach Nigerian history in schools.
Right.
In
Right.
Nigeria, they don't.
So it's something else. But then it's good that it depends. There's a lot of dynamics to it because for me, God has given us the grace to raise our children. We're raising them here, but they can't become any hey.
No, no. I'm okay
You
with the
understand?
at the age that they're at now. And for me, I have a special needs child, which is more of the reason why I want to come back to the UK, not because of any other thing. But I feel like if for me, they've gotten the foundation. We came back when they were young so that they would get that Nigerian foundation. At least now I know that if they come to England, nobody can just do them anyhow. But
Mhm.
they're at an age where it's okay. They've learned the basics, right? But what I am looking more for is a place where they're not challenging them. It's like today, this kind of conversation. When Kaito talks in school, they say he's too forward. They say he's too, he's too. So that's what I'm saying. So it's like you're trying to castigate a child. Hey, when adults are talk, don't talk. When no, 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 no. So that's part of the mindset training as well. That me, I'm with my children. Why am I letting them talk and express themselves? I'm like, I want to have intelligent children who are going to fight the status quo, not
Right.
that I want to just look at what is going on, you know.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
So if any one of them is still less than 5, less than 10,
I don't
I
have
was
anybody. I don't have anybody less. My children are 13 and above.
that's the youngest one. Wow, nice. So
This
the
is the baby.
youngest, right? So I was gonna say that if they were just starting, I mean, you might want to try homeschooling in the UK, but I know it can be difficult with the situation you're describing, but since they're already big men, I think they're good to go. And if or when they're ready, they can start to work early if they want, right? Or do this apprenticeship or do something, can start to interact with the world in terms of money once they're 16, 17 and all that, if they want.
They
So which
already. My older son already has a business. He has a
right.
clothing. Yeah. So
See. So these are things that could flourish here, depending on. So it's a lot of dynamics right in there. But thanks
Shade,
for.
who is this for?
Sorry.
No, Shade wrote this something. So I'm asking.
I was saying to you, like, ask them if the children are in fees. If they're not in fees, you want to hear. As long as they pay their, yeah? As long as I pay that, if you come, I'll say, do you want me to stop paying fees and withdraw them? If they come,
Even if I'm owing fees, you cannot cut their hair. It
Abi.
doesn't
I'm not
matter.
even saying cut their hair, Bawo. I'm saying
No,
that
that is what
once they
that is
start
the
to
only
say
that's the
their
only
hair, they're this, they're that, ask
yeah,
them,
that's the
are they
only
owing fees?
that's the only conversation. It has been like that. Whether I pay full fees, whether I don't pay fees, it has always been the same thing and it's the children that have hair, it's not just my children. So
Right.
I'm just fighting for my children to say that they're not cutting this hair thing is not, it's not going down.
Yeah.
So
I mean, Shade is just even trying to. It's not even about half payment, full payment. She's just trying to tell you that, hey, I'm paying the fees. It's a private school, by the way.
exactly. So
You understand?
that's what I said. Yeah. So I said to them that no, me, I've just put it as because they said if it's your religious, it's my religious belief. Okay,
Right.
my religious belief said there are some sins. My sons, they said they should not put razor to their hair. So
Right.
give them.
So it's well, go would guide you. Uh, okay, so let's continue the guesting section today, boys. It's been wonderful having you around, and it's just been nice. I like speaking to the younger people like that, just to hear the perspective, just open their minds. What they just need is questions, more questions, some answers, more perspective to what they see, what they believe, what they think they know. And it's very powerful that I know it's going to remember the conversations. Okay, so the adults, 3 minutes each. So let's start from let's just get back to Chioma. So we do 3 minutes from there. We can skip Obafe Kemi, then continue. So Chioma, let's go. Let someone set Chioma's time. 3 minutes.
Okay, so I'm not at all surprised with some of the things he was saying because my own too. They don't like anything anime. I'm sorry, anything AI. They can't stand it, right? So it's even pictures. You're trying to do book covers. Is this AI? No, they don't. They don't want to. They don't want to relate with it for some funny reason, right? So So I can understand why they don't even want to. Because I was watching the Ibrahimo movie, they came in, no, and they left. Like, you're not watching this with you, So, and then so many things, right? Because of the stronghold that the educational system has, and of course, entertainment, the media has, this Rothschild people, they really did a great job, locking down the minds of this. So everything you're telling them, even the ones in my house here, they'll be looking at you like, just finish all this your ranting so that I can go. Because I too remember, I was saying in the comment, when my grandfather was telling us way back then, we're just about to get into university, and my grandfather was like, he was trying to tell us, I think he got all the grandchildren to come around. And along the line, he now started talking about how we are Hebrews and we came from Egypt. Oh my God, we laughed, him and his brother, because he was sitting with his brother. We laughed the two of them. Here they
Your
go
friends,
again with these lies.
your friends should have spanked you.
Right? No, so but it's sad because now I'm like, oh my God. Of course, he dies maybe a year or two later,
Oh.
and I'm like, it's later, and I'm like, oh my God, he was trying to say something, because what threw us off was where he said they came from Egypt. And we laughed. But when we come out here, we find out that indeed people from Gad, they came. Those three of his children, Ari, Arudi, and the other one, they were coming directly from Egypt when they came and decided to settle in this place, because they were trying to avoid that thing we read in the book of Jasher, where they were
Yes,
trying to avoid those
the oppression job.
exactly, the oppression, because they were like, oh, our brother Joseph is about to die, and I don't think this king that is coming is looking favorable. And they left, and which is, but oh God, so I understand the disdain in a way. Oh yes, the moon landing is real. I'm like, I said, don't worry, my own soul like this. Whenever you're talking, they be like, yeah, 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 yeah. You are just a crazy woman shouting as usual, but it's okay. Over time, we just need to keep praying for the children. Those who have started the homeschooling early, well done to you.
Yeah.
No, but those of us who had to put them in school, well, we'll keep praying for them that in the fullness of time, the truth will dawn on them, and they would come to the knowledge of the truth.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So, in fact, the painful part is when they start trusting their teachers more than you. So, about fake, let me let you also say something a little bit, because I notice children get scared of AI. I don't mind, doesn't. I don't think so. But I don't even use the voice AI as such so much. Okay. But there's this thing really indeed that children just don't like that AI stuff for some reason. Some say because it's demonic and stuff. So anyway, I think about Faye came and spoken. Let's let Giang speak. So let's set 3 minutes for Giang. Good morning, Giang.
Yeah, morning and good day, everyone. Yeah, I heard everything. For me, what I did with my kids, bringing them up, was, like I said, I didn't permit them to feel pressured into what I want them to do. So I gave them that opening and that freedom to be able to explore. You get it? And I guide. So you get to hear parents say, okay, when you watch certain movies, there are certain scenes they'll tell you, okay, do some, put it on that, put it on that. I didn't do that with my kids. All I just did was to explain to them, this is what is this shouldn't be, this shouldn't be. And so that it's not like, because I've learned from scripture that when you try to restrict people from doing something, they become curious. And that's what they make them break that law. You get it. But if you allow it to just be something that is not really, there's not really some more of a restriction or a law on it, sometimes they openly look at it, and that way you can explain. I've also tried to know, you get it. Like I always say here, I want to know something that you know. So that when I speak to you, you would appreciate that I know what you know, even if I don't know it in fullness. But when we're having conversations, you would know that, okay, I'm not a novice to what you are trying to talk about. And that way I can also sow my own seed to you based on what I'm thinking. I can sow a seed to say, okay, have you considered this? Have you considered that? And sometimes for me, what I do with my kids, I just drop the seed. In the midst of conversation, what some of the things I think they should know. I'll just throw it there at them. Once in a while, I throw it again. And one day I'll just ask you, what do you think about this? Or how do you feel about this? So that way you are not, pushing it on them, but again, you are trying to get their interest to, and like what I notice is usual with what the guy we just finished talking to did. If you don't have interest in something, when they have the interest, they talk, and when they come to ask you, and you know what they are, they know they will pay more attention. You get, if he was the one that had come with the desire to know, he will give you every attention. Even if it take 10 hours, people will talk for 10 hours and he will not be feedback. But because he's being drawn to it, he's a bit he'll be a bit drawn aback to want to open up to everything. But again, what I'll just counsel is just keep dropping the seed. You wouldn't know. Just keep pray as you're praying. Just keep saying the things you need to say. Like Chioma said, when the grandfather was saying it, they didn't really know how important it was. Now that he's gone, she's now beginning to see a lot of things. And if I knew, I'll have paid more attention. But sincerely, it's always like that. When God came to Abraham and Sarah and said, "You're going to have a child," did they not laugh? It's a normal thing for you to laugh at things that looks ridiculous. You get it? So if you even tell that the moon landing was not even moon landing wasn't it, he will laugh at you because the information at his disposal shows that it was. He's even trying to justify the fact that no, this could happen. Why? Because he's using his critical thinking. So if he has interest to think that way, get him to see get him to have an open mind, right, about everything. So that, because what school tried to do for us here is that try to box our minds to think in a particular direction. But if you're able to get people to think outside of what school alone just provides to them, then you get them to begin to come into their full potential of what they really are. Now, what Western education has done to us is that it makes us think in one direction. You get it. So our minds are just focused on one thing. But if you get those who begin to want to think out of the box, ask one or two questions in certain things, you are reading and you're seeing certain things, and in your mind you're saying, could this one have been different? Could this one have been better? You get to see that as you're doing that, they themselves will go into the study to even get to know, okay, this thing I'm seeing, I could ask questions. Like I always say here, when I started reading the Bible, it didn't make sense to me. You get it. But I had some questions that was, okay, this one, there's a question mark here. So I tried to investigate to see, why is this one this way? Why is this one that way? Certain books that people say don't read. I just say, why do people say they don't read? Generally, Revelation, they say it's too scary. I say, what's this? Why should a book be scary? Let me go and read it. I went and read it several times. The book of the kings and everything, history, and Leviticus, too many laws, too many things to read. This one begat this one begat this one begat this, all of those genealogies. It didn't make sense. I now was reading Kings, and I got to hear that, okay, this one walked in the ways of his father. Ahab, he's seen in the sin of Ahab and Jeroboam. And I was like, what's the sin of Ahab? What's the sin of Jeroboam that they keep mentioning about this king? So I went back to read about Jeroboam and read about Ahab. And I noticed that, okay, Jeroboam he was the one that started making sacrifices, raised altars for worship, while Ahab introduced the worship of Baal. So I could differentiate the two to say, okay, when they say this one walked in the ways of Ahab, I know what they meant. And this one walked in the way of Jeroboam, I know exactly what they're trying to say. So sometimes it's just gradual. We shouldn't get discouraged. Let's just keep,
Yeah.
they are at this age, they are younger, they are so much that's going through their mind. School is also influencing them. But let us know what they know. When you know what they know, it's easier for you to be able to influence what they do than if you don't know, if you are a novice. So I am open to most things. Sometimes my kids will just hear me say something, daddy, you know this one too. I say, people will think it's just your generation. No, I just want to get myself acquainted with what their own generation knows. So the issue of AI, you get to see that a time will come. They could reject AI now, but that's the direction the world is going into. So you cannot do without it, basically. So at the end of the day, you have to embrace it, because that's the next phase of the world is AI. So it's the technology that has come, and most times when things come new, it's not it. But the time will come that even the animated and whatever they are used to, it will become AI. Everything will be AI. There's nothing you can do about it. That's
so
what it is.
yeah,
Yeah, so you just need to embrace it. Thank you. Let me not take all the time, but it's good, and I will applaud Oba Kemi for even the efforts to even try to get them to do that. For me, even with this I'm doing, I just drop even like my wife is beginning to ask me certain questions now. because I've said 1, 2, 3. I just drop it. I say 1, 2, 3. I just drop it. Now she's beginning to talk about this certain Yahoo guys, and he's talking about the hate for even Christianity, and that was, so why do we go for pilgrimage if they behave? They have this disdain for Christians. Why do Christians
They
go
take
there
Christians' money for pilgrimage. They will take American Christians' money for campaign.
Exactly. You have solid disdain for them. I know, but you would want them to come for pilgrimage. And I told her, yes, it's like the people who have gone for pilgrimage, they will come and tell you that they will be telling you, asking you questions and saying, why are you guys wasting your time to come and see this capital son? This one that the way they talk about Jesus Christ, you will not even believe that is the person that you are going there to on pilgrimage to see. So thank you. Sorry.
This time is about to start. Shade, good morning. Let's hear from you. Good evening from your end.
Hello, good evening. First and foremost, really cool having her son on here. That boy sounds 19. You sure it's 12? Are you sure he's 12 years old?
And the height.
He sounds really grown, but I think maybe there's something in the egusi nowadays. They grow very fast, hey? For some reason, I have a nephew too. My nephew is 16. He's also 6 foot, I think 6'3". He plays football though, but he also has a deep voice. Like, if he gets off a school bus and you don't know that he's getting off a school bus, you might think he's a grown man. That for me, but I see his face and I'm like, this is still a child. But others are like, that sort of thing is grown up, and that sort of thing. So yeah, it's really good again that he's, but you can also see that he still retains that innocence. His mind cannot wrap around the understand that some things he's seen should be questioned. For instance, the American flag was planted on the moon and it was blowing in the wind. The guy, how is there wind in outer space? Do you understand? How was it blowing? Unless you put fan there and you are blowing it cannot blow. You know what I mean? So that's one of the things that at some point when people started to say, oh, the moon landing was fake, you think conspiracy theories, then you start to see this evidence. Wait, it was blowing in the wind. Really? And then
the sun, there was two sharp angles. Is there two suns? Where is the light coming from? Or is it a camera light?
Yeah, and then they were in the moon somehow. I think there was no stars. Somehow it was, so you start to see these things and you're like, wow, how is it that these things kind of start to make sense to you, right? So that's a good one. Yeah, I also like that he actually likes anime. I think anime teaches you things. It gives you some certain depth that is not, it's not very common with what you have in this whole, Hollywood sort of films and whatnot. I still feel anime still teaches you some certain level of morals and ethics and whatnot with their stories. Even if their stories can be a little bit like, honestly, when you watch anime is when you can think about supernatural things. Like if anime describes or depicts God, you'll be blown away. There's nothing like it, So that's also cool. So let me now get into the reading. One of the things that I wanted to ask, maybe I can ask Shima. I'm out of time.
No, it's fine. I'll add. Let's just do 2 more minutes.
Thank you. Let me ask Chioma. I beg, what does Leviathan eat now? Let's go him out. I think
Leviathan is in status. Is in that thing, yeah. So she's sleeping. Because it's like the Most High kind of, I think the Most High normally activates her when he needs her to do something. So right now, there's no need for her because I don't know if you've seen some videos, the sheer size of that creature. She's like the size of several continents. The sheer size of this creature. So
makes sense. That really makes sense because if she was active and awake, she would need to eat something.
Exactly. You would need to eat. So she's like in status, as in suspended animation right now. So it's like she's sleeping.
And it's possible that the oceans have that power because they said not that they said, when you read the flood story, some of these giants, because of the force of the water, they became petrified. Like instant petrification. They didn't even drown. Instant, there's a force that water can hit that can petrify certain things. Even some giant animals too were petrified. So it's possible that yes, in the depths, depending on the levels of the ocean, that she can be in stasis. Boimot, I don't know much about that, but if Boimot is like the desert, that's another sea of sand. They refer to the desert as the sea of sand as well. So that's another sea. So that's quite cool. Final question, Pastor. I'm sorry to take us back, but you were talking about, I think 2 or 3 days ago, maybe even yesterday, about a voice crying out from the abyss. And you identify that voice as the voice of Abel.
Yeah, part of the voices was Abel's voice. Yes.
Abel is in a hole.
No,
Is that what you are saying?
No. That timeline, they have not taken away the souls from Sheol then, right? So there was still a general place for departed spirits. So, in fact, it was saying that Abel kept crying and speaking against Cain until the whole of Cain's generation was wiped out, perhaps even before the flood, or latest worst case scenario by the flood eventually. So that was the earliest times. It was still in the place of departed spirits.
So you see, this is what I'm saying, Pastor, and you'll be saying that maybe I'm talking amiss. Why can't Abel be in the garden and be saying those things? Why is he in a hole?
No, he didn't say a hole. It says there is this Abraham's bosom. Of course, Abel is older than Abraham, right? Or earlier than Abraham. But even in the time of Jesus, there was this Abraham's bosom, nice place, paradise, if you will, garden, if you will, right?
Okay.
But the idea is people there could still see those who end up in bad. Like Lazarus could still see the old man. There was a great gulf between them. So it's still a good place.
All right.
No, even Revelations, because I think death, the way the person died, also matters where they go. So, for instance, Abel, I believe, is one of the was pretty much a first matter, not because he was okay. So in Revelations, remember there's a place where they put the ones who were killed because of their faith.
Blood was speaking.
Exactly. So, and they were crying out again, like, when is the Lord going to avenge them, avenge the earth? And it's like, just stay until your quota. So it's like they have to reach a particular number before they are let out of that place.
I don't want you to miss your time. Are you going today?
Yeah. So, okay. So that's just.
Yeah. So indeed, there is this place for departed spirits and all of that, and that. But indeed, it could have been some form of paradise at least.
Yeah, okay then. All right. At least my soul is satisfied. I just felt it was in a hole somewhere in the dark.
No, not at all. Of course not.
Very annoying, to think about. But thank you so much, Pastor. Thank you.
Yes, welcome. Let's hear from Casalese before we go back to Fakemi again. Casalese, good morning. It's afternoon here again.
Good afternoon. It's also afternoon here.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So, about our dear brother, the Ikemi's son, I think it's because of all those things that he's watched, and at this point, right, it's a new thing. So he's trying to wrap his head around it to find out what's really going on here and all that. But with time, you will understand. Like what Choma said, right? When her grandfather told her that they came from Egypt and they're children of God, I remember that was around 2017 when I found that in the Bible, because me, when I was a teenager, like I moved around my state a lot because of following my uncle to go sell stuff and all that. So I moved around my state. I know a lot of villages in my state, right? So when someone mentioned that name, Eri, Arodi, and Aredi in the Bible, when I saw it, the first time I saw it, that was around that 2017, and I realized that, oh, yeah, my mom is from Nando. My mom's younger sister married someone from Umueri, right? So I was like, Umueri, that's Eri's children, and that's the same thing with this Bible. So it was easy for me to connect, right? In Choma's case, it's not easy because she does not know these villages. So even if you tell her, she will say, she does not know. You understand? So I understand why they laughed. And when I told my brothers, my cousins, this is it, they laughed at me. And I picked up the Bible and I showed them, look at it here. What is the meaning of Umu Eri? Is this not Eri here? Umu is not children.
And if
I
you're not
tried to
careful,
explain it to them.
if not even careful, even those brothers will not even understand Igbo anymore, or their children. So if you say Umu, they say, what is Umu, daddy? What's Umu?
Yeah, so I started breaking it down. Remember this village? That's Eri, right? They tried to tell me, oh, Eri is the money, it will be something else. It will be Eri or whatever. I say, Eri, tell me one place in that, all those places you're talking about that they have Eri, right? They couldn't explain. I say, yes, so that's it. You don't have any argument here. But they still laugh, even to today. A lot of Nigerians, if you tell them that, they still laugh at Igbo people, those that are in agreement with this, they still laugh at them till today. Anytime they say they are children of Jacob, they will laugh. But at the end of the day, right, truth is coming out gradually. The other day, I saw that Samson, I was telling somebody that Samson, it seems like Samson is from Akwa Ibom State too.
Oh, okay.
Because a lot of Akwa Ibom people believe in Rasta stuff. Like they believe in this Nazarite kind of stuff, right?
Okay.
Yeah. And a place in that place, there's a name in the Bible while I was reading it, they're called Etam. And Etam is one of the places in Akwa Ibom. And it's in the Bible there. And that's where this Samson and the rest of them came from.
I see.
That's within the name, that one of the places where they are. So I was telling them, they started laughing. And I said, look at it here now. Is you know what he just read? Only for him to generate, to check online. And they showed him that the place is a place in Iraq.
Oh.
I was like.
And you believe that one, by the way. You won't say that one is Etam.
Yes, he believed it. I say, if you lie, believe. If you lie, don't believe. That's your business. Because those people, they are not even practicing what is in the Bible. So I don't understand why the place would be there. They just swapped everything. But at the end of the day, the truth is coming out gradually.
Yes, it is. Thank you for your time one more time, Kasolese. So, Obafe Kemi, let's hear from you as we close today.
No, I just wanted to say one thing. So after we finished, the boy that was not talking here, he went to the corner to go and check. He heard what Shade said about the moon. So he went to go and then he came back to me, mommy, let me show you. The reason why the flag looked like it was moving was because they put a rod on it and it was a crease-like formation so that it would stay like that. So there was no... So he's watching all these videos, but he's gone back to... So he will always go back and research. So he's going to go...
Has he brought you anything about the phone call part? Not yet.
He has not reached there yet. It's the moon one first. That one is more scientific. That one he has come to meet me. Well, by later, I'm sure he will go and check some other things. But he had to come out. He was trying to say it. It was like, see what that stop following conspiracies. That's what
exactly. I know that's what he's gonna call it. Stop
following conspiracies. So that's just what I wanted to say. Thank you guys. It was fun, and for me, it also showed me that I keep a lot of my conversations to myself because I just think, they hear the things I talk about, they know, but I try not to influence. When I say influence, I try not. They have a dad who is very straight on certain things. So because we're not together, I don't want to now be the one that will now push so it's what they have a strong Christian foundation, because before my own time of questioning, I was a very, I don't know what I am now, but at least I was very, the normal way. We went to church, they went to Bible school, they went to, children's church and all those things. But I think now I also want them in every aspect. I want them to be able to ask questions.
Mm.
So even if something doesn't sit with them, I want them to be able to push back and be like, okay, I need to understand this thing properly. And that's with everything, whether it's Christianity, whether it's anything. I want them to always be able to say, not just take information like that, to also question,
Very important
yeah, so
because
that
here when they start seeing children that are saying they're changing genders, man, it's gonna be another
no,
one.
that one they can. That one they already know where they.
Okay.
So another thing I'm also doing is I'm also making them very physically um, fit. So they do a lot of weight because I also want the fact that if anyone move, you blow them in the eye, just move away from.
Very important.
Yeah. So, but their minds to be fit and their bodies to be fit as well. So they're already intimidating when you see them. So I just want them to also be mentally and emotionally and physically intimidating as well.
Right. Good. Very good. Spiritually. So that's wonderful. So thanks for all that have joined. If I don't know if Binta is still, or if anybody wants to speak on the Instagram, they could also just let me know. Right, indicate. So that brings us to the end. We have
Yes, let me just say one thing. Sorry.
okay.
Yeah. Thank you. I think what I just wanted to add was that he has an inquisitive mind, and that's beautiful because people that have inquisitive minds would always go to dig out things to be able to even ascertain, to even assert what they believe. It's just like me. So if you challenge me about something, I go back to dig into it to be sure, so that next time I'm talking to you, I call my facts. I don't just come to talk to you because I just felt funny to talk. No, I'll now come dig deeper, and that exposes. So if you have that kind of mindset, you become extra intelligent. You become so that your convictions are what you know. It's difficult for you to shift me from what I'm convinced about, and my convictions comes from the base of from the basis of what I'm able to search out and without reasonable doubt. So if you have to have a superior argument to be able to shift me from what I have convictions about, and with greater evidence to show me that, okay, yeah, this thing you have held on to is not really it. So it's a beautiful thing. And then to look at Enoch and the stuff that he was saying,
Yeah.
there are a lot of things that I know a bit about the Leviathans. We know a bit about whales and the fact that Leviathan is also known to have a bit of control over whales. And then the mountains that rule the earth, the 7 mountains that governs the entire earth, to know that, okay, there are also certain dragons or whatever that they will is put
Yeah. I'm even
down that.
hoping that. Yeah, I'm even hoping that you will get interested in the movie, and I'm trying to tell Obafemi that if he's interested, we can get. But the movie is not even that expensive in the first place. But like you said, he really has an open mind, which is good. I like that, curious mind. And for his age, I think he's really doing fine, very wonderfully well.
Yeah, because sometimes if he's not open, he won't even come back. He will not even give you attention. He does hold on to what he believes. But for him to even go to say, okay, I heard this one, let me even go and prove it more. It's there. It's in that you will now be exposed to. So that by the time you're bringing the truth and by the time his mind is becoming more developed, he will now begin to use logic and other things, and he can compare. Now he's still a young chap who is is grappling with understanding a lot of things. But by the time he's able to put 1 and 2 together, even this information he has now, by the time he grows a bit older, he will now begin to reason it out to say, okay, but these people could have been making sense. Why did I not even see it from the point of view that they were trying to even bring across? Because now you are trying to challenge what he knows and what he believes. So it's difficult for him to just let go of what I know I believe until I also do my own searching out with it. So it's great. Abel and all of that is interesting. Even in the New Testament, still make reference to the fact that his blood was still calling out. When I think Paul was talking with respect to the blood of Christ and the blood of Abel, it says like that. I think he made reference to the fact that the blood was still crying out for vengeance. So that also comes to give credence to what we're hearing. That same blood of Abel was really. So when you hear it in the New Testament talking about his blood crying for vengeance, it means that this particular is give credence to this book again, because for you to get to know that his blood was crying for vengeance, it's in this book we are seeing it. The Bible didn't talk about it in the Old Testament. Genesis didn't tell us anything about his blood crying for vengeance. All we just knew was that God just said, "Is his voice? Is this not his voice that is crying?" Because he asked, "Where is your brother?" He said, "Am I my brother's kid?" I said, "But his blood is speaking." That's what we know. But now we are hearing that the blood has been crying for vengeance. We got to know that in the New Testament. But now we are seeing where that particular statement could have come from. Basically for them to know that his blood was crying for vengeance, it means that they've read some of these materials that were there, that let them understood that yes, that blood has not rested, and then it's still crying for that. Thank you. That's just what I wanted to add.
Yeah, thank you, gang. So please, guys, let's go to the Telegram page. I think because Chioma has left, look at the likes has not changed. It's like it's only Chioma that is doing this like thing, and it's not necessarily supposed to be manual. There's a way to do it from the
I'll go and watch the video again.
Yeah, mine is working. It's just as I paused it a bit because I was speaking.
Yes, you might hang your phone. So there is 2 apps. You can try the 2, search for the names, right? So we don't leave it to just one person. Okay. So by the way, we have launched the partnership program. That's a good one. If those that have been wanting to support monthly and things like that, so there's a way to do that with just a few clicks. Then it helps you to do that. So you can just check colonyministers.org/partners. Then you're going to find it there. But join the Telegram group. That's where you find those details. And very soon we'll be kicking off the academy. I don't know if Obafemi is still there. If or when the academy comes up, it would be a good idea if he could get registered. That's her son, so that they can have some new perspectives and just understand some things. Because like Yang was trying to say, school teaches us what to think as against how to think, you understand? Which is just funny. People should be taught how to approach information, you see. So let's please have the Telegram link one more time. So there's information there on how to do partnership. So you find it on the home page also, but there's also a fully dedicated partners page. So you see how you can do that. Yeah, reasoning. They don't teach reasoning the way they should. You understand? Because that reasoning is going to question the system. So it's been wonderful today. 137 likes. That is just amazing. Okay. So let me appreciate those who are on the live that we close for the day. So thank you, Bessie Josh, Snow Multimedia, Enoch Iben, Dari Zulu King, Engineer Aris. Who else is there? Son of Grace. And who else again? Casalese, Giang, Solomon, Ancient Hebrew, Sandra, Hali Olusheye, Fort Leslie Shade, and I, Kamani. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. So we'll see you again tomorrow. We're here 10 o'clock every day. Binta, do you have a comment? I've been asking you, so I think you don't have a comment, is why you are mute. But then thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow by God's grace. So let's go to the Telegram page. Just search for Kule Ministers on Telegram. Then join that. You see more information about how to push these likes and also how to partner if you want to. So God bless you. See you tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Bye-bye. You have captured my heart, consume my heart with your love. Oh God, you have captured my heart, consume my heart with your love. You have captured my heart, consumed my heart with your love. You have captured my heart. Consumed. Oh, thank you, Father. Consumed my heart with your love. Captured my heart. Consumed my heart with your love. Oh, oh, captured my heart. With your love. You, oh yes, you have captured my heart. Oh, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ooh, you have captured my heart. Consumed. Mm. Enoch chapter 61. Yes, Enoch 61. Okay, so let's get started. If you don't have just get on Telegram to get the power tapping. Okay, it helps with the power tapping from Telegram. All right, so I think we can get started already because the only people have not. Good morning, Chioma Ukoye. Good morning, Tosin, Ali Kasoleze. How many of us here has that tapping app? How many? How many? How many? Tosin, do you know what we're talking about? Yeah, Chima has it. Oh, are you on the Telegram group, Luatosin? Are you on the Telegram channel? Oh, Kasolezi, let's get her on the Telegram channel. If you can paste the link. Oh, you have Telegram, it's good. So you're able to join. On your Telegram, you can also search for Conley Ministers, and you'll find it. But there's this thing that would help you tap the screen automatically. And I don't know if Kasolezi himself is doing that. Okay. Okay, you're back to manual tapping. You can change your settings to allow you to prevent it from freezing your phone. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Sorry.
You can change the settings to prevent freezing.
This is easier for me. I think just because it's like flashing, it's like it just makes the whole thing. But I'll try it again. I'll try it again. But I just find that the manual tapping is much more convenient for me though.
Okay, all right, if you say so. All right, so let's continue. So you can just stay on so you can help with the guru morning.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, sir. All right, great. So let's pray since we're ready. And since there is no urgent question from maybe a first time or something like that, or urgent update, let us pray. So we're live on Instagram and already also with TikTok. We give you thanks, our Father. We bless your name. We appreciate you. We just we thank you. We love you. We thank you for your love, because the love with which we love you is the love with which you first loved us in giving yourself in the form of your Son, Jesus Christ, to redeem us from destruction, from sin, and to translate us into this kingdom of light, giving us a new heart, strengthening us by your Spirit, the same Spirit that raised up your Son, Yeshua, from the dead. We appreciate you. We open our hearts this morning as we read these precious and holy words, that you cause these words to cause us to move from glory to glory, from faith to faith, from righteousness even into righteousness, so that we are constantly advancing in your light, in your kingdom, and that we might have good success as your word promises. We give you thanks, Father. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we've prayed. Amen. So Enoch chapter 61. Okay. So thus the Lord commanded the kings, the princes, the exalted, and those who dwell on the earth, saying, open your eyes and lift up your horns, if you are capable of comprehending the elect one, which is Yeshua. The Lord of spirits sat upon the throne of his glory, and the spirit of righteousness was poured out over him. The word of his mouth shall destroy all the sinners and all the ungodly who shall perish at his presence. That is sounding like the sword of the Spirit. You know, he says a sword proceeds out of the mouth of Yeshua when he was on the horse. In that day shall all the kings, the princes, the exalted, and those who possess the earth stand up, behold, and perceive that he is sitting on the throne of his glory. Okay, that before him the saints shall be judged in righteousness, and that nothing which shall be spoken before him shall be spoken in vain. Okay, trouble shall come upon them as a woman in travail, whose labor is severe. That sounds like a revelation. When her child comes to the mouth of the womb, and she finds it difficult to bring forth. Verse 8. One portion of them look upon another. They shall be astonished and shall humble their countenance, and trouble shall seize them when they shall behold this son of woman sitting upon the throne of his glory. Son of a woman is like the seed of the woman, right? That will bruise the head of the serpent. Say, then shall the kings, the princes, and all who possesses the earth glorify him who has dominion over all things. See, him who was concealed from the beginning, right? The Son of Man existed in secret, whom the Most High preserved in the presence of his power and revealed to the elect. He shall sow the congregation of the saints and of the elect, and all the elect shall stand before him in that day. All the kings, the princes, the exalted, and those who rule over all the earth shall fall down on their faces before him and shall worship him. They shall fix their hopes on this Son of Man. They shall pray to him and petition him for mercy. Then shall the Lord of Spirit hasten to expel them from his presence. Their faces shall be full of confusion, and their faces shall darkness cover. The angels shall take them to punishment, that vengeance may be inflicted on those who have oppressed his children and his elect. And they shall become an example to the saints and to his elect. Through them shall these be made joyful, for the anger of the Lord of Spirits shall rest upon them. The sword of the Lord of Spirits shall be drunk with their blood, but the saints and the elect shall be safe in that day, nor the face of the sinners and the ungodly shall they thenceforward behold. The Lord of Spirits shall remain over them, and with this Son of Man shall they dwell, eat, lie down, rise up forever and ever. Okay, actually, even though this is talking about that first resurrection, right? Anybody that makes that first resurrection will not have to die again, because it says, blessed are those who take part in the first resurrection, because the second death has no power over them. So even though they are being awakened before the millennial reign, they were not going to die anyways. Yes, they're going to reign and do all that on the earth, but they were not going to die. They would just move off, and then Satan would be released. The saints and the elect have arisen. Okay, just a moment. 18, right? The saints and the elect have arisen from the earth. They have left off to depress their countenances and have been clothed with the garment of life. That's very close to Revelation again. Garment change. That garment of life is with the Lord of Spirits, in whose presence your garment shall not wax old, nor shall your glory diminish. 62. In those days, the king who possessed the earth shall be punished by the angels of his wrath. Okay? And whosoever they shall... Okay. By the angel of his wrath, whosoever they shall be delivered up, that he may give rest for a short period, and that they may fall down and worship before the Lord of Spirits, confessing their sin before him. Okay? They shall all bless and glorify the Lord of Spirits, saying, blessed is the Lord of Spirits, and the Lord of Kings, the Lord of Princes, and the Lord of the rich, and the Lord of glory, and the Lord of wisdom. Okay? He shall enlighten every secret thing. Okay? Your power is from generation to generation, and your glory is forevermore. And your glory is forever and ever. Deep are all your secrets, and numberless, and your righteousness cannot be calculated. Now we know that we should glorify and bless the Lord of kings, him who is king over all things. They shall also say, who has granted us to glorify, loud, bless, and confess in the presence of his glory. And now small is the rest we desire, but we do not find it. We reject and do not possess it. Light has passed away from before us, and darkness has covered our thrones forever. Talking about those kings of the earth. For we have not confessed before him, we have not glorified. That's the thing. They don't glorify and give honor to him. We have not glorified the name of the Lord of Kings. We have not glorified the Lord in all his works, but we have trusted in the scepter of our dominion and of our glory. In the day of our suffering and of our trouble, he will not save us, neither shall we find rest. We confess that our Lord is faithful in all his works and all his judgment and his righteousness. In his judgment, he pays no respect to persons, and we must depart from his presence on account of our evil deeds. Okay? All our sins are truly without number. Then shall they say to themselves, our souls are satiated with the instruments of crime, but that prevents us not from descending into the flaming womb of hell. Afterwards, their countenances shall be filled with darkness and confusion before the Son of Man, from whose presence they shall be expelled. So this is still that judgment that is happening just before Armageddon. That's the judgment seat of Christ, like we call it in Christian doctrine. Okay? Christian theology, I think. Choma, can you remind me, is that the right term they call it? Judgment seat of Christ, right?
Well, isn't the judgment seat, isn't that the white throne judgment?
No, you are the expert here.
Yeah, because that judgment where they are going to submit everybody, that's the white throne judgment. So this is after the Gog Magog, right?
Yeah, I want you to do a quick Google search or GPT to separate or distinguish between this judgment seat of Christ and the white throne judgment. Let me show everybody something while you're away. Maybe you can wait to watch that. So I thought you would be a little bit fast.
Let me see.
All right. So just let me switch the camera. There's nobody on Instagram, so we can do this just on TikTok only. This is just a reminder of that stuff, right? Rapture, Armageddon, millennial reign short. So this is the white throne judgment. See?
Exactly.
Right. But there is something called the judgment seat of Christ. If I got that terminology right, is it it's Christian theology, doctrinal terminology, all those big doctorate stuff. So, and these things are not supposed to be that confusing. They're really simple. If someone puts it this way, that the scripture is so simple, but you need the help of so-called pastors today to help you misunderstand it, and then you're getting just that help, from theology as well.
So there are two judgments.
Yes, there are. One is past. One is past. So it's in fact three that they make look like each other. Okay. So there is the Noah judgment, which is usually used as a shadow of that Jesus judgment, that in the days of, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be, blah, blah, blah. Right? So, yeah, so there's that Noah judgment, so it's a very important one. Well, you can add the Adamic judgment too from the tree. But if you remove that, there is that Noah judgment, there is the judgment seat of Christ, which I want you to search now, and then there is a white throne judgment, which is like the very final one after 7,000 years. So just please help us with that search and come tell us what you find.
Yeah, sure. You're muted.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. So somebody called Jugular. I've also accepted their request, but it's disconnected. So maybe they just requested and left. Okay. All right. So we can just wait for Chuma to return. So there is that judgment seat of Christ, which, I mean, of course, those who resurrected for the rapture, they are already justified, so to speak. There's still some rewards, placements, etc., that will happen in the white throne judgment, but apparently they are sealed already in that sense, right? Sealed, the destiny is sealed with Yeshua. They must have been the one who reigned with him for those 1,000 years that they call the Middle Ages, Dark Ages. Such a beautiful stuff. The moment you see this thing, you can't unsee it. Like, oh my God, I get it. This thing is past. It's just wonderful. Okay. And it tells you, in fact, it's going to be very interesting when we enter New Testament by God's grace. So let's hear from Choma.
Yeah, right. The first one is called the Bema seat. So that judgment. And they said there's a space of 1,000 years between the two. So the first one is where he rewards the believers. That thing where that's parable of the talents, right? Where if you based on how much you worked, you get your reward. So, oh, based on this, you rule this, and based on that, you rule this, that kind of thing. So that's that judgment one.
Brilliant.
Judgment seat of Christ. And then the white throne judgment is everybody. The final judgment, including angels as well.
Which I can imagine that the reward of these saints that reigned in the millennial reign and was now Lord over 10, Lord over 100,
Exactly.
would now be
Exactly.
multiplied. So these things are very simple. It's so wonderful what God is blessing us with, and it's just wonderful what God has revealed to us in His mercy. It's wonderful. And I'm not really bothered that the team is a team now, or the group is kind of small. Is most things where the most important things is either people are filtered off by money in a way. If it's a natural knowledge or something like that, those kind of sessions like this, you will just not come there because you can't afford the classes, or is filtered by heart. You will just look at it, something will just there, you just scroll past and you'll be gone. And they're sharing things you've been looking for 20 years. Well, if you've been looking for it for 20 years, God will probably bring you. But somebody will just have maybe some proud heart and they just will not listen. You see? And they'll be like, wow, so this thing was done daily. Where was I? Was I sleeping? But it was TikTok. TikTok was all over the place. You know. So indeed, there's that Noah judgment. Then there's that. It's going to be so beautiful, like I said, when we enter New Testament eventually. We'll have new perspectives. And another thing is, for those of us that have spent time in what you want to call Old Testament, right, or in the law and the prophets and the patriarchs, law and the prophets, right, by the time you now read New Testament, you have a new view about it. Things will be fresh. You understand why the disciples are saying, oh, shall we at this time expect the redemption of Israel, right? You understand it to be clear, especially with this knowledge of timelines. It's going to be such a wonderful exposition. But and it's free. That's the sweetest part. It's free. So it's wonderful. So let's proceed. So those two are usually mixed up often. That's judgment seat of Christ, and it's so simple. But most times when we start hearing those terminologies, in fact, they now give it a name, eschatology. Once stuff start having names, start having isms behind it, forget it. Somebody is just confusing somebody somewhere. It's not supposed to be that complex. You know, this gap theory, this eschatology, theology of the second degree order, all this kind of stuff. It shouldn't be that difficult. It's because there's ignorance somewhere, usually. Most things that are true are very, very simple to grasp. Very, very simple. Maybe for a 10-year-old, for your grandma, grandfather, like somebody that doesn't, as long as they're going to understand the language you're speaking, they should be able to get it. It's not that difficult, oftentimes. It can be composite, have many parts you need to grasp, but it's not going to be complex. That's what I found about truth. Usually very simple. Okay, so afterwards, this is verse 15 for me, till chapter 62. Okay. Afterwards, their countenances shall be filled with darkness and confusion before the Son of Man, from whose presence they shall be expelled, and before whom the sword shall remain to expel them. Yeah, that's where we are. So 16. Thus saith the Lord of Spirits. Let me help this young lady. Just a moment. Right. One time. Bam. Okay. So, thus says the Lord of Spirits, this is the decree and the judgment against the princes, the kings, the exalted, because there was these 70 shepherds that the Most High assigned over his own people. I think starting from Nebuchadnezzar, thereabout. Okay? Just assigned 70 shepherds over his people to rule over them. And most times those people are ruling over the world. So from Babylon to Persians, to the Greeks, to the Romans, like that. Okay? And at the end, by the time of the Romans, it was over. That's the kingdom of iron. Then the kingdom of iron and clay is when I think Esau or this Edomite Sanhedrin were ruling over God's people along with the iron, with the Romans. So the Romans and the Sanhedrin, I think that's talking about iron and clay. Okay? And it just ends there straight away. So if you like, you can say Elon Musk is the one that is iron and clay because he wants to put, what's that brain implant called? That brain implant thing. That's iron and clay. Maybe figuratively, but in the past few years now, I have learned to not quickly jump to figurative, play the figurative card like that. Neuralink is what I'm trying to remember. So you can try to say that's iron and clay. Well, maybe it fits, it makes sense, but it's good to understand the primary. In fact, you could use that to even pray on your personal prayer. You're looking for a job and you ask the Prince of Persia to leave so you can get your job. Good for you, right? But that scripture is not talking about your job. It's talking about something that was happening in a certain timeline. Okay. So it's good to understand that. But most times people just want fast food, plug and play. It's not bad. You know, you just want to pray with the scripture, get results, get their child, get their healing, get this and move. Okay. But it's good to have understanding. Do I have an order? Just give me a moment. Sorry. Got to answer the door. All right. Let's see if person eventually comes. Yeah, sorry about that. So, where were we? So it's good to have better understanding. All right, sorry, that's just a passing. Sorry about that. So, the exalted and those who possess the earth in the presence of the Lord of Spirits. So there was these kings that God gave access over the whole earth, and by incidentally over his own people, because his people should have been the ones ruling the earth, but then that swaps sometimes when the people have disobeyed. Chapter 63, just one verse. I saw also other countenances in that secret place. I heard the voice of an angel saying, these are the angels who have descended from heaven to earth, and have revealed secrets to the sons of men, and have seduced the sons of men to the commission of sin. So there was just another degree of judgment for them. But you see that white throne judgment, I think that is when even hell itself will be cast into some other place. You know. 64. In those days, Noah saw that the earth became inclined. Now, this is almost looking like Noah's part of the book of Enoch, right? Or Enoch written things that Noah did. Okay, so in those days, Noah saw that the earth became inclined and that destruction approached, right? Then he lifted up his feet. You see, this act of lifting up their feet is suspicious. Then he lifted up his feet and went to the ends of the earth to dwell to the dwelling of his great grandfather Enoch. Enoch is the seventh. Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah. Noah's father is Lamech. His grandfather is Methuselah. His great grandfather is Enoch, the seventh. You see. So he lifted up his feet and went to the ends of the earth. That will take you years to walk. Where is the end of the earth? I think there are two ends. There's an end of the earth, like where the navel of the earth is what it calls it sometimes, right? Because your own navel is at the center of your body. You see, most times, I mean, more or less the midsection. Okay, that's the center, right? That's one end. Another end is the extremities, the circumference, the ice wall, you see. So, and then I can imagine it's coming from around the equator. So how long does it take you to walk from Cameroon to, I don't know, to Norway? I mean, you got to cross the seas, but he said he lifted up his feet, right? I mean, he should have taken a horse to be at least fast. But he said he lifted up his feet and went to the ends of the earth to dwell, to the dwelling of his great grandfather. Let me hear, Choma, what does your version say?
Oh, it just says he arose from there and went to the ends of the earth.
So this one gives some detail. He lifted up his feet. And I want, yeah. So I want us to take note of that, because you see something similar in chapter 105. So if you're here by then, you will remember, okay?
Exactly. When Methuselah goes to look for Enoch to ask about the origin of their baby. Okay.
Yes, indeed. So you want to begin to wonder, hey, what's going on here? Just lift up your feet and go from Cameroon to Norway or to Sweden. I would think you take a horse, So just keep that somewhere. So then he lifted up his feet and went to the ends of the earth, to the dwelling of his great grandfather Enoch. And Noah cried with a bitter voice, "Hear me, hear me, hear me," 3 times. And he said, "Tell me what is transacting upon the earth, and for the earth labors on the earth, for the earth labors and is violently shaken." So the earthquakes beginning to happen then. "Surely I shall perish with it." He's getting scared. Okay? So they could still reach Enoch, even though he has been taken from God, but he could go to where I would say would be the North Pole and still have Enoch come down from the portal. They will show this in movies in many different ways. Okay? Speaking to the ancestors. Once again, somebody doing that today must be a juju man. You're talking to the dead. But then Enoch was not dead, to be fair. Okay? So, but this is quite something. And while we're discussing all these, I want us to take I want us to keep that thing in mind, right? I want us to keep that thing in mind, that we are New Testament creatures, as it were. And we're greater than everybody, greater than Adam, greater than, in fact, Jesus Christ is your sidekick and your partner in crime. Just keep that idea in mind while we are reading this. Because I have not lifted up my feet before, and when I was going, I took flight. When I went to the places I went to, I didn't lift up my feet to go there. Except you want to try in the spirit, but this one is real, it's physical, right? So he cried, he said, "I'll be destroyed with it." Verse 4. After this, there was a great perturbation on earth. Okay? There was a great perturbation on earth, and a voice was heard from heaven. "I fell down on my face." Now, this is now changing to first person pronoun. Is now the first person is now Noah in this text. So the first person is now Noah in this text, okay? So he said, and there was a great perturbation on the earth, and a voice was heard from heaven. "I fell down on my face when my great-grandfather Enoch came and stood by me." Right. You see this encounter. So he cried. Another thing, you don't know how long he cried. You see? Okay. That's what he's saying. Okay, teleport Philip, exactly. But it's not an everyday thing, right? They had access to portals. Well, not portals like that. But it was a specific person was going to reach. They were mutants, the ends of the earth, right? Yeah, got that. So someone is saying, should be now I forday my lift of my visa. I mean, they're restricted with visas. It's just crazy, really. So human beings need paper to tell they're a human being. It's something else. And the earth where you were created to be, you need one paper from some guy somewhere called government to move on this earth because of imaginary lines. It's something else what the human race has been turned into. Yes, it did. So something of those order, like Elijah and all that, you see. So you can tell these are. I just want us to just remember that we are supposed to be the most powerful version of creations on the earth. And let's compare to what we are seeing and reading. All right. So I'll read that again. After this, there was a great perturbation on earth at that time when he was calling for Enoch, and a voice was heard from heaven. Perhaps at this time, maybe even Methuselah is about to honor life, or the year the Methuselah honor life, because normally the father would go, the eldest would go for this kind of encounters and meetings. Okay? But it was in the year that Methuselah died that there was the flood. So things must have been really bad if Methuselah was really unalived at this point. I fell down on my face when my great-grandfather Enoch came and stood by me. He said to me, "Why have you cried out to me with a bitter cry and lamentation?" Right? It's almost like what he told Moses. Next, Enoch said this, "A commandment has gone forth from the Lord against those who dwell on the earth, that they may be destroyed, for they know every secret of the angels, every oppressive and secret power of the devils, and every power of those who commit sorcery, as well as of those who make molten images." You see that image there? Multi images in the whole earth. And like I used to say, that's one simple litmus test for African spirituality, what is real, what is not. Once you start seeing effigies and start seeing figurines, you've crossed the line. In fact, very far. But it's just a quick one. Okay? No matter how pretty the figurine looks, even if it's a Jesus figurine, like the one they bow down to in the catechism, the Catholic stuff. So, as well as those who make molten images in the whole earth. 7. They know how silver, look at this now. Look at this. Enoch is telling Noah now that these people now, they know how silver is produced from the dust of the earth. Watch this. And how on the earth the metallic drop exists. Okay? It's almost like liquid metal again. For lead, watch this, and tin are not produced from the earth as the primary fountain of their production. Silence that. Okay? As the primary fountain of their production. Verse 8. There is an angel standing upon it, and that angel struggles to prevail. Right. Afterwards, my great-grandfather Enoch seized me with his hand. So he's telling him that, yes, you can make tin from the earth. He's already talking about metal extraction. This should be at least, now, 2400 BC, 430 BC is when the flood took place, conventional 4000 BC timeline. So this is at least 2400 BC. They're already making silver. Mainstream will tell you otherwise, but of course, mainstream history has failed in many ways. You can't explain the Gobel Tepe. I forgot how to pronounce that thing now. Goblet Tepe Temple. You can't explain many things. We've been making silver this far, not Bronze Age, Iron Age stuff. Silver, tin. So he said there's an angel that stands upon this thing, the primary fountain where these things are made. But say that angel is now struggling. Perhaps the watchers are now fighting that angel, right? They want to kick him off of his place. so that they can start mining the tin and using the tin and the copper, tin and silver, right? Let me see, lead and tin, and start using it for stuff. So they're probably already fighting that angel already, who's supposed to guard that place. So there's an angel standing upon it, and that angel struggles to prevail. You see. And now that the earth has been given to the sons of men eventually, well, again, right? Now it is president sitting on those tin and those places where you can get uranium to make atomic bombs or whatever. So human beings are more active there, and they can sell it to Chinese, sell it to Russians, to America. Afterwards, my great-grandfather Enoch seized me with his hand and raised me up, saying, "Go." Now, let's just read that verse. Saying,
Hold on. Let me read my own. Mine is saying something different. It's saying something different. Okay, so sorry about that. Verse 7, how silver is produced from the dust of the earth and how soft metals originate in the earth. For lead and tin are not produced from the earth like the first. It is a fountain that produces them, and an angel sits therein, and that angel is preeminent. So it's like an angel is telling them how to do it based on how my translation is saying it. I don't know. Minister, you're muted. Sorry.
Yeah, so that's another one. This sounds slightly different, you know. This one says there's an angel standing upon it, and that angel struggles to prevail. Struggles to prevail against what? So I mean, this one is definitely sounding like he's an angel protecting it, you know, and yours sounds like that angel is preeminent, which would make sense that, I mean, if an angel has that kind of idea and is using that kind of stuff, will probably be preeminent to go back to some
Teaching them how to do it, yeah, because it's saying they're not using the metals like before. So something is telling them how to use lead and tin for something else. I don't know, but based on what mine is saying, yeah.
Yes, but either way, how we put it, I mean, something serious is happening. These guys look at that Large Hadron Collider. How, you know, if it's simple, right? And that thing is like 25. Sorry. Yeah, that thing is about 27 miles long, if I'm right, like a circle like that. And it's like they're even trying to build a bigger one. If they wanted to feed Africa, we here know that, of course, that's BS. But for example, if they wanted to save Africa in that sense, which Africa doesn't need saving, they could take that same force, all of that, and put it in the Central African Republic or whatnot. The money that's gone into that, just spend that in just like what they are trying to act like they're doing, remove bad leaders. I mean, the president of Nigeria just had a meeting with, I think they're still in London as we speak. Okay. So they could make those places better if they wanted to. But long story short, look at those kind of projects. There are Russians there. I've not checked the list of scientists there, but I can imagine scientists from all over the world. South Korea, North Korea, all these nations that are telling their enemies, all of them are there. There's no fight. There's probably Chinese scientists even there in the Large Hadron Collider. There's no war there, there's peace. They understand each other. The same thing with that circle, Antarctic Treaty, right? There are nations that still hold the Antarctic Treaty, and they're not fighting each other. I mean, in the sense that they have that idea, okay, if anybody wants to fly there and wants to interrupt our movie, we're acting to show the world that we're fighting, we'll stop those people. But on the front page of the newspaper, we are all enemies. You see, the moment you want to hit, just check people that are supposed to be enemies. What the real solution is in what binds them together, the common factor, common denominator, what they both agree on or both disagree about. You see, the moment TikTok is about to expose the US and all of that, there are 9 whatever jury, right? All of them voted unanimously to ban TikTok. There was no argument on that. But talk about gender, talk about this, talk about women, talk about race, whatever, they are split in two, right? The same thing with the African leaders. There is no APC, PDP really. There's one and the same people just crisscrossing. There is no tribalism there. They are like, they're in unison of spirit in one accord. There is no religion there. There is age even service something. Gender is nothing. Nothing. They have one common goal. That embezzlement. It has, like I used to say humorously, their desire to survive, to eat public funds, has cast out every tribalistic demon in them. There's no tribalism there. There's no religion there. Anyway, so long story short, something is happening here. Definitely, they are dealing with serious rare earth metals and creating stuff with it. You see. Verse 9, afterwards, my great grandfather Enoch seized me with his hand. He took me with his hand and raised me up, saying to me, go, for I have asked the Lord of spirits respecting the perturbation of the earth, who replied, on account of their impiety. Okay? On account of their impiety have their innumerable judgments been consummated before me. Respecting the moons have they inquired, and they have known that the earth will perish. Let me read that again. Respecting the moons, that's regarding to the moons, have they inquired, and they have known, these people on the earth, they know, maybe the watchers, this Nephilim, they know that the earth will perish with those who dwell upon it, and that to these there will be no place for refuge forever. So I'm guessing it's the Nephilim that are aware of this and not the regular people, because those ones were mocking Noah. Okay, they have discovered secrets, okay, and they are those who have been judged, but not you, my son, right? The Lord of Spirit knows that you are pure and good, free from the reproach of discovering secrets. See, He, the only one, will establish your name in the midst of the saints and will preserve you from those who dwell upon the earth. He will establish your seed in righteousness and dominion and great glory. And from your seed shall spring forth righteousness and holy men without number forever. So this is very likely, yes, that they are still on that mountain, you see. And the children of Cain were just down there. 65. After this, by the way, just a moment, I don't want to go too far before I point out something to you. Let me see if I can read on or go back now. So there's a very high chance, okay, that Enoch he appeared in the form of a very tall man, very tall person. Maybe in that, of course, perhaps in that rejuvenated body, that spiritual body that the saints reigned with in the millennial reign, that probably Adam started with, that probably Yeshua would have now, right? Very, very tall. And I think that is why he says here, right? Verse 9, afterwards, my great-grandfather Enoch seized me with his hand and raised me up. Do you see? I mean, why would you be talking to someone in front of you and you grab him like this? Hey, my son. You understand? So that's not impossible. Things can be spiritual, okay? But I think it's like he extended his hand and he lifted him up. Maybe on his palm or just something. Because he's probably 3-5 times taller than him. And he brought him to his face level and spoke to him. Afterwards, my great-grandfather Enoch seized me with his hand and raised me up. We can tell because we know from the book of Genesis that he must have been translated here. About 7-10 chapters ago, he said he was already 500 years. That's Enoch. So we know he has translated. See? So let's hear your version, Choma, for verse 9.
I don't have that one. It just shows, okay, so chapter, my chapter 64 finishes, okay, my 64 finishes, and he has destined your name to be among the holy, and will preserve you among those who dwell on the earth, and has destined your righteous seed both for kingship and for great honors. And from your seed shall proceed a fountain of the righteous and holy without number. 65.
What number, verse number did you just read that ends your 64?
12.
Just a moment. Okay, try 8 and 9. Let's see.
8 and 9. Because remember the chapters and okay, so let me read 8 and 9. That's that one about lead. Should I still read that one?
The next one.
The next one. Oh, is that what you mean? And after that, my grandfather took hold of me by my hand and raised me up and said to me, oh, is that what you mean? Okay.
Yes, and here it's slightly different. I don't know why there's this discrepancy. It's not too bad, but here it says, in yours it says, it took me up by my hand. That means he lifted me with my own hand, right? But here it says, Enoch sees me with his hand. So you see, there's a difference there. So, either way, it's still kind of close. It's almost like that, although it keeps flipping to kind of equivalent stuff, right? You keep flipping it, but here it says he sees me with his hand. That means Enoch's hand to seize me up. So I think Enoch it was the giant Enoch that appeared to him. The actual glorified body Enoch, translated body. Right, it's what I'm thinking. Let's keep that again and move. So now we have lifting their feet to travel distances, and then now lifting them up like you're talking to a smaller miniature human being. 65. Chapter 65. You establish your seed. Okay. 65. After this, he, Enoch, showed me the angels of punishment who were prepared to come. So he gave him a little bonus for his visit, more or less, and to open all the mighty waters under the earth. Let me read that again. After this, he, Enoch, showed me, Noah, the angels of punishment who were prepared to come. Okay, so the angels to come and inflict punishment, more or less. And these angels are to open all the mighty waters under the earth. So they will unlock the fountains of the deep for waters to come up from the ground, and then for windows of heaven also to come down, so that they may be for judgment and for the destruction for all those who remain and dwell upon the earth. So those angels were ready and set, right? This was indeed like the number one judgment before that Yeshua judgment, the judgment seat of Christ, and then the final one, which is to come. Okay, so that they may be for judgment and for destruction and for all those who remain and dwell upon the earth. And the Lord of spirits commanded the angels who went forth not to take up the men and preserve them. Okay, so don't let anybody escape, I think is what it's saying. For those angels presiding over all the mighty waters, right? Then I went out from the presence of Enoch. Right, how did he go out of his presence? Just went out. Okay. Chapter 66, then maybe we'll stop here in 66. 66 is also fairly long, 15 verses here. So in those days, the word of God came to me and said, Noah, behold, if Mr. Oluseyi Akombi is here, I think it's part, from this 65, is part of the book of Enoch says something about Noah in that part, okay? Because most of it is even writing in first person Noah. Okay. So in those days, the word of the Lord came to me and said, Noah, behold, your lot has ascended up to me. A lot void of crime, a lot beloved and upright. Now then shall the angels labor at the trees. But when they proceed to this, I will put my hand upon it and preserve it. Okay. Now then shall the angels labor at the trees. There's a footnote there. What is? Okay. He said, I'm laboring at a wooden structure. Okay, let's keep going. Now shall the angels labor at the trees, but when they proceed to this, I will put my hand upon it and preserve it. I'm not sure that is. What does yours say, Chuma?
Yeah, same thing. And in those days, the word of God came to me, and he said to me, Noah, your lot has come up before me. A lot, a lot without blame, a lot of love and uprightness. And now the angels are making a wooden structure, and when they have completed that task, I will place my hand upon it and preserve it, and from it shall come forth the seed for life.
Yeah, so that's verse 3 already. So this is beginning to sound like that idea of angels helping Noah build the ark. Okay? It's beginning to sound like it.
Kind of.
Right. So it's beginning to sound like that. So, but then let's stay with text. So we can, because the text was a little bit like that on it, right? And doesn't fully. So, and of course, that movie titled Noah or something like that from Hollywood again, probably copied from some of these things. And they show some demon looking things hitting the ark and trying to make it for Noah, you know. Anyway, so now then shall the angels labor on the trees, okay? But when they proceed to this, I will put my hand upon it and preserve it. So it's probably talking about when they were helping Noah to make that ark. Let's keep going. 3. The seed of life shall arise from it, and a change shall take place, that the dry land shall not be left empty. I will establish your seed before me. So he's probably talking about that ark, because that's where the seed will be. Forever and ever, and the seed of those who dwell with you in the surface of the earth. So it shall be blessed and multiplied in the presence of the earth, in the name of the Lord. Verse 4. And they shall confine those angels who disclose impiety. So these are the watchers. The one with Russell Crowe, something like that. That movie, something like that. So they shall confine the angels who disclose impiety in that burning valley. So that valley of punishment. Okay. So these talking about the watchers will be thrown there, that they shall be confined, which at the first my great grandfather Enoch showed me in the west. Okay, where there were mountains of gold, of silver, of iron, of fluid metal, and of tin. Okay, it should be 7 actually. I think he left out lead. Okay. I beheld that valley in which there was great perturbation, where the waters were troubled. Okay. And this must have been indeed the fountain, because the fountain then seems like it's coming from those metals, from those mountains. Fountains from mountains, right? And that's the mountains that Yeshua is sitting on, right? When he said that he will sit on those mountains to make him powerful and to command on the earth. So must have been using those metals for those millennial reign. Check those buildings. Yeah, there's no heating there, right? And they didn't use chimney. If they use chimney, those places should be black from soot, burning wood. But no, they use radium for that, apparently, from what we're getting. You see, they use radium for that. They had, of course, the energy must have been free. But now human beings have to do 9 to 5 times a week just to exist and have somewhere to sleep, to go back to that work. Slavery, more or less, the whole human race, more or less, see. So where there were mountains of gold, silver, fluid metal, and tin, okay, I beheld that valley in which there was a great perturbation and where the waters were troubled, verse 6. And when all this was effected from the fluid mass of fire and the perturbation which prevailed, okay, thank you, Father, in that place, there arose a strong smell of sulfur, which became mixed with the waters. And the valley of the angels, which had been guilty of seduction, burned underneath its soil. You see, and they usually find sulfur in hell, more or less, okay? That sulfuric bad egg smell, it's choking. That's the smell of hell, more or less. So, through that valley also rivers of fire were flowing, to which those angels shall be condemned. Right. So rivers of fire were flowing. Who seduced the inhabitants of the earth? And this seduction is not necessarily talking about sexual only or specifically, because it was more or less the other way around, if anything. But it's talking about just that temptation into sin, including sexual, if necessary. We're saying, in those days shall these waters be to kings, to princes, to the exalted, and to the inhabitants of the earth, for the healing of the soul and body, and for the judgment of the spirit. Their spirit shall be full of revelry, that they may be judged in their bodies, because they have denied the Lord of spirits, and although they perceive their condemnation day by day, they believe not in his name. Just a moment, and just check something. Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. So they perceive their condemnation day by day. They believe not on his name. So he's already talking about faith here, just believing in the Lord Jesus, right? They believe not on his name. And as the inflammation of their bodies shall be great, so shall their spirits undergo a change forever. For no word which is uttered before the Lord of spirits shall be in vain. Judgment has come upon them because they trusted in their carnal revelry and denied the Lord of spirits. Right? Verse 13. And in those days shall the waters of the valley be changed, from when the angels shall be judged. Then shall the heat of those springs of water experience an alteration. And when the angels shall ascend, the water of the spring shall again undergo a change, and be frozen. Then I heard holy Michael answering and saying, this judgment with which the angels shall be judged shall bear testimony against the kings, the princes, and those who possess the earth. Verse 15, last verse for today. For these waters of judgment shall be for their healing and for the death of their bodies. But they shall not perceive and believe that the waters will be changed and become a fire, which shall blaze forever. Suggesting that there's some people who will be punished in the body and then healed in their spirit for some reason. Maybe they're still in the body at that time. All right, so that's chapter 66. We'll continue with 67 tomorrow.
Okay, let me because these waters of judgment minister to the healing of the bodies of the kings and the lust of their body. Therefore, they will not see and will not believe that those waters will change and become a fire which burns forever. Are you not? Are you? Could it not be that their bodies are changed because they have to withstand the punishment they're about to undergo?
Indeed.
Do you know what I mean? They can't have our typical human bodies anymore. For them to be in the same punishment, this punishment that is going to last forever, they have to have a particular type of body that can withstand eternity of that kind of torment. Right. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Like their own kind of opposite rapture, right?
Exactly. So they too will be changed, but into fire.
That makes sense, that's a possibility, because this was supposed to be a judgment and it sounded like
healing. Right? Yeah. So a healing of the body, yeah.
Right. For their healing and for the death of
judgment.
Judgment. That's interesting. And that's terrible, right? All right. So
we're done. Can we start making comments and inviting people up now?
Yes, please. So so let's see. I think Christ Nation is your sister, isn't she? Your friend?
No, I don't know who that is.
No, you see all those things you see in the sky and not have eye problem like me.
Wait, no. That's Gian's friend on the background.
Wait, I wanna ask a question. In fact, there's this question I want to ask about that judgment thing again. That what's that one? There's I can't remember the scripture per se, but Paul talks about that thing where your work will go through the fire, whether it was hay, gold, or precious stones, and based on that litmus test, whatever comes out at the other end is either if it was hay, to be burnt up, but if it was gold, it comes out on the other side. Does that make any sense? But it comes out on the other side as your reward.
Yes. And it says some will be saved as by fire. As
Fire, exactly. So is this that same first judgment, the first one, the
yes, it's
judgment
likely.
seat of Christ? Okay.
Exactly, it's likely to be that. But when we get there, we'll get more.
We'll get more information. Another thing I want to point out is the use of technology. So here, chapter 64, your 64, it talks about the fact that people are getting punished because they were using these technologies that the angels were giving them, for which, okay, so it says, oh, most secret and all the powers of those who practice sorcery and the power of witchcraft and the power of all those who make molten images for the whole world. So it looks as if, to me, it doesn't look as if the Most High has a problem with technology. The problem is who is giving you that technology and for what purpose.
Yes, and what
Yeah.
time if you've been given the leave to start using it at all.
Exactly.
Yes,
Because when they are giving it to you, it's never for a good purpose, because it says here that they are using it for graven images,
yes,
for witchcraft and for sorcery.
yes.
So yeah, so again, it's who is giving it to you, right? So
what you're using it for. Because till today, you could use nuclear reactors to generate energy, okay? And it's really so efficient that, yeah, I mean, from that formula, in theory, you could have just, I don't know, 10 grams of uranium, and it could burn like more or less for years, right? And that would serve, a very large population. And that's why they're fighting Iran. That's why I heard they unalived Abacha. Okay, doesn't mean he's a saint, but you can embezzle money, you can be good, be a dictator, be whatever you want to be. But there's some things you don't do. You don't ask for reparations. You don't give your people free energy. You don't do those kind of things. You will crash the dollar, right? You will do those kind of things. They're going to unalive you, no matter how nice, bad, good, whatever you are, right? So that's the red line for them. So, so nuclear energy is so wonderful. It's almost as good as free energy, right? And this californium that is so expensive, that is said to be $27 million per gram, which is ridiculous. I don't even know. But one of the things it's used for is, if I'm remembering right, it's as a catalyst for that chemical reaction that is just a catalyst for those reactions that are used in nuclear reactors. Okay, so it catalyzes it. Perhaps it makes the whole thing maybe 10, 50 times efficient, so that when you get just 1 gram of course, usually you need catalyst in sparingly most times. So you take just a little bit of that californium, add it to, let's say, uranium within that chemical reaction. It can't start it, but it can speed it up to the point where it's generating the energy like 10, 50, 100 times faster. And then you just need one of that, and you don't need so much uranium anymore, So, but you can use the same thing theoretically again for atomic bombs, okay? That's the nuclear energy, okay? So it's usually about what people get to use it for most times, and then if you are given leave to use it at all, yeah.
all right. Okay, there's another thing. Why Noah excuse me, why Noah had to go and talk to his father. When we connect it with what we read in the second book of Adam and Eve, it's obviously around that time that everybody was leaving the mountain and going downstairs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? So that it was just the fathers that were left. Everybody else had, and maybe their wives, but then everybody else had left. So he's probably at his wit's end, because it says he cries out in an embittered voice, hear me, hear me, hear me, like maybe he needed help. Like, what's going on? Like, how is this going to... Oh, child. Oh my
and
God.
then in your mind, just like Enoch later told him, you'll be like, but God has told you there will be a flood now and you'll be saved. Why are you asking 10 times? Can you just sit down? Not sit down. Hey.
But to see your cousins, your children, or your friends go and just
in this
gone,
case,
and they're
he's not
never
forgotten
coming
about
back.
friends. It's about himself. He said, will I also perish? You check, that's what he said. And before you judge Noah, before anybody judges Noah, there are things that God, you see, myself, what God has told me, I will say ask. I say ask from yesterday that this is not looking like it. What's going on? But then you will still remember again. But bro, you will ask again and again. when things are looking, you have to hold on to that word. There's a tendency for us to just forget what we've been told. Or begin to think, has God changed his mind? What's happening? But I said I'll see you with the flood. Say, God, talk. People have spoken before. So it happens like that. And then if you stay in that prayer place long enough, then you get, visitation, you get confirmation you are fine, and you remember most times it's still the same thing you've been told before, but it comes afresh.
So my question, sorry, everybody else, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. So if Noah, if Enoch had been translated, are you saying that they had a way to bring him back and be
Yeah.
talking to him?
Yes, indeed. And in fact, I think even that place till now, if everything we're looking at is just about what it is, till now, you probably could still contact him if you
Can
can.
still call him for real?
From there.
Oh
So,
my
but guess what is there now? Black Rock, right? North Pole is blocked out. They tell you it's Santa Claus there. So if you could fly there literally now, man, your mind will be blown. Like, that's if the person does not even die from refulgence or whatnot, right? Because this body is really frail. If you step out in the cold with this, just remove this jacket, the person could run alive or freeze in 3 hours. Just 3 hours. And that place is North Pole. And imagine that kind of Enoch standing before you just pass out. If you're not helped. But if you're invited there, the stranger need to receive all that will be given. But on the top of that North Pole, there's this emerald glowing stuff. There's an electromagnetic field, blah, 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 blah. Crap. It's just their scientific conclusion. So you could literally still contact some things there if people could go there. But the place is more or less shaded now.
Yeah, because they are not dead anymore, right? Because we're not supposed to be contacting the dead. So these people, my God.
They're not dead.
No,
So
I'm saying he was able to, because the Most High comes against necromancy. Necromancy is communication with the dead.
And
so the only way this is permitted is because Enoch didn't die.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
And even in any case, even if he died in that sense, he's now resurrected. Remember, I said, we're not gathered onto a mountain that can be touched, but we're gathered onto the spirit of just men made perfect.
The new ones, yes. So this is after the millennial, whatever. This thing.
Yes, which is now. Okay. So, so they still fellowship with us sometimes, you see. So not that they are, and that's why Jesus said that God is not the God of the dead; He's the God of the living, right? He says God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So if Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are dead, why are you calling him God of the dead people? It means they are not dead; they are now resurrected. You see, they are in a new place, a new body. So what I suspect in that North Pole, if it's looking exactly as we see it, because you have heard of the land of Jesus, right? Mardin is the sea of Jesus at the North Pole. So what I suspect is that the saints are there, and there are probably angels protecting there. And watch this. What the world government would do would stay at a safe distance for even the soldiers, right?
Right.
The soldiers will now form an outer ring as if, yes, we are the one here. Don't go there. Now lie. If you yourself go closer, you just burn up.
Whoa.
You see? So they will create that outer shell for it. But they themselves can't go that close, so they'll shift it far enough. But if you can break their stuff, what is behind is probably something that probably won't even hurt you. You see? But they've shielded off this thing. So this guy is given so much opportunity to deceive the whole world. Imagine he says to Jesus, all power in heaven and on earth has been given to me. I don't think they've taken that power from him. But look at how bad deception is, that even though all power has been given to him, those that still believe on him are still more or less suffering in the physical, and I don't think they need to suffer in the physical. Maybe persecution, those kind of things happen, but long story short, deception is so bad that you can be a prince that owns the whole house and estate, and you'll be the one washing the streets there. No food, nothing, because of deception. Right, and somehow he's given a free day to do that. But then that's why, do we believe in reincarnation? You don't need to believe in it. That's what Jesus taught. He taught reincarnation, literally. Because he said that, receive it if you will. The Elijah which is said to come is this John the Baptist. So that's it. And by the way,
maybe.
Okay. Yes, please.
No, just let somebody else talk. I'm done now. Maybe I'll come back.
For the past, no, it's fine. For the past 4 days, you've not really been speaking so much, so it's fine.
No, it's fine. I want to hear Shadi.
All right. So, like I was saying, even just before Jesus showed them that Elijah, that is Elijah was, which is more or less apparent. Elijah escaped or ran away from Jezebel. She said she was going to cut off his head. And of course, this John the Baptist now, the Jezebel spirit had to work with that Herodias. And then she eventually got John the Baptist's head, just like she promised in the past life, you see. And she did that indeed in that present life. Okay. So, but the point is, they were already asking who are you? He said, who do men, son of men say I am? He said, some say you are Jeremiah. In other words, people know that Jeremiah could come back. You see, some say you are this, some say you are that, some say you're one of the prophets. Meaning that was understandable by them then. And he didn't tell them, no, that thing does not happen. Prophets cannot come back. He in fact told them that this John the Baptist is Elijah, right? Somewhere along that line. Okay. So that's what we've got. It's interesting. So let's hear from Gang for his submission. I need to attend to my baby a little bit so you guys can carry on. So Gang can run his 3-5 minutes if he wants. So then he said time for
All right. Okay, Minister, thank you so much. I think my own is the aspect of the angel that was overseeing, seen, and led. I know that we have a lot of it here, a lot of team here in Jos, and from the information I get from people who go down to artisan miners and all of that, because of my interest in mining, I have this understanding that these minerals are governed by spirits, and sometimes they unalive people in the course of that, because of their attempt to want to mine. So I was curious to hear that. It was surprising to see that this tends to affirm what I've heard, because if men believe that there are spirits that control most of these rare earth minerals, and then we are hearing that there's an angel who was preeminence over tin and all of that, then it goes to confirm that, yeah, what people say is actually true, because people have gone into those ditches and come out with certain strange ailments that they can't explain, and they'll tell you that spirits that have, either deposited it on them or slapped it on them or all of that, they just give some local parlance words like that to affirm it. So to get to hear that these individuals these minerals, rare minerals, are governed by such spirits, it's interesting. And again, I'm also shocked to also get to know that people could, when Enoch left, people could still go to consult him, to ask him questions, and someone could walk to the end of the earth. So they knew, it means that they knew his location when he went to, and they could get to reach out to him and to find out, because if this person will go and inquire from Enoch what kind of child that he had, then it's amazing to get to see that people could really do that, consult with people who had left. This, like the minister said, I wouldn't say it's necromancy, because in the real sense, Enoch never unalived, so we'll assume that he's so. But again, like he said also, we hear about the Bible, when Paul was talking about, we've come to an innumerable council of angels, to the spirit of just men made perfect, to the holy assembly, and all of that. So, and I think it was in Romans again, it says, seeing we are surrounded by such cloud of witnesses, let us run our race with perseverance. So it means that there is a surrounding of innumerable number of angels, that whenever we come in fellowship, they are always there with us. So it's important for us to know. And Paul would say, he was privileged to be able to to access certain things in the realm of the spirit. I remember he would say whether he knew of a man 14 years ago, whether in the spirit or in the physical, he couldn't explain, but he knew that he had certain access, into the second or the third heavens, and stuff were shown to him. So it's quite interesting to get to see that we are so surrounded by that. And talking about even going there to the North Pole, it's interesting to see that we could want to imagine how they got there. But again, both the Old and the New Testament, we've seen stuff that happen. Like I was trying to mention in the comment section about teleporting. We could see that Elijah could have run a chariot to say, okay, tell the king that the rains are coming. But before the king's chariot could get to the city gate, he had already around him and was already there, to shield himself from the rain and all of that. So it's really, really nice reading this thing and getting to know all of these things and connecting with scripture to be able to see that most of these things we've said had always been there, just that we are now getting to be exposed to them. Thank you. Castellosi, maybe you go on, except if somebody has anything to say with respect to what I said.
Okay. I greet everybody. Yeah, Chama, Shade, Baba, and the rest. I greet everybody. Um, like what he said, the only thing that's paining me now is that we have stopped lifting up. If not, by now, if I want to stop to yang physically, I'll just lift and find myself in Jos, you know. I will gist, after I will gist, I'll lift back to where I reside. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
You can hear
So,
you.
We
so,
can hear you. We can hear. We're laughing. We're talking.
so,
Please,
about
please, no,
the
Castellosi, just hold on. Please, no, mute yourself. I'm trying to mute you. It's not muting. Please, mute yourself. Naomi Winters. Go ahead.
okay, so all those things, I think we stop having access to them after the millennial reign. I think that's what happened. But I think before then, people could still do all those things, you know. Elijah, right, running ahead of horses and all those things. And they will carry these things and make movie for us, call it Flash, and all those kind of things. These people have read these books, and that's why they scattered it. They didn't want us to get the memo. They didn't want us to understand what really happened before now. They just scattered it because if you had access to the what do they call it, the book of Adam and Eve, then you have access to the book of Enoch, Joshua and Jubilees, then coupled with the Bible. After reading it, you will have a clear understanding. But they just remove all these things from the Bible, and then the Bible will just say, and Enoch walked with God, for God took him, right? So why did he take him? Nobody knew. Where did he take him to? Nobody knew. And that was it. Keep you wondering. Then when somebody now asks question, where did he take him to? Nobody will give you an answer. They will start making it figurative or whatever, you know, without knowing that, oh, the full story is here. And and all those floods where what they call it, they unalive these giants. You wouldn't know that these people were Nephilims if you don't read all these things because they didn't explain it. And you wouldn't even know that the Nephilims, their color is this color and their hair is this. You wouldn't know that the angels came to, you know, came to teach the children of Cain because it's from Book of Adam and Eve that will get to know. Oh, so the daughters of men that these angels actually had intercourse with were actually Canaanites, not necessarily people from, because we might be thinking is the
direct descendants of Adam, like like these sets, Enoch and the rest of them, you'll be thinking that they are the ones that the angels had these things with, without knowing that it's actually Canaanites. Because from the looks of it, everything was pointing to Canaanites. Because they were the ones who started making all these things that the angels thought. They were the ones who started gyrating, dancing, singing, all those kind of things, putting these other ones in the mountain, on the mountain in confusion because they were confused. They didn't know what was happening. They saw these ones inventing stuff and all that. They didn't know what was really happening to the point that they wanted to come, you know. But the time for them to understand this has not reached and all these things, you know. So me reading this thing just opens my mind and also gives clarity to so many things that people might ask. That's how me I see it. But this lifting now, I want us to go back to that lifting now. Please. Not only in my dream, because I do that in my dream a lot. I will just see myself floating in the air. I didn't know that it's just a message telling you that, oh, your ancestors were actually lifting. Because I wake up and say, am I a witch? I know nobody don't complain, so I don't bite them, so I don't even understand. So that's it for me, I'm done.
Thank you, Castellese. So such an interesting thing. It would be nice to have that happen. Sincerely. But it's something that is going to come off later. I know because even after the resurrection of Christ, he was appearing and reappearing. So it's something I know that could be. And again, maybe we've not accessed that realm. It's a realm that we could get to that can happen.
We can access it. We cannot access it because, sorry, we cannot access it now because the reason is because as you go out, you're hearing music, you're hearing Kenite music everywhere, right? You're hearing all those kind of music that Kenite were singing, and it will distract you. You can't focus. You can't have access to your inner self. You can only access these things if you have access to your inner self. They start accessing it. And having
But
access to your
we
inner
can.
self demands you living it, like being in a quiet place, meditating and all that. Not witchcraft
Exactly what I was
meditation.
trying to say. Exactly what I was trying to
Mm.
say, that you could seclude yourself and get to that level. There are people who are doing that even in our time,
Yeah.
that are not
And yeah,
really in
and
touch with what is here, and are looking
even
inwards and are
Enoch,
doing their stuff.
even when they took Enoch, you see that they were not even afraid of him. You know why? Because I don't know if Adam was still alive then. If Adam was still alive, he must have explained to them that that's the body he was on before, right? Because that's the body
Yeah.
Adam was on before he ate the fruit. That's the same body Enoch took and started moving around the earth, and God started showing him things.
Hi guys, can you guys
All
hear
right.
me?
Okay. Yeah, we can hear
Yes,
you
yes,
now. Let me give it time. Go ahead.
Okay, let's start with my thoughts are all jumbled up, kind of. There's been a long line of conversations, and some of my points are just. But let's start with the idea that we find that some of these metals and things like that are actually being there's an angel that sits on them, and at some point humans were not supposed to access them, right? If you think about the idea of uranium, which minister was talking about some time ago, uranium is such an evil and good metal or element in itself, because if nobody talks about the Iraq war anymore. That's the Saddam Hussein Iraq war anymore. But when America would attack Iran, they used depleted uranium weapons. They didn't use nuclear weapons. They used a grade lower, depleted. So what that has done, or what that did in that time, was to destroy the land of Iraq for 10,000s of years. So badly, so much that if a child is born in Iraq today, they're gonna ask, they're not gonna ask, is it a boy or a girl? They're gonna ask if it's normal. So basically, the generation of anybody that had survived that war till 10,000 years from that, when that war started, is going to be born with a certain level of deformity. You can Google it. till tomorrow, people are not talking about it because the Americans own mainstream media. So it is quite revealing to see, or it's quite understandable why God was very, very, one of the things that he mentioned that upset him was, the idea that they had started to access some of these metals and chemicals. I heard somewhere, and I don't know if it's true. Pastor, please help me with this. I have a friend whose father discovered gold on his land in South Africa. He bought a piece of land, they discovered gold in it, and the father wanted to he just handed it over to the government, negotiated something very tiny that the government, he didn't even fight, he didn't even say he wanted to be a deal, he just, and everybody was obsessed with the father. But the father, in his own dialect, I believe they came from Zimbabwe, said that, and I'm just going to translate it in Yoruba the way I understand it, he said that Orisha kon belori wura, one that can even drive a person mad. Does that make sense?
I see. It's a possibility. I mean, he himself was not even interested in the money. Just okay, you got that.
Yes. So no, not that they didn't give him something. No, they were giving him some certain royalties and whatnot. But he didn't even fight them on some. Hey, I need more. It's my land or something. It was in South Africa. The laws are pretty okay in South Africa in the sense that if you discover a certain material on your land, you will get money, right? But he didn't fight them. He didn't, normally they'll draw it out in court. They'll say they want to give you a small percentage. By the time you go to court will say give him more. He didn't even draw that. His father explained to him that their own ancestors, that it's been passed on from generation to generation, that there is a certain spirit that sits on gold. It is a spirit that if you...
The Oni said something similar, that Chinese wanted to work somewhere. It's like a rumor, but Chinese wanted to work somewhere. The spirit didn't let them work. Oni went to do something and they could work. It sounded like, like a folklore, but then that story is there. That very recently.
Now you think about all the things we've been reading about, how there's certain angels, there's certain elementals, there's certain this, there's certain that. So apparently, Orishakonbe, or there's a spirit that sits on gold as a metal itself, that is not a spirit that you can withstand on your own if you do not know secrets that can help you appease that spirit, or if you do not know rules that can help you, take that gold or get access to that gold, right? So I think these things are quite interesting. I used to think, just like you said, folklore. I used to think that Yoruba people too, they have so much strength. Because when I told my mom about the whole, my friend that their father found gold and what, my mother actually said it. Orishakan belori wura. And what only wura? The people that sit on it, oftentimes they go. There's always some destruction that follows it, unless you have done all the processes and things like that and whatnot to actually access the gold. That's what my mom told me. So I used to think it was superstition.
Yeah, so there are places on the earth. Yeah, go ahead.
So I was just about to use that exact phrase you used. So I feel that there are things in the earth that we are deadened to. It's almost as if these children of, or these descendants of Nephilim, seem to understand that there's a certain level of spirituality that naturally allows them to connect to some things. Say for instance, if you tell an African now, okay, in the time of what's his name, Noah, there were portals and people could teleport. They're going to argue with you. I hope you know this.
Right.
If you tell a Caucasian person that, in this and that and whatnot, they're going to probably say, they might argue with you that, okay, that doesn't make sense because Noah was human. He was probably an alien. They'll give it a name, but they'll say there's a possibility that event occurred. So how I feel it might be, maybe it's God himself that caused us to be like this. How is it that we are disconnected like this? I feel we are heavy. Every single thing around us disconnects, from social media to lights, just normal light. There's meant to be something, beneficial. We can't. If you notice, if everywhere goes dark now, you will see the stars. There was a time that people could look at the stars and understand some things. We don't have it anymore.
It's just that deception generally, but then we are unpeeling it gradually. At least we're here today. So
yeah, it's a little bit painful.
Right. See,
It's a little bit painful, especially if you, well, there's a certain depth at which I'm thinking about this. Probably I'm thinking too far, but it's a little bit painful because right there in the North Pole, you said it during your session. If we wanted to access Enoch or contact Enoch, if we were allowed to go that far, we could. I believe sincerely that we could, but I don't think that the children of Nephilim and stuff can access him.
right.
Even if they know where it is, the
Is it people
location.
that we are still even paying rent to Rothschild that wants to go to North Pole? Where's the money?
Yeah, exactly. So, but some people go, shall only this
Yeah,
time they just go in the waters,
yeah.
just the
There's a guy.
water explore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this guy who's got his jet. Interestingly, 19-year-old, South Korean, North Korean, or something. But in this case, it was the South Pole, like the more or less the ice wall. And when he got there, of course, they had to radio him. Don't want us to shoot you down. Come back, right? Or maybe he came down by himself to get fuel, whatever. Long story short, the moment he landed, they took his phone, checked his phone, deleted any pictures of whatever he had seen, and all that. And the story where I heard it last was like it was in detention. You understand? And his government wasn't saying anything because there's this Antarctic treaty which they can't say anything. So even if you just say, okay, let me get my own stuff and I'll fly over, I'll see if there's anything outside the ice wall, whatever, you're probably going to be militarily shut down, more or less. And even if you just
Even the Grand.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to interject, sir. Even the Grand Canyon over there in America, there are some parts of it you cannot go to.
Right.
Intentionally
I
sealed off.
would like to pose a question to Madam Effortless.
Just before, okay. I was wanting to get to your time, but please go ahead, Mrs. Winters. Good morning. How have you been?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, my host. I got a little bit kind of confused, and I felt from what the way you spoke, and I was like, has God now become our victim?
Okay, victim. Okay, you can ask the question. Let's see how. Let's see
the question I want to pose to Sister Effortless.
Yeah.
God, can we now say that God has really become our victim? Because
but what does that mean? Our victim in what sense? Or the person that victimized us? Is what you're saying?
Are we now victimizing our God? Have we, like the way she said, if God was even pained that He created us, from the way she explained about Iraq and all of the circumstances.
No, it's not God's fault. In fact, maybe I'm even the one that says something.
No, I'm like, is God now our victim, our own victim?
Oh yeah, like we did him bad, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like that, doesn't it?
And in that regard, there was a place in the Bible after Adam fell, after the sons of men started to multiply in the earth, the Bible talks about, and God regretted that He had made man. Now, He said man particularly, He didn't say woman, so there's a possibility just men that He doesn't like. But it might be the both genders.
Don't make me laugh loud.
It might be the both genders. I'm just putting that out there.
Okay, the men are going to come for you now.
You already know her, they just ignore.
Chema is in the room. We can take them. Chema, no, please. Anyway, what was I going to say? So, but also I think what the angels did, those watchers did, was something fierce. Maybe that's why their punishment was quite severe. Right. You understand? Like, because you will ask yourself, like, this same God that shows mercy is the same God that is saying, and they shall receive no mercy, right? I mean, Pastor just read that the angel, that men had known every secret of angels, every type of sorcery, every, not even -1, every. So imagine if these people, the flood did not come, and the earth continued to populate. Heaven probably will have they will have found a way to pull heaven down.
Indeed, and after
do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, and indeed after the flood, that was what Nimrod started doing. Whatever was entering his brain. Part of the reason they were building the Tower of Babel was to go and start shooting arrows. In fact, they did.
Nimrod was a black man anyway, isn't
At the end of the day, right? Yes, indeed. So they built the tower and they started shooting arrows to the sky. They wanted to go remove the Most High and put their own graven images there. Foolishness, right? They wanted to go unalive the Most High and things like that. It's part of why God scattered it, which you won't find that detail in Genesis, but you find it in Joshua. Right. So, but on the man-woman thing, there's 3 men and 3 women here. So, anyway, let's hear from Ladapo so that we can have Mrs. Winters go with her own time next.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Morning.
Yes.
Good morning. I'm talking about spirits surrounding natural resources or gold. My grandma once told me that it's like there's a serpent that guides gold. But then we were young, we were always discarding everything she says then. That she said a hunter once saw a python trying to digest a meal. So the hunter now helped the python chop off the head of that meal, probably an antelope, a very mighty antelope. And the hunter got home and found gold. And they told the hunter that it was that python that rewarded that python. That hunter. So it felt like she was just saying a myth and we didn't really. But she said categorically that there is a spirit, like Madam Shadia said, that governs these things. And sometimes, if they are not properly worshipped or giving those sacrifices, it comes with bloodbath, greed setting. And I think that is what Aladdin's story was trying to tell us. When people get greedy, when they see gold and all of these things. There was even a time I know someone that went into gold business, and they told her it's not just for it's not what anybody can do. That she needs to do some things. Guess what? She ran into debt, serious financial debt, selling gold. So see all those aboki that you see that they sell gold. They don't just sell gold. It's something that they do. So that passage you read further have buttressed that point to make me understand that okay, like there's a spirit that is just not gold, precious stones like diamonds and all of that. If proper care is not taken, it's always leading to people unaliving themselves, and greed is always setting in. As why people who are very wise just try to stay away from it. Then my second question is that all these people, Enoch, Abraham, were they Christians? How did they live their life so much that they really walked with God? Because I know it was after the birth of Christ, Christianity came. What were they really worshiping? What were they really practicing? They were worshiping God, but how were they really worshiping God? What was their own method of worshiping God?
I think because you are still having one leg in Isheshe, or maybe even 2 legs in African spirituality.
The reason is because I think the Christianity that I see
Right,
is just paganism. Do you understand?
right.
And to a large extent, my brother is a pastor. I'm not going to mention the name of the church. It's one very big church that the world knows. My immediate older brother is a pastor. And I see the level of greed. Although greed is not supposed to stop you from worshiping your God. But I understand something. I was born in the CSC home. We grew up in deep CSC. Like we were beaten to go to church. That was my grandma's way of training us. So I understand some fundamentals about life. And there's a God somewhere that we have to worship. And we can't seek that God, but we need to love one another. Because those are the things he created. So I just want to know if these guys were these Christians that we have today, or how did they walk with God so much that they were talking to God and God really loved them.
Okay, maybe I'll attend before Minister comes. Okay, he's here. Otherwise, I'll not know. Okay.
I think, yeah, thank you, Gang. It's because, okay, will you explain to us how you worship God? Because I know there's something in your mind you want to say. Baba Kaabo.
Actually, there's nothing really serious I have to say because I pray.
Okay.
I pray. My children pray. My wife is a strong Catholic. I've not stopped her from praying. She prayed in the name of Jesus because I don't believe in forcing another man's opinion or your own way of life to people. If they see that what you are doing is pure and is good, people should emulate you. That's my own philosophy, and that's why I see God. Do you understand? And I understand that there's a God somewhere, and did they really give humans this ideology to worship him, the manuscript or this method to worship him? that we must gather in church every Sunday, we must bring tithes, we must bring offering, we must do all of these things and all of that. I don't really have anything in mind just to bring down Christianity or anything. I'm just asking a very honest question.
Let me hear Gang's response then.
All right. Thank you very much, Minister. And well done, Baba Oladapo, for the question. Yeah, if you see what is happening today, you would say yes, maybe there's a problem with what Christianity is about. But I always tell people that when God created man, inside man, there's a default aspect of man that requires a man relate to a deity. That's what I believe. I don't have any proof for it, but I just know that inside man, there's something that makes him want to relate with the supreme being. You get it. So if you are not relating with God, there's always something you are yearning to relate with. And I don't know, Jesus will say that you're either serving God or you're serving Mammon. That's the best you could put the two together. You're either with God or you're with Mammon. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot be in the middle. You have to always align with one. And you would come across many Christians and they will tell you that Christianity is not a religion, it's just a way of life. Because that's how you're just supposed to live. You're just supposed to live it. Relate with your God, communicate with him, do respect and do everything that he has set out for you to do. That's how it's supposed to be. But in the early church, the issues of don't forsake the gathering together, don't do that was what brought about the issue of church. But again, we've also had these instances of a synagogue right from the days of the Torah, where they come into the synagogue to just talk about the word of God. They do all of that. So maybe that is what has pushed into having to go to church and do offerings and pay tithes and all of that. But they said when after the Pentecost, they began to move from house to house, breaking bread, fellowshipping one with another. And Jesus will say that where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, they're there, I'm in their midst. That's church. Not like the cathedrals that we're seeing happening today, which is what people feel. Like what we are doing here, this is church. You cannot say this is not church because we are here, we are sharing the word of God, admonishing each other, edifying each other, and encouraging each other. This is church. You get it? So but it's the mindset and understanding and what has been sold to us that has made it look as though if you are not having to go to a building where people are there, you are doing all these things, they feel that you are no longer going to church. You get it? So man innately has there's that spirit in the scripture will say there's a spirit in man, the inspiration of God gives you understanding. That inspiration of the Holy Spirit inside you is what directs you to know how to relate to this baker that has made you. And inside man is there. People can deny, atheists can say it doesn't exist, but they know that deep down, they know that they're lying to themselves. They might not want to open up to tell you the truth, but they know that deep down. And most of them, you will see that they have either been in church or being with another deity that got them to the point where they got either frustrated, somebody angered them, or they got tired of the system and just decided to say, okay, I don't want again. And based on that, they said, okay, let us just begin to follow this. But whether it's traditional you're doing, whether church, whether Islam, there's a deity that people respond to. That's basically what I can say. I don't know if I answered.
Let me hear. I know Chema was gonna come, so let me hear from Chema. That's the next thing I was gonna say. All right, Chema,
Okay, so let me add something because there's a question he's asking, something that I too used to ask. How do we worship this God? I don't know if you were with us when we were reading the book of Adam and Eve. That right there was a blueprint where they were showing us how to worship God, because then there was no contamination of whatever this Christianity thing that they've given to us is. It was the true form of worship. So there was the fasting, there was the honest prayer, not just praying. It was fervent, it was honest. So and then there was the offering. That after these people died, there was a light that had to always be burning in that cave of treasures. I don't know if you remember that. So I was wondering because even when the demons came or the fallen angels came and put out the light, God gives them light again and says, go and put that light back on in that cave of treasures. And I was wondering, what is this light? What is this light? What is the significance? Because then fast forward to when the Most High himself was now giving the children of Israel a blueprint as to how to worship him, because he says, don't go and worship me the way these other people are worshiping him. Worship me as I am telling you to do it. He was very particular about dimensions. When you're building this, you should be doing this. If you're burning this kind of incense, it should have this kind of, and nobody should use this kind of incense. He was very deliberate, almost like as if he had OCD. But it was a blueprint. This is how to worship me. Then when you think about that light, what is this light? And I remember, thy word is a light unto my feet and a light unto my path. So this word, the Bible, even in the 64:6 bastardized version, it still gives us a blueprint. What is God's mind on certain things, on life generally? So it's a roundabout way to answer your question. How did these people achieve this kind of intimacy? Go and read those books again. It will show you how they were doing it. There was an honesty. There was a pureness. There was a, so I don't know if that answers your question, but if it is how were they doing it, these books kind of show us how, right? So that Adam and Eve kind of gives us the blueprint. And the word, that light, we have to have light, because without light, there's darkness. And what is that light? Yeshua, the word of God, the Bible in its simplest form, because that gives us, because if we didn't have these books, we will not know these things. Again, my people perish because of the lack of knowledge, right? So that light, the Bible, even in its funny form, it still has life in it, just my.
Yeah,
Let
so
me.
another book.
Can I please
Okay,
just
please
add
go ahead.
just
Go ahead.
a 10-second little based on what she said. I really do. I was, if I was to answer, I would exactly the same way Chima answered it, about the fact that Adam and Eve, the first week, you saw how their own worship was. Right, there are some that were extreme, right, to the point whereby they threw themselves off mountains, and then they took the blood that they threw after and they gave it to God, and that got God's attention. Now, should you go and throw yourself off a mountain? Please don't. I'm not saying throw yourself off. I'm not even saying spill any blood, right? But you see that after that, when they, after they've gone through their 5 stages of grief, they started to do what we call fasting. They will fast, and they will do something peculiar by standing in water, sometimes in water, at the edge of water, and he will pray. Eve will go to a separate place too. Pray before Lucifer comes and now deceives them. There was also a significant thing about fasting. That's why, for me, and this is my own thought in my head, there's something significant about this 40-day fast, especially the water fast or the dry fast. In Adam and Eve's time, it was dry. They didn't eat and they didn't drink anything. Sometimes I think they even went to 80 days or so. At some interval, they went to 80 days. Nobody is saying do that. But I'm saying that prayer combined with fasting can actually do something big, right? This is what I kind of see. I think this is the version that really moves God. If we look at people in the other side, all these Illuminati people and whatnot, they do extreme things, right? I think the highest extreme that you can go to as a Christian, is that combined fasting and prayer, and it's sincere prayers. That's what I think, right? Like Chama even said, 83 days without food or water. I'm not sure anybody can do it nowadays without putting themselves in peril, right? So that's not something that I'm saying to do. Don't go and not eat, but at least condition yourself sometimes to say, let me not eat this, let me not eat that, let me not eat for till 6 p.m. Let me not eat till 12 p.m. Right? Grow that muscle, that ability to actually abstain from food. It's not the easiest thing. In fact, by the time you start to do it, that's when you start imagining everything you didn't imagine when you were not fasting. Every nice food, even the things you don't eat, start to imagine it, But I think these things God likes. And if you do what he likes, I get a sense that, he will meet you. That's what I believe, so that's my 10 cents.
Sorry, 1 second, please. Teleporting is going from one place to another, right?
Yes.
Without walking. I think that was what Yorubas would call kanoko.
Very similar.
So our forefathers used to do it then. If they want to go from, I was telling my wife some days back, if they want to go from here to Edo now, they will just teleport there. But I think there's a consequence to it. It reduces your lifespan or whatever. But they do it back then. Kanoko. They just like the powerful ones. Oh, back then, that's why those big hunters and those kings, they teleport even to into even to people's room. They want to talk to you at night and don't want anybody to see. They just teleport into your room. They tell you, warn you, and they go.
Yes, indeed. So, but let me just take it from there. And some, rather than using their own lifespan, they use somebody else's lifespan, you see, because they figured out some basic component that this thing needs and it's going to work. Those that call rain, they they have found where the remote is to press the thing, and those remotes are controlling angels in some cases, right? Because those rains sometimes cannot fall without angels being involved, right? So now, like I say, the highest form, there's nothing higher than godliness, right? And like I said, maybe some 3-4 days ago, that the virtue that happened to inherit the name or acquire the name godliness is that virtue of being true, of being good. That is the real essence of God that Satan cannot copy, right? To teleport, to do so other things are very easy for Satan to copy, right? So that's one very, very important litmus test, okay? Now, the next thing is, if you want power in the realm of light, it's very possible, okay? But you see, along these lines where Shade is speaking, Chema has spoken, Gyanga has spoken, is the path to go. The solvent, right? Because there's solute and solvent, you know, when in solution. Gary, for example, the water is a solvent. Water is called universal solvent. Water, okay? And Gary is the solute in that case, okay? So you have Gary solution at the end of the day. But my point is, the solvent in which everything that God gives us as humans, let me even make it broader than believers in that sense, or Christians in that sense, because eventually it says anyone who believes, right? So the solvent that everything dissolves in is purity, right? The moment that gets messed up, you can continue in power even without being a good person, which is not a good place to be because it can be deceptive. You think, most people think a manifestation of power is a proof of God's endorsement. It's not always so, right? It's not always so. Satan can do almost anything. The only thing he cannot do is that purity. He can try a form of godliness, but at the bottom of it, there will be evil, right? So to me, that's the first thing to lay your hands on, right? Obtain that righteousness from God, because there's this guilt that always fights you, no matter how much you read, how much you do. You make mistakes, even some of your sacrifices, whatever it is you want to do in your fasting. One day you forget and drink water. You will need mercy. So Yeshua puts you there. That's what Jesus does. You see, what I suspect, right? Or what I have found is that God has put so much in just something so simple that it's so easy to miss. Just so simple. I mean, there are people who could enter inside the ground, right, by these dark powers, and they wanted more, right? And they say, you know what? Call me this Yemaja. Let me speak to that Yemaja. Let me speak to Eshu himself, or let me speak to that one himself. Can you bring Shopono himself in front of me? And they speak with these deities. And some of them now just call the name of Jesus, and some of these deities begin to feel uncomfortable. Sometimes they just go and they say, don't mention that name. And then the guys then say, wait, if I'm coming to you for power, we wanted to attack somebody together, we were not successful, and the person is just one scarf wearing, clapping kind of, powerless person. And you can't attack, and I'm calling that name and you're acting this way. Maybe I should go for that. And many of them still come back to this simple gospel. The simplicity is so funny. I don't know how to place it, right? So God placed so much on that. Now, there are times you would ask for things, right? And you may not get it, what I'm telling you. And to take time to get it. But you see, that purity, you will have it, right? That peace, you would have it. You see? But then again, if you want the power along those lines, it's still the same starting foundation principle. Let your solvent be clean and pure, right? And then from there, you receive, in fact, first the container, whatever righteousness you want to do is pouring in the first place. Is that righteousness? It's like you've got righteousness to do. You want to help widows, orphans, you want to do good. You want to write a good exam, but the paper you're going to write it on is what that Jesus Christ gives you, right? To write on. Write the best thing in the best exam. Most exams, there is an exam answering sheet. If it's not on that answering sheet, it's not gonna get marked, right? Because usually you won't even really get everything right. But he's saying, let's make a bar for everybody. Everybody can come, including these people whom we love, but then we don't love what they have done to our nations. Okay? So he said, including them, they can even confess the name of Jesus and they will be saved and born again. So from there, you then build on that. It gives you that land to stay on. Okay, that's paper to write on. So from there, you then go ahead. All the things we have done with Ifa, we have done with supernatural things, those who were in whatever kind of thing, doing Ogboni, doing this and that, is showing you the real root of everything. But it's made it very simple in this end of age, right? In this end of the age. So that's how I can try to explain it. But I know it's gradual. It's unfortunate again because I know most times people look at church. And by the way, very important, there is no way things will not end up when this this ministry, the way we are seeing it, what we are doing, is going very far. And there's no way that things won't still become like an organization. There's no way we two won't have one building one day. It will just happen. You understand? And people say, hey, they have started again. They're asking for money. There is no way those things. Imagine if I have some 200 million sitting in my account or whatever. I've got, daughter. I've got lands, I've got something, right? And Diane here too is 1 billionaire and they're already in the Bible. Can we not meet? Shade is already saying, let's meet in Russia, for example, right? And stuff like that. Let's just have this city as well, right? Indeed. So there is no way things won't get big, right? So let's be careful with saying it's not about church. You will build something, right? It will happen. Somebody will just say, what's this? Where is this place? It's my apartment. Can we not meet somewhere? Okay, let's meet in my home. Have you not seen this worship that these guys did online? I don't want to mention their names. This wonderful worship music ministers. It was in somebody's house they did that thing. I don't know where it is anyways. But that's somebody's house, looking very beautiful and nice. So you then say, okay, no, it's too fine. Let's go look for a hut to meet. You understand? So when you understand the way these things work, there's no way things won't eventually be structured. There will be those kind of things. You discover that it's the same thing you have been, not even Hallelujah Challenge, but that's also part of it. That's a land on its own, for example, right? The Hallelujah Challenge, for example. Imagine you listen to the man, you just, I like this thing. I just forward £2,000. You use it to buy a final trumpet if he needs it. I mean, I'm just saying. I always say, why is he using trumpet of gold? Can he not use flute? Flute is 200 naira. So it's about level. People would worship and express those things in the level in which they are, right? So and God doesn't mind whichever one you do at your level. You understand? But forget it. There's no way things won't become structured after a while. It's inevitable. I mean, imagine if there's 5 million followers and all those kind of things. You need structure. You need structure. So just to mention that now, it's true people have used that out of point. Bring ahead. I mean, Shade now wants private jet to bring her to London. I mean,
Yes, now.
to Sheffield. So
Yes,
when
now.
she comes, and I know Shade, once she comes down from that private jet, she will do selfie. They now say, hey, how much is the fuel? This minister, it needs to be investigated.
You want
Just
to know what's
remember.
funny? I actually don't like selfies. I'm not into social media like that.
Okay,
But for
somebody
that event, I will do selfie because you mentioned I will do it.
So they say, he's picking members with private jet. Where did he get it from? But somebody is using private jet to bomb Iran. You didn't see amount of the jet. You are thinking, let them bomb them where? Oh, let them not bomb them. Let them not. Don't you know they're taking your tax to buy those ones? You didn't see that one. So it's just a matter of who you choose to gaslight. That's the way the people are, unfortunately. But back to your topic anyway. Jesus is more or less oversimplified. I mean, I don't have the right to say oversimplified, but it's so simplified you can just miss it, right? You can miss it. And if and when you want power, again, I've noticed that power gets very defensive in the New Testament, okay, in this age for some reason, because even the put on the whole armor of God, helmet of salvation, that's defensive. You don't want to attack someone and you hit them with your head. It's just one or two of those armors that are offensive. The shield of faith, belt of truth, right? Breastplate of righteousness. All of that is defense to protect you from stuff. But then it says the sword of the spirit, which is the word of God. Aha. Now you're getting offensive. But most of it, your feet shod with the gospel of the Lord Jesus, that's still protective. So things get very defensive there for some reason. Maybe because actually your enemy is not that powerful in this age, especially. Okay, it's more of just deceiving everybody, tying everybody down to jobs they hate, and just wasting their time. No time to pray and protect themselves. You understand? So there's this way things get a little bit feels passive, no power, and then the whole sky becomes black. You can't do that. You understand? So, but then if you're so interested, that's the way to go. You will do fastings, you will do praying in the spirit, you do things along those lines. Then you will push boundaries to do stuff indeed. And those that are even doing it, most of us say it's fake. So I don't know what people want. All right, but I hope I've touched a little bit on the question before we
Yes,
hear
I
from.
wanted to say something.
Okay, thank you, my brother. So let's. Casolese has spoken before. Should we? Okay, Casolese usually is very short speaking, so doesn't speak too much, too long. So let's hear from him
So
before we winters.
what I wanted to say
Unlike
is
Shadi
that
Abi,
it's
Oh,
simple.
Pastor, I
Sobel.
can see you. I can
Oh,
see. Choma,
Sobel.
everybody can see that you are saying that secrecy. Silently.
Well, Casolese.
No, it's not a stray bullet to you, please. It's just so what I wanted to say is that to worship God is just simple, and you know that me naturally I don't eat in the morning. Sometimes I eat later in the evening, just maybe once. Most of the time I eat actually once. Yeah, I might eat things here and there, but most times I don't even eat anything till evening. And my body is not reacting, I'm not having any ulcer, all those kind of stuff, right? So it goes to tell that this thing is just your body responds to how you treat it. That's how I see it. So if you feel that you need food all the time, right? You can't stay a minute without food because that's what your mind, your brain will trigger that hunger at the end of the day. But to worship God is simple. It's not it's not something, just be sincere, talk. That's how I see it. Be sincere and talk. Because I've seen him do
Sorry, be
something
sincere
that
and what?
like
Sorry, Casolese.
I say just be sincere and pray. Like talk to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because there was a time I used to be very sick, like malaria. They say people with AA blood, they always have malaria and all that. Right? AA is genotype rather. Now, I used to sick malaria like every 3 months. I'm battling malaria every 3 months, sometimes twice in a month and all that. But I went to church. I carried the money they gave me. Then I was a teenager, so my auntie gave me money to go and buy medicine. I carried the money they gave me for this medicine and I dropped it in front of altar. I said, this money I'm just paying for my drugs. I don't want to buy drugs anymore. I don't want to buy any medicine anymore.
Right.
What I heard in my spirit, drink clean water and make sure your food is also prepared clean. And that was it.
Wow.
I stopped treating malaria. To the point that I didn't treat malaria for over 15 years.
Wow.
The time I treated malaria was within 2021 and 2023.
Mm.
And this thing happened around 2009.
Wow.
So you see the long this it took me to get malaria.
Mm.
And I took that malaria because the person at the time, the person I was dating at the time she's a doctor, right? Then I got shivery and all that. She now says it's malaria, I must buy malaria drugs and blah blah blah. Naturally, I will not buy it. I will just drink more water, eat food, and I'll be okay later in the day. But she forced me. That one happened because she forced me to do it. You know. So those things, it's just I think it's our mind. It's our mind. If you condition your mind not to be sick, you will not be sick.
Okay. So what I'll do, before Mrs. Winters, I want Casolese to do me a DM so that I can just speak with him on something. Right? Casolese, are you there?
Yes, I can.
Let's just do a DM so that we can speak on something. So that's good. That's wonderful. So let's hear from Mrs. Winters. Sister's got quite something. Let's give her 5 minutes because I know she's been waiting for.
I think I might take more than 5 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to speak from a personal experience.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
So I'm going to start probably from the point of ancestry. I got here when you guys have almost round off with the teachings, and I try to connect the dots anyway. Ancestry is very, very real. And then I was born into a pagan family. My father and mother never went to church. I saw them practice paganism as a child. But I started going to church at the age of 6 when I became a bridesmaid to my uncle, who is an elder of a church, and the story changed. Oh, I really wanted to give this submission because of our brother that just left now. I wanted him to share in my experience. And
I think he's hearing out the background.
Let me confirm if he's still there. I'll add to your time, Mrs.
okay.
Winters, because it's important for him to hear. But Babaladapo, you can just comment that you're still there on the.
Maybe he had a call or something.
Yeah, but I just need his comment because I don't want him to miss what you're about to say.
Okay. So I saw my grandmom and my grandfather. They did circumcision. The first skin they remove, they put it on an idol. They did circumcision in my time for both male and female. And then they put the things, and the navel they cut off, they used it to plant trees for the baby in the name of the baby. It was deep practice for them. It was everything. It was their culture. And then I was born like a sicking person. I was always ill. I could pass out maybe 10 times in a week, and there was a time they almost buried me.
They will call you a Biku then, right? Maybe.
Yeah. And they were taking me, and I sneezed, and they brought me back home. I was that kind of a child. You know, somehow God connected me to salvation when they are taking 2 of my sisters after the wedding of my uncle, and they couldn't stay. They had to come back because they are kind of a little bit spoiled, you know. But when my uncle came back for me, I stayed, and that was the point of my salvation. So we started going to church. All of those practices went up. I've seen my grandfather as a blacksmith. He had Ogun shrine, and he did his blacksmith on that Ogun, in that Ogun shrine. And then the water that they put the blacksmith, the hot iron into, they use it to cure a lot of things. As a child, I could see picture because I was I was only Ofarabalegon. I was very attentive to things around me, you know. So at the end of the day, when they took me, Christ found me. I became a Christian. I was very active. Very, very active in church, very active in school, and everything I have seen in the past became past. But as soon as I became 17, those ancestry came back for me in a way I cannot. In my dreams, I will see these things. I will see my grandfather. I will go to their grave. I will use my hand to dig them out of the grave. You can imagine how restless my sleep will be. I'll bring them out. I will wash them. I will put them back. I suffered. I will have malaria. My body will be so hot. I go to the hospital. They said my temperature is normal.
And then the monthly thing, right? The monthly stuff.
Oh no, don't even go there. It's a thing I don't ever want to remember.
Yeah.
And every month the whole area will gather because she wants to see her period. This one is bringing this. It was a bad situation. The only 1 year I escaped it was when I managed to have a baby. After the pregnancy, it started after I gave birth again. My legs will be gone. My hips will be condemned. My memory. If you pay money into my business a day or two before I see my period, when I'm done after 1 week from that pain, I go back and ask you, you have not settled the debts. And they have to show me the bank account for me to remember. So that's a story now. Now, Jesus Christ came to preach the gospel, and he commanded us to preach to every creature. That is everything that has intelligence. The things that has intelligence in this aspect could be the thing that know that it's time for my period and it gives me pain. The thing that knows that I'm sleeping and it comes to have sexual intercourse with me. Those are all the spirits. Oh, sorry. Okay. I think it's around. My battery is out. So now, these are all of the things that Christ came to redeem. The soul realm really is what Christ came to redeem. Now, little wonder, in my own opinion, though, the reason why Africa is not able to make profit of all of the raw materials that we have, and you can hardly see any raw materials in the West, and they are making profit of our own raw material while we are just there, in a very bad situation of abject poverty. Now, having talked about my ancestry, I will like also to say that Christ is real, really, and that before Christ told people that he was the light of the world, he had given sight to blind people.
Right.
Before he declared that he was the bread of life, he had been able to multiply a few loaves of bread and fishes to feed the multitude. Right. It's a practical kingdom relationship.
Right.
For everything, before he said he was going to give us spirit, he was able to turn water into wine. And you know that wine is a spirit.
Okay.
So these were the practical things that Christ came to do so that man can submit to his redemption. Right. And the redemption is needed in the soul realm.
Okay, yes.
It's not just the words of mouth alone. So he even exercised his power. Is it exercise? Yeah. With Daniel, when Daniel was able to live with the wild animal in his name. So we can see the authority that we are talking about if we don't want to take it for granted. It's real, but we have to work it out, So talking about elementary things like raw materials and all of that. Gold is has been deified.
Yeah.
We all know the story of before Aaron could come back from the mountain, they have gathered gold, they have molded them into idol. I think that's the idol of Baal, really. No, I think Baal is barium and aluminium. Baal. Barium symbol is Ba, aluminium is Al. So put together, that's what I think from my chemistry. Right. So they've been able to put all this in. And if you talk of Ogun, it is iron that they used to represent Ogun. If you talk about Oshun, it's copper. If you talk about Eshu, it is copper and brass. The alloys of the two of them, earthy things, clay. So what I'm trying to say is that these things are real. When my father died in 2021, we went for the burial and they said, any of you can take the idol. I think you should take it. I said, no, I shouldn't take it. And then after we left, I was still in the Pentecostal fasting and prayer. We could do 11 days fasting, all no food. And when I come back, or during the fasting, I will see me and my father hugging. I will see me in my father's shrine. The fasting didn't make any meaning to them. In fact, the more I fast, the more I became more powerful in that realm. Until I say, hey, it's time to really look for God. How does He work? I'm just trying to highlight those of us that are talking about fasting. It is a good thing. But if you are coming from a background like me, you will know that prayer has so many methodologies. So when Jesus Christ was able to heal a man by commanding his sight to be given to him, the other one, he molded earth and then he spat on it, and whatever he did then, and he said, go to the river of Siloam and wash. In fact, it's very complex. So in my own opinion, we have not even started the act of this practice of this gospel, because I don't want to use the word Christianity. We've not really started to enhance the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ, what it can do to our world practically, and we are almost losing our world. In our rights, in our presence, rightly, some people are becoming homo, and they are enjoying it, right in the presence of these authorities that we have. So what I'm trying to say is that these things, the issue of Elijah turning into John is very complex, and I believe it is real. Right. We might have approached it wrongly, because before my father will eat any meal, he will drop some parts and put it on the ground for his ancestors, and that was why I was seeing ancestors. Every time I have an interview, I will see my father in the dream, and it is foul, because he has established an inheritance for me in whatever thing he has built for us on earth, and also in some principles that he has established with some elementary bodies, some deities, some fallen angels, whatever you call them. So these fallen angels also are the ones we have invited into our resources. The gold that we have used it to mold graven images. The iron that we have for free, we have used it to mold Ogun. And we have Ogun that in my family that they will give you to put around your key holder and put it on your belt. So if there is an accident, you will be free. Really? If there is somehow you just find yourself outside of and they will say, oh, this person was so hot, everybody's gone. If there's a gunshot, it will affect everybody, but not you. You know? So these are the irons that we have molded, and we have paid obeisance to them. It's not a crime to mold them and use them for cutlass, but how do we come to worship them again? So for every resource that Africans have, we tend to form an aberration around them and put it the wrong way. I think that's why we are suffering so much. And I'll just stop there for now.
Right, that's wonderful. I need to plug this to my phone so it doesn't go off in 20 seconds. Just a moment, let's see. So it stays alive. See the live? Yes, it's alive. Okay. So let's hope it increases from there. So that's wonderful. And I can
Sorry, before you go into, I just wanted to ask a question. That part where Jesus spat in the mud and put it on the person's eye, is that part of Isheshe? That's an Isheshe in a sense now. Abi?
Not Isheshe, please. I don't want us to see that Isheshe on its own may need to be reviewed, because if you talk of Isheshe, I remember the past, and I'm very afraid that, are we going back there now? We shouldn't.
All right, let me not say anything, but I've always thought about that, that actual act being quite different.
Say something. Let's get it right. It's a part of the sacramental part of prayer. Isheshe, you already know on this platform that we were the original Abrahamic faith. And then our forefathers turned it around. It is not Isheshe, it is the Abrahamic practice. Isheshe was not there in the time of Christ. It was after we had rebelled completely as Africans who have gone our own way. We have refused to listen. Instead, we keep going further into our iniquity that we establish Isheshe and all of these gods that can help us reach God. Do you understand, ma? They were not part of Isheshe. Isheshe was the one that tried to marry this Abrahamic religion, Abrahamic practice into their own thing, and they just put a god on top of it. Yes, that is what brings us to minister. As it takes us deep into the Ethiopian Bible, we will understand, and we continue from there.
From the west. So, what you can do is to look for Holy Ministers on Telegram. That's going to get you on the group. Okay. Okay.
He wasn't here earlier. So I was saying that such kind of practices have been there. I was telling Minister about what I heard recently about when our people had gone to worship, and then they will gather in a particular mountain and they'll be dancing and singing. And if you have committed any sin, the guys that are there will come and lick you. They call it licking. So as they are licking you, they will be confessing the things you did that nobody knew. They will be telling you what you did, and they will be licking you to say, okay, let these sins be completely removed from you so that you can be cleansed. After they had gone to do the worship, they come to that place. So if you have any iniquity in you and you are within that circle as they are dancing, they will pronouncing what you did, all the sins you have committed, and then they will lick you out of it and say, okay, you've been cleansed, and then they can now go to celebrate.
Sorry, what's licking you?
No, they call it licking. You get it? They just call it the lick you.
Is it
Yeah,
they
no, not dogs. They just say that's what they call it. They just say you'll be licked. It's a tribal word they use.
Yeah, but
Do they buy the person?
No, they don't.
Okay.
They just be. I think they bring out their tongues to just do as if you are licking, not licking on, not touching him directly. But they'll just bring out their tongue and say, okay, they are licking him, and then he become cleansed. But they'll tell you every iniquity you had committed.
Nice, interesting.
Yeah. Everything you've done in the secret, they will come and be.
Sorry to interject, Mr. Gians. I just wanted to talk about, because I'm just thinking about instances where people actually physically did things to try to get clean in the Bible based on the instruction from God. When God told that general to go and bath, no, it's not God. It was Elijah that told the general to go bath.
Yeah, in River Jordan.
Can I ask a question? Where is that particular river that they told him to go and bath in?
By instructions. If
I just want to, let me ask first, where is the place? Because your maps show the real places. So where would the waters be?
I'm not very sure, actually.
Because the Jordan we have on the map, I can bet money that's not where the real Jordan is located.
Of course, that Middle East thing is just a joke.
Yeah.
Better off, it's likely going to be down here. You see that what they call Mwambala River? Casolis probably knows what I'm talking about. Wabala River right now is just a mess. Even the Pra River, they're not doing Galamsey, right? They're mining in the river, they've messed it up, right? And the powerless rivers here in the north, they will have their own powers in that sense. There's one that's near to my house here. It's looking kind of relatively clean, but it's not as powerful as that Euphrates, where they will drill holes and do stuff, engage in some legalities and generate power from it, either legitimately or not, but they're getting results.
Because I was going to say that engaging that legalities, I still feel those elements still have some legalities that if we knew how to key into it, we might be able to get the benefits. Because Mrs. Naomi was talking about how she used to remember that when, because I think her father was a blacksmith, how they would dip that same iron in the water. You understand? There's something that, the
That
water
water
can do
was
to
what they
help.
used to cure very bad sore. These ones that we call diabetic sore now that they need to cut off the leg. They just have this big orange, they dip it inside the water, this big orange that is not edible. I don't know what they call it in English. That very large orange that has a lot of eh?
Grapefruit.
What's
Grapefruit.
Not grape. Orombo, kini kan tó bá ń tóbi gan báyìí, wọn kì í mú.
Okay.
It's not grapefruit.
No, ọsàn gọyìn náà ń pè. So it's a large orange. It has pimples all over its body like this.
I see.
Dip it inside that water plus a lot of things. And put it in your soul. You are healed.
Right.
Okay.
And
Okay.
this is knowledge that
plant
people
that is
don't even
yellowish.
remember.
To call that
That plant that
orange
is
grape as
yellowish.
well.
That has like spikes on it.
Or is it
Also going, if you are Yoruba.
Yeah, it's greenish. It's greenish inside now. Usually you give it to birds for it's greenish inside when you open it, but yellowish in the cover. Then it has some growth on it like that all over.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Right. So there are some of those things that are completely natural. Kasulise, let's hear from Kasulise.
we used to call that orange grape growing up. I know the orange. Inside is a kind of pink, but it's not very sweet. It's not sweet as sweet as orange. Yeah. It's slappy sort of. And then I wanted to say something. Growing up, right, my cousins used to break bones a lot. Me, I never broke any of my bones anyways, because I did, even though I climbed trees, right? But then they used to fall and break bones. And I remember my grandmother, like, who unalive the chicken and peel the skin out. So after rubbing some things on the boys, it's like putting some woods where the bones were broken. They will carry this. Now, before the wood, they will carry this chicken skin to cover that side. Then put those wood and tie it. Then the person bone will just realign again. This one is something I saw growing up. It's not
Yes.
like so these people understand. Even my dad used to mix some things for people. If you're struggling in having children, he will need some things for you and you will start giving back. But at some point, he stopped it because he said it's going to affect we that are his children. So,
For him to help people that much, that is point.
Like, can I share something again very quickly?
Yeah, go ahead. I was even going to say, just to before you continue, Mrs. Winters, is that there are some of these things that are not completely, at least anything completely natural, right? But there are some of them that are natural. For example, if you check that water from the Ogun shrine, as it were, there's going to be dissolved metals in it, first off. By the time you add the citrus of that fruit in it, that's some other dissolution of some minerals in there. That will definitely have some potency in itself. You don't even need any incantation. And it's just, like I told you, Ms. Winters, maybe you say, man.
God bless you. Is that, even if it is not in Ogun Shrine, when I became a prophet in Lagos, I was going to Owode Onirin to go and collect that water to heal people without the shrine.
Wait, now, have you started that thing I told you? Have you started what I told you?
Yes, I've started. I will share some of my flyers with you. I opened another page on TikTok for the ministry alone.
Okay, because me, I'll just say it like that, and
I've
thank
even
you.
registered the ministry here. I've
Yeah, because I
incorporated
saw
it.
one message like that. Somebody was, whether it was you asking me something like registration, and
Yeah.
I responded to the person and her. So it's
Yeah.
good. I'm happy you're taking action. Okay, go ahead. So that, yeah,
I
so there's
lost my
something.
line of thought.
No, it's fine. There's some. I was saying that
During
there's some of these things
that
that so
menstrual pain that I talked about,
yeah, go
my
ahead.
labs, oh no. It will be like my labs they've used hammer to hit it. The lady say my relate, but mine was extreme. Until, let me start from when I was seeing my dad and my grandfathers in the dream. A woman now called me, then I was a bit younger in 2023. He said, this dream that you are seeing every day that you are crying about, I will have so much fever that only me can know that I'm hurting and somebody near me. And the thermometer will not read it. He said, go and fry akara for your parents. I went to the woman's house to fry the akara, and that was the end of that dream.
Of that sensation.
Until after some time, he came back times 10. That was the point where I picked it up and I started to study. For the labs that were paining me during my period, one day I started reading about the body chakras and all the deities that were related to it. And I found out that Yemoja was in charge of the labs, your boobs, your pelvic part. So I started reading about it, and I was able to produce something by myself that I rubbed on it, and I went into the beach and I allowed the beach to cover my hips line. And that was the end of that pain.
So this one now, Mrs. Let me mention something.
Let me finish.
And then there was Shade likes, she's taking notes like that. Her eyes are clear. Today,
What
eyes
is
are clear.
Shadi
Don't
for you
sleep.
now?
Don't sleep. Don't sleep.
Look, okay, can I say something? Since we are doing disclosure, since we are doing disclosure, growing up, and I used to, and I've heard it a few times, and I didn't want to comment on it. Growing up, my grandmother, even before I was born, used to say that omo mi no mo, majo sumo mi, omo mi no mo. To the point whereby when I grew up, if I go to the beach, if the water is calm, once I approach the waves, it starts to get really turbulent. And if you notice, there are some celeb people by the water.
Baby.
There are some celeb people by the water. Sometimes they always pray. I don't know. I just see them white garments and whatnot. There was a day I went to the beach with friends and whatnot. The moment the water got turbulent, the woman came to me and told me, "Don't go near it. It will take you," something like that. And whatnot. I used to say, "What's wrong with this? What's wrong with this?" I have between me and you today, I've never dreamt of water. I've never seen myself in water. Even when I swim, my mother must not know. She will start shouting. I swim in the pool. If I see pool, I will swim, because in her mind, once I jump in the water, I'm disappearing into Narnia. I don't know what they're saying. But this is just me. I think some people's experiences are more potent, like Mrs. Naomi now, having dreams and things like that. In my dream, if you show up in my dream, I get very aggressive. If I see you in my dream, you will cry. Right? But if I'm watching a horror movie, for instance, maybe like TV and whatnot, I can be jumping and say, "Yeah, what is that? Can you go?" And I'll switch it off, But if I dream a thing, and I've dreamt things that, if I handle that thing in the dream, it's almost as if I'm an angry person. You understand? When I'm in my dreams or something like that. So I would say that for me, these kinds of things pique my interest, because I've had one or two things that are quite, I don't know, and I've told you about some of the things I've had experiences with, that are quite not normal and not natural, right? But at the same time, I don't react to it, or I don't think I react to it. Maybe I take it lightly, you understand? I don't see anything that they've done to me or whatnot, but at the same time, I don't have that deep, in-depth experiences like other people have. I also have a friend who, her mom told her that she was a twin. right? When they were born, that when she was being born, in the night, after they had given birth to her and her twin, she saw her grandfather in the dream coming to take her twin. The next morning, she found that her twin and the twin child was dead. So when she now gave birth to a child, she had the same dream. She saw her mother's father coming to carry the twin Nadim. She had a twin children, right? She experienced the very same thing. So I believe some of these ancestral things are deeply
I hope you
tied to.
didn't lose that child also.
They lost the child. Not because
Can I explain what happened in my own opinion?
I started to, I'm sorry, ma, sorry to, but I used to tell her that time when she used to tell me that, doing that, you need to, if that is what your grandmother's experience is, she's telling you for a reason. You understand? You need to start warding those things off. When she had a child and then she gave birth to a twin and she saw that dream, now she got pregnant again. And before she now, she was going to have twins, she started to really pray and really fast, right? Only for this same grandfather apparition or something to coming back to tell her in her dream that, but this is a agreement. If you have two, I must take one, right? And even getting angry when she was close to term, at some point, she used to feel like she was going to die while giving birth to the child. But thank God, she was able to give birth to now the twin children. Hopefully the whole cycle is broken. So I'm just trying to talk about how some things are deeply embedded. And some things, with some people, and some things I mean, in my own experience, I just used to look at it like, how do I pay it and then deal with? Maybe because myself, I have a coconut head, so maybe that's why I may push back. So also that, continue, sir.
Let me bring some balance, right?
Yeah.
Have you noticed how many white people have this problem? Right? Mrs. Winters.
My brother,
You have in-laws.
They have a lot of them. See,
okay. Give me one example and how there's something I want to bring out of it.
You know this Sunday, Monday, that they give the days of the week.
No, I know.
They were the days they really worship the sun god.
They have deities. But have you found
Monday was the day they worship the moon god.
Yes,
or the moon goddess. And Thor was the day they worship the Thursday. See, they suffer more than we do.
I want to hear the formulas around their own deliverance along these lines. Do you have one first-hand experience, second-hand experience? I know they have their own stuff, of course. But I wanted to see
they try to say they are balancing energy. Some people balance energies.
So you have in-laws in those areas. Have you seen, although that may be personal, but
yeah, ask me, I can answer. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
So if you look into the families here, you see a lot of children that autism. What it that by 50 years, each family you have one or two or three or even all. Because you know that in our own date, they said Obatala was drunk and he Otuoda. So that's the Sunday god that we are talking about. That's Obatala now. And it's peculiar with the skin color here, So it's more predominant here.
But what I'm saying is,
when they come to me, I just remember Obatala. I give them the things that are relative to him.
All right. Now, what you did in the water is not a formula, is it? Right.
For me, it's a formula that I've used for myself. Are you talking to me?
Yes, Mrs. Winters. Because
it's a formula that I use for myself to stop that pain, that very restless pain. And I've also used it for other people too that had that issue.
What I would say is that most of people that experience these things is because when they say they are homomy and things like that, is because of the kind of covenant that their fathers have gone into. You see, this circumcision thing you said, it is possible that maybe they did that kind of thing for maybe yourself and your family, and they put that flesh
Of
on top of that
course.
thing.
That's
Because
why when
when
I
you,
slept, I will be having sensation of, this sexual
I know,
sensation in my dream. Yeah.
good stuff. Yeah. So when you circumcise a male, you are cutting a covenant between that guy and Yahweh, right? And when he then marries his wife, he has relations with her, and she breaks that hymen to have a covenant with him. So these things are blood covenants and they're legalities. And that is why it's important. And what I was going to tell you is that the kind of demonic attacks you will see, the shape, the form, it will be different for a white person, probably less. I know you said they get Wala, maybe, but it's not as much as
Yeah,
Africa.
the one plenty pass our own, no. You think say demon the Africa. If you try
I
these
know.
people,
Mhm. But the point
you
I
go
was trying to
collect,
stress,
so.
the point I was trying to, I mean, I didn't do AJ now, anyway. But the point I was trying to make is that there's a way Nephilim will, when you are still with, the moment you want to step out into Christ, that's when you get most of the attacks. That's one. Then number two,
Exactly.
when you are the bona fide child of Adam, as against Nephilim, that's where I'm going. The fight will be different. So when they too are just breaking some of those covenant, their rules, they get a little bit tap on the back, slap on the wrist. But when they come to Yeshua, or you now that by blood you are from that Hebraic something, the demons won't take it very nice with you. Especially when somebody along the line
Right.
that,
You are
okay,
very
oh,
correct.
you understand. So
If you
that
try
is
to help an unbeliever, before you give him one anointing oil that you have consecrated or formulated, he uses it once and he says, oh, it has gone. Try it with a born-again Christian, you will struggle. If you try it with the other skin type, it's easier because those ones are outside of the box originally. And it's cheap. They see that they think it's cheap to them,
like it's just easy stuff. So those are the kind of things. So, but then I still say, if you're led, yes, go ahead. We can't stop what you're led to do. But then I would say, be sure of what you're led to do, right? And be very clear and be well guided, because you need to give yourself wholly to you see this simple Jesus thing we are saying here. To me, in fact, not even to me, that is where all the power resides at the end of the day. The only problem, one major problem that you see, is when people begin to say, well, nothing matters since you're saved, everything is just clear. That's the problem they make most times. You're supposed to use that power of Jesus Christ to then fight those things, you see. And those are the directions to go, right? But then it's interesting. It's interesting, all of that. It's very interesting. So get as much of natural things you can get, like dissolved minerals, all those things, simple natural knowledge. But when it begins to cross to the supernatural, what I know, Mrs. Meters has her own. What I know is that name of Jesus. Now, you might get instructions. For example, what Casolese was able to get for himself, right? And all of that. But once you are beginning to cross that line from simple, natural things that you can give to any and everybody and would work, and there are many such things. In fact, many of this so-called autism you see here is just some chemical things that they introduce into the child or into the mother when she was pregnant. And sometimes demons hide under those chemicals also to manifest. Okay. But then when you take care of the physical part, in fact, all through, right? There are people that take meds and pray. They go to the theater praying. Okay. So, but be very sure that whatever spirit you are engaging with, right? When you're starting to go to the waters, like Mrs. Winters and those kind of
No,
things.
wait, hang on.
You want to
If
take
you go to the waters, you don't go there to engage with the water.
okay.
You go to the water because you know that this problem is as a result that my parents had worshipped and paid obeisance to this water. So you go there to break that yoke.
Okay. Indeed.
You
And
are
people
not
go to their shrines also to break stuff.
you are not like the people that go there to say, "Oh, I'm offering this to you." No. It's a soul tie that you are going there to break.
And
That's
covenant.
where you, as the covenant that has been established, like the covenant that my father was established. Every time he eats, every time, every single meal, he had to drop some on the ground. That one followed me like seriously, like seriously. When I'm pregnant, when I'm going to do this, when I'm doing it was there.
Right.
I just wanted to add something to what I've heard of, when people are doing deliverances sometimes, they'll say, oh, say for instance, maybe whatever was done to the person was as a result of women gathering to do it, right? They will say women should gather, to pray and break that, whatever it is. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it's not, like, how do you say it? So maybe somebody put a hex on somebody or did some bad juju to somebody that maybe the person will go mad, right? And they found out that it was a gathering, maybe by prayer. They found it was a gathering of women in a coven that did it to this person. I've heard of deliverances where they will need women specific. The only way you can break that is the same gender come together, right, to pray and break it. So in that situation, it's not as if they find the female sex or whatnot. It's just like you said, like an instruction, but it has to be specifically women. You understand? So I think I understand what she's saying when she says, oh, since it started that it was water that they used to do this thing, to undo it, it has to be water, something like that. I think that's what she's trying to say. I think so.
Right, indeed. And then a lot of those things are based on covenants and legalities. So that is why, and that's a simple, long answer question or question to answer to question to those who say ask things like, are there still just things like spiritual attack? Can a Christian still be oppressed, or all those kind of questions? There are still real spiritual battles and it's because of that bloodline and some covenant these people have left Yahweh, right, and went to make with these Nephilim and fallen angels. It's as simple as that. It's all in scriptures.
Can I ask a question, Pastor, which is a very important question? So, based on like some of this internet research and whatnot, that maybe some of these giants actually still exist. Some of them survived the flood, and apparently they hide in mountains and things like that.
There were several. We have answered it many times. There's a matter of timeline. There were several giants even after the flood that were not there before, because apparently they found the way. Yeah, they found a way to get themselves back into the human race, more or less. Right?
Okay.
I mean, they were all of them. Remember the last one I was eaten by Leviathan when she was
Chioma explain that one. Yeah.
I can assume that Shango was like a spirit of a giant.
Yeah, it's very possible. Of which, again, to still clarify, and this is sounding deep and almost confusing for some people maybe that are coming here for the first time. But again, we found that many times, very sincere Akoni, because there is people you will call, what do they call them now? These things that come from heaven in Yoruba language.
Akonda? Is it Akonda?
No, not that. Before they're higher than Orishas, right? Irumole, yes. So there's Irumoles, right? In that sense, and there is what's the next one? There is Orishas, right? And then there is regular Akoni, just people that are just bold and things like that. But too many times in Yoruba cosmology and many other nations of the world, they have taken those simple, innocent people, and I think Igbos don't do that very much. Actually, I mean, a good
that's what you think about them.
compared to Yoruba.
Go there, you see Shenge.
I know. Compared
They
to
are
Yoruba,
very powerful deity people. Very powerful.
compared to Yoruba, they are not that idolatry in that sense compared to, but that's a good thing for them anyways. But the point I'm trying to
I
make
also hear Ghanaians too have deep some serious
They have,
Orisha things going on.
they have, Nigerian movies
you
too.
will
What does
see
they have?
Shenge.
My
They will come
mother's
and pretend though.
village, they call them.
What's Nigerian
Somebody is
epic
asking
movies?
you
Is
a
Igbo
question
culture?
in the
Hold on,
comment
please, no vex,
section.
no vex.
Let's Casolese speak. You want to say
Sorry,
there are
in my mother's village, right? My mother's village, they call them Ojenamo. Ojenamo is someone who goes with the spirit. So
spirit.
if you say you're from that area, they say
They have white.
the
They'll
other
have
Igbo
white
tribe
there.
will say
Abi
you are
Casolese.
from.
They'll paint white on one eye.
They have a lot of. Yes, they have a lot of native. Like they have even close to my grandfather's house. There's a place you can't enter there. Me, I feel that place there's mineral resource inside that place. You can't enter there on a payday. If you enter, disappear, right? And that place, the water is like black. Like you know this where you find crude oil. I hope the super are not hearing before they go. Well, I do not mention the place. So
Right.
that's the that's where I feel there are mineral resources there, right?
Right.
When they say their spirit guiding things, I think that's I connected to that. They are, like they have a lot of deities who have what they call even the Oman Bala self, they turn into a deity, even though it's a river, right?
Right.
Then there's there's all those other stuff too. In my place,
Yes, of course.
we don't
I was just speaking
eat
about
monkey.
relativity. I
Why?
don't want us to go too far on that.
Because
Right.
yeah,
But land your
yeah,
point.
they are actually
Right.
they are.
Of course.
So
I'm
what
not
I'm
saying
saying is
this
that even in
trying
my
to
place, we
compare.
don't eat monkeys because their
They
deities
don't
that
eat
they
what, by
do,
the
they call
way?
it Imok and the rest of them. They don't eat monkeys.
I went to Enugu sometimes. I saw their masquerade in the middle of the night. I was on a story building sleeping. I was afraid on my bed. It was like the masquerade was turning into a snake or something. I don't even know.
Right.
In the middle of the night,
Yeah, they will have all those
I
things.
was in my room and I was afraid.
Right. So it's because they carry spirits. But
We,
then what I
we
was
have,
trying to land on is and it's part of what I was anyway. When you want to get into a family to get married,
the
okay?
only thing I sorry, minister, sorry. The only thing I know we got right was this. A lot of us believe in God, like God as our ancestors.
Yeah, that's part of what.
A lot of Igbo people believe in.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's important.
So a
But
lot of them, and it's
anyways,
just that they were doing it, they were going to the wrong synagogue, saying they are going to synagogue of Israel, all those things. But a lot of they don't know that those people copied it from us. A lot of us actually believe in that.
yes, and that's very strong. That's important. All right. I hope let Mrs. Naomi finish her story so that we can close from there. Um, let's see. I think.
Say
On your
something,
comment
Minister.
section,
Sorry, say that again, Miss Winters.
there's a question on your comment section from Confidence. Jesus
Okay.
cast evil spirits into pigs. Is it possible they went into sea creatures during the flood?
You have confused timeline there. Okay. Oh, I get it. Oh, no, no, it's not confused. Oh, confidence, I get it. That's a possibility. That's a possibility right there because you know that's a possibility right there. That's a possibility because they could possess things, and I'm sure that will be their first time of figuring out how to possess bodies. You remember when we were thinking about the first possession, demon possession, more or less, with Cain possessing a human. Maybe the very first to be the serpent that was possessed and all. So that's a possibility. But the long story short is that they came out of that water wherever they were and they found their way back, either by interacting with especially pregnant women or something, getting into their bodies and
What I think about demons, these demons, was that when the angels fell,
right,
they were able to corrupt everything that God created.
right.
Maybe the sea creatures that were there big enough to interact with Adam, to a relationship that was not harmful, they entered into all of them. That's what I will suggest
Yes,
that
indeed.
happened. Now I want us to cast our mind back to The God's Generals. If you have seen that book before, it's one of the books that I really loved to read. And if you look at the story of Catherine Kuma, I believe in miracles. She said on her prologue, she said she was able to cast out. Some of the miracles that she did was just to cast, to pray, lift up her hands, and miracles were happening to people. She majorly dwelt on cancer. She was healing people of it. And she apparently died of the same cancer. Now, she had too many cancers all around her during her death. So, what she was apparently trying to say in her introduction was that some of the miracles that she couldn't accomplish, they took them back to her colleagues that were into sacramental ministry. That was the first time I heard the word sacramental. And in 2 minutes, those problems were gone.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is that the Bible says the letter destroys, but the spirit makes alive. If we read the Bible as if it's a letter, a notebook, a law book, without inculcating our spirit man and listen to what the Spirit of God, because the Spirit of God is a personality.
Sacramentos, that's like Spanish. Remind me again. What were they? Were they this Santa spiritualists, more or less?
Yeah, it's a form of prayer. You know, prayer is a ritual. Maybe the Bible says 3 things bear witnesses in heaven, 3 things bear witnesses on earth. And you want to pray. You say, okay, let me put water, and then let me pray on the water and drink it for stomach problems. Some people believe in it because the water is a witness that you have prayed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then now I want us to underline the fact that it was not impossible for the Godhead himself to stay in heaven and declare forgiveness for mankind. But why did he have to use a ritual process?
Blood, right?
To establish that forgiveness. So life is in order. And if you have made a disorder, you must correct that disorderliness. If you have established an aberration, you must correct it. That's what I have come to believe, and I learned it in a hard way. I learned it in a hard way. The religion that they put me as a child was the gospel faith. We didn't wear earring. It was a sin for you to wear earring, not to talk of you wearing a trousers. You were going to go to hell immediately. But all of that could not deliver us. I was in pain. I was in trouble. So, but when you read the word of God and you begin to commune personally with your God, you know, in the spirit, that is a person. It's like a person that exists. He can commune. He can speak with you. That's the point where I think that the real freedom in Christ comes from, you know. There was a woman I met when I got to Gambia on mission. She had a baby through operation. Her husband is a prophet, all this white garment prophet. So she came to me. She could not bend down after that, after the operation they did to her. She could not move. She could not take care of the baby. They need to help her. She could not move her body anymore. And by the time she came, I didn't know what to do to her. I was confused. I've never seen a case like that before. I said, Madam, I'll pray for you. I just prayed with her. She said she has faith, and she left. When the night when I slept, I saw myself go to my garden, and there was a cocoyam plant there. I plucked that cocoyam. You know, if you carry cocoyam leaf and rub it on your skin, it will hurt you. It will scratch you for a long time. And I saw myself pounding that cocoyam leaf. Then it was a bit drier when I was pounding it in the same dream. And I was putting it on that back.
Exactly.
The next day I called her. I said, Madam, come, oh. Or do you want me to come to your house? She said, Mommy, I cannot walk. So I had plucked that coconut, whatever, and I pounded it, mixed it with water, made it in a way that it will not scratch her. And by the time I just sprinkled it on the back, she said, what? and she was okay.
Right.
So the spiritual thing
Is
for
that
us
the
as
one that
Christians.
the pastor then said, "Do not come to your place again."
So Christianity, we have a long way to go. Otherwise, we will lose everything.
Right.
If we just
I
stay in
like
church
what
and be
this woman is saying. I really do. There's something that I've been trying to connect. Well, like just like
I
I've
know you
been.
like it.
Yeah, but I've been saying it before you came on online, Mrs. Winters, that
yes,
there's
ma'am.
just something, there's almost something as if we are missing, right?
We have missed it, really.
I know there's a prayer and I know there's a fasting, but I believe that there are just some little things that we are missing. I'm not saying go and do anything crazy, don't go and summon anything, and commit yourself to some crazy Nephilim or something. But I think they're just these little things. It could be cocoyam, it could be, there's just some things that we miss that I don't know, that could make our efforts more more I don't know, but
Exactly.
I like what you're saying. It makes sense to me in a sense, but I don't, like you said, you had a dream. I've never had a dream seeing myself pounding cocoyam or anything like that. Not at all. That's you.
But again, yeah, but again, to affirm what she said, when you look at the miracles that Jesus performed, there are different methods to use in performing miracles, right? So it's just for us to know the wisdom on when to do what. That's knowing, listening to the voice of the Spirit to direct you on what to do. There are those he said he lay hands on, they got their side. There's one he lay hands and say, "What do you see?" See, I see men like trees. He now say, "Okay, he did it again." There are some he had to spat on the ground, model clay, put in the eye, say, "Go and wash at that particular river, or go to the temple and show yourself." So there are different methods that he used to just tell us that there's no one method fits all. There's different aspects you can pick, but being connected to the Spirit to even guide you as to what to do. So
But Mr. Gians,
Diane,
but
do you know
isn't
what we do
there a
these
way we
days?
cross the line?
Do you know
Where
where
do
we
we
do
cross the
these
line?
days? We
Okay, let's just finish this.
grieve the Holy Spirit these days. Some of us even see revelation, but we rebuke it as Christians. I told one woman on this TikTok page that the Lord
That's
sent me
like
to her that
quenching the spirit, right?
we should pray for Nigeria, that I should meet her up, that we should pray for Nigeria. She said she was going to pray about it. And then she came back. I went back to after about a month. I said, "Madam, I didn't hear from you." She said, she wanted to talk to her pastor about it before she can begin to join me to pray for Nigeria. That was just before all this trouble for Nigeria started. I said, wow. So you don't have personal relationship with your God? I said it to myself. So you must take permission from your pastor before you join somebody to pray for Nigeria? Hey. So
so
we
these
grieve.
are
There's something I want
yeah.
you to connect. I don't know if that's okay. Before Yeshua performed some miracles, some of these our ancestors, like David, they saw it, right? Remember that Psalm 23. If you can connect,
Casolese,
take it.
could you change your audio system? Are you using headphones or something? It's very
Yeah, I'm
muffly.
using headphones.
Okay,
I think you need to
Okay,
move it.
do you have to
let
use
me
it?
disconnect it. Is it better now?
Yes.
Much
Okay.
better.
I said I needed to connect like some of this our like David, some of the prayers he made, Christ actually performed those miracles. In Psalm 23, he said, "Make sure to lie down in green pastures." Remember when he wanted to perform the miracle of the bread?
Right.
He told them to sit on the green pastures there, and they sat. Then they now say, "Bring the bread and multiply them and share to them." Right. So it means those people, they were actually, most of the things you tend to feel was what they said in past.
Deep. That's very deep. That's a big
I'm just
inspiration.
about to, wrap up for the day. Indeed, about to wrap up for the day. So, okay, I've asked Casolese so we can meet to speak. I'm trying to remember. Okay, so let's just go to the
Please,
announcement.
when
But let's
is your
have final
conference?
submission
So when is the
next
conference?
month.
Sorry to cut in.
25th.
Can you send a
25th of
poster
April.
on your page where we can remind ourselves of it, please?
Is on
We can remind ourselves of it, please.
Are you part of the Telegram page, Mrs. Rich?
Ma? Sir?
Yes.
Sir?
Are you part of the Telegram page?
No, I'm not. On your TikTok page.
Someone,
on your... Okay, is that it there?
oh, look at it here. Telegram. Yes. Are you familiar with Telegram?
I was there before, but I don't think I'm there anymore. I don't have the link or the app anymore on my phone.
Okay, I'll do it.
We can't find it on your TikTok video.
Let me write it down so I don't. It's there actually. It's on the TikTok page.
Okay, I'll check it later on.
So check. Great. So that's that. Thank you. So so it's wonderful. It's been nice hearing from everybody.
Yeah, Minister, I just wanted
one way I think I was going to wrap it. Okay, so let's have final submissions 1 minute each then, because I think everybody will have something to say, I guess. All right, let's go.
Okay, yeah. So mine is just talking about the.
Okay, yeah. So
Is it coin? Am I coin?
Am I coin?
Okay, so I just wanted to still speak a bit about treasures and them being protected, the rare earth minerals and all of that. Do you know that it's already confirmed that californium is found in large quantities in Sambisa forest? Yeah, so we have those minerals there, and I remember, one of the scriptures that has given me, the basis for what I stated. I said, okay, this is a scripture that God has revealed to me, and that's even what has pushed me into having interest in mining. Is Isaiah 45 verse 3, where it says that I'll give you the treasures of darkness and hidden riches in secret places. That is just where my spirit went to, treasures of darkness, hidden riches in secret places. So this is also to further confirm that these things are under the control of certain spirits. And then getting to hear the story that, the that guide some of these minerals that we see around us, so that just made me understand, if God says there are treasures of darkness and hidden riches in secret places, I just know that, okay, basically that could be it. Yeah, thank you. Is it just me or Mr. President?
Yeah. It was just hanging a bit, and I think I was following. No, I was following though. Or maybe Catholic can confirm if.
Nothing more to say.
Catholic.
Yeah, I can hear you. There's nothing. I don't have anything to say. I think we're done for the day. But I just wanted to let Naomi to know that she can join the WhatsApp group by searching for your name.
Can join the WhatsApp.
Kasoleze, I'm talking to you. Where is the link on an old woman? No, I don't know this one. Link thing. No.
Where you will see it is on. You will see it where they have status. So you just search from that. You know when you view people's status, right?
Okay.
So you search from. Yeah, you just search Kunle Ministers there. You see him pop up. Then you.
All right. I'll do my best to do that. Okay.
There's no WhatsApp group, Shadi. Just relax.
I would have disturbed everybody. As you are sleeping and I'm awake, you just be hearing pings after pings after pings. You
not really WhatsApp group, WhatsApp
you,
channel rather.
you,
Sorry.
you will chase me out.
So it's not WhatsApp group yet. Eventually, there might still be one, but it's likely that would eventually maybe be for partners. Eventually, just a little bit of filter to filter things a little bit. Not as if anything, but anyway. So that's that. Yeah. So please let's hear your summation for the day, effortlessly, Shade. So we move to Mrs.
I don't have anything to say. I feel Pastor is actually tired out. I thank you for your patience. Sometimes I think you need to get to something important or pertinent or, pressing, and you're spent for time, but here we are. And then you just have to just, calm down and wait and things like that. So I don't have anything much to say. As usual, this was a great meeting, learned a lot, saw some different levels of this, and Miss Naomi's, submission and the things that she's, dreamt and whatnot, of which I will say it again, I don't have those experiences, kind of gives me some ideas as to some of the things I've been talking about since the beginning of, these conversations around what I've noticed in the old Bible writings and, prayer, fasting, but there are just still some things that there's leading to do. In Miss Naomi's case is like dreaming of cocoa. I mean, Kasoleze's case is taking the money for that hospital medicine to the altar and saying, I give it to you. So and so. So yeah, I think there's just some things that, that happen like that. I won't say it's Isheshe, but I'll say it's old things that we've just forgotten. I don't know.
You know, Gang is laughing. He has
What do you they laugh?
he has given you one jab in comment section. So he's laughing.
I didn't notice. Let me see if this
They
is.
laugh.
I
I
don't have anything
don't
to say.
understand.
Oh yeah. Okay. I overspoke. Sorry. I'm going to skip right now. Sorry.
Actually,
Please.
it is not. You were just pulling your
Don't
leg
mind
back.
Pastor.
Daddy Gang is looking for my trouble.
Daddy Gang. So Yang is like, if this one we say I don't have anything, we can't get something to talk about. But it's nice. He's just been expressive, which is wonderful. So
Can
yes,
I make my own conclusion, please?
Go ahead, Mrs. Winters, please. Go ahead.
My conclusion will be that in the UK here, I've come to see pastors saying, when they read the book of Acts, when Paul and Silas healed the man born cripple, and they say this disclaimer: God did not promise us healing. Oh,
Really?
so
is it?
yes.
I don't think African pastors will say that. I don't think so.
No, I'm talking about our own where I live, and this is something they preach all the time.
Sorry, Mrs. Winters. What's the nationality of these pastors? Are they African?
These people now.
It's your people now. You don't marry them. So.
And when we go for evangelism,
right.
I see people that are really distressed, and I want to tell them on the street, can we pray together? And they say, oh no, Christ has not promised us healing. Right. And he just said he will give us power to manage all the afflictions that we've been through. And my husband, that is a baby Christian, will say, but what about all the miracles that Jesus Christ did?
I hope he's there. That day you didn't let.
No, he has gone to church.
You are not so far for your hand.
He has gone to church. So, and I said, this is the beginning of the fall of Christianity here in this place. When these people have started to twist everything because they cannot do these things. And I was praying with a man that has their popular thing, mental health. And he was going to say things that I have done, and they begin to preach about it. Jesus has not promised that he will heal us, like a sermon. And then, so there is work to do for us. There are narratives to change.
That's it.
So, right. And this is the thing that they will, after they have established it, they will export it to the Pentecostal faith.
Yes. You see how the Pentecostals, I mean, with due respect to them, were more or less became COVID evangelists, especially when money started entering it. That is
Exactly.
if you take COVID and you know some things. Anyway,
Because
thank
in the 80s, early 80s, we still had miracles everywhere in Nigeria. Real
right.
miracles, not this wheelchair they go and gather of the same brand. I experienced people had real miracles that we have known them to be crippled and now they can walk. We've seen them as blind people. We go there on evangelism. Street evangelism, there were no chairs. We just put block and put plank on top of 2 blocks. People sat down for open air crusade and they were miracles. And suddenly, all of those things have disappeared. And these people are coming to claim that Jesus did not promise us the Bible did it. That was gone in their era. Nowadays, we have to suffer in pain.
Right.
So there's
It is
work to
well.
do. Eh?
It is well. And we thank God for all these things. So what I would say is, you know, we and once let me just close with this, right? That what they should have done for you is that let him that says it is impossible not stop the person who is doing it. If Jesus didn't promise, you pray now, then the thing will not be healed. You shouldn't stress them. But the spirit of religion will stop the person, right?
Exactly.
Right. So that's how one way to spot that
And
spirit
you
of
can
religion.
see them when they preach on the street, they'll say, repent, you will go to hell. I say, oh, do you think that when Jesus was alive, he was shouting that people was going to hell and they were following him? And I'm not able to go with them for evangelism. Like they're
Yeah.
going crazy to me. Repent. If you don't repent, God will send you to hell. Oh, have you seen it? God send anybody to hell before? If you want to see hell, go to Africa. It's there already.
Oh my God. It is well. So for me, it's more or less like our ministry is tuning towards. In fact, it's for all men, and that is why there is this academy coming up soon, and these are some of the updates we'll be giving to partners and maybe those on our groups. It has about a 5-point vision, just roughly, right? Number one, understand where you came from as a human being, right? Number two, understand who you are. Number three, understand the world around you. Number four, understand how to function in that world, right? And number five, understand where you are going to, right? And how all that first four is going to affect that number five, right? That's like a holistic, rough view of what man should learn right from birth, right? And people are supposed to learn that from their parents at home, right? And if they miss the home, they should learn it in so-called school. They miss the school, they should be able to hear it in church. But unfortunately, it's like there has to be um, this fourth layer of infrastructure we need to set up to cater for these things, and people are missing these things in those places. So it's wonderful what God is doing through the ministry. But anyway, let's close here. Thank you. Let me appreciate those who are on the live already. Thank you, Tech Spec, Vessi Josh, Hali, Nima, Engineer Aris, Solomon, Luna, Miss MM. I think it's been a while with Miss MM. Christ Nation, Phenomenon, Jim Soul, Sarah Oyero, Bola Lani, Ancient Hebrew. Who also Kasoleze, Effortlessly, Shade, Naomi Winters, and Gyangzi. Thank you very much for all of you for coming. We're going to see tomorrow, 10 o'clock, same time by God's grace. Yes, and thank you also for those on Instagram. So join the Telegram group if you have not joined. We'll be having updates come there. For those that are close around Sheffield, conference next month, 25th. And yeah, I think that's all the announcement for now. So the bigger announcements, some other more personal things, we keep revealing that on the groups and on the platforms. Okay. So thank you. Yeah. Good night, Charity. Good night, everybody. So thank you so much. God bless us all. We'll see you tomorrow by God's grace. Bye bye. All right. Let's get started for the day. Okay, let's get to our 2,000 likes and we can start. Call upon the name. All right, let's keep tapping to be able to hit 3K likes before we start. Call upon the name of the Lord and be saved. Call upon the name of the Lord and be saved. Call upon the name of the Lord and be saved. Call upon the name of the Lord and be saved. All right, so let's begin. Boxing gloves. So, TikTok boxing gloves. I don't know what that is for. Okay, so let's get our tapping stuff so that it helps us with this. Call upon the name and be saved. Oh God. Call upon the name of the Lord and be saved. Call upon the name of the Lord and be saved. Call upon the name of the Lord and be Okay, let's get started. All right, looking better. Okay, so let's continue the book of Enoch, chapter 67. Before we start, let's pray. If there is no urgent, if you have come particularly for a question, you can just request so we respond to you real quick. Then after that, we continue for the day. So we're live on Instagram and TikTok at the same time. So whichever is more convenient for you. Yeah, so let's pray and get started. We thank you, Most High God. Thank you, our Father and our Creator, as we open our hearts this morning to hear from you, to hear your words, to read the scriptures. Cause our hearts to be changed, to be on fire, for our minds to light up with your wisdom and your truth, that our steps be ordered, as you promised that the righteous are ordered by God. Let us be strong as we know you and we do exploit, so we fulfill the reason you've brought us here. We give you thanks, Father, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we've prayed. Amen. All right, so chapter 67 of the book of Enoch. So like we said, we're both on TikTok and Instagram at the moment. We're live on both platforms. And be saved. So let's get a better audio for, at least for TikTok. Grace and fire. So chapter 67. Okay. After this, he gave me the characteristical marks of all the sacred things in the book of my great grandfather Enoch. So again, we're just continuing this Noah's side of the story. Okay. So Noah is speaking in first person pronoun here. Said after this, he, the angel, gave me, that's Noah, the characteristical marks of all the secret things in the book of my great grandfather Enoch. And in the parables which had been given rather to him, inserting them for me among the words of the book of parables. So maybe there's this book of parables. Because some of our rishas are the angels, according to what we've read recently. We explained that in the interview, but let me just quickly explain it again, Harley. Most of the Yoruba Orishas, or many of them, were human beings, and they were only deified. Okay? They just deified them, and they were supposed to be human beings. Okay? But the special thing is that many of these human beings were patriarchs, or sometimes even judges. Okay, so they were patriarchs, they were human beings and patriarchs, but people deified them and started worshiping them. But I suspect that they got engaged with this worship so much that demons started manifesting in the names of this innocent patriarchs, if you will. You understand? Right? So many of them were, for example, Shango, I'm suspecting Shango would be Simeon, like we said in the interview. But it was supposed to be just a Simeon, somebody's brother who is a king and all that. And once he's unalive, just leave the man's grave alone. Give God thanks for his life and do that, and all that, and leave the place. Or maybe they started cutting, of which I suspect Ogun is probably Isaac. Okay, I suspect Isaac is probably Ogun. There's a name given to given to Okombi, which is Akeoroide, something like that. Okay, given to Okombi. But anyway, long story short, these innocent names, they start deifying them, offering blood sacrifice and things, and demons start to show up, right? Which would be watchers, you see, or rather Nephilim spirits. Do you see? So the actual human beings are human beings, right? They did wonderful things, some of them in warfare, etc. Then they after they did that in warfare, then they started deifying them, and long enough, demons started responding to those names, started giving them ideas over time. And those demons are the same as Nephilim spirit. So innocent names, actual Bible patriarchs for that matter, right? In some cases, they may not be Bible patriarchs or known Bible patriarchs. I mean, technically, all of us are Bible patriarchs. You understand? I mean, Ali could be the son of this, son of that, son of this, son of that, son of that, son of that, son of who? Maybe Odudua, or son of, in fact, all of us are sons of Enoch, for example, technically, right? Because it's that Enoch lineage that everybody follows till now. I know you see, like, okay, Abraham is the father. You see in your mind, you see Abraham, you see Noah, right? But all of us are children of this same Enoch. Every single Adamic person on the earth. You're from this same man, Enoch, who is still alive now, more or less. And that's powerful, quite that, you see. So innocent names, they did wonderful things, yes, but then they got into stories, started deifying them, started offering blood to them, then demons started showing up because God didn't tell you to offer sacrifices to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but no, to the God rather of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is what it should be. So demons started showing up to those appointments, unsolicited, more or less. So, and then we have what we have today. So Orisha, I mean, technically, yeah, you're welcome. So technically, even Orisha should be, Theorisha, the person that their head or their creator, okay, selects or chooses or calls and chooses, you see. And then before you know it, the whole thing is all over the place. And demons will always take spaces, uninvited. You understand? So that's what it is. So that's how 2-3 things can be true at the same time, if one can understand properly. All right. Let's see. So inserting them for me among the words of the book of parables. So it's like there's a book of parables, which I think is even here already because it's mentioned parable 1 and 2. It's done the third one. At that time, Holy Michael answered and said to Raphael, the power of the Spirit hurries me away and impels on me. The power of the Spirit. So angels are usually controlled by the Holy Spirit of God, or by God's Spirit, if you will. They are more or less 100% yielded to the Holy Spirit. Okay, so that's one connection between angels and the Holy Spirit, if you will. So at that time, Holy Michael answered and said to Raphael, the power of the Spirit hurries me away and impels me on. Okay, the severity of the judgment, of the secret judgment of the angels, who is capable of beholding the endurance of that severe judgment which has taken place and been made permanent without being melted at the sight of it. Like, who can watch this terrible judgment coming on these watchers? Again, Holy Michael answered and said to Holy Raphael, who is there whose heart is not softened by it, and whose reins are not troubled at this thing? That's the judgment. Judgment has gone forth against them by those who have first dragged them away. And that was when they stood in the presence of the Lord of Spirits. Okay. In the like manner, also, Holy Rachiel said to Raphael, they shall not be before the eyes of the Lord, since the Lord of Spirit has been offended with them. For like lords have they conducted themselves. Therefore will he bring upon them a secret judgment forever and ever. For neither shall angel or man, right, receive a portion of it, but they alone shall receive their own judgment forever and ever. For neither shall angel nor man receive a portion of it, but they alone shall receive their own judgment forever and ever. So it's like their judgment was more severe. Okay, 68. After this judgment, they shall be astonished and irritated, for it shall be exhibited to the inhabitants of the earth. Behold the names of those angels, or rather, behold the names of those angels. These are their names. The first of them is Samyaza. The second is Arstikapha. The third, Armen. The fourth, Kakabael. Okay, the fifth, Turel. The sixth, Remuel. The seventh, Daniel. The eighth, Kael. Okay, this is that Kael, right? I think that Kael is what it writes in Superman. Can someone confirm? Shema, does it say Kael in your version? Are you following? Or you are in church? If you're in church, don't bother. You shouldn't even be on TikTok when you're still in church. But if you're not in church, you can confirm. So Kalel, or is it Khalil? So Chema, is it?
Yeah, good morning. Yeah. First Samyaza, third Armel, Kabel, Taruael, Rumjal. What number are we looking for?
Is eighth.
Okay. Oh no, the eighth is Ne-Kael. Yeah, but I think there's some marks on it, so I think the names are because I noticed that the names are spelled differently in this translation, right?
So they're trying to accentuate it to put stuff to help you pronounce it, right?
No, not accent, because the eighth here is N-E-Q. Okay, N-E with an accent, Q-A with an accent, E with an accent, and L.
So that's Nikwael. Okay, that's the eighth one.
That's the eighth, yeah.
This one calls it Kael straight. By the way, I've not watched Superman.
Okay, so the N-E is removed. Just you have. Oh, I see. Okay, I see what's going on here. All right.
Is that a footnote you were reading?
No, since your own is Kael, this one says Nekael. So
Yeah, Nekael
was taken out. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so maybe a fuller name. But long story short, I've heard some preachers starting to mention something Superman, fallen angel. I don't know what.
Yeah, his name was Kael. His name was Kael.
Right, you see.
From his planet, his name was Kael. Yeah.
So that's a fallen angel we're dealing with, isn't it?
There we go. Yeah. Boom.
So it's and what I don't know. So it's
not go with a fellow fallen angel, or what's it called, or Nephilim, because all these other characters in the Marvel or DC something, he's always after Lois Lane, a female, a human. He never ever, you never see him tied up with any of his fellow Nephilims or fallen angels. He's always, if that's Lois Lane that he wanted to die on top of her neck.
Yeah, so I've not watched the movie, but that means he's always going after a human, a lady, right?
Exactly, the female, the reporter, Lois Lane. Those who are, you people comment now. Lois Lane was a human. Yes, she was human.
All right. I'm sure Shadi might have, watched that. So I have not.
Not watch. I was also doing it with all those comics, right? So all those Batman, so all those comics. Yeah, we grew up with them. So you always saw him with this Lois Lane. Like even you as children, like, what is with you? Why don't you go for Wonder Woman or these other ones? Why are you always trying to die on top of this foolish human, weak creature?
Okay, so I think normally those fallen angels would marry amongst themselves, but this one is going for a human. So maybe, not even maybe, apparently, is one of those, those angels that went after the daughters of men, and you have Azazel also, which probably is close, would be close to that Baphomet, because it's like a goat, isn't it? This Azazel. So anyway, the 9th is Barakel or Barakel. The 10th is Azazel. The 11th is Armars. The 12th is Batarial. The 13th, Basasael. The 14th, Ananael. The 15th, Turial. The 16th, Sima PCL. The 17th, Yatarel. The 18th, Tumael. The 19th, Tarel. The 20th, Remuel. The 21st, Azaziel. So there is Azazel, there is Azaziel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there is Azazel, there is Azaziel. So if you want to just, pay attention, check details, you will just compare to the previous 18 or 20. Most of them will be the same, But there you go. So you see these names popping up in cartoons and they know what they're doing. You see. Verse 3. These are the chiefs of their angels and the names of the leaders of their hundreds and the leaders of their 50s and the leaders of their tens. The name of the first is Yekun, right? He it is who seduced all the sons of the holy angels and causing them to descend on the earth, led astray the offspring of men. Okay, so Yekun, I thought that's Yekun, the rebel. So Yekun means the rebel. You see? So maybe they've rechanged his name, but then the first person I thought did this was going to be either Azazel or this other first one they mentioned at the top there that got all of them to swear, and then one of the younger prophet. Yeah, you want to say something?
No, as in it was Shamiaza that was recorded to have said they should take that oath, right?
Yes,
So
that's what I'm trying to remember.
now bringing out the real culprits.
Yes, and then I suspect again that they changed Samiaza's name by now, because my footnotes here says Yekun. Yekun means, in fact, it says Yekun may simply mean. Okay, it says may. Yekun may simply mean the rebel, and I don't think God would originally name an angel the rebel.
Well, because if you read verse 2, Shamiaza's name is first there, it's right there on top.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, you're using the app, Shade. Oh, that's nice. That's good. I was going to ask how many people are using the app. So yeah, I'm thinking they renamed him. You know the way they renamed that Pharaoh because he was doing bad, they changed his name and stuff like that. So because Yekun, this is a footnote first off, is saying it may mean the rebel. And then I'm thinking that there is no way you would just go create an angel and call the angel the rebel. Do you see? So I'm suspecting that's not there. So it could be, I don't know, the same Samiaza.
They're changing their names because you're going to read 3 particular people that they singled out. So there's keep reading. You see there are 3 others that they call their names that are not part of the 21 earlier mentioned.
Yeah, it's possible they rechanged their name because of that. All right, let's keep reading. So the name of the first is Yekon. He is this who seduced all the sons of the holy angels and causing them to descend on earth, led astray the offsprings of men. Okay, the name of the second is Kesabel, which again, I don't think I've ever heard that before, who pointed out evil counsel to the sons of the holy angels and introduced them to corrupt their bodies by generating mankind, that's by giving birth to Nephilim. 6. The name of the third is Gadriel. You see, which these are supposed to be good names. From this Gadriel now, it's sounding like a troop of God, like a troop of God, if I'm getting that right. So he discovered every stroke of death to the children of men. Verse 7. By the way, how many of us are using the tapping app? Apart from Chima, I think Chima is tapping manually. But if you're using, let me just know, because we're having good numbers, by the way. So I'm saying at least 3, 4, 5 of us should use that. Okay, so let me read 6 into 7 because something interesting is in 7. The name of the third. Okay, Giang is using that. The name of the third is Gadriel. He discovered every stroke of death to the children of men. Verse 7. He seduced Eve and discovered to the children of men the instruments of death, the coat of mail, the shield, and the sword of slaughter, every instrument of death to the children of men. So these probably I don't know.
Probably angels that fell the first one that Lucifer came down. I'm feeling that these are because I think they are not among the 21. I think they're up to 6 or 7 of them. Because if who then tempted Eve? Because the watchers came after Eve. So whoever is tempting Eve obviously is one of the fallen angels that fell, or out of those 1/3 that that we're inferring that fell with Satan when he was cast into the earth. Does that make sense?
Yes, indeed. So this could be one of the first sets that came with Satan, right? Before the Watchers. Makes sense. And again, I'm thinking this could be a completely separate event of seducing Eve, maybe in the literal sense. Like one came to seduce Adam, more or less. You remember? So somehow that was not recorded, but it's not impossible a separate event, but it's safe to. Yeah, go ahead.
So one can infer that Jacon was the one who started suggesting to the Watchers, you can do something about these feelings you're having towards these girls. Because it says he's the one that led all the sons of God and brought them down to the earth and led them astray. So they were probably whispering to these angels, giving them the idea that, you can do something about it. I'm just
yeah. So I mean, it would have been interesting if one could spread all of them out, give them faces, characters, and all that. It's just. But then, it's good. It's at least good to know that. By the way, I mean, just to mention, of course, we know this is not fake, but just to mention, if one was trying to fake a story, I mean, you want to keep it simple and easily believable. You will not have so many details and names that you cannot even get to. That's how most real events are. There's so many people. You just pick the important ones and there'll be a lot of details and and even when different people say the same story from different angles to still match together. Just a moment. Yeah. All right. So let's see. Where did we stop? Right. So from his hand were these things derived to them who dwell upon earth. Okay. From that period forever. Right. The name of the fourth is Penemue, which again, I don't think we've read that before. You can easily do a Control F, you see. Penemue. He discovered to the children of men bitterness and sweetness. Right? And pointed out to them every secret of their wisdom. He taught them, more or less, he just did this thing together, right? He taught them to understand the writing. Now, this part is interesting. I think I saw something similar in Joshua. He taught them to understand the writing and the use of ink and paper, right? They were crying after they discovered that they were going to be punished. So he taught them to understand writing and the use of ink and paper. So there are many of these things that are good. It just wasn't the time. I saw something similar in the book of Jubilees also, that God did not intend for man to really write. He wanted them to believe words, that words should be spoken to them, which I would understand, right? Because writing seems to be necessary when somebody could lie. You need to be sure of something so that you won't say one thing and change it the next time and all those kind of things. And you'd have memory problems also. So that's another reason. And in fact, death is another thing. If someone had lied, you can easily go to them and go check and ask them. But when people start to honor life, it's
no, that thing you're saying is actually it's actually in verse 10. Yeah, that thing you're saying right now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me just read it then. So the name of the fourth, because I think I saw something similar in Jubilees, because Enoch was the first to write. So maybe the first among the Adamites or among the Setites, or the first that God taught legally. I would not say a fallen angel taught Enoch to write. If you are flowing with that idea, that Enoch was really the first to write. Okay. So he pointed them every secret of wisdom. He taught them to understand writing. So maybe God taught Enoch to write on this end, and then the watchers taught this ones to write on that side, on the below the mountain, the Canaanites. Okay. So therefore, numerous have been those who have gone astray from every period of the world, even to this day, when this was written. He said, therefore, numerous have been those who have gone astray from every period of the world. Okay? Even to this day. For men were not born for this. Maybe it was here I saw it. Men were not born for this, thus, with pen and with ink to confirm their faith. I think this was where I saw it. Or it's like it's something similar in Jubilees. You see. So this angel is telling Noah, okay, now also in the book of Enoch, for men were not born for this, thus with pen and with ink to confirm their faith, since they were not created, okay, except that like angels they might remain righteous and pure, nor would death, which destroys everything, have affected them. But by this their knowledge, by this their knowledge they perish, and by this also its power consumes them. You see.
And he instructed mankind in writing and with ink and paper, and thereby many sinned from eternity to eternity and until this day. For men were not created for such a purpose, to give confirmation to their good faith with pen and ink. For men were created exactly like the angels, to the intent that they should continue pure and righteous, and death which destroys everything could not have taken hold of them. But through this knowledge they are perishing, and through this power it is consuming me.
That's interesting. So just like I was trying to explain, I think that's what he's saying, that they should have been able to do things by faith, you know, and because most times is that a memory problem when people are writing, or just to be sure, you know, that's where the idea of money came from. I owe you, right? Just say, okay, let me put in writing that I owe you something, right? So now eventually it is that paper that confirms truth. You see, you say, okay, show me the document, show me, to the point where nowadays they can't tell, they'll tell you identify yourself humorously. Like some guy that the police told to identify himself, and he simply brought out a mirror. Oh, that's me. Thank you. Bye bye. And he drove off. I can identify myself in the mirror. You understand? But what they're asking for me is some documents. So some paper now, which can be manipulated in many different ways, has become a confirmation of truth. That's a devolution. So papyrus now, just a paper, is more truthful than you, a human being. You see? So it wasn't supposed to be so. Right, verse 17. The name of the faith is Cassiade. Okay? He discovered to the children of men every wicked stroke of spirits and demons. The stroke, now this is interesting. The stroke of the embryo in the womb to diminish it, right? The stroke of the spirit, which is probably how to commit abortion or something. The stroke of the spirit by the bite of the serpent, and the stroke which is given in the midday by the offspring of the serpent, the name of which is Tabayet. So I'll read it again. The stroke of the embryo in the womb. Okay, just from the previous verse. The name of the faith is Cassiade. He discovered to the children of men every wicked stroke of spirits and demons. So it's spirits and demons that actuate these strokes. Okay, spirits and of demons. So the stroke of the embryo in the womb, you see, to diminish it. Well, there's a footnote B, which what does it say? The stroke to diminish it, or the blows which attack the embryo in the womb, so that it miscarries thereabout. You see, so that's what the footnote is saying how they can cause miscarriage. Okay, the stroke of the spirit, right, by the bite of the serpent. It's a spiritual serpent then that can bite, you see. And the stroke which is given in the midday. Which is given in the midday by the offspring of the serpent. So they said there's a stroke in the midday by the offspring of the serpent. And the name of that serpent is Tabeat. Let's hear the other version from Choma.
Translation. Okay. Where is it? And the fifth was named Kasdeya. This is the one who showed the children of men all the wicked strikes of spirits and demons. One, the striking of the embryo in the womb that it may pass away, and the striking of the soul, the bites of the serpent, and the afflictions that befall through the noonday heat. The son of the serpent named Tabaet. Yeah.
So quite similar. So let's keep reading. 19. So this is dangerous, wicked stuff. So now they're attacking embryos. So if they can cause it to miscarry, they could probably pollute it, and before you know it, that child will be, God forbid, coming out like an Esau or like a Cain. You see. 19. This is the number of the Casbel, the principal part of the oath. Okay, it's about to speak a mystery here. Hey. It's about to tell us a mystery here, so you need to pay attention here. Verse 19. So I'll read it together in one flow so that it's easy to catch. This is the number of Casbel, the principal part of the oath which the Most High, dwelling in glory, revealed to the holy ones. We'll read the other version later. This is the number of Casbel. The number of Casbel, the principal part of the oath, which the Most High, dwelling in glory, revealed to the holy ones. So he revealed a number to them. And that number is the principal part, like the number one part of the oath, which the Most High, who is dwelling in glory, revealed to the angels. Okay? Perhaps before they fell, including them before they fell, or everybody. Okay? Perhaps from the very start, because he's going to talk about something. Now watch this. Its name is Becca. So what is Becca? That is that same Casbel. He's going to put like 3 names at the end of the day. But he said this is the number rather, of the Casbel, the principal part of the oath. Okay? So he said the name of the oath. Okay? Is Becca. So he spoke to Holy Michael to discover to them the sacred name. Okay? That they might understand that secret name. His sacred name is a secret name. And thus remember the oath. Okay? What's that name? Say Becca, right? And that those who pointed out every secret thing to the children of men might tremble at that name and oath. So you see, you start linking. It started with an its name. Okay, let's keep reading. And it's a name, it's an oath. An oath is a word. Okay, it's a name, it's an oath. It's mentioned a number. Let's still leave the number part. But it's a name and it's an oath. It's like it. Keep going. You see the change soon. This is the power of that oath. Yes, indeed, Kasolese, yeah. This is the power of that oath, for powerful it is and strong. So this oath is like in the order of that staff with which the wonders of the world was created. Do you remember that staff, Choma?
At the staff of God that Moses was using to part the Red Sea, yeah. That became a snake.
Yes. So in fact, it's either you have Yahuwah on that staff, or perhaps maybe this Becca, but perhaps Yahuwah. But let's keep going. And this is the power of that oath, for powerful it is and strong. You see, this is the mystery is revealing. See, this thing is so powerful. It says it's by an oath. It's not just a statement. It's not just light be. That's not an oath, right? Really, but it's saying this thing is an oath. You see, and he established this oath of Achaia by the instrumentality of the holy Michael. Now it's qualified the oath again. This is not a name, but it said it's an oath of Achaia. Right? We still hear that version, just hear what it says. 23. Okay, and by the instrumentality of the holy Michael. So this is like something that happened after even angels were created. All right, so maybe not too deep in the beginning, but it's quite important. It's probably a day one, day two kind of stuff, quite deep, right? These are the secrets of this oath, and by it were they confirmed. Okay, by this oath they were confirmed. Okay, so heaven was suspended by it, by the world. Rather, the heaven was suspended by it before the world was made. Really? Heaven was suspended by it before the world was made. Okay, forever. And if you remember, he upholds all things by the word of his power. You see, heaven was suspended by it before the world was made forever. 25. By it has the earth been founded upon the flood. Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord? Who shall stand into his holy place? He that has clean hands and a pure heart, lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from the Lord and righteousness from the God of salvation. Okay. For he has founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he has founded the earth upon the seas and established it upon the floods. So he's saying that by this oath, by this word, okay, by it has the earth been founded upon the flood. While from, that was Psalm 24, by the way. I think that's Psalm 24. So, while from the concealed parts of the hills, okay, the agitated waters proceeded forth, right, from the creation to the end of the world. 26. By this oath, the seas have been formed and the foundation of it. During the period of its fury, he established the sand against it, which continues unchanged forever. And by this oath, the abysses have been made strong, nor is it removable from its station forever. Okay? I don't think it's hanging on this end. It's not, maybe it's your side, Shade. So, so you see the thing that this oath can do, you see what would happen soon. Okay? By this oath, the sun, you see how powerful it is. By this oath, the sun and the moon complete their progress. So even, what's this man's name? Uriel must be bound by this oath because he should be the Uriel, that angel of God's light, the light of God, controlling this thing. So he has to respond when that oath is called. By this oath, the sun and moon complete their progress, never swerving from the command given to them forever and ever. This must have been what Joshua just tapped into in a moment, and he could alter the motion of the sun. So it's quite a serious thing God did there for his firstborn Israel. Quite an alteration of principles there. You see. By this oath, the sun and the moon complete their progress, never swerving from the command given to them forever and ever. By this oath, the stars complete their progress. Tells you stars move. And when their names are called, they return and answer forever and ever. Thus, in the heaven take place the blowings of the winds. All of them have breathings and effect a complete combination of breathings. So before I continue, let's hear that other version. So you can start from 19. which is like where we stopped the other time.
Yeah, you're 19. You mean when I stop? Because it's not numbered the same way here. So I start from the
Where you stopped. Start from where you said the son of serpent, something like.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. And the striking of the soul and the bite of the serpent and the afflictions that befalls with the noonday heat, the son of the serpent named Tabaet. And this is the task of Casbel, the chief of the oath, which he showed to the holy ones when he dwelt high above in glory. And its name is Peter.
Is that capital H, which he showed?
No.
Okay, here it says it's the Most High that showed, but go ahead.
Which he showed to the holy ones. Maybe when he was still a good angel. Anyway, this angel requested Michael to show him the hidden name, that he might pronounce it.
Sorry, let's reverse. What I meant to say is that which the Most High, dwelling in glory, revealed to the holy ones. In other words, the Most High is the one showing stuff to people here.
Okay.
So I was thinking if your H was a capital H, but then, like you said, let's still read it from your own side. Let's see if we find.
I think it's like this Casbel. Okay, 13 again. Let me read it. And this is the task of Casbel, the chief of the oath, which he showed to the holy ones when he dwelt high above in glory, and its name is Beka. This angel requested Michael to show him the hidden name, that he might pronounce it in the oath, so that those who revealed all that was in secret to the children of men might quake before that name and oath. And this is the power of this oath, for it is powerful and strong. And he placed this oath, Akia, in the hand of Michael. And these are the secrets of this oath. They are strong through his oath. They are strong through his oath. And the heavens were suspended before the world was created and forever. Do I continue? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I should continue. Okay, yeah. And forever, 17. And through it the earth was founded upon the water, and from the secret recesses of the mountains came beautiful waters, from the creation of the world and unto eternity. And through that oath the sea was created, and as its foundation, capital He, set for it the sand against the time of its anger, and it dares not pass beyond it from the creation of the world unto eternity. And through that oath the depths are made firm, and abide and do not stir from their place from eternity to eternity. And through that oath the sun and moon complete their course, and they do not deviate from their ordinance from eternity to eternity. And through that oath the stars complete their course, and he calls them by their names, and they answer him from eternity to eternity. And in the same manner the spirits of the water and of the winds and of all the zephyrs, and their depths from all the quarters of the wind. And there are
Yeah, so that's just about what we. So from there on, it seems to be saying the little discrepancy is that this one, your version is saying that there is an angel, like a good angel, when he dwelt. It's using past tense, right? Reveal that. So we'll see and yours seems quite a bit more explanatory than what I've got here, just a bit. But here he's saying he's the Most High that revealed the host of the oath, rather. But we'll see how it goes. Okay, so and when their names are called, they return and answer forever and ever. This first, rather, in the heavens take place the blowings of the wind and all of the breathings. And all of them have breathings and effect a complete combination of breathings. Okay? Thus, or rather, there, the treasures of thunder are kept. Okay, saying there's the treasures of thunder. So that's where they're kept. Just a moment. Treasures of thunder are kept, and the splendor of the lightning. So there are kept the treasures of hail and of frost, treasures of snow, the treasures of rain and dew, And we have learned that these things have life in a way, right? And there are angels that still control them. And now it's telling us what created these. And all these confess and laud before the Lord of spirits. 35. They glorify with all their power of praise, and he sustains them in all that act of thanksgiving, while they loud glorify and exalt the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. Okay? And with them he establishes this oath by which they and their paths are preserved. Okay? Nor does their progress perish. Great was their joy. Okay? And they blessed as if they have this life, they could talk, they are like sentient. Okay? Let's share the chair. So great was their joy, and they blessed, glorified, and exalted, because the name of the Son of Man was revealed to them. The name of the Son of Man was revealed to them. So that is the oath. That name of the Son of Man is still the oath. So he sat upon the throne of his glory, and the principal part of the judgment was assigned to him, the Son of Man. Okay? Sinners shall disappear and perish from the face of the earth, while those who seduced them shall be bound with chains forever. That's the watchers. 40. According to their ranks of corruption shall they be imprisoned, and all their work shall disappear from the face of the earth, nor thenceforward shall there be any corruption, rather any to corrupt. For the Son of Man has been seen, sitting upon the throne of his glory. Everything wicked shall disappear and depart from before his face, and the word of the Son of Man shall become powerful in the presence of the Lord of spirits, saying the word of the Son of Man. And the Son of Man is indeed the word. Let's keep going. This is the third parable of Enoch. Okay, interesting. 69. We'll just stop at maybe we get to 70, because there's something they started doing with that oath wrongfully. Something they started doing with that oath wrongfully. 69. After this, let's see. After this, the name of the Son of Man, living with the Lord of spirits, was exalted by the inhabitants of the earth. It was exalted in the chariots of the Spirit. So this name was on chariots of the Spirit. And the name went forth in the midst of them. For that time I was not drawn into the midst of them, but he seated me between two spirits, between the north and the west. Okay? Where the angels revealed, or rather received their ropes to measure out the place for the elect and the righteous. So that's close to the north, truly. Okay? Let's keep going. There I beheld the fathers of the first men and the saints who dwelt in that place forever. 70. Afterwards my spirit was concealed, ascending into the heavens. I beheld this 70 already, but 70 is fairly long. But let's do it. Afterwards, my spirit was concealed, ascending into the heavens. I beheld the sons of the holy angels treading on flaming fire, whose garments and robes were white, and whose countenances were transparent as crystals. That's the sons of the holy angels. Interesting. Can I hear your version of verse 1, Chuma, please?
Okay. And it came to pass after this that my spirit was translated, and it ascended into the heavens. And I saw the holy sons of God. They were stepping on flames of fire. Their garments were white, and their clothing, and their faces shone like snow. And I saw two streams of fire Yes, I guess that's it.
Yeah, so I was saying that was like a tautology. They are sons of God, not sons of holy angels. Sons of God are holy angels already. Anyway, so verse 2 here. I saw two rivers of fire glittering like hyacinth. Okay, like hyacinth. All right. Then I fell on my face before the Lord of Spirits, and Michael, one of the archangels, took me by the right hand and raised me up and brought me out to where I to where was every secret of mercy and secret of righteousness. He showed me all the hidden things of the extremities of the heaven, all the receptacles of the stars, and the splendors of all, from whence they went forth before the face of the holy, right? And he concealed the spirit of Enoch in the heaven of heavens. He concealed the spirit of Enoch in the heaven of heavens. There I beheld in the midst of that light a building raised with stones of ice, and in the midst of these stones vibrations of living fire. My spirit saw around the circle of this flaming habitation. On one of its extremities, that there were rivers full of fire, which encompassed it. Then the seraphim and cherubim and Ophanim, let me see. So the wheels of Ezekiel is Ophanim. And Ophanim surrounded it. These are those who never sleep, but watch the throne of his glory. The anointed cherub that covers. And I beheld angels innumerable, thousands of thousands and myriads, who surrounded that habitation. And that place is heavily guarded. Well, they're doing praise, but they're guarding the thing. Michael, Raphael, Gabriel, Phanuel, and the holy angels who were in the heavens above went in and out of it. Michael, Raphael, and Gabriel went out of the habitation, and holy angels innumerable. With them was the Ancient of Days, whose head was white as wool. So now he's talking about color. And pure, and his robe was indescribable. So I think his hair is just like wool, both the texture and the color. And his robe was indescribable. Okay? Then I fell upon my face, while all my flesh was dissolved, and my spirit became changed. I cried out with a loud voice, with a powerful spirit, blessing, glorifying, and exalting. And those blessings which proceeded from my mouth became acceptable in the presence of the Ancient of Days. You see that Ancient of Days. The Ancient of Days came with Michael and Gabriel. Raphael and Phanuel with thousands of thousands and myriads, which could not be numbered. I think rather it was you that went towards them. Thinking they came to you. 17. Then that angel came to me, and with his voice saluted me, saying, You are the Son of Man, who art born for righteousness, and righteousness has rested upon you, and righteousness of the Ancient of Days shall not forsake you. He said, On you shall he confer peace in the name of the existing world. For from thence has peace gone forth, since the world was created. 20. Okay. And first shall it happen to you forever and ever. All who shall exist and who shall walk in your path of righteousness shall not forsake you forever. With you shall be their habitations, with you their lot, nor from you shall they be separated forever and ever. So it's just like that bosom of Abraham is like this bosom of Noah, something like that. And thus shall length of days be with the Son of Man. Peace shall be to the righteous, and the path of integrity shall the righteous pursue in the name of the Lord of Spirits forever and ever. I think we're just about halfway of the whole book by pages numbering. Interesting. There's only one God, and that is Allah. There's a Muslim on there. Okay. All right, Femotex, let's hear from you. So we'll start with Chioma Okoye, and we'll proceed from there.
My
My
translation.
translation.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Where do I start from? Where do you want me to start from?
The part that has most discrepancy, if you notice them at all.
Yeah. Okay. Let me start from 9. From 10. And with them, your own says Ancient of Days. Mine says, okay, so it's talking about, okay, let me just say 9. And they came from that house, and Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel, and many holy angels without number. 10. And with them, the head of days, his head white and
Head
pure
of
as,
days.
head of days.
HEAD.
Head, yeah, head of days, yes.
Right, go ahead.
Okay. His head white and pure as wool, and his clothing indescribable. And I fell on my face, and my whole body became weak, and my spirit was transfigured. And I cried with a loud voice, with the spirit of power, and blessed and glorified and praised. And these blessings which went forth from my mouth were pleasing before the head of days. And that head of days came with Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Phanuel, thousands and 10,000s of angels without number. This one says in parentheses, lost passage, wherein the Son of Man was described as accompanying the head of days, and Enoch asked one of the angels, as in chapter 46, verse 3, concerning the Son of Man as to who he was. Okay. Continuation, verse 14. And he, that is the angel, came to me and greeted me with his voice and said to me, this is the Son of Man who is born unto righteousness, and righteousness abides over him, and the righteousness of the head of days never forsakes him. And he said to me, he proclaims to you peace in the name of the world to come. Okay, that was another discrepancy. He proclaims peace to you in the name of the world to come. For from here has proceeded peace since the creation of the world, and so it is to be to you forever and ever and ever. And all who shall walk in his ways, since righteousness never forsakes him. With him will be their dwelling places, and with him their heritage. And they shall not be separated from him forever and ever and ever. And so there shall be the length of days with that Son of Man. And the righteous shall have peace and an upright way, in the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever.
So I see this one is trying to say that person is Noah. This one is saying it is Yeshua, like the Son of Man. And I think yours is kind of probably more accurate there. But then there's this bosom of Abraham thing. That's interesting. Now, I see Shade's interpretation. Head of days in Yoruba is like Olori Ojo, Arugbo Ojo. It's ancient of days. Olori Ojo, head of days. See, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Okay, we can hear comments from you, and somehow we keep pushing the likes, but it's not.
Yeah. Okay. That thing where they talked about, sorry, striking of those angels that were teaching them how to strike people in the womb. I thought that was interesting. Striking of the womb and striking of the soul. Could this be what happened to Cain?
That's what
He
I'm
was
thinking.
striking in the soul, right? And that thing where, and there's something about the noonday. He said, and the afflictions that befall through the noonday heat. I don't know, is that why they tell pregnant women not to walk at certain times of the day? And maybe they also, there's this superstition that you also put pins or something. Maybe it forms, maybe these things are part of things that we knew as in our forefathers probably knew. That there are certain times of the day somebody who is carrying a child shouldn't be walking around, and it's interesting. And it says, the noonday, I remember that psalm that says the sun shall not strike you by day or the moon by night, right? So
the pestilence that walketh
possible
in
that,
the noonday.
sorry?
No, the pestilence that walketh in the noonday.
In the noonday, yeah. No, that's that one exactly. That's the Psalm 91. But that one that it says the sun shall not smite you by day or the moon by night, right? So there's something about, it's possible, not just heat stroke, but there's an affliction that can come maybe cancer. Who knows? Right?
I would say no. I would say it's more spiritual than maybe staying too long in the sun. That would be for someone who's not melanated. Because there's no way the sun is giving people cancer in Africa. Eh? I mean, all the people
Right.
that are selling pure water and soap in that traffic, they should be the number one cancer patients.
Right. True. So
So
yeah, okay.
I
So
say they are
maybe for this.
manipulating, which I think is to be the next chapter. They are manipulating the power of the earth. There are some alignments of stars because the sun itself is a great light. So just manipulate those things to create stuff. What it will be, right? I wouldn't say it is BT. Can someone
Hiya. Can you hear me?
just a moment, seeker? Yeah, some BT's minute. So just a moment, seeker. So is that manipulation of the elements of the earth, right? That they're working with, like they will take innocent herbs and mix it in a certain degree, certain proportion, certain formula, and do stuff with it. You know, is what I would say.
Okay,
Speaker,
so it looks as if there is a name and then there's an O. So the beaker is the name and Ake is the O. So I guess it's when you see things like this that it kind of makes sense why the so-called father says we shouldn't be reading these books, because imagine if people are able to tap into what beaker is and what this Ake is. But it's interesting because we have a name that is above every other name, right?
yes,
So
in fact, yes, indeed. And in fact, I mean, Noah wouldn't have written such a secret down if it was a forbidden one. Do you get my point?
right, okay.
Right? So, and like I said, and I was saying yesterday, I could tell some people won't come back after I said what I said yesterday. The simplicity in the gospel of Jesus Christ and the power in that name is too simple for people to. They want something extra. They want
Extra,
gymnastics.
yeah.
So, like they hear Bika now, hey, can we pray in the name of Bika? The Jesus way they give you, don't use and finish. You understand? So it's anyway. But long story short, um, I believe the name, the oath is the same thing. It's the same person which is part of the expressions of that same person, which is the word that was from the beginning. And I don't think even the word was created, right? You know, I don't think the word himself was created. It's just the word of God. I mean, to say the word was created is going to be like God had to create his own word separately from his own voice. And of course, voice should be followed come for any person.
No, I think maybe these are things that angels use, right? Because these things were powerful enough to turn the way human beings began to act. They were powerful enough. So I think it's because why is he asking Michael to show it to him? Because it says here that the name was not revealed to the angels. The name were actually revealed to the luminaries. Because it's like to the winds, to the this, because they are the ones praising that name, at least based on what I'm reading from my translation here. So this Bika and Ake are for angels. They are the ones. They are what we could say maybe magic words that they use to do their own thing. Because remember, why would God say things like you showed human beings secrets? Secrets they shouldn't know.
Yeah.
And then he now goes on to say, oh, and by the way, you learned the useless ones. Right? So that, yeah, the most I does say that you learned the worthless ones. Those are the ones you even learned. So I'm just conjecture right now. So it's saying, it's like they have their own through which they do their own stuff.
Right.
But there is a name that was not revealed as if they knew that these people were going to cause trouble. There is now a name that was not even revealed to them.
You see, indeed. And it's like there is an inanimate version of the word, so to speak, that they could take and use. You'll see that in the coming chapters. If you hold on till tomorrow.
Okay.
So they literally took this inanimate version, just like that staff, but then you need to have some level of, maybe depending on what your order is as a person, as a spirit, whatever, if you can, just like the staff. Phanuel couldn't take it, Canaanites couldn't take it. But this one seemed to have come from that order where they could take that inanimate version of the word and use it for stuff.
And use it. Okay.
Just before Sika, BT, good morning. Is it your first time? Just before Sika speaks. BT, are you there? You're muted. Okay, let me hear from Sika. 3 minutes. Let's go, Sika. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Morning. How are you?
I'm fine. So I was listening into what you guys are saying
Mhm.
and trying to catch on. So you Bible equals BLK African history. How so?
Is this the first time you've seen the channel? Yes. Have you been here before?
I passed by. Yes, I've joined you before when you when you were talking about something else, but not this.
Not this. Okay. How do you think the world was created, or was it created at all?
I believe the world is created, or was created. I believe things were created. By
The event.
by God, by God. If you by the source of life.
Do you think that's a person, or is a Big Bang, or what do you really think?
Is not a person.
Okay. So what do you think it is?
It is.
Okay, just
Is
something
it's
there.
if you want to call it a being, is not is just life and death.
You wouldn't say it's sentient, right? Would you?
Pardon?
You wouldn't say it is sentient, like something like a person that's sentient.
No, it's not sentient. It's just is.
Okay, because I think that's a bigger problem than this. But let me try this a little bit, then we'll go back to that. Okay. Problem in quotes. It's not like
They'll call them different things like father, this, that. But I'm talking about the source, the creator of all things.
Okay.
This one.
If you would say that the creator of all things is not a person, maybe in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, it's not really fact like that, then I don't think you need to bother about this Bible thing, because who cares? It's a story at the end of the day, after all, right? Or do you think it's real?
Yes, I think there's truth in this.
No. I mean, who created? What do they mean by God? In the beginning, God created, and God said. How is that thing speaking? I wanted you to be plain. To be clear, are you an agnostic or something like that, or?
No, I don't think there was any words. It was just is.
Okay,
There was no because language was made by man.
Right.
Spoken word.
Yeah, because the problem we're gonna have is this first word, Bible. Do you see?
Okay.
Right? Because do you think this is just men writing stuff up, right? Not as if there was really a God that made the heavens and the earth and stuff, right?
No, I think from what I've gathered from my thing is this is a book these are books of wisdom, and wisdom only comes from God. And knowledge, we can go and seek knowledge and get understanding, but to apply that comes with wisdom. And throughout wisdom is humility and so on and so forth, and mercy and love. And when you become a student of wisdom, you start to see that it applies in many other spiritualities or other religions. In fact, all of them.
Yeah, okay. Have you had any encounter with the spirit before?
With a spirit, I am soul having a human experience, but I am a soul. I am a spirit myself, having a human experience.
Okay, but have you seen an angel? Have you invoked a spirit? Have you done deep spiritual things at all?
No, you don't. There's no. People always think it's something external. Everything is eternal. The accuser, or you can be an image of God. It does not mean that you are God.
I should just get your philosophy then, so I know where you're coming from. Why you're even interested in this?
The reason I tell you what I teach my children. Before I can teach them what God, or I don't go into religions and sects of what man has done. I look into the wisdom. So we become students of wisdom, and knowing and applying yourself to the student wisdom, you get to build a relationship. And then you start to realize, and then eventually you start to realize what is truth, and there's just one God.
Okay. So what then is the reason why you've not taken the Bible as it says? For example, when it says God said, right? Why are you not taking it as to what it says?
I do. I take it fully. I'm very, very careful with my words. So, for example, people will say to me that Jesus is a God, but Jesus never stated he's a God. He's always stated my will for my Father's will. So it'll be the will, basically, will be will for my Father. He never stated he is a God, but people will run off and say he is God. But all these things, it's not my place to tell them that they're wrong or right. Yeah, as long as their ways of life is blameless, they choose a way of mercy and they choose a way of humility. As long as they follow that path, then they are protected and guarded. So it's blameless.
Okay,
So I allow them to be.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's get to this then. But I would say you should have taken the scriptures the way he says when he tells you need Jesus, to be saved from your sin,
Yes, we do.
But then let's just go to this. So let's work with the Bible then. Who do you think this BLK? Who do you think this Hebrews? Of course, are you aware that those in the Middle East are not Bible Israelites, right? Are they?
Bible Israelite. I'm not too familiar. I know everyone's got their regions and stuff like that, and different sects. We can be here forever, man, talking about different sects, different how people perceive. But the question is, host, Minister, is that are they choosing a way of peace, way of love?
Okay.
I mean, isn't that what the message is? We can. You want to array? We can sit here. I mean, if Christians were here, they'll argue with me. I think hundreds of them will. Yeah. It's just never ending.
Yeah.
So the question is, what is the truth? What is the message? The message is just love your neighbor. Finish, done.
That's important. It's because you brought this up. Okay, are you saying you kind of agree with this, but it's not so important, or you've not even looked into it, and
the Black African history? Yes, I know what Black African. It's wrong for me to say I know. I know as much as I know as much as I know of.
The best of your knowledge.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm always willing to hear and listen and learn, and understand, because that's I really, honestly, Mister, I really, really believe as long as you follow and you try your best to apply wisdom and humility in your life, you will start to build a good relationship.
Okay, let's take your approach then, just to give you perspective. Just a little bit of perspective. So let me just dive into the topic. The Egyptians should be dark-skinned generally, and I'm saying this. Let me use your perspective in the sense that, do you know that there is? Somehow the African people, especially Sub-Saharan African as they've been called, which is a funny name by the way, are always at the bottom of the socio-economic class worldwide.
Yeah, I know.
What do you think is the reason for that? Like 30 seconds.
Their pride, their lack of empathy and understanding of wisdom.
So the Caucasian, Western world, they understand wisdom better. They're more empathic.
Let me give you an example, Minister. Let me give you an example. Today, there's a guy called Hamza. He has a huge following. I came in there and he doesn't want to discuss. He just wants me to fight my position. Hold up, give me a second. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, he just wants me to fight my position, right? But the thing is, I told him that wisdom comes from God, right?
I don't want us to go too far.
No, I won't go too far. I told him that I'll tell him that wisdom comes from God. But he turned around and he said, that's BS. And then it doesn't matter. And then, you know what's weird? This is the weird part. is written all over the Quran.
Okay,
But
fair
yet,
enough.
but he has 300, 400 people screaming, saying to me that this guy, whatever they're saying about me.
All
But
right, fair
it
enough.
is their own Quran that says that wisdom comes from God. So I use that, and they all said no,
I got
impossible.
you.
So that
I
was
got
that show.
I
They
got
don't understand what they're doing.
I got you. I don't want us to go to stray too far. I want to show you perspective on matters of being kind, using wisdom and humility to live life. Okay, I want to stay within that area and show just to try to mix it up with this a little bit. You know, um, let me ask the question again. Why do you think Africans? Now that was an unfortunate group for some reason. They're like that. People can be like that. Okay, but maybe I should ask again. Why do you think Africans are always at the bottom of? Are you African yourself or of African descent?
Yes.
Like me, right? And somehow you discover we're the ones that talk about God the most. Am I correct? Or the
Yes. Well, yeah. Yes, from my perspective, yeah, I guess so.
yeah. I mean, I can say the most because there you can say there's Africans, you can say there's Asians, you can say there's Americans, or well, Caucasians, if you will, right?
Yeah, from what we understand, from our
Yeah. So
perspective.
Africans talk about God the most, spiritual stuff, correct? Right? I think so.
Yes.
I think so. So my question is, why are Africans always at the bottom of this barrel? Why? Have you lived in Africa before? Where you calling?
Yes.
Where you calling?
Nigeria.
Now, do you
Oh, where am I
notice?
calling from? No, I'm in UK right now.
Okay,
I've born in
you're
Nigeria. I
born in
lived in
Nigeria.
Nigeria. Yeah.
Good. So my point is, have you noticed that when Africans go out, they are called immigrants, treated funny, doing funny jobs, etc. And when, which is maybe understandable, they are in another man's land. But when people from another land, most times from global north, right, when they come to Africa, they're also at the top. They're called expatriates, right?
Yes, I know. Brother, I already know. I hear these things. Okay. I know.
What are you trying to do? Are you trying to answer my question? Because I'm
No,
not.
I hear what you're saying. I'm not dismissing it.
No,
I
no,
actually
no. You're
agree.
not getting the
Continue,
point.
brother. Continue. I
Yeah.
hear.
We're on the
But
same page.
what I'm saying, does it okay, go
No, it
on.
doesn't negate. We're on the same page. I just want to show perspective to what you already know, and I really like your perspective. Okay, that way you can just mute for a moment. So I like your perspective. I like your position rather. I just want to put some perspective to your position. Is what I'm trying to do. We're not on
Okay.
opposite sides. Absolutely not. I know you're coming from a very heated discussion room, but this place is not like that. Okay. So I really like your position, okay? And I just want to put an extra perspective to it, is what I'm trying to do on the Bible. Yes, absolutely okay. Just hold on a minute before we're done with Seeker. So, why are they always at the bottom? 10 seconds, 15 seconds, right? It doesn't change what you're saying. We're on the same page. So, why? Do you have an idea? Of course, not what has happened of colonialism, slave trade, but why? Why? Till now, when this thing is being cast off. Just 15 seconds.
I just feel that we are people that are closer to our spirituality, to our souls, and we feel connected. So when it comes down to things of wisdom, we're I think black people we gravitate to that a lot. I feel that the Europeans gravitate towards knowledge a lot. Everything is about knowledge, intellect. While I mean, when you sit there and you go meet your grandfather and he's speaking parables, not all fingers are the same length, but they're all you put them together, form a fist. There's a deeper. You and I can listen to the same thing and then take from that some wisdom, and that's what Asian people do that as well. That's
Yes,
why I
you know,
think black people, we love kung fu movies. We really gravitate to the principalities of it, the wisdom of it,
okay.
not just so the martial arts of it.
I
Like,
got
for example, I think we love the, like, that is not the way, come
yeah,
more than the fight itself.
right. I got it.
I think,
I've asked the same question 3 times and I didn't get an answer. We'll try another method. But
oh,
it's
okay.
fun.
Oh, I didn't answer it.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
You didn't answer it. And I could test you by asking you to repeat the question. You probably know, but it's okay. Now, um, um, do you know Egyptians were black at a point, dark skin like
Of
this,
course.
right? So
Of
and
course, yeah.
and now they are Arabian looking, right? Whitish, lighter, right?
Yeah.
So how did you think, Joseph was able to reign in Egypt and his brother didn't even know he was Hebrew at all? How were you able to hide Moses, or Moses was able to be raised in that palace? How do you hide a white Jesus is the point in Egypt? Do you see? When
Yeah,
Paul,
you can't.
Mhm.
You can't because you look like one of them.
Right. So that's what I'm saying, that the Bible is Black African history. But what I'll do, I'll paste you a link for YouTube to just go watch that, right? So I like your perspective, sincerely, your position about, leaving out whatever truth you think, should be more important than just talking and yapping about God, etc., Quran, whatnot. You know, the life really at the end of the day is what we're dealing with. So what I would say is, let someone please paste the interview for him to just go have a watch. Would you speak any other language other than English, Seeker?
No, I don't speak, but I understand Yoruba.
Okay, you can hear Yoruba, but you can't speak it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, you were talking about parables and stories. Have you heard of the Dua before?
Yeah, there's certain.
Have you heard of the Dua before?
No, not the one I'm thinking. I don't think it's the same.
Which one are you
Dua,
saying?
like Dua.
No, Odu Dua.
Oh, the Dua. Yes, that's it's God,
Not really.
isn't he?
That's Oluwa. Odu
Although
Dua.
see, I can't pronounce. See, I know what you mean though.
I hope you do. But anyway, he's one of those patriarchs in Yoruba land. But I think he's, as we know it, right? And what I'll say, just go watch that interview. Let someone paste the interview for him to watch. I think he would enjoy it. Then he can come back. Oh, the guy is gone. This other guy is gone.
Who?
So I have to go. Yeah. So just go watch it. Let someone paste that 91 podcast interview for Seeker, so you can learn that. Okay. So that's just the quickest way. But thanks for coming today and showing your perspective, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, no worries, man. Take care.
Yeah. So while you're still listening, we discovered a lot of similarities between circumcision came from, by the way.
Me?
Yeah, circumcision.
I think it goes beyond maybe religion or something, maybe.
No. You
Beyond
don't have.
maybe
There's no right
culture.
answer in that sense, right? So you just tell what you know. It's okay.
Okay. Well, what I do know, it goes an Islam thing, a Jewish thing. It's a Jewish thing.
There's a place in
And
the Bible.
but
Yeah,
that's
the Bible.
what I know, but I suspect that's what I know, but what I suspect it goes further than that.
Yeah, indeed. That's what I'm trying to say,
I
really.
don't think it came from them only, of course.
Right. And in fact, do you know Africans circumcise more than Europeans, right?
Yes.
And the kicker is they were circumcising before colonialism came, before, what's the other one? Missionaries came. In fact, the
Okay.
missionaries and colonialists tried to take that practice off of them, but they were not going to let it go. And they did not, you see. So the question then is, who then taught them circumcision? If the circumcision origin, etc., is written in detail, how God told Abraham to do it. So who then taught them before the colonialists came? Right? It's probably because Abraham was one of their patriarchs indeed. Do you see? Right? And that's what we're trying to show people in this movie. You got it. But take your time, watch the interview. I hope you caught it. Right? It's in the comments, please. So just take your time and watch that on YouTube. Red Blue Fit, how are you? I'll get to the other guests soon. Please, Shade, just a moment. Red Go Fit, how are you?
I'm fine. How you doing?
Good, good. Maybe we'll soon change this topic to request if you disagree. All right. So, okay. So, what brings you here this morning? You've got 3 minutes.
I followed a couple of your content, especially the one you did with a certain lady talking about how Egypt the ancient Israelites might be actually located around the Sudanese sub-Saharan Africa,
Yeah.
not in Nigeria, and it was a very very interesting conversation. So, and you did a lot of expose, and yeah, I appreciate how much you know about and how much you tend to delve into conversations like this, because obviously there are conversations that are really really interesting, and I'm one that is very very interested in subjects like that. So today I've been following some guy they do lives, and I follow them and just listen to what he's saying. So today I stumbled on your live here, so I'm like, you know what, I'll just jump in.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. You know, we come live every day, right? Everywhere.
I don't know. Now I know though.
So every day, 10 o'clock UK time. Where are you calling from?
I'm UK as well.
Okay. So 10 o'clock UK time, we here every day. Did you get to watch all the parts of that interview? The
I
full
watched
one?
the whole thing.
Sorry?
I watched the whole thing.
Oh yeah. So it's interesting. Most times when people have questions, I send them there, they don't come back with any questions.
That,
And
that
that's
was
it.
really, and the points you made were so important, because especially the point of the rapture, right? It was, and the fact that you were exposing it from the Bible is just interesting.
Right.
Many times you have context from outside, the religious text, and it was nice that you were still, drawing your point from the Bible as well,
Yeah.
and that was really really interesting. Now
Yeah.
that I'm rolling with you entirely.
If you really, really want to roll, be a partner.
Yeah, how do I do that?
That's gonna cost you some money, but let's give you time to relax first, so we don't.
I don't mind. I
By
don't.
the way, we should welcome you first with soft drinks. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Anyways, nice. Join the Telegram group. Someone can paste the Telegram link here so that Red Go Fit can join. So it's interesting. It's very interesting, and it brings perspective. Is what it does. You know, most times it just brings perspective. It's not like we just want to turn Christianity or the world upside down. And that perspective, I'm suspecting some things will happen in the next few days, which is already here, and those information will become very important for people to know, right? Because there are people who, I mean, Christians need to understand, Africans need to understand. I think this information can literally disarm, right, and disengage this idea of religious wars, right, in Africa especially.
Yes. I
Because
think that Africa, one of the reasons that made me start, delving into things like this is I find religion to be very, very divisive, especially.
yes,
And apart from religion, we also have the problem of tribalism in Africa. Obviously, in Nigeria, we have and I think the major problem sub-Saharan Africa has is religion and tribalism, basically. And I
indeed,
think if we can find a way to educate people more on those two topics, I think things will shift a lot.
yes,
Because people really ingrain their identity in obviously cultural and tribal identity one, and then you can see how people pin that as well to religion. So then it makes that even if we're of the same tribe, we can still be enemies because we're of different religion.
exactly. So it's a four quadrant at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
Four quadrants:
Yes.
the religion and tribe. You know,
So it's and I find how that makes, even when my conversation with people day to day, you can tell how the next guy that is Christian doesn't want to relate to the guy that's Muslim.
right?
And that person is a human being, but it doesn't matter.
They're even both Yoruba, if you will, right? Both Igbos, both houses.
It doesn't matter. So it's like the person from your tribe it doesn't even if we talk about tribalism, it doesn't matter the person from your tribe, as long as they're of different religion now, they're not part of you again. So it's like, and that's what makes me, and I see how the religious Christianity generally also
Yeah.
shows morality. And I can also tell that
the morality prescribed by the Christian doctrine is also
The morality will be what?
the morality, the moral code prescribed that by the Christian doctrine is not entirely moral.
Right.
It's not entirely moral because you
A
have
lot of it is relative, isn't it?
yes, to some like some topics are not even relative. For example, slavery. I don't think anybody likes slavery. I don't think slavery is good anywhere. But we can't put a picture on a place in the Bible where the scripture says don't do slavery. Instead, it talks about how you can do it better, or how you can do it nicer, or how you can be kinder to your slaves. But it never really talks about how that don't commit fornication, don't commit adultery, don't live under human being.
It might be. I know I may be sounding like a scripture advocate already, but it might be, and that's not a Christianity thing, by the way. That's a scripture thing, if you will, history thing, right? But I may see like it might be something that was necessary for the time, because I would say a large portion of the slaves, not all of them, but a large portion of them came from captives of war. And how do wars happen? God has a rule for everybody. In fact, let's even call it common law, common sense, right? Just don't unalive somebody. Or someone keeps coming to your farm and you're allowing them because you want to be nice. Now they want to fight you. The next thing you should do, they want to unalive you straight away. You should unalive them first. But rather than unaliving them, if you can capture them, if they surrender, capture them, they have become slaves. So what do? In order not to keep slaves, you unalive them or just make them sleep in the same bed with your brother, with your wife, and your children. You can't do that. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but then again, I don't really want to go into the Old Testament, but in the New Testament, where we're all supposed to be God's children, yeah, there not be a law then that says now we are one under one God. We can't do that.
Because something powerful was coming shortly after. In fact, it was so serious that some people didn't get married. And that's why all these things we're saying tied together.
Yes.
We're not saying that our ministry provides all the answers, but if you notice, even Paul didn't get married, perhaps because of rapture coming soon. And indeed, it did come soon. Did you think Jesus in the millennium?
And you talked about it, and it made sense that Paul was expecting those things to happen ASAP.
You're right.
Yes.
Right.
So if rapture should have happened, it should have either happened or it's not happening again. It's one of the two.
Exactly. Because it's too long. And look at that, those scriptures we brought out in Revelation. Sorry guys, there are some guys here that they just give it's your first time, so we do that sometimes.
Okay, thank you.
So I mean, look at those scriptures. Jesus will say, I'm coming soon, I'm coming now. Some of you will be alive. This generation will not pass.
Yes.
It would have been unfair for him to just keep saying those things and then it doesn't come around,
Right, I agree.
I suspect that Jesus was able to. I will be getting into New Testament very soon because I see God is opening that part for us because you see, I hardly talk about New Testament generally. I just want to establish those things first, the history and all those things first before we then take the context into New Testament. You see, but long story short, is like that ideal system was about or ideal-ish because people still unalive during the millennial reign. Okay. Because there were some of them that were not saints, they were reigning over humans that were still humans as we know it. So, but I don't think they would have been slaves then. Do you get what I'm saying?
At what point?
No, at the point after the return of Jesus, right?
Okay.
I don't think they would have been slaves because Paul even said, you know what? If you are married, stay married. If you are married, stay unmarried, right? He said, if you're a master, act as if you are a slave. Just be gentle to the person because God is all of us, all of our master, right? And if you are a slave, just endure it and stay. Be good to your master. Okay, slave, be obedient to your masters. Although it's not ideal, something new is coming soon where we would all be one. Like literally, not all this. I'm something in Christ. Meanwhile, you're still buying fuel for. You're still, going for a job you don't like to go for and all that. This one was going to be literal in a few years. You see, even if you were to honor life in the name of Yeshua, you resurrect. In fact, you probably join those who will reign in that supernatural body. But long story short, they were going to everything was going to change. If you're a slave, just endure it through this life. Be good to your master. He's not a beast like that. Just work with him and remember that you are a free man in Christ. And it tells the free man that is the master of the slave, remember you are a born servant of Jesus. So it's almost like what, to be fair, we experience in church today. In the same church, you can have a governor there. At the same time, you have somebody who was that truck they push in Nigeria, just a
Yeah.
truck pusher in Nigeria in the same church, and that is there is hardly any institution where you find that demography with in the same room. I don't know if you get what I'm saying, Red.
There's something you said again. Just say the
Igbo, just a moment, Igbo. I didn't hear you, Red. Go ahead.
last statement.
Sorry.
There's hardly a place you can find that.
Yeah. I'll say that again. So what I said is that the kind of thing we are trying to do with the church today, right, is just as much as possible to look like that millennial reign, in the sense that Paul was telling them that if you are a slave owner, remember you are God's born servant. In other words, don't be too oppressive like that, okay? And God is all of our master and will judge us. And he says, if you are a servant also, if you are a slave, be obedient to your master as unto Christ, okay? Because, well, all of this is going to be over soon. And on top of that, remember that you are God's free man because he has bought you with his blood. And that wasn't patronizing them or just a faith thing. In a few years from them, or from then rather, all of these things was about to come to pass like for real. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm saying that in the church of today, you can say the church is corrupt, is this, is that. Maybe true. There are some churches they're not doing everything perfectly. They're maybe trying their best. But the church is one of those places where you find such a wide space of demography where a governor, right, and a truck pusher or a road buy seller can be in the same building at the same time.
But this,
Yeah.
if you go to a mosque, it's the same thing.
Something like that, right? That's the whole idea of what they're trying to say.
Across all religious platforms or maybe religious beliefs, it's the same thing. I think religion. I don't think it's a church thing like Christianity. Most people, even if you look at egalitarian Europe, it's the same thing you're trying to do. It's the same thing.
Oh, egalitarian Europe. What do you mean by that?
It's like bringing people together in such a way that it doesn't
Like
matter.
equality.
Yes, equality. That's what I'm saying. So it's like
I got it. And it's just the principle I'm trying to get, really, to be fair. Just that principle of equity, if you will, equality or whatnot, right?
because you said that it's only in the church. It's not only in the church.
Oh, really?
You can find that everywhere.
True, to be fair.
Yeah, it's everywhere. It's not only in the church.
That's true. Although not everywhere, right? But then you find it a lot in religious sects. And to be fair,
No, it's not in religious sect because all these for example, Norway, all these egalitarian countries, yeah, they're not even Christians. They're not even religious at
what do
all.
you mean by egalitarian country? Sorry, my English.
Like say for
Developed. Is
instance,
that what you mean by that? Because
what?
do you mean
Like
developed?
like no, I won't say, I don't want to say developed because America is developed, but they don't believe in that. But I'm saying like all Belgium, this those Scandinavian few Scandinavian countries that like Denmark that give equal, they practice proper equality. They're not even just at all. I think human beings want to have a level of equality amongst each other generally.
Right.
The conversation goes deep because it will go across capitalism and socialism and all that. But
eventually,
what I'm trying to say is that this is not something that is not a religious idea.
That's right. I am just impressed with that idea. I would see some churches now. You could say there are, what's that thing called? Different intentions. But you see some churches where some big man is an usher, things like that. I think that's impressive. I mean, I think that's impressive, honestly. And then it's not. But another difference is that they are unwritten laws, right? But they're not enforced by the law to do that. It's like willing.
Well,
it has a thing to it. Yeah.
I think that, again, personally, I think human beings should not be graded based on their financial abilities. I don't think so. So, to me, I'm not impressed by that personally.
All right. Maybe to you, that idea is follow-come. For some people, they need to be taught that.
Me, I think human beings evolve into something that is not conducive for the next man, right? So, and because of the systems of, I don't want to go down to system of government, but because of political ideologies, we tend to now start, priding in what we have or what we can acquire, what we can amass, knowing very well that we amass those because we can take that from other people.
Right.
Exactly. So, at the end of the day, that a man is a billionaire and then be an usher in the church. I don't. To me,
I'm not impressed by that. Long story short.
yes, to me, you have to be. Humility is a human quality that people should have.
Dude, right?
And if you get sick as a billionaire, you die.
Hmm.
You will still die. So like your life is not so much that you cannot serve somewhere. You cannot serve your community. I don't think so. So
That's a nice ideal. I mean, most people don't have just what you just said simply, just because you have it. But then it's quite an interesting conversation. So you can still hang around. I've been keeping these people waiting for too long.
I'm around, definitely.
Yeah. So Shadi, let's hear from you. Please join the Telegram page so we can, conversations.
I can't find it though.
Let someone paste it there. Shadi, good morning. How are you?
Hi, I was getting a little sleepy, but I was enjoying the conversation. I wanted to talk, just the conversation between the two of you. Like, we are in a classist society, and I don't think there's any who face more classes than Nigeria. Nigeria is more classes than the people that have class, no? So it's quite classes. It's one of those things that classism is glaring. When you're poor, you're nothing. When you're rich, you can even act like God, something like that. Anyway, I was going to talk about just one thing I took out of the reading where they spoke about where Michael, the angel, said that, I think he quoted that even all the angels feel the kind of judgment that God has passed on these guys. But that kind of like puts in perspective a little bit of that idea that God is a terror. Because I want to believe that your Isaacs and your Abrahams and the rest of these people actually had access to these texts, actually read it, actually knows what they're talking about. So God, punishing them like that, and even angels, basically, our angel, this is serious. This Idaja is serious. But I also asked myself that when they did all the things they were doing, why are they crying? Didn't they know that because like when you're talking about Enoch, there were some mountains, I think 7 mountains that were entreating him. Apparently, these were angels that they had done naughty things back in the day. That they said in a secret year or something, where nobody even knows when they did it, and God punished them like that. You saw this and all that, and you still want to go and do the things that you were doing. So the babes were that fine. Is that what we're saying? Is it that like the daughters of men were that compelling to draw you in like that, But these are the two things I picked up. Otherwise, it was a nice day. And I got the app. I've been tapping and my phone is hot. Otherwise,
what you can do is to reduce the increase the milliseconds, the tapping frequency to like 300. You just check.
Okay. I put mine on 100. My phone is now hot.
That's 10 taps in 1 second. So try to put it on 200-ish, 250.
Okay, no problem.
In a second.
All right, thanks. Let me mute myself. Before Mr. Gay, the moderator, I can see his eyes on me, just waiting for me to overdo the time.
You'll be giving 5 minutes, so giving certain time like that help us. This way it keeps keeping you on topic.
Yeah, no, but it's fine. As in, that's all I wanted. So that's a big thing for me in that particular this thing of how the angels themselves even pitied them to say, this kind of this thing. Perhaps that's even a worse judgment than the other angels that I've seen in the past. Right. I think it's even worse than Lucifer. At least Lucifer can go up and down. Misbehave. These ones are bound eternally, even till today. Right. They're still bound. Did they ever say they release them, though? Is there
That's technical spiritual life imprisonment for them. They learn that side.
Anyway, I'm just going to mute myself gently and just respect my time. Thank you very much to all the people in the chat. Are quiet now.
All right, thank you, Shadi, for that. Okay, let's hear from Gang, please. It's been waiting for a while too. Mr. Gang,
good afternoon, good day, everyone. Welcome, Sika and Red Godfeet. For me, I don't really have much to say today. I just listened in, and because I had an incident this morning, I lost an uncle.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh
But
no,
he's
we talked about uncle some days ago. That's another uncle, right? Was it you?
yeah, he's a bit elderly. So,
Okay. Oh,
yeah, about
no matter
103.
how old, most times there
Yes,
is no way. No matter how old, you will still feel it.
true. He's
Hmm.
103.
103, right?
Yeah, thank you.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Oh.
Condolences. It is
So,
well.
thank you.
This is
Thank
that's
you.
the
So, when I listen it,
this is this
sorry?
Adamic thing now. Adamic. You wish they can just stay forever, especially if you have this kind of relationship with them. I mean, it's something.
Very, very true. Sometimes you just wish they are here, and you could just understand. Despite that age, you could look at him and still miss him and still cry. You know, you would expect that at that age you should be celebrating his life. But again, relationship and friendship and bonding would always make you remember fun times and fun memories that you'd miss, and so you just happen to still feel bad, but it's great. Yeah.
Thank
Is
God.
my dad, my mom's eldest brother, their firstborn. My
Oh,
mom died like 7 years ago. Yeah.
oh, wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Mm.
My condolences. In Yoruba, we say Ojo
Thank you.
Ajinosura. Ojo Ajinosura means that days will be far apart.
Ashe.
In other words, yeah. It is well.
Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you. Yeah,
Yeah.
but quite interesting read today. It's the naming of the angels and all of that was more intriguing for me, and the the idea about these people still looking down these daughters of men. I don't know what is their issues with daughters of men. So even just can't resist. How do you expect us humans to resist?
As a comic relief. My angels. Oh my God.
My goodness. These angels, I don't know what is up with them. You
Right.
just see ladies and suddenly you just begin to feel anyhow. You know, and others have done it in the past, you know the consequences, but yet you can still hold yourself. You still want to indulge and all of that. But it's all good. And I sincerely would also want to
What you
just
said is the
welcome.
reason why the judgment is slightly different because that's why it's a lot tougher. Like Abba, you guys are up there. You have stronger this and all that. Yeah, they have higher punishments. Really,
Yeah, true. I know what is intriguing for me is that, growing up as a young believer and a young Christian and hearing the story of Lucifer and not reading this other aspect to know that, in fact, we are taught that it was those Nephilims that came with Lucifer that committed, but now we are beginning to see that no, there are different classes of
categories.
the
Different
Watchers were not even part of the ones that rebelled with this guy, and then we are getting to see that it has almost become a routine. For me, I had thought that after that, their will was completely taken off from them. But now I'm discovering that no, they still have the will. So they still also have the options to either obey or not to obey.
Right.
So because initially I had the mindset that they are been judged already. So the ones that are bad has been sent off, is the ones that are good that are still there. But we have now getting to see that no, these ones are still, they still have their will to still decide whether to want to respond to what God has given them the instructions or still disobey it. And it's quite eye opening to get to see that particular mindset that we have held for the past is actually not it. So it's a good read and a good awareness too. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so let's begin to close for the day. Let me see. Just a
Castle
moment.
is here. Is he not speaking?
Oh, Casolese, please go ahead, Casolese.
Yeah, greetings everybody. So again, my condolences. So talking about that the name, right? Becca and me, I still feel that it's the same name that became Christ. It's that
Yes,
same name that
like
became Christ.
Yeshua
Like
Lord.
Yeshua, yes. It was him. And that's why they say the name has been powerful. So the name has been powerful from day one.
Right.
Not even after he came as man that he became that powerful. He has been powerful from the beginning. Because he said in the beginning I was the word and all that. So he has been powerful from day one until he became flesh, and he became more powerful because becoming flesh means now he has the authority. Like when men cry out and call his name, he now has the legality to step in.
Yes.
He now has the legality to step in because he has come as flesh and sacrificed himself. Now taking over, taking power from the devil over the earth, right? Now he has the legality. I think that's why God sent him,
True.
because he has to have the legality. Because devil will always have a way of going to meet God and say, why are you allowing this to happen? This is partial now, you know. So now he has the legality, and it makes it easier for human beings not to do all this plenty sacrifice, knowing all these plenty codes and all that. Just call the name and you are saved.
Right.
You will
Indeed.
step in immediately. So it now makes Christianity looks easier. During their time, I think it was tougher, but now it's easier because of that name, right? Which means the only thing you need to do just to confess him and believe that he is, right, and also believe that he saves. Once you believe in Christ, that's it. That's it. Once you believe in Jesus Christ, that's it. With his new name,
Yes.
that's it. That's
It
it. You don't
just
have to
gets you
work too
started on
hard.
that. Gets you started on that journey. You know.
Yeah.
That's
That's
interesting.
that's that's one thing I see. So the whole thing has been planned from day one.
Hmm.
From day one, all the books they are linking the story together and making us understand it better. Because if it's just the Bible, you will not understand all the things that happened. You'll be wondering, why is this happening? Why did this happen? Okay, if this thing happened this way, what's the full story? You don't know.
Hmm. It's good. It's a good thing we are watching. Just getting from those books. All right. Okay. I think we have a new guest. But just before that, let someone paste the Telegram page. We have opened a partnership program. Thanks to all the partners. Many people here are partners. And what that means is that they give a certain amount a month. Let me see if I can make this smaller. Give a certain amount a month just to support the whole thing. So this was gotten from Kingdom Dominion. Is it? Let me see. Yeah, 1.0. Okay. So let me see that here. Yeah. So go first. Let's. The first thing is to first even be part of the what's that thing called? Part of the Telegram. Okay. So those who have been asking, just to let you know, we've launched the partnership program. Yes, so you can check on that. And you can just, I think this is the URL. Just do collaborations // partners. Okay, that takes you there for those who are asking. So it's literally any amount from five. It's almost Mr. Shago Dasolution is saying it should be 10, but I think five is still good. And they put it here that this for low income partners. The people that are trying to do this from Nigeria, for example, from Ghana, from South Africa that are earning rands, okay, earning naira that is not as high as pounds, you understand? So this is fair for them. And then it goes all the way. But this might be your sweet spot where you put in any amount you want to do, okay, between five and whatever, okay. So just to let you know that is on. What else? The 2.0 is coming soon. Do we have the flyer here? Well, if you're close to, let's see, it does not contain that. So if you're close to Sheffield, we have a physical conference coming up next month. Let me see if I can get that up. I think this should be it. Right, so conference coming up next month, and the physical flyer has some of the faces of these people here on the flyer. So you guys are literally on the flyer. For I don't know if I have that other version here. Okay, so that's going to be in Sheffield 2.0. Last year was 1.0. We're close to Sheffield, Manchester, Barnsley, Doncaster. Where is that place? Coventry. I don't know if Coventry is close enough. Hull, right? There's Scunthorpe and places like that. You can come around physically. And some are coming from London. I don't know if you can. That's fine. Okay, so that's that about that for next month, by God's grace. Okay, that being said, let's get back. Yes, I noticed our pics on the flyers. Yes, you guys have your pics on the flyers. Let me try to look for that part. Just give me a moment. Because Shadi, have you seen that you're already in the UK, even though you're not?
I did not know. I was looking at the picture you just showing. I was asking where is Chioma the Great on the flyer. I didn't even know that Shade was even on the flyer.
You didn't look well. Let's check WhatsApp. Let's check from Johnson. Call upon the name of the Lord, and he said, yeah, so those that are close by can come around and check that. Let's see if we can find that on time. Call upon the name of the Lord, and be saved. PDF, portrait, format. Okay. Let's download it then. So we'll just get to that in a minute. So that's it. So let's hear from K. James. He's been waiting. Let's give him his 3 minutes. So K. James, good morning. What brings you here? Is it your first time?
Hello.
K. James, are you there? So it is exactly side by side. Let's compare. Shadi version 1 and version 2. K. James, did you want to say something? So this is on the physical flyer.
Okay, I can see me. I can see Gian still. Where is Chioma the Great?
She's
Can we
always
see C?
It's always
It's only C we can see.
You didn't want to show a picture.
Why are you running away, Chioma? Why are you running? Why? I'm just kidding. It's lovely.
That's what they're going to call her in Ibadan, where she stayed some time long ago. Shioma. Shima. Because Yoruba, there's no CH in Yoruba. So it tends to turn over there. Actually, I have a physical copy, really. So, K. James, we're waiting for you.
I think K. James.
Yeah, we're waiting for him. His time is counting. We can reset his time for what? Just a moment.
Hey, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Good morning or good afternoon from Nigeria.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Great. Yeah, this is my first time here. I'm joining the live. Although sometimes during the day when I'm really busy, I get to see just bump on your sessions, but I really do not have the time to join. So since today is Sunday and I'm kind of free, I felt I should really know what's happening here, and I can sense that it's more like a Christian live session or something, right?
Yeah, close to that, very close.
Okay. And just now I heard one of the participants who was speaking about Yeshua and his name and the purpose why he came or something, right?
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah, and I kind of felt like this could be a session where one can probably say some things that one has been pondering upon, which is usually not welcome in most conventional Christian gathering. For me, it's actually the.
Our
Yeah,
research,
hello.
but your background is very noisy.
Oh, it's noisy, right?
Yeah, it's very noisy.
Okay, is it okay? Is it okay now?
Oh, right. Nice quick fix.
Okay, good. So I was trying to say now that there are some things that have been bothering me, and I think I've really pondered on these things. I don't know if this is a forum to share such, if it
Where
would
is
be
the first
welcome.
time you got across our channel?
Oh, it's been like, so most times when I'm busy, I work from home. So when I'm busy, I just open my TikTok and just scroll, and then I'll see some conversations. I really don't have the time to probably just join, It's been a while. So since then, let me just say like 2 months back now. So since then, I get to come across it once a while, but the time to join was really the problem for me, especially weekdays. Yeah. So as I was saying, it is actually the issue of reincarnation. I don't know if you guys have actually talked about that before.
Yeah,
It is quite sensitive. You said?
It's actually
Oh,
scriptural,
okay.
isn't it? Yeah, it is. Tell me your
Oh,
perspective.
great. Oh, yeah, my perspective. Yeah, I thought about something. Yeah, as this guy was talking about the purpose of Yeshua coming just now, and there was something I've been thinking about, which is the fact that I've come to understand that in almost all religions of the world, there's a certain truth in these religions.
Okay.
But it may not be the full truth, right? Because according to my belief, I believe that Christ is the full revelation of who the Father is, the Yeshua. So now, these other religions seem to have some droplets of truth. And one of these truths I've come to understand is the issue of reincarnation. Even in our African religion here, the subject is quite prevalent, where I have actually heard stories, in fact, with people who are really close to me. My dad has told me stories that were real to them, their relatives who they believe that was dead at some point and then came through some other person, some other relative. There are these stories that are paramount, prevalent in our society. So I have come to believe that is actually a truth that has not been accepted by conventional Christians, because when you have this conversation sometimes with these people, they just rebut you almost immediately. So for me, I feel that it's really important to know that. Yeah, hello?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. So for me, it is really important to know another perspective of who Yeshua is and what he came to do. So now this is what I think. While these other religions seem to hold strongly to the issue of reincarnation, but in the whole, in the general perspective from Christ's or Yeshua's perspective, reincarnation doesn't seem to be something that is, should I say, okay or fine or well with the soul.
Let me just save your time. Okay, you go 1 more minute.
Okay.
Let me let you land. Is that the
Okay,
main
yes.
discussion on though?
Yeah. That's just, I wanted to say something like, okay, for me, I think Yeshua seemed to be the one who is actually giving the world a way to the Father from breaking reincarnation, the cycle of reincarnation. Because some of the descriptions that the Asian religions. Hello, are you there? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yes. So some of the descriptions of those Eastern religions would how they would describe the reincarnation. It is more like it is a torment for the soul. The soul wants to kind of break free from this cycle of dying and coming back, dying and coming back. So it has that effect on the soul. The soul grows weary over time, and the soul is searching for freedom. So now it has to pay its karma, the bad deeds that were done in the previous lifetime and all of that. And so now, when you look at what Christ seemed to come to do, it's as though it is something like, I have come to release you from that cycle of birth and rebirth, birth and rebirth. Because if you consider the conversation he had with Nicodemus, he said you have to be born again to enter into the kingdom of God. And you see Nicodemus asking the question like, do I have to be born? Do I have to enter back to my mother's womb? Christ did not even say that is not something that is wrong anyway. That is not correct. Instead, he said there's another type of birth, which is the one that you'll be born by the Spirit and you'll be born by water. So now it's as though Christ is saying, yes, that one would still happen if you do not come to this other type of birth. Can you hear me?
I think I get it. Yeah, it's telling him the alternative, right?
Yes. He seems to be telling him there is an alternative. If you continue to want to pay your karma by coming back over and over again, you are never going to get the way. So now it's as though the birth and rebirth forms a circle, while Christ is forming a tangent to say there is an escape and I am the way. So also seem to want to find their way back to the Father, but they want to do it by themselves or by how their religions or traditions have taught them, right? And when you look at somewhere in the scripture where that says it is the Father's will for all men to be saved. So that would actually give a clue to think that perhaps the Father wants to save everybody. But can everyone be saved at a particular lifetime? I don't think so. I feel until a particular soul encounters the message of Christ, of Yeshua, in a particular lifetime, that will become their salvation. So if Christ is searching throughout true lifetimes for a particular soul, whether they actually encounter the soul or not, whether they encounter the message of Christ or not, he is still going to get to them in a particular lifetime. So that is one of the things I consider that Christ came to do. It is quite complicated to think about it, but I feel that at some point in time, everything would actually come back to how the Father wants it. And perhaps no soul will eventually be lost through that issue of reincarnation. Yeah.
I see. It makes some sense, at least, Although it's a little bit strange, I've not quite heard that before, but that comment of Yeshua is important. The tangent part was quite an interesting analogy, and it helps understand it very simply, right? As again, keep cycling, because indeed, things from, by the way, first scripture, we still discussed it yesterday. I mentioned it yesterday. What's his name now? John the Baptist was apparently
Elijah.
Yes, Elijah, straight away, right? And some things that were doing in his life, was gonna come back at him. So that's that. So
and there's this other prophet Jeremiah who God said, before you were formed in your mother's womb, I knew you. More like there's an encounter that has been made before. So Christians just say it like, okay, because God sees the future, right? That's what he's trying to say. But I think it just meant the literal meaning of, you and I had a conversation before you came into this world. You and I met. I anointed you.
Indeed.
But popular Christianity seems to want to reduce the effect of that reincarnation thing. Whereas it's quite popular in other religions, especially those Eastern religions.
I see. And then one important thing is that, you remember of that scripture, if you know it at all, that Christ went to preach to spirits in prisons. You remember?
Yes.
So that person of Yeshua is not ordinary. Sorry about that. So that person of Yeshua is very, very deep. Is literally the second Adam. So everybody has to come through him, right?
Yes.
You have to come through. Otherwise, the person's soul and spirit, everything can't. It's not going to make sense. So it's very powerful.
Very true.
Very powerful. Have you watched that interview? True. Have you watched that interview?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
Please do, so that if you see how this cosmology just overlaps those things we're seeing in scripture very, very significantly. Okay, these are just not have been coincidences, right? So someone can paste the interview for him, watch, then come back, share more of your thoughts and all. Personal is more important. Is beyond religion. Is very deep,
Yeah.
very deep.
Yeah.
It's literally the second Adam. That's what it's called.
Yeah. And
Let's
one
hear
last
from
thing before, sorry,
I
just one
Kimani,
last
three
thing,
minutes.
please. Can you hear me?
One last thing.
One last thing. Yeah, one last thing is that this issue of Christ and reincarnation, I think it gives answers to questions like the people who never met Christ. Are you not trying to say that they'll be damned and condemned to hell? Because there is really no excuse to say people who never met Jesus Christ, who never heard the message of Christ or the gospel, just because they were on earth and probably did something, then they are being condemned. So that is where the answer of reincarnation happens again, whereby you say they come to life until in a particular lifetime they hear the gospel of Christ. Only then you can say they will be judged. That was just the last thing I wanted to say.
Yes, indeed. And in fact, what he did was, it's like those who died before Noah. We'll get there once we enter the New Testament.
Okay.
Yes, there's this section of those who died before Noah. It's a special section, and a new earth, more or less, was open from Noah up until Yeshua, and then a new section was open again from Yeshua till now, which will be till the end. So those sections are important. So he went to preach, to spirits in prison, like you said. He took that gospel and went to preach to them in that departed place of departed spirits, like Sheol, and they had to accept him. Or some will reject, and I don't know why people are rejecting. Need to be wondering why some of us to reject here. So they might have their own reasons too, but I don't know why you already. True. So, but he went. That's in the book of Peter, by the way. Come on, let's give you your time. Thank you.
All right, yeah.
So just watch that interview. I think you'll enjoy it. 3 minutes. Come on. Good morning.
Hi. I just want to quickly just drop because I've been on the background listening to the topics and the contribution by other people.
The voice is very low.
I just want to say that on the general note, because I've been listening, I don't want to pinpoint on anybody's chat or anybody's conversation.
Yeah.
I think what I should advise is that people should see that this life we are born, we are in a kindergarten school. You don't expect a child in kindergarten to come out with a diploma or a first class degree. So I think when we are living life, we shouldn't be trying to add too much to it, because I will just base it on that kindergarten mindset of a kid. That's what people should look at when you are looking at human being. There's a limit to what you expect. So that is what the creator of everything, that's how the creator of everything see every living soul that is on any planetary world like ours, that is just in the kindergarten state. Much is not expected of you. I don't want to focus on reincarnation or incarnation. You come into this world blank. So if there's a reincarnation, I think you shouldn't be coming in blank. There should be any purpose of anybody who coming in being born again as a baby. So that's an issue I would like to talk about when it comes to that time reincarnation. But on the general note, I just feel like this world is a kindergarten level for every soul. So we put it all this burden of who you believe in, I think we get to the other side. We know that is on that level of education, which is like a primary education for the souls that live this world. That is what my own view of life is. I will not impose it on anybody, but I think the general thing about life is that it is the result, the end result. When you are in primary 1, it is when you are going to move to primary 2, and you get to primary 2, you are known to be somebody that has been to primary 1. So I think when we leave kindergarten, we get to primary 1. The primary 1 teachers will know if we really been to kindergarten. So that is how I see things. I don't need to stress myself too much or get anybody to be stressing themselves. That's what I preach to people. I don't preach to go and be killing yourself, because we can't do it. It's not possible. We are born blank. There's no manual. Your father didn't give you manual. Your mother didn't give you manual. The pastor I know, they've never given me manual to live life. I've gone through it and pray and do all those things, but you still go through these things. So I've seen it finally. It's from my own point of view, it's a kindergarten state for everybody. So there's no point of me judging anybody or sending anybody to anything. Thank you.
All right, it's good. Thanks for dropping your perspective there. Okay, so I think that brings us just about to the end of today's live live session. I mean, it's been wonderful having everybody. Um, so if anybody still has maybe a final thought, let me see, maybe one or two, just one more first time. I'm gonna try to get more first timers. The Christ Nation has been here before. Warren Thompson, let's hear from you. Then maybe if let's just hear from you before we close today. So I've sent those invitations. Just accept them so you can come say hi. Then you can leave once you are done. Choma, you're welcome back. It's like okay, today is Sunday. You didn't go off today, right?
Oh no, I didn't. No,
Oh,
sorry.
okay. All right. Ify, how are you?
I'm fine. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm good. Did you go to church today?
I'm the church.
You are the church.
I did it.
It's like you and church are fought. I forgot.
No, I don't get a chance.
You don't get church. How have you been?
Very well. I've missed the sessions. Most times I come in and then something just takes me out, but I'm here. I still come back to listen to them, and then for the reincarnation is one topic I've always really loved. You know, so just stumbling on it really made my day. That's why I'm pretty excited. And then the guy, I can't remember his name, that just spoke about it. He made lots of he made sense because I'm like I said, I'm open to learning. And while he was talking, it was making sense, and I was like, okay, I think I agree with this, you know. But then again, I want to ask something about the program, if it's not too early.
Okay. The program.
Well, my question is,
Are you part of the Telegram group first?
yeah, I am.
Okay. Okay. Let me see. This is April. No, this is not April yet. We'll be launching it in April. At least people can begin to register in April. So you're not late at all.
No, I just know what it's not registration. I just want to know, like, in terms of service, like what one can do. Like, do you need greeters, ushers, singers? Like, what do you?
Oh, you mean the conference?
The conference, yeah.
Oh, I was considering your distance. I don't know what.
Are you joking? Sheffield from Lincoln. I was in London last weekend. I'm going to London next week. I can go anywhere I want to go to.
Sorry, I didn't know you teleport like that. But
Yeah, please. Don't limit me, man of God.
All right. This is it. When you check the flyer, it has a QR code to register to come, right? So because we thought about this ahead, to be fair. So I said I hope we can speak and learn more about reincarnation too. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
People like all the strange.
Because I want to born my mother back.
I see where you're going. Yoruba will say Yetunde. Oops.
Yes, now. Onochie. Igbo will say Onochie.
Oh, right. So that one day one kind of.
My friend said, don't born your mother back. All the problems she went through, your daughter will not come out.
Yeah, that's the problem. If that's the funny thing.
Thank God to not give you your own. No, let her just go and rest.
And the thing is, even without burning mother back, there are some things people's fathers have faced, and they are facing the same things.
Yeah, patterns. Yeah.
The patterns like that is in the blood, is in the soul, it's just locked up somewhere. Anyway, so how do we get that off? Anyway, so whatever QR code or link that is to the advert like this links you, because let me just show you. So they've designed it to it's going to say KD 1.0 or 2.0 rather at the center. I don't know if my hand is going to help you focus. Yeah. So if people could screenshot this, you could also register on Eventbrite. But if you register through here, you could indicate where you want to serve, right? Like you want to usher in all those kind of things you're talking about. So that's part of the thing. So by registering to present that option to you naturally. I think if he's gone off of the
I'm trying to screenshot it. I think that's why you lost me.
Yeah, but it might be blurred because this is a literal picture. So, um, but that's it. You could also find it on the website. It's on quite a couple of places. So if
Okay.
you go to the website here, you will see KD 2.0 should be there by now. So just get it there, and that's it. So I hope that answers that question.
It does. Sure does. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I want to be useful in my father's house.
Indeed. Oh yeah. So you see, Kiang now just lost his uncle. You heard,
Oh my goodness, no.
but then his uncle was like 103, right? Yeah, 103 years old.
Oh, Yang, please. My mom was 67. I'm jealous of you.
Well, Gang was still crying. According to the fake news he told us, we don't know if it's true.
Oh my
Where
God. This is,
his
I
face
think
losing
his
from.
uncle fulfilled scripture. They said, with long life I will satisfy you. You know? He really,
But then he just got to hear this morning, so he was still.
yeah. I'm going to reach out to him.
Yeah, it's just there. All right. So, Chiwa, did you have something to say? Or just before you, let's hear from Erhigo. Okay, Erhigo, good morning. Erhigo, are you there? Let's see.
Can
Requesting.
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
It's actually good morning, it's good afternoon by my time. I'm in Nigeria.
Yes, afternoon there.
It's been a while. I think I connected with you last year, but
Oh,
I've been busy, so I've not been available.
okay. Are you using a headset? It's muffling your words.
Yes, okay. Let me remove this. Can you hear me?
Have you removed it yet? Can you hear me now? I mean, can you say hi so I can check if. Oh, it's gone off. If you're off your app, we can hear you, but
It's better now, right?
yes, much better.
Okay, thank you very much. I actually just scrolling through TikTok and I saw the page again, so I have to just stay put and listen to others. Thank you very much for your knowledge that you have been passing across and other things. I'm also going out there to do some search by myself and also get some information. And I think I started with you when we were talking about Bible is Black African history and all that. Remember, some time ago I make a comment that it's likely United States is ancient Egypt. I don't know if you could remember.
Oh, I've heard that. But do you find anything that can hold water from that claim?
I think you can check Deuteronomy 28 verse, I think 62 thereabouts, the last verse.
You need
Something
more.
is there.
You need more
I
than.
can post it here. I don't know. Oh, it's too lengthy. I won't be able to do that.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is, let's just connect these dots. In that verse, it was saying something about sheep will take you from your land to a foreign land where you'll be sold and no one will buy you. And if you check the history of the current Egypt, I don't see where sheep were taking people from Africa per se across to the Middle East, which is supposed to be North Africa in the main sense. So where we have history recorded, the movement of people across ship to other land is from Africa to Americas and all that. So I don't know. I'm just trying to come back again to say, because from what I've been getting or what I've been seeing or that kind of information I've been getting, is still reflecting that Americas is actually ancient Egypt. And I believe with time we might get more information about that, because when you check the civilization there, it's way higher than what we have in Africa.
I see.
If Egypt is the birth of civilization, I think that reflects it. I don't know. I'm just kind of putting that out there.
I'm thinking maybe, although as much as I usually don't get to go with figurative explanation of scriptures when I can, even if when I do, is that it's figurative literally from that scripture, or we have figured out the actual literal interpretation, then we step over to the figurative. But it's looking like that is the figurative, because indeed it's really looking like America is that Egypt where they were taken to in that transatlantic slave trade. So I would say maybe it's figurative because if you try to make it literal, it's a lot because when it says Abraham went south, so how did he come from? I mean, it's going to mess up a whole lot of things. And I've got the
What
people
if
that
our map is actually flipped and we are still seeing it the opposite?
flip where flipped how.
Because somebody has actually come out to debunk that the map is actually flipped upside down.
No, that's not the thing. That still wouldn't cut it. Because
Okay.
upside down, it wouldn't cut it. It's more of even a left and right situation. But I got your point. But the best I would say as a middle point to that is that it's figurative, is what I would say. Because there's literally a place called Memphis, in the United States, right?
Yeah, I'm naturally doing.
Oh, your phone, you're off your app. I can hear you when you're off your app. Masibonge from South Africa. Welcome.
Me now.
Now, yes.
So Deuteronomy 28 verse 60.
Yeah, I know that scripture. You don't need to go off the app. Yes.
28:68. Yeah. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it and try to draw up conclusion. I cannot conclude based on that one verse, but from history, if you actually check, were there a time or was it recorded that the current Egypt ships were moving from there to other land?
That's what I'm saying. That America.
And where is this land? Because we just need to can get that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But America today is like that figurative Egypt. Is my point. Because what would you? There's just no point. What would you say about the pyramids then?
Okay, are we seeing it as a construct just to deviate attention? I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. I cannot tell.
No, it's not.
Are we just? Is it just play? Is that part just playing like a script?
Which part? The US or the actual Egypt?
No, that particular verse in the Bible.
No,
because we know that actually these things were actually rewritten and redocumented before our time.
No, it's not that. It's not that. You need to learn how to. You need to learn how to.
A lot.
Yeah, go ahead.
A lot to say, sir. And actually, I don't know how to put. I told you some time ago, it's as if I don't know if I'm going to say it's revelation. I actually have a situation where I saw something like Tartaria you talk about in a dream.
Have you watched all the interviews?
I can tell you. Sir?
Have you watched all the interviews we did?
I've seen some of your interviews, but I won't say it's all. Not all.
I want you to watch all from part 1 to the end. It's now a playlist on our on our YouTube page. Okay. You will see what approach we take. Maybe not the very best approach, but it's a good approach we take to dealing with facts and all that, so that you're not all over the place and keep being tossed back and forth.
Yeah.
So maybe when you watch that, then you come back, we'll see if you have any updates from there. And also, normally, we tend to separate between visions and just literal empirical text that people can see. You understand? Right. So it doesn't mean we completely discard visions and stuff, but we try to separate it. Okay.
Do you know one thing I will say here is that this actually happened before I met you.
Okay.
Before I even met you. I had this before I met you. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
But it's okay. I really appreciate the time, and I hope to connect again, and I'll keep also following up with your teaching. Thank you very much. I'll rest here now. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much, my brother. All right, so let me hear from Chioma again. Chioma has reincarnated on this TikTok as a guest. So
yeah, well, I'm still a little iffy on the reincarnation subject, but I will keep my comments to myself.
You are a little iffy. That's literally somebody's name there about.
Right? I'm like, no, iffy as in IFF.
Yeah, IFF. I remember my colleague used to say, my name sounds, now why am I answering iffy? I said, no, it's not that one. It's iffy.
Right? Yeah.
I get it, John. It feels somehow, but for me, I don't even like that term doctrine first, right? I'm beginning to not like it, but we got to use it sometimes. Okay, but anyway, the point is the thing happens. That's the fact. I mean, it just happens. That's it. And Jesus didn't use the heart. That's the thing, right? He didn't use that word reincarnation. He just said this is Elijah and he has come back. Okay, call it reincarnation, fine. Okay.
But was it really Elijah? Because first of all, let's not forget that Elijah didn't even die.
Aha.
Right? He didn't die.
Which is
So
also
I think it's the spirit. He said it's the spirit of Elijah. He didn't say Elijah. So that thing that makes Elijah came back.
Right.
Because Elijah didn't die.
Exactly my point. That means even more suspicious in that sense.
Yeah, so in the spirit of Christmas. In the spirit of Christmas.
Yeah, so it's that source that makes him, that gave him that power. Because let's look at it. Elijah and John the Baptist were not exactly the same. Elijah was performing miracles, so to say. John the Baptizer, wasn't exactly, there were attributes that were similar, because he needed to have that boldness, that wildness of spirit that Elijah had. But let's not forget, because reincarnation only works if the person has died. So then the spirit came back, or the soul came back. Because why that is a little problematic for me is that, does that mean that God is creating earth suits and sending back specific? Because it's not everybody. If we are looking at scripture, then it's not everybody in scripture that is coming back. It's specific people that are coming for a specific purpose. So the one everybody refers to is that Elijah. But then let's not forget that the guy didn't die. And okay, so who else came back? Did David come back? Why didn't Abel come back? So those kind of questions will come out. That in that case, then Abraham should have come back. Why didn't Abraham come back? Why didn't all these people come back? Right? So that's why it's a little. And then when you hear things like it's appointed unto man to die, and after that the judgment. So wants to die, and after that, thank you. So when you put all those kind of scriptures together, the idea is a pleasant idea. I'm open to it, but it contradicts specific scriptures that talk about, why didn't Moses come back? Those kind of questions. So if there's such a thing that exists, then it means that it is specific people that are coming back for a specific purpose. It's not everybody.
Right. I see your point. And for me, again, I'm just wondering even the reason, the importance of it. Right? As important as rapture being in the past is, right? Because I think that is important. There are people at one time, at one movement or whatnot, in fact, maybe till now, that would just sell their properties, not go to school, not do anything because Jesus is coming next week. You understand? And only to discover that, hey, what if that's in the past? Rather. That's very important, right? So if it is that important, I am thinking that it should be said, but even as important as it is, I sometimes don't even push it that much, right? So I'm struggling to find the importance because it generally doesn't change a lot of basic principles. There are lots of principles it doesn't change. You still have to receive Christ. You still have to walk in truth and righteousness. You still have, it doesn't change it. It's like one of those back end details that you don't have to really bother about, I would say. It's like when you're watching YouTube, it says stats for nerds. Okay, it's one of such details, I would say.
I just want to put something in quickly. Choma made a statement and said reincarnation only happens when someone dies. But where I'm from, the most Igbo state, it's not true. Not that it's not true, it doesn't happen. My cousin was not allowed to attend one of my auntie's burial because it was said she reincarnated 4 people, and if any of them attended the burial, they were going to die. And they all had the same similar thing. So in my place, you can be alive and then you're reincarnated. Yeah, my cousin didn't have to attend that funeral. And I was like, why? They said if she did, there were 4 of them. They were not allowed to because they said it was the same person who came back in all of them, and well, maybe because it said so, you could see that most of the gifts this particular woman has, they do have it as well. So it's not, you don't have to be dead before you come back in my.
It was K that brought this up. Let me let him speak. Choma, just hold on.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hello?
Hey, you're the one that brought this up.
Yeah.
See what you have caused now.
Very good. You see, one
Is it
of the
very
things
good?
yes, I want to say something here. So one of the problems with us Christians, yeah, I think we limit ourselves to that which is written as scriptures, right? But
It's
the
important we
knowledge
do.
of God.
It's actually important we
Sorry?
do. I'd
Yeah,
rather
it's
have.
good, right?
Let me let you land. Let me give you your time. 1 minute.
Okay, great. It's also very important for us to know to use what we see, how the things operate in the world, to even understand the spiritual realm and how God works, right? So now we Christians are limited to, I mean, we are actually only attached to our religions, how we were born. We were born Christians and then we are raised Christians. There are people right now, there have been people before that have never heard the gospel of Christ. That is my point. Will they be condemned according to what scripture says because it is appointed once to die and after death judgment, and because they did not hear the gospel of Christ or receive Jesus Christ, they are not damned according to what scripture says? So now, most of the time when you look at that, it is even the Apostle Paul and the disciples saying what they are limited to by their own Jewish religion. They do not even know the extent to which God has created the universe and creation as a whole. Yet, we are holding Christ as if he is our own. No, Christ is for the world as a whole. There are people who will never hear his message in their lifetime. They should be given opportunity again to hear the message. There is a child who is being born right now, either in Iran or Gaza, who is just, because of the war there, the next thing, the war kills him. I mean, what opportunity do they have in life if they don't have Christ? Yeah.
Let me hear from Choma's response. Okay, let's see. Hey, Mrs. Tino, how are you?
May I wanted to say something? Okay.
Okay, Gyang wanted to. Okay, let me let Gyang land to his 1 minute. So let's do 1 minute round. We get the chairman back. Okay.
Is 1 minute good for me? Okay, well, let me just try and see what I can do in 1 minute. Yeah, I told the pastor of minister where he said, for me, it's not really important, right? I don't see. It's just always wanted to have conversations around stuff that happened, right? And so we talk about that. And then to say whether it was Elijah that came back or not, Jesus didn't say in the spirit of Elijah. Jesus said, this is Elijah who was to come. And he said it like twice. It's not like, and we have in Malachi that Elijah was going to come. They didn't say the spirit of Elijah was going to come. They said Elijah was going to come. And Jesus himself pronounced and said, this is Elijah who was to come. Not that I know someone mentioned it as the spirit of Elijah, but this one, Jesus said, this was Elijah. And if they would, if you would take it, he said, if you would take it, this is Elijah who was to come. Because if he knew that they would doubt that he was the one, but he said if they have the ability to accept it, he's the one who was to come, So, but for me, it doesn't make any, it doesn't change anything. It's 1 minute already. See, I say 1 minute won't be enough for a minister.
No, I know you tried, but you can still land properly if there's something else you wanted to add.
Yeah. So for me, I just feel that is that. But again, looking at what KJ is saying. Scripture also have not left us without any word with respect to people who had run alive before Christ came, because we heard that he went and preached to them who were in prison, and I think Matthew also recorded that even some of them appeared on the day he resurrected, and on the day he died, some of them appeared to their people before they were taken up to heaven, so we have those records in Scripture. But aside from that, I also know that if people weren't there before Christ came and they are unalive, there are certain principles and laws that God had given that govern their lives at that time, that I feel that they are going to be, that's me thinking, not that I have any this that they're going to be judged by, but saying people coming back to get to hear the gospel again, I don't think it was going to be possible. You remember the parable that Jesus gave about Lazarus and the rich man? And then the rich man said, let him allow him to go to back, or send him back to, send Abraham back, so that he go and preach to his own brothers so that they will not come and join him. And he said, no, there are people there that can talk to them. You get it? So this part, he doesn't need to go back to go and talk to them with respect to that. So for me, like I say, like a rapture, like every other event that's going to happen, these are timelines, these are things that will make us understand what it's going to be. The most I always tell people to do is embrace God, work with God, know God for you, have a relationship with him that is that keeps you righteous and faithful to him. Whatever is going to happen will happen. You don't have, like Jesus will tell them, the days of the season, you have no business how the Father decides he wants to do it. You get it? So you don't have this business to begin to. Yeah, we can look at the prophecies and all I've said and just to watch. But the basic thing is that we have a relationship with God that ought to be intact. So that whatever happens at any point in time, you are sure of where you are going to. If the rapture didn't come and you die, you're unalive. That's the end of it. You're supposed to go and face God. Your relationship with Him is going to determine what you'll be able to build over time. So I know conversations will always come in those directions, whether it is there or not there. For me, in our culture, right, we believe in reincarnation. I've heard, so even within my family, there was a particular members of our family that they said their father came back. And sometimes he will address them like the father. When he talks to them, he's a small boy, but when he talks to his parents, he will talk to them as their father who was there. And they said he had certain marks on his body that this boy was born with. You get it? So in such case, how do you now want to dispute that if they say that is reincarnate? Apart from that, we also have in our culture where certain individuals have I don't know whether you have that in your culture, that they have animal form. They have an animal side of them, so that if you are going in that you are in the bush.
Okay, just a moment. There's a reason why I just gave just a short time, but then I got that. That's why I'm trying to stay away from that topic, because once you give a scriptural event a name, then that name gets taken out, then it can just take any shape. You see, this animal one now, I know you said it's culture, to be fair, and I'm not even saying you agree with it, okay? But that's what those nomenclature does, you see. But let me let you learn again one more time.
Yeah, so you get to see that they have animal forms of them, their person. So if anything happens, like you go to the bush, you're hunting, and you see, we are told that when you go to the bush, you're hunting, and you're about to unalive a beast or a game that you see, and that game puts a stick in his mouth, that you shouldn't unalive it. There's a likelihood that it's somebody that is there, and we've heard stories where events like that will happen. Some of them will tell you that they've been wounded somewhere, and you see the very part that was hit is where you find them having an injury, and sometimes they nurse it. When they nurse it, the thing is able to heal, then they get healed. But if the animal doesn't survive it, they also unalive in true life. Yeah. And so these are things that we believe in, even in our cultures and traditions. I don't know whether it's happening elsewhere, but here we have it, and there's a name we call it in our tribe, in my dialect. So what that is it. But for me, I don't give any importance to all of those words. We just like getting stuff to just talk about, but I don't give it that importance, sincerely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me hear from Chama real quick. Let me give her 2 minutes so that.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that, Gang, and thank you for that, KJ. Again, I'm still iffy. I'm still iffy on that. I know that there are some phenomenon that we may not be able to explain, and this is why maybe more books will be released for us to read, where they will record such occurrences, because I always have to attach something in scripture to be able to understand. That's how my brain works. I'm always like, if I see something in real life, my brain automatically goes to, where have I seen this in scripture, and what was done, what was the approach. If I don't have that connection, I'm just like, well, maybe there are some books that we haven't seen, some revelations that we haven't been shown just yet. I'm not disputing these things, because these are things we all grew up hearing about, right? So it's possible. Like I said from the beginning, when I started the conversation, I said I'm iffy about it. I'm like, oh, okay, if it does exist, fine. If it doesn't, whatever. So that's my position on it. So that's
So indeed, what I would say is, I'd like to get practical. As much as you see, I'm almost always saying something new, showing books and all. It's always about, okay, how can we condense all of this and crystallize it into actionable bits? What we can do, how it affects us. Okay, and I was gonna tell even K James, right, that we do not even need reincarnation. Do we even know how many possibilities there is in the spirit and with God? Now, it's not completely infinite and just open and lawless, or without some logic to it. But reincarnation doesn't necessarily have to be the explanation for a child who was born and dies at age 4 without hearing the gospel. It doesn't have to be reincarnation, you see. But sometimes when we have an opinion about something, you have an idea about it, we most times want to use it as a tool, like a fit in real quick. You understand? I think that possibility, for example, of Jesus preaching to spirits in prison might just be enough for that kind of child, for example, to hear the gospel out of the body. You understand, right? So that's it. And then like I said, I'm just wondering. I mean, if you follow the normal, thank God you know about Christ and you know to tell other people about Christ. That's good. You go tell them. If you don't hear the honor life before them, God is just enough. Is it a God that set the stars in the sky and does everything in a orderly manner that will forget one soul and will go to hell forever without? I don't think so. I don't think so. But anyway, I'm thinking that should bring the matter to some level of rest. But I can suspect James still wants to say something. Or Kasolese, should we hear from you first?
Yeah, so I wanted to say something about the reincarnation. Me growing up, right? My dad. So they call it in Igbo. The way we call it in Igbo is, as they say, onye nologi owa, right? Like somebody that you reincarnated as. They wanted to do that on me. I refused, though. I run. They wanted to check, you know. Me from small, I never believed in all these going to see Afa and all those
You
things.
see, so
Mm.
it's but then I tell people that whenever anybody wants to do anything spiritual, the moment you're getting off of conventional, take leave and eat as part of your food, just take medicine and use physical stuff, make your food your medicine your food. Things start getting spiritual, make sure it's in the name of Jesus. It just
Yeah,
sanitizes, you understand? It sanitizes
yeah,
and just filters a lot of trash. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, because I feel he's consulting the spirits. That's why I refused.
You see.
And I was a child. It's not like I understood anything, but I didn't like it. When my dad says it, I did not pay interest at all. So, but he still says, oh, he will tell me that the person I reincarnated as is my grandfather.
Yeah, maybe. Did he
My
met
grandfather,
you have seen him before, right? Your dad,
my
of course.
grandfather. Yeah. My grandfather, like from my mother's side, yes.
Oh, okay. Maybe he
So
just
the thing is, when you bring his picture when he was young,
is
and you
true.
bring me, you think I'm the one.
Right. So people,
Yeah.
but then white man will
But
tell
that
you
one
that's
is
DNA.
that's resemblance. I didn't see it as
Right.
reincarnation.
Uh-huh.
And
So,
we have similar characters as well.
oh,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, but the thing is, and also my grandfather's side, like my great grandfather, his father he has a spirit animal, and his spirit animal was a lion.
Yeah, Chineke.
No, he used to turn to lion in the night.
Odum, Odum kwa.
Odom, yeah, he used to turn to Odom in the night and protect them.
Chineke.
That's the story he told me. I
Now,
wasn't there.
wow. So that kind of transformation, you see, that kind of man now, he has tapped into something, you see? And of course, there is no way that one can enter Bible. If you want to do
And
that,
besides, when my grandfather died, I actually went for his burial, so nothing happened to me.
right? So except you want to try Nebuchadnezzar style that became
Mm.
that became animal like that. So definitely that's just some funny stuff. But anyway, like I said, once I get topics like that, I'm like, this is gonna take us all the way. And like, yeah,
But,
really
but
serious.
just to even take buttress, sorry, Minister, to just piggyback on what he's saying, there are people that they call skinwalkers,
Right.
especially among the Native Americans, where they do transform into animals. So I've forgotten what they call those creatures. So they do transform. So that thing he's saying is actually, well, it's documented, and there are people who have eyewitnesses who have seen such things. But here's the thing: you have to have a particular blood type. You have to have so you have to have a particular strain. So when Giang was talking about people who died and then down the line somebody else came with that same mark, where maybe a fatal wound, the child comes back with that same mark. It's possible that, DNA is a powerful thing, right? So it's something that is important, but let me not dismiss it like, oh, it can be explained by science. I'm just saying that there are occurrences where, those things where we call them werewolves, they do exist. Vampires, all those things you read in books, they do exist. And people do talk about skinwalkers, people who can shape shift into something else, right? Yeah. That
Yeah,
the
my
moon shall not
my
strike you
grandpa
by
told
night,
me.
because always remember those were people, something about the full moon makes them do what they do. So there's something about, when we're reading these books about the luminaries and the angels involved and how human angels taught them strange things that they shouldn't have known. These are part of those things that had happened. And who knows, maybe there was a particular bloodline that had that thing, and it runs up. It may skip some generations, but anybody who begins to activate those things begins to operate in those social
And those
abilities,
Nephilim, they
so to
know
say.
what family they left the thing, so they will visit the person and invite him into the
Exactly.
answer.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
So
it skipped my grandfather, so I'm not part of them. Yeah, I know my great grandfather rather. Yeah, everybody was talking about it. Like even my granddad told me. He used to tell me the story a lot. You know, that his father he would turn to this, and the man has children everywhere. Like I think I have cousins or brothers somewhere within the east and delta states too, because we used to like turn to that stuff and go towards all those areas. Sometimes he uses it to hunt as well and bring it home.
you see, so and that is, so there's something there that has messed up something, and again, it
It's
brings us
messed
back to
up.
this,
It's messed up,
right?
yeah.
Brings us back to this Nephilim thing, and indeed, right? Where if we can journey with God's spirit, there's the light equivalent of this thing. In fact, first off, journey or no journey, most times you are protected from these things. I mean, I've noticed that, I'm speaking from experience. The most useless Christian that just stays under that protection of that name, most times they won't be able to hurt them. They may not know how to attack and to get that person unalive or something like that, but usually they won't be able to. Check warlock after warlock, witch after witch. They at least can't attack them most times, except they get the Christian through legality again to just put his hand in something funny, then they can strike. I've checked time and time and time and time again. So if you want to get into some higher levels of the dimension that may look like that in the realms of light, oh, that is also very possible. But that's the hard part people don't want to hear. First, you go first leave sin. And maybe I should even redefine the sin. Now, sin is sin, right? But I just want to make it sound maybe the way we might like to hear it. There are some rules. Like, check that man now. It may be that he will never eat palm oil. The day he eats palm oil, is that he unalives? Chairman, you want to say something?
No, it's not Castellese. Castellese he operates like a spirit now. The way he thinks, he operates like his spirit. So when he's
Right.
saying those things, I'm like, yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right.
Do.
Yeah.
Oh, do. Oh my
So
God.
on this one,
So
depend on the spirit
Castelli
you're
or
talking
colleague.
about. It depends on the
Castelli
spirit
or
too. The only spirit I know is spirit of God, the
No,
spirit
spirit
of
of
Jesus
God,
Christ.
yes, because there are things that have that, like Pastor is saying, it can work good or bad.
Right.
Right? So there are people who carry specific markers in their DNA.
Right.
All those spirits need to do is open it towards the darkness.
Yes.
Your own is already operating in the light, because you don't think like a normal person. You see things that are not so. And I have parent. My mother was like that. My sister like that. So when I hear people, I'm like, he's one of those people. Yeah. So it can be operated either in the darkness and it's also God given too. It's just that they saw something and they know how to manipulate it for you to begin to do things for them in the darkness. Meanwhile, it was for something that should have been in the light, right? Like David being able to play an instrument and is able to bring down heaven. He could have used that same type. I don't know if you guys have seen Sinners, where that guy had that gift of playing the instrument and he begins to draw all kinds of entities into the place. And of course, drew the vampires. But well, we're digressing. I'm just saying it's a gift that can go either way. I'm just saying that's, yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah,
So
if you say it like that, then I will agree with you because I've had occasions where like I've
you
said
can
it
move
here
this
before.
Bluetooth. It's muffling your sound, if you don't mind, just for the next few minutes.
Okay.
It's like Casolitis voice always sounding like that, but there's a clearer.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So I said, if it's that way, I know that I have special protection from God, to be honest, because a couple of times things has happened that I knew. Like like I've said it before, when I was with my uncle, we used to sleep in the shop. Then
Yes, you
this
mentioned that's robbery.
this hot weather now that is dealing with us in Nigeria now came and we were sleeping outside. Then my guys that were inside their shops sleeping, they broke their own shops, entered them,
Injured
beat them
them.
up, like break their head. Me that was outside in front of my shop sleeping, like where everybody would see me, I didn't even know what was happening until they finished. I heard my friends cry and I woke up. By then they've gone. And that was not the first time. You know, when something repeats like 2 times, then in Port Harcourt, right? That was on the 7th of, because I can't forget the date. It's on the 7th of December, 2007, right? And we were sleeping. Suddenly, something woke me up in the middle of the night, only for me to look from the window. I saw someone carried gun and passed. I was like, what's going on? Then I woke my siblings up, right? I woke them up and said, there are armed robbers in this compound. Then what I did was to pull all of them, including my big cousin that is big on the big side. I pulled her inside ceiling, pushed them to the next house, so that when they come to our house, they won't see us. Even if they shoot, they will shoot ordinary ceiling. We are the other side, right? Then, only for these people, as soon as they came towards our side and the guy touched our distance, he said, "Oh my boy, check this house." As soon as he said that, gunshot on his head.
Wow. Police.
From the vigilante.
Oh yeah.
Gunshot, like 5 of them unalive that day.
Aye.
As soon as he said, check this house for me, that was the end.
And it's like, maybe, I mean, you could hear that was your house, right?
Yes, now I were hearing it from the ceiling.
I even like the way you did both sides, because it depends on faith, right? But what it means is that even if guys had stayed, maybe they wouldn't even have been able to come through. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For me, I like both physical and spiritual. As you get the alert, move also to avoid that's nice.
Because I didn't have in mind that such thing will happen.
Right.
And the other one that happened a long time ago when I was like 12 years old. That first one happened.
So indeed, it's there's like we used to say, there is hardly anything that is sin, that is evil practice, and all that was not gotten from light. We'll soon, like I said, tomorrow we'll soon get to that part of this scripture in Enoch, where they took the physical form, the inanimate form of the word, and they used it to start doing things. Imagine having that kind of power with you that the heavens were sustained by. Such a powerful stuff. You understand? That is why, and God has condensed everything for us with that covenant, with that Yeshua, this second Adam person. You see? So, I would say the first thing, if one wants to travel and go further in these things, in spiritual, of course, in light, is to first, there are some things, like I said, that grandfather will do now. There are some things he would never do. Maybe every Sunday he will not. I mean, maybe on Sundays he doesn't go out, or there will be one thing, right? Is what they call it in Yoruba. It will have something that he can't touch. Just check. And God has told us what not to touch, right? He's told us those sins in that sense. But we see it as, God will forgive me. you'll be losing your powers. You forgive you, you won't honor life straight away, but you will not be able to do what you is called you to do to the fullest.
Minister, to be honest, if we follow the instructions that God gave us about food in the Bible, like if we follow it straight on, I don't think we'll be sick and our bones will not be the same.
Yeah.
Our bones will be stronger than it is now. Right?
Mhm.
And our sight and all those things will not. It will be very strong. I'm telling you, but it's difficult to keep this thing. I swear.
And it's not hard. It's
That's
this
very
world that
true.
make it hard. They'll just give chocolate, give you this, give you that, and if not careful, they make you feel somehow if you don't take those things. And as you have dietary laws in that sense, and I call them laws, like laws of success. That's the actual thing I was trying to do. You see. But let me hear from K James. We're wrapping up.
Yeah, what he just said just now about the dietary thing from scripture, I think it's very good because only yesterday, one of these pastors, apostles in Nigeria, released a podcast on YouTube. I don't know if anybody has seen it.
Without
I'm talking
mentioning names.
That's Femi Lazarus or
We
something.
usually don't like mentioning names, but yes, I got them.
Okay, yeah, it's just a podcast, not really in terms of preaching per se, but it's just a podcast regarding health and how we should manage our health, how it is important to even follow scriptures in with the food we eat.
Who reversed autism with diet.
Yes, and cancer as well. That lady. Yeah, I think those things are really important because I think she was just trying to say that nature, God has used nature to give us everything that we need for our health. You understand? Even with the seasons, right? Say, for example, there's a particular food that comes in a particular season. That alone is the food for our body for that season because our body reacts differently during the Harmattan season or the rainy season or winter. But there's a particular food that would be in growing, at that particular time. So that is what God has done over time. But with the whole new age, modern way of eating and all that, it has actually stopped that. And then this brings sickness into our body once our body does not respond to the natural food it's supposed to eat. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Yeah, let's just wrap it up. We have closed several times today. I will refuse.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, KJ.
It's reincarnation that brought me back.
Reincarnation. was reincarnated on the page. So thanks everyone for coming. And like in form of closing, what I discovered is that you would think that, there's these dietary laws, take care of my health. Okay, this one is relationship laws to take care of my relationships. These now spiritual laws. Most times everything flows in one. You'll be surprised. The moment you stop eating a certain kind of food, your sleeping pattern will change. It can begin to affect how you hear God through your night visions. You see? And you will discover that there's so much equivalent between the physical and the solical, and then the spiritual, right? You discover that the more you eat some sugary foods, it can begin to affect your desire to watch some movies. Like, let's even go and watch this action movie. Let's do this. Everything flows together as one. That's what you discover. And the moment you catch into it, discover that the fasting comes natural, you are more motivated to pray, your actions begin to change, your emotions begin to be more regulated, and you might be surprised. Even some of these are ladies, this hormonal imbalance, hormonal outbalance, whatever, some of that begins to just set. Right, they are hormones truly, but then you discover that because you're setting your spirit right, your emotions begin to align, and then the body chemicals themselves begin to respond. You see? So it flows from spirit out. It flows from spirit out. That's the way. And indeed, and I don't even see that as a special ability. Your body will tell you what to eat. There are times you wake up and you just feel like, I feel like taking lemon. You understand? I feel like, not the kind of feel like you just saw one advert that they're eating eating burgers and all that, all the soylent green food. And you say, I feel, not that kind of feel. This one will come from your heart. You will know. And you just feel like eating, and you eat it, you just feel better. You understand? So if we can just pay attention to our spirit, and we thank God for this platform, thank God for it every single day. It's one of our goals is that spiritual edification and personal development. It all flows together. So thank you so much, everyone. If you are not part of the Telegram yet, join that. Thanks for those on Instagram. We'll see you tomorrow. We're here same time every day, and you can always let us come together and have that time every morning. So God bless us. That's 170,000 likes. If we had not done this viewership would have get stuck at 8 or 9 or stuff like that. But it's okay. So thanks for that. Get on the what's it called, on the Telegram. Check the things we've got there as action points and things to do, and let's get it done. Another beautiful day. So I pray that you have such a blessed day, and that just enjoy the rest of your day in God's presence, in God's pleasures, and His light. God bless us all. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye. Yes, thank you again. Oh, 267K likes. I don't know why it's 7.8K. I don't know where you saw that. Thank you. So we take it out there. Okay, so we can start from the beginning. You are the one that began. One with God, the Lord Most High. Now we live in you, Christ. What a wonderful name it is. What a wonderful name it is. The name of Jesus Christ. Thank you. What a wonderful name it is. All right, good morning, everybody. It's good to have everybody here. Calling my name, we won't quit. Seeking your face, we won't stop. Ooh, calling your name, we won't quit. Ooh, seeking your face, we won't, we won't. So let's get the tapping app so that we can push the likes up. I'm trying to get to our tapping app because the likes are not coming up. So maybe All right, I was sorry, I was just trying to look for the tapping app, so it took a while to get it working. Or it's working now. Um, let's see. Okay, let's fix the microphone. I think it's brought Chima up already. Okay.
Oh, really? Oh, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, morning. So, okay, let's get started. It's been we also tapped from here to 100 milliseconds. Okay, so let's try that should work. For Instagram, I don't know, Instagram is more or less discouraging. So there is a, but interestingly, it's like one of the Instagram videos is seems to be having some traffic. So, but I would expect that when people watch the videos, it should show them that this person is live at the moment. I don't know how it works. But let's get started for the day, anyways. Let us pray and start. What a beautiful name is the name of it. Okay, that's working. So I think we stopped last at chapter 76. Yeah, 76. So we'll continue from there. Let's pray. Thank you, Father, the Most High, for your grace. You are the God of heavens. You are the God of all flesh, the Lord of spirits, the Ancient of Days who sits on the throne and lives forever. We worship you. We thank you for giving us life, giving us the opportunity to be here. As we read these words, we ask that we receive grace by your Spirit so that we can do what we are here to do on this temporary, time-bound assignment that you have placed us in, so that at the end of our life we can hear, well done, we would have done what you have sent us here to do. We give you thanks, our Father. We thank you for your grace and your love. In the name of your Son, Yeshua, we pray. Amen. Right, so Enoch chapter 76. Enoch 76. Let's go. So we're still in those areas where the it may seem a little monotonous to read, but then it helps you emphasize and remember the importance of those information that you will find there, because it was put there, even though it's repetitive, just put there despite that, because of how important it should be. Chapter 76. The first wind is called the eastern, but it is the first, because rather it is the first. The second is called the south, because the Most High there descends. That's the second wind. And frequently there descends he who is blessed forever. Okay? The western wind has the name of diminution, because there all luminaries of heaven are diminished and descend. The fourth wind, which is named the north, is divided into three parts. The fourth wind, which is named the north, is divided into three parts, one of which is for the habitation of man, another for the seas of water with valleys, woods, rivers, shady places, and snow. And the third part contains paradise. It's talking about winds. Okay. 5. 7 high mountains I beheld, higher than all the mountains of the earth, for which frost proceeds, while days, seasons, years depart and pass away. 7 rivers I beheld upon the earth, greater than all rivers rather. One which takes its course from the west into the Great Sea. Okay, the Great Sea, I believe, is where you call Atlantic Ocean. 2 come from the north to the sea. They are waters flowing into the Eritrean Sea, which I think is Eritrean Sea. That should be Red Sea. But then I was thinking to talk about Mediterranean Sea. Anyway, and Mediterranean Sea on the east, right? And with respect to the remaining 4, they take their course in the activity of the north, 2 to their seas, the Eritrean Sea, and 2 are poured into a great sea, where also it is said there is a desert. Okay? 7 great islands I saw in the sea on the earth, 7 in the great sea. Okay. The names of the sun are these. So he's saying the sun has different names. Arieres. Okay. The other, Thomas. The moon has 4 names. The first is Asonia, the second Ebla, the third Benasse, and the fourth Arei. Interesting. These are 2 great luminaries whose orbs are as the orbs of heaven. That's their trajectory, their paths. And the dimensions of both are equal, saying that again. In the orb of the sun, there are 70 portions of light. In the orb of the sun, there are 70 portions of light. 70 portions in the orb of the sun, which is added to it from the moon. By measure, it is put in until the 7th portion. Sorry, there is a 7th portion of light, not 70. 7. Until the 7th portion of the light of the sun is departed. They enter into the western gate, circuit by the north, and through the eastern gate go forth over the face of heaven. When the moon rises, it appears in heaven, and the half of a 7th portion of light is all which is in it. The 14th day, in 14 days, the whole of its light is completed. In 14 days, the whole of its light is completed. Okay? By 3 quintuples. Quintuples sounds like multiples of 5. Quintuples light is put into it until in 15 days, so that's 3 quintuples, isn't it? 3 times 5 is 15. 15 days, its light is completed according to the signs of the year. 15 days is half a month. So it has 3 quintuples. So the month has half of a 7th portion. Okay, it has the half of a 7th portion. During its diminutions on the first day, its light decreases, and 14th part of the second day, it decreases a 13th part. And on the third day, 12th part. On the fourth day, 11th part. On the 5th day, 10th part. On the 6th day, 9th part. On the 7th day, it decreases an 8th part. On the 5th day, a 10th part. Okay. On the 9th day, 7th part, it decreases an 8th part. On the 8th day, it decreases by 7th part. On the 9th day, it decreases a 6th part. On the 10th day, it decreases a 5th part. On the 11th day, it decreases a 4th part. On the 12th day, it decreases a 3rd part. On the 13th day, it decreases a 2nd part. On the 14th day, it decreases a half of its 7th part. And on the 15th day, the whole remainder of its light is consumed. It's trying to tell you how you go from the full moon to the gibbous moon to the crescent moon. I think that's what it's talking about. We're reading Enoch 76, by the way, and we're live on Instagram and TikTok. So on stated months, the moon has 29 days. Okay. And it has a period of 28 days. So Uriel, that's the angel of light, Uri, or which means light, and El, which is Eloha or Elohim. Okay. Uriel likewise showed me another regulation, which light is poured into the moon, how it is poured into it from the sun. So like I say, scientists seem to agree with this. Okay. That the moon takes its light from the sun, how it is poured into it from the sun. All the time that the moon is in progress with its light, it is poured into it in the presence of the sun until its light is in 14 days completed in heaven. And when it is wholly extinguished, its light is consumed in heaven. And on the first day, it is called a new moon. For on that day, the light is received into it. It becomes precisely completed on that day that the sun descends into the west, while the moon ascends at night from the east. Okay? So the moon then shines all the night until the sun rises before it. When the moon disappears, it turns before the sun. When light comes to the moon, there again it decreases until all its light is extinguished. Okay? And the days of the moon pass away. Then its orb remains solitary without light. During the 3 months, it effects in 30 days each month its period, right? It affects its period every 30 days. And during 3 more months, it affects it in 29 days. These are the times in which it affects its decrease in its first period and in the first gate, namely 177 days. So, and at the time it is going forth during the 3 months, it appears 30 days each. And during 3 more months, it appears 29 days each. In the night, it appears for each 29 days as the face of a man. Okay? And in the day as heaven. For it is nothing else except its light. All right? Now this is chapter 78. And now my son Methuselah. So this is Enoch speaking to Methuselah, his son now, in this writing. I have shown you everything and the account of everything, or rather of every ordinance of the stars of heaven.
Minister, you've got mute.
The battery of that just went flat. But that's quite slow, isn't it? Could you please tell me what part you heard last, so we can try to continue from there? Can you hear me now?
Started 78.
Okay, you can hear me when I said chapter 78, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. So it's good we have someone up there, so there's not too much to go back to. So chapter 78, and now my son Methuselah. So this is Enoch speaking to his son. I have shown you everything. Those on Instagram won't have that effect because I'm not using that mic. So I've shown you everything, Enoch says to his son Methuselah in this writing. And the account of every ordinance of the stars of heaven is finished. He showed me every ordinance respecting these, which takes place at all times, in all seasons, under every influence, in all years, at the arrival under the rule of each, during every month and every week. He showed me also the decrees of the moon, which is effected in the 6th gate. For in that 6th gate is its light consumed. Okay? From this is the beginning of the month. He still continues, even though he said it's done. And its decrease is effected in the 6th gate in its period until 177 days are completed, according to the mode of calculation by weeks, 25 weeks and 2 days. So trying to say that's what 77 or 177 days would be. Its period is less that of the sun, according to the ordinance of the stars, by 5 days in 1/2 year, precisely. So this is detail, telling you the ordinance, how the moon moves, how all of these things move, right? So when that their visible situation is completed, such is the appearance and likeness of every luminary, which Uriel, angel, the light of Elohim, right? The great angel who conducts them, showed me. 79. In those days, meaning that this is more than one day, this is more than, which makes sense, right? So this whole encounter is more than one. By the way, Enoch is already translated here, so he was already in the heavens, and he could still write. He could still interface with the earth, apparently. But the way Genesis puts it, you would think he was just gone. In those days, Uriel answered and said to me, "Behold, I have showed you all things, O Enoch, and all things have I revealed to you. You see the sun, the moon, and those which conduct the stars of heaven, which cause all their operations, seasons, and revivals to return." The problem with science is they hate the supernatural. I mean, that's just how you have to describe it. There are things that the scriptures prophesy, but the so-called historians, archaeologists, and historical analysts, so to speak, would tell you that, well, it's very likely those things, after those things happened, these guys wrote them in a prophetic, in a kind of descriptive way to describe things in retrospect, but they have already happened. That is why they were suggesting that Matthew, the book of Matthew, was not really written when Jesus was speaking it. That, for example, when Jesus said, no, oh my God, that when Jesus said no stone will be left on top of each other, that's very likely that is too accurate. It can't really be accurate like that. Maybe it was written after the whole thing has happened and Jerusalem was really destroyed. And indeed, no stone was upon each other. It was leveled. That the writer now wrote in retrospect and was writing that Jesus said this thing will happen, but he then put Jesus' word in quote as though Jesus said one stone. But oh my God, like, how can you be so faithless? Or blasphemy? That's the same thing they did with the book of Daniel. It was too accurate for their liking. The prophecy was just so accurate, and they didn't like that. So they said, well, it was written probably by one of the Maccabees. The Maccabees are those people who lived the story of the Israelites, right, between the so-called 400 years of silence, from the time of Malachi till the time of Yeshua. They said, well, it was probably written by them after everything has happened. They didn't like the accuracy of the prophecy. And they do that about miracles till today. They will just look for ways around it because their heads are blocked and their heart is sealed. See? So this man went to those realms and saw those things and wrote it for them. They said, no, we don't want. Right? Okay. Yeah, Hali, you can come tell us about that. Expedition Bible. I've not heard about that. Okay. 4,800 likes. Okay, let's push more. Let's see if we can increase. Let's make this 150. Who is like you, Lord, in all the earth? Matchless love and beauty in this earth. So they don't like those kind of accurate prophecies. Okay, he's an archaeologist. They will hear about that. So in the days of sinners, the years shall be shortened. Aha. We really don't know to what extent, but he said the years will be shortened. So I'm suspecting that the trajectory, or rather the velocity of the rising and setting of the sun will be sped up. That's what I'm suspecting. Okay, so their seed shall be backward in their prolific soil. Saying the seed of the wicked, of the sinner, shall be backward. And everything done on the earth shall be subverted and disappear in a season. Okay? The rain shall be restrained, and heaven shall stand still. In those days, the fruit of the earth shall be late and not flourish in their season. And in their season, the fruit of the tree shall be withholden. Hey, good morning, Muthoni. Chapter 6, verse 6 rather. The moon shall change its laws and not be seen at its proper period. But in those days shall heaven be seen, and barrenness shall take place in the borders of the great chariots in the west. So heaven shall shine more than when illuminated by the orders of the light, all the orders of light, while many chiefs among the stars of authority shall err, perverting their ways and works. So he's saying some of these angels will fall, more fall than the star. Those shall not appear in their seasons who commanded them, and all the classes of the stars shall be shut up against sinners. Right? It says the thoughts of those who dwell on the earth shall transgress within them, and they shall be perverted in all their ways. This is probably talking about what will happen in the time of Noah. Okay? Or maybe some other times also. Okay, good morning, Buffet Kemi. Hope you rested well yesterday to the morning. So they shall transgress and think themselves to be gods, while evil shall be multiplied amongst them, and punishment shall come upon them, so that all of them shall be destroyed. Morning, Gideon. Chapter 80, Enoch 80 now. We're about to get to Enoch 82, which it starts to get more interesting again. Okay, because I know this part has been kind of rhetoric or repetitive, almost redundant, but it's got a reason why they've put it there. So Enoch 80, he said, "O Enoch, look on the book which heaven has gradually dropped down, and reading that which is written in it, understand every part. Then I looked on all which was written, and understood all, reading the book, and everything written in it." Supernatural, right? All the works of man. This is one of the key points in the book of Enoch. One of the key points in the book of Enoch. Very, very important, what we're about to get into. A book was shown to him that contains everything that mankind is more or less going to do. See? Now, before you get to the point to say, well, God knew everything, then why is he judging people when they do it? You will notice that those things were written there, but there was no names attached to it. God could tell somewhere in Adam's DNA and in his loins, a seed will come out that will act this way. Satan would tempt them this way. This will be that way, and we wrote it in the book, right? But there was no names to it, right? So that's what we're about to get into. So it gets very interesting. Just a minute, Mr. Graham. Sorry about that. Let's push that back a little bit. Yeah, there we go. My weakness, you merciful. Nothing in this world will satisfy. Okay, so is been given granted access to that book, and of course he must have copied from that book into this one, the book of Enoch, and that's what we're about to read. Very powerful stuff. Very powerful stuff. So mainstream so-called science, they hate the supernatural. Even the negative supernatural, they try to deny it. Like that Aleister Crowley, is it Aleister Crowley's letter? Is it Aleister Crowley? I can't even remember the guy's name. That wrote a letter to Pazzini or something like that for the 3 world wars. And it's so accurate. And they said it was probably written by those. Sorry, say that again.
Pie.
Yes, Albert Pike. Thank you. Yeah. So they don't like the supernatural ones. They don't like it. They try to make everything look natural so they can keep humans in that state. Everything is just what you can see, hear, taste, smell, and feel. Unfortunately, some Christians now build a doctrine around that kind of carnality. It's not smart at all. Okay, so let me read verse 2 again. And I looked on all which was written and understood all, reading the book and everything written in it, all the works of man, and all the children of flesh upon earth during the generations of the world. This is very powerful, what was revealed to this man. Very powerful. Very powerful. So once we get to chapter 82, it will start to open it up. So this is 80, verse 4. Immediately after I blessed the Lord, the King of glory, who has thus forever formed the whole workmanship of the world.
He could see the wisdom of God despite the whole thing, you see. And I glorify the Lord on account of his long suffering and blessing towards the children of the world. Right? You are thinking you are the victim, but he's telling us if you look deeper, it's like God is the victim in that sense. That he was just so patient with the human race. At that time I said, blessed is the man who shall die righteous. So now death, in that sense, is almost looking like a blessing to some extent. Blessed is the man who shall die righteous and good, okay, against whom no catalogue of crime has been written, and with whom iniquity is not found. So to him, one of the conclusions after reading all that is that this end of life is so beautiful, so beautiful. So then those three holy ones caused me to approach and placed me on the earth before the door of my house. Okay, so now this is Enoch visiting his own house. At this time, he has been translated, remember. Okay. and they said unto me, explain everything to Methuselah, your son, and inform all your children that no flesh shall be justified before the Lord, for he is the for he is their creator. That sounds interesting. There no flesh will be justified. I don't think you can justify yourself. Can I hear what your version says? Because this one sounds like, man, don't even try. Can I hear your version, Chema?
Yeah, declare everything to your son Methuselah, and show to all your children that no flesh is righteous in the sight of the Lord, for he is their creator.
Do you see that Yeshua thing you said again, right? That's a requirement for that person. You know, having Yeshua come to be our righteousness. Verse 9. So you see, it's not such a new concept. So don't let this pseudo grace people bamboozle you with, oh, we just found grace. This is grace. Grace. You can do anything. It's not something so new. Right? That absence of human righteousness is already here as far back as the time of Enoch. Enoch is the seventh man from Adam, potentially 3000 BC, like conventional timeline. Perhaps 3500. In fact, what am I saying? He was born in the first week. So it must have been around 3000 plus BC. By first week, I mean the first 700 years, or worse, for first 1000 years. See? So there was already a need for grace from that moment, and they knew it. So don't let these pseudo grace people try to bring one fake hyper grace to you. It's something that has been there for a long time. During 1 year, we shall leave you with your children. So they brought him back somewhere amongst this time when he has been taken. So, and I can imagine he will be like an angel amongst the sons of men, because it's been translated already. He said, during 1 year, we shall leave you with your children until you shall again recover your strength. Okay. All right. So there's like that journey made him weak. Okay. But then it seems like he has been translated, or maybe except they went back in time. But let's keep reading. That you may instruct your family, write these things and explain them to all your children. You see, but in another year we shall take you from the midst of them, and your heart shall be strengthened, for the elect shall point out righteousness to the elect. The righteous with the righteous shall rejoice, congratulating each other, but the sinners shall die. But the sinners with the sinners shall die. So you see, he kept trafficking back and forth. Okay, I should repeat that part. And they said unto me, explain everything to Methuselah your son, and inform your children that no flesh shall be justified before the Lord their Creator. So during 1 year we shall leave you with your children. Is that the part? Buffet Kemi. Is that the part you wanted me to repeat? Or you wanted me to go back further? You can reply in the comments. I think that was the last part you read. Okay. Yeah, I think it was. So during 1 year, we shall leave you with the children of men. So now it's not even about how long it's going to be in heaven. It's about how long it's going to be on earth temporarily. You see, so the thing is swapping. And then if you keep reading, I don't know if Chema can remind me, because sometimes I mix Jasher and Enoch. Was it
here in Enoch or in Jasher that it was said that he used to go once a year. Later, he went every, or rather once a week. Later, he went twice a week, and the thing flipped. Jasher, right? Oh, I see. So Jasher helps us understand and see that um, let's see, that this is how the things started getting worse and worse, so to speak. And before you know it, it just wasn't coming back anymore. You see. So during 1 year, we shall leave you with your children until you shall again recover your strength, that you may instruct your family. Write these things and explain. Okay? And explain them to all your children. But in another year, they shall take you from the midst of them, and your heart shall be strengthened. Okay, it's like it needed a human body to some extent. For the elect shall point out righteousness to the elect. The righteous with the righteous shall rejoice, congratulating each other. But sinners with sinners shall die. See, verse 10. And the perverted with their perverted shall be drowned, talking about the flood. Those likewise who act righteously shall die on account of the works of man, and shall be gathered, okay, together on account of the works of the wicked. In those days they finished conversing with me, and I returned to my fellow men, blessing the Lord of the worlds. You see, so this was probably the step back in time, because somewhere along here he has mentioned that he was 500 years old.
He's not been translated yet.
Right, that's exactly what I thought. So 81. Now, my son Methuselah, so this is now him back from that trip. All these things I speak unto you and write for you. To you I have revealed all, and have given you books of everything. Do you see how precious these documents are? Preserve, my son Methuselah, the books written by your father, that you may reveal them to future generations, like it's revealed to us now. You see, this is so powerful. Wisdom have I given you to your children and your posterity, that they may reveal to their children. And I want to narrow things down a little bit, right? Very important what I'm about to say. Is either this book somebody drafted, and this is very important, is that somebody drafted this book up to just deceive the world and they're just forming things up, or this is actually real and there's really a man called Enoch that saw these things and wrote them down. Think about that. Right? Think about that. It's either this is a completely fake stuff, all the Bible stuff, and different books, different people, different timelines. They just fake that up, right? And this is one of the fake books, or this is actually real. But if this is real, man, this is very, very, very profound. This is very profound. And like I used to say, based on what we've said and we say in this ministry, it is apparently the case that there is this Nephilim breed of people, serpentine people, right? Lizard people, reptilian people who have more or less have races on this earth, and they have decided to hide these things, keep them, just take it aside, translate it in many confusing stuff, and just mess it up. Because this book, from the way you read it, you can tell, oh, there's this race of people. Aha. So the book in itself explains what is going on, why the book itself probably was hidden. You see. So preserve, my son Methuselah, the books written by your father, that you may reveal them to future generations. Wisdom have I given you to your children and your posterity, that they may reveal to their children for generations forever. There's wisdom in their thoughts, and that those who comprehend it may not slumber, but hear with their ears, like we're hearing now, that they may learn this wisdom and be deemed worthy of eating the wholesome food. Right. Verse 4. Blessed are all the righteous, blessed are all who walk in righteousness, in whom no crime is found, as in sinners, when all their days are numbered. With respect to the progress of the sun in heaven, it enters and goes out each gate for 30 days. He went back to the sun again. Do you see how important this is? And these guys are telling us we've got so-called solar system. And you cannot say that now in public, without being maybe attacked or slighted, that flat earth, please, you know. It's amazing. It's really indeed a season of deception because just look at the thing. The sun and the moon are equal, right? The stars are small. It's just there, right? And the earth, I mean, as far as we can see, it's flat, isn't it? Right? But can you imagine that level of brainwashing that will, okay, even if the earth was to be a globe, right? But imagine how many times that has been repeated and parroted like a broken record that you just assume is a sphere spinning. You have never seen the earth spin before, never. You have never felt the spin before, but you just know, so to speak, know that it spins and it's spherical. You see how powerful repetition can be. You see how deep deception can be. Well, let's still call it repetition in case you're still a globe believer in that sense. Because when you watch those cartoons from that 1905 thereabout, whenever, for every classroom, it's not a geography classroom, it's not sometimes an elementary classroom, 5-year-old children, first time in school, there's always a globe in the classroom. Just to keep that in your head constantly, consistently, you must believe that. In fact, I think we were designing something once, one of the websites and stuff we were doing, and we just typed, I think we said an emoji for education. Yeah, something like that. Emoji, emoji just like, this is likes, it shows the heart, right? That's the emoji for likes, right? So we said emoji for education or something like that, or for learning. And guess what? It shows a globe that has that thing that pins it, right? Sitting on a desk like that. And then the graduating cap, that square cap, place it on the globe. It really looks like education. Like in your subconscious, when you see that, it's talking about education, right? Imagine that. I mean, you don't need to be told. The same way you see, if it says, as simple as saying, they say horse, you saw a picture of a horse, right? When you see this spanner, there's this spanner icon that immediately it's talking about settings. It shows you a circle with a 1 inside of it. It means to switch on or off. You can see that. I can see that here. What other thing do we have? It shows you a gear. That's talking about settings. That's the same way it shows you a globe, puts a graduating cap on it. Immediately your head thinks education. So why is the core? I wish Chema can come up and reason with me on this to know if I'm just by myself. How come it's as if the summary of what education is? I mean, all you need to know to see education in that sense, the same way you see a light bulb, you think that's an idea. You see circle and 1, that's a switch. You see a gear, that's settings. All you need to understand this is education is a globe and a cap. You get what I'm saying, Chema? Yeah, indeed. So
Putting those images constantly in front of you. Constantly. And the more you hear it over and over, the more you believe it, right?
Yes, indeed. I mean, like somebody said, start from today and keep telling people the sky is green, the sky is green, the sky is green, the sky is green. Do movies on green sky, do whatever. One day you just, not that you look at it to be green, but you'll be like, is it really blue? And before you know it, there'll be different smart explanations as to how, there's refraction when light comes actually blue, but because there's an ionosphere, and when it passes through that, the blue becomes green and your eyes cannot see the green. Hey, Chineke, something you are seeing here. That's how deception works. So one summary of what education is once you believe that globe earth, they give you that black cap, graduation cap. With due respect, I have degrees myself, more than one, but it's just something that is very important. They need that globe live for some reason. And I think one of the reasons might be to do a fake alien invasion to justify martial law, whatever. I don't know, but it's just too important to the deep state for there to be a globe Earth. I mean, enough to warrant a fake moon landing. Now, I wouldn't say all those 400 scientists were liars. Maybe not. Otherwise, the lie would have gotten out more quickly and they would have had more people to unalive, okay? But I think they made all of them do calculations and formulas based on what they know, and they never told them they were going to be shown the movie, you see? But everything that they would expect to see in space based on what they have studied in their theory in their head, they made sure that actor guy, that movie director guy, made it happen. So all of them were just in the office, coming to work every day, calculating, racking their brain, and the world leaders are just looking like them, like, look at these fools.
But are you sure it's not even doesn't go even deeper? That there was not an enchantment that was cast on those people? Because in retrospect, as in fast forward to 2026, you are now hearing that they're able to beam thoughts into your head. They're able
That's
to
a
do that
possibility.
now.
That's a
Yeah.
possibility. In fact, indeed, like what you said, I wouldn't imagine that Satan or whoever will be trying to pull that kind of stuff on the whole human race without
Deception
some
of that level, of that scale.
without a deep spiritual backing and witchcraft behind it.
Magic,
Indeed.
yeah. It's magic.
Indeed. So plus the witchcraft plus everything, exactly with the same with COVID. Don't be surprised, there are many sincere scientists who will truly be researching. Let's see what we can do about COVID. Let's do this. They will take this, isolate that, maybe. But then those who have created the disease and have the vaccine in their cupboard, they'll just be looking at them and be paying them salaries. And that's how the world was more or less deceived. When you use a liar to teach people things, it's not very efficient because he will know he's lying. It gets difficult. He asks difficult questions. He can't. But this is how they deceive. They teach the lie to sincere people and they make them understand it. You see, by the way, the fact that something is logical does not mean it is true. In fact, any good lie is supposed to have some logic in it. You see. So they teach the lie to very sincere, innocent teachers, right? Even from their childhood and all that. And teachers are like the best, most innocent people you can find sometimes around. And they teach that to innocent teachers, and those teachers pass it to innocent children. The job is done. You don't need to do anything anymore. They keep recycling that. And guess what? From that step to layer 3, layer 4, they start teaching the lie with all sincerity.
With all
because
that,
do you see?
Defend it to the death.
Right. So that is what Satan did. He just taught them the lie to very innocent people that wear glasses like very innocent people, like I'm looking so naive and so sheepish, and they take that and begin to teach that to children. Once it gets to the children, forget it. I mean, and immediately there's Buzz Lightyear cartoon. There is space missions, just like the same way with dinosaurs. Once you see they keep pushing something, this is supposed to be just science, for crying out loud. Why does he have to have a cartoon? There is a water bottle for it. There is a movie for it. There is a Jurassic Park for it. There is a space toy, Buzz Lightyear. There's all of those things.
TV series that last decade. Star Trek.
Right. So it's to get them to become emotionally attached. So when you tell that child who has loved Buzz Lightyear, always going on space missions, and he likes that, he likes this, and he's always wearing the space gear, if we taught the same thing in class, tell him when he's 24 that the earth is flat, he wouldn't like that for many reasons. Emotionally, psychologically, it's too much for him. So he needs to begin to just undo that, and it's something else. So they link it with the emotion real early in life. Just buy a simple plate for my son. I just see dinosaur. Why dinosaur? Why can't you put something else? Now that's not bad in itself, but they want to get them attached to the idea of dinosaur. Once you enter grade 1, level 2, whatever layer, whatever they call that children kindergarten stuff, they start telling them about dinosaurs and about evolution. And there's a toy for it. There's education for it. The same thing you flow with and begins to earn you money. And it also makes you feel smart. When you say, yeah, from this Stone Age, Ice Age, blah, 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 people say, they clap for you. It boosts your ego. It connects with your emotions. It earns you your money, earns you your living. What else do you need? You defend it with your life. So it will require a very strong mind, humble heart, open mind, a very strong value system to say, you know what? Pause all this emotional rush, okay? Let's see the details about the dinosaurs. Okay, they saw this dinosaur, this and that, carbon dating, okay. Is carbon dating accurate? Well, maybe sometimes, all right. Now, did they see a full Tyrannosaurus Rex that has this dinosaur hands that is always tiny like this? Of which some people started to do the physics of an animal like that has such a tiny hand and standing on that legs, it will probably tilt forward and fall off. You see, because the body dynamics, the body structure is not, you understand? Yeah, the center of gravity is not properly placed. So most times you just see bits and pieces here and they reconstruct it. There's hardly ever been, someone can even fact check, a completely full grown dinosaur they've seen from head to toe that is like that. No, they just see some pieces of bones and they try to reconstruct based on some pentadactyl kind of plan and the body that humans or animals tend to have. And before you know it, there's a cartoon, there is a Jurassic Park, you pay to enter it, and you go to this, you go to that, there's a movie. Come on. The same thing with Titanic. Once you see something that just a simple factual matter, for crying out loud, immediately there's a movie on it. Check it, there's one hand behind it. The same thing with the Titanic, because there's a lot of shady stuff about the Titanic. There were some survivors, right? It said that there is this JP Morgan and some of these rich men wanted to sink some people that they didn't agree with. A lot of stuff, just shady. But then they made a movie around it. They put one Jack and Eve. I say Jack and Eve, Jack and Rose. Now, is there real characters in that ship, in that boat, Titanic boat, that was called Jack and Rose? No. But they won't tell you this part is fictional. They might say, but even you say, like the movie, phew, the guy is flying, the guy is grabbing a woman is not married to, and all of that. And from there, they pass on demonic, lustful demons at the same time. So you're deceiving the world, passing demonic things, entities into people's living rooms and their hearts at the same time. Such a terrible, wicked spirit. Terrible, wicked spirit. Does everything at once, with just one blow. And the whole world is a t-shirt, Titanic, Titanic this, all da, only for you to find out that the thing is a lie. Anyway, so where were we before we got off on that? So truly has been stated and accurately has been calculated. So let's back off. So Enoch keeps mentioning the sun. Okay, so let me read from that place. So with respect to the progress of the sun in heaven, it enters and goes out of each gate for 30 days. So after this chapter, we just stop. For 30 days with the leaders of the thousand, with the leaders of the thousand classes of the stars, with 4 which are added, okay, and appertain to the 4 quarters of the year, telling about 4 seasons of the year, right? So which conduct them and accompany them at 4 periods. Respecting these, men greatly err. It's telling people miscalculate as early as then. So respecting these, men greatly err and do not calculate them in the calculation of every age. For the greatly err respecting them, nor do men know accurately that they are in the calculation of the year. But indeed, these are marked down forever. Okay? Yeah, afternoon, young Tele. These are marked down forever. Let's see. All right, so, but indeed, these are marked down forever, 1 in the first gate, 1 in the third, 1 in the fourth, and 1 in the sixth, so that the year is completed in 364 days. So truly has been stated and accurately has been calculated that which is marked down for the luminaries, the months, the fixed periods, the years, and the days. Uriel has explained to me and communicated to me, whom the Lord of all creation on my account commanded according to the might of heaven and the power which it possesses, both by night and by day, to explain the laws of light to man, of the sun, moon, and stars, and of all the powers of heaven, which are turned with their respective orbs. So he's saying those ones move, but the earth doesn't move. Say it's fixed and shall not be moved. So this is the ordinance of the stars, okay, which is in their places, in the seasons, and in their days and in their months. These names of those who conduct them, who watch and enter in their season. Stop that. Season according to ordinance in their place. 164 days. Okay? With the leader of 1,000 who distinguish between days as well as between the 4 additional ones, which as conductors divide the 4 quarters of the year. So these leaders of 1,000 are in the midst of the conductors, and the conductors are added each behind his station, and their conductors make the separation. Okay, so these are the names of the conductors who separate the 4 quarters of the year, who are appointed over them: Melkel, Halemelech, okay, Melial, Narel, and the names of those who conduct them are Admirel, Giasusal, and Lumael, or Lumial. Okay, so 15. These are the 3 who follow after the conductors of the classes of stars, each following after the 3 conductors of the classes, which themselves follow after the conductors of the stations, who divide the 4 quarters of the year. Okay, in the first part of the year rises and rules Melchias, who is named Tamani and Zahai or Zahai. So these guys have several names, and he's remembering, of course, supernaturally remembering the names. And I mean, like I said, these is not how make-up or made-up documents look. I mean, you want to make something up, one name is good enough so you don't confuse yourself, right? But things get these kind of details usually when it's something that just happened anyways. And oftentimes they're not contradicting any other thing that have been written. All the days of his influence during which he rules are 91 days. And these are the signs of the days which are seen upon the earth. In the days of his influence, there is perspiration, heat, and trouble. All the trees become fruitful. The leaf of the tree comes forth. The corn is reaped, right? That's the time when you reap corn. So the rose and every species of flowers blossom in the fields. That's like spring, okay? And trees of winter are dried up. So these are the names of the conductors who are under them: Barkel, Zelzabel, and another additional conductor of 1,000 is named Heloyalef, right? The days of those influence have been completed. The other conductors next after them is Helemelech, whose name they call the splendid Zahai, right? So you could hear some of the names they were calling him actually interacting within them, within the angels. All the days of his light are 91 days, right? 91 is about 3 months, okay? So it's going to divide into 4 that way. Thank you, Father. These are the signs of the days upon the earth: heat and drought, while the trees bring forth their fruit, warmed and concocted, and give their fruit to every. Just a moment. Doc is asking to fix this, their puzzle stuff. Okay, puzzle sorted. Let's keep tapping. Okay, so these are the signs. Okay, all the days of his light are 91 days. These are the signs of the days upon earth: heat and drought, while the trees bring forth their fruit, warmed and concocted, and give their fruit to dry. So the flocks follow and yin. Okay, so let's see if what's the footnote for that yin? Just a moment, let's see if you get that. Mate and bear. Okay, saying that's when they mate, tend to mate the animals. So the flocks follow and yin. All the fruit of the earth are collected with everything in the field, and the vines are trodden. Okay, that's when you tread on vines to get wine out of it, I believe, juice. So this takes, by the way, treading on vines. That's an African thing again, right there, right? We tread on palm oil. People step on it to make palm oil. You see? They just use their feet to step on it to make palm oil. I'm not sure if that's found in other, other traditions of the world. Yeah, you see, or where it is most done. So with everything, and the vines are trodden. Okay, this takes place during the time of his influence. Okay, So these are their names and order, and the names of the conductors who are under them, of those who are chief of 1,000. Gadayael, Kiel, Hiel, right? I have to go West Africa Delta area. Okay, Italians trade on grapes to make wine. Oh, nice. So it's not just African. Oh, that's good. Shade is saying the Moors must have taught them. It's not impossible they were taught. But then they didn't teach us, at least, right? Because this is something that Africans would do. Since they are claiming they taught us everything, we're just more or less before they came, right? But then we have been stepping on palm kernels to make palm oil, right? So at least, and this is, a closer possibility indeed, that the Italians were taught by the Moors, as against anybody teaching Africans to step on palm oils, you see. Yeah, they definitely did not teach Africans, right? All right, so let's see. And the name of additional leaders of 1,000 is Aspha'el. So that's the last verse. The days of his influence have been completed. So we'll continue from chapter 82 tomorrow. Right, which is a good place to start a fresh day. Because let me see how many verses it has. Well, it has 12 verses. Let the race perish from the earth. 84. I saw another dream. I explained to you, Enoch arose and said to Methuselah, to you, my son, I'll speak, hear my voice. Cow sprung up from the earth. So we might do 82 and 83 tomorrow, or maybe just enter 84 tomorrow, because now it begins to tell that story I told you about. Okay. Yeah, let's just break it up so we don't stretch too much. We don't know where conversations will take us today. So we'll do 82 tomorrow. So we'll begin to tell you those prophecies, what will happen to all the race of men from start to finish. He will start from the history that he came from and then flow into the future. Okay? So let's get started in discussions this morning.
Yeah, okay. So first off, it's interesting how chapter 77, year 77, is talking about the face of the moon during the 30 days, where it says at night she appears like a man. And it's funny how, as I read that, I just remembered that nursery rhyme of there was a man who lived on the moon. Right? So it's interesting how somehow this kind of things were trickling down popular culture.
Yes,
right? And nursery rhymes and all that stuff. So it's possible these people they obviously were aware of this.
Right. And have you heard this thing about nursery rhymes that most of it, maybe 50-70%, usually has this dark.
Especially the British, the European ones. They're very dark. Rock-a-bye baby on a treetop. I mean,
what do you call that one?
Rock-a-bye baby on a treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. I'm like, why will you put a baby on a
tree? And the old man slept and the old man could not wake up again. That kind of, I even forgot. Rain, go away. What did they say about, and the old man went and bumped his head and couldn't get up in the morning. That means that was actually probably suggesting the man died. What's that verse again in that nursery rhyme?
The one I said, the Rockabye baby?
No, this one. Little children want to play. It's raining, it's pouring. The old man is running. He went to bed and bumped his head. Maybe, right? I don't know the three words. And couldn't get up in the morning. That probably suggests that man died. And London Bridge is falling down. Another one. Okay. And that the event that brought about that nursery rhyme was this lady who was indecently dressed. Perhaps she was just hypnotizing the men, and all the men were just following her, right? Because she was dressed in a certain way. And actually, I've not verified, but it said that's what it's about. Because most of those rhymes are just meaningless, right? They just seem, what's the meaning of it?
Can I give you one?
But they mean something.
Let me finish this one before Shadi gives.
It's a nursery rhyme I'm trying to call for the days of the week.
I know I'll
Okay.
get you to that. So let me finish this
Okay.
one. So the girl was running and ran along a bridge. But apparently that bridge can only take so much amount of people. But these men ran on that bridge, got overweight, and they fell. And then the people drowned. Something like that. Or My Fair Lady, exactly. London Bridge is falling down, My Fair Lady. Now, look at that notion at this now.
Okay,
Do
my
you get
fair
it?
lady.
Do you get it? So you begin to
Ah.
think that London Bridge is falling down, My Fair Lady. Okay, do ladies build bridges? Or what's the connection? Right? Just meaningless words. And you keep repeating it. But I think the spirituality to it, of course, is more or less spell casting. I don't know. Whatever story follows that word just follows you. You see? Now tell them to sing, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." They say, "No, no, no, we don't want that." You see? They say it's meaningless. Does it mean that God is a shepherd? Which one must una own rhymes get meaning? You understand? So the spirit following that, whether it is lost, spirit of death, probably will follow that nursery rhyme. London Bridge is falling down, My Fair Lady. And all of that. And there's many. Let me hear Shadi's one before I let your man take her time.
The one I want to talk about is, I don't know if you've heard about the Monday's Child poem.
No.
You've never heard it. Monday's child is fair of face. Tuesday's child is full of grace. Wednesday's child is full of woe.
Whoa.
Thursday's child has far to go.
Hey man.
Friday's child is loving and giving. Saturday's child works hard for a living. But the child that is born on Sabbath day is bonny and blight, good and gay.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they have accorded, like, say for instance, someone that's born on a Monday now, there'll be a certain thing that they've accorded. I even think the root of English language is safe. The idea of spelling.
I know, I think it's just a twist.
They just, it's a very, I don't know how to
Let me
say
show
it,
you
but
even another one that just hit my spirit recently, right? Do you know that, of course, some of you are probably aware this weird idea how the morning, MOR, is somehow the same spelling and sound as morning, MOURN, right?
The same sound, yes.
Do you know that scripture says joy comes in the
In the
morning?
morning.
How come what they are now calling morning, weeping, now comes in the morning, MORN?
Wow, so they
Do you see
flipped it.
that twist?
Okay, yeah.
You see that twist? Joy is supposed to come in the morning, of which I can tell in the language in which that was written.
Written, yeah.
Morning and morning won't be the same
The
sound.
same, yeah,
Okay?
yeah.
But when it comes to the English, it's twisted. So when joy is supposed to come, they call it morning, weeping. Say weeping endures for a night. But when morning comes, now they are now created another word for weeping and make it the same thing as when joy is supposed to come. What a switch. What a switch. That is too pinpoint. You see?
it's spelling.
Yeah,
It's
indeed. I
spelling.
know, I'm aware of that. And the same thing they've said about laughter. Laughter is supposed to mean laugh, okay? And just put S behind that, they call that slaughter. It should be laughter. But no, it's slaughter to unalive somebody. So is laughter and slaughter so close together? You see? So that's what.
Actually discovered this one to something about in old England, when you wanted to swear to something as a man, you grab your testicles, right, and swear. So that's how the term testify came from.
Right.
That testy is this English, maybe just
But
the speaker Yoruba.
they kind of got it from Abraham. Remember when he told that guy to grab his upper thigh? That's close to his family jewels, right? So yeah, that's where they got it
I
from.
see. So maybe that's
Family
what
jewels. I've not heard that word in a while.
family jewels. Me say you hear. Well,
Heard it, but I haven't heard it in a while. Family jewels. I like that. Chama is with the culture.
we did not go to private school, went to jealousy school. What is those ones? Really 3 or 4. I was thinking to Yoruba if the same verses. So we didn't go to all these expensive schools. Right. So anyway, let's hear you guys' submission for the day so we can begin to wrap up.
Have you noticed how the Most High doesn't necessarily tell us too much about the other side in terms of angels? But for some funny reason, we're going through pages and pages of these luminaries because in a way, and notice how Jubilees also kind of talks about this times and this. And Enoch is here going into so much details of these luminaries. It's kind of letting me know that there's something very important about times. And how Jubilees also tells you that when you don't align with the Most High's time clock, things don't go well for you, for human beings or mankind generally.
Adamites altogether, because
exactly,
and it's going well for them.
Well, there you go. So exactly. So that thing of trying to mess this thing up, right? Then but so when because Enoch is so excited, and notice how the other things, they will just show him, oh, this is that mountain, and they will just tell him, oh, this is what it means, and then it's like they are taking him on a tour. But he's like, they opened the office, they opened the warehouse into Uriel's warehouse, and they really took time showing him everything down to the numbers. 15th or 1/15th of this time, this is when she's going to show. They're even telling us how that these luminaries, they eat. So the sun and the moon, they eat, and they said their food is giving thanks to God. That is how they eat. That is their food. They are letting us know that they are sentient. They can think. They need rest. So when they rest,
I think he said their food and rest is
praising God, right? And then he's now even introducing you to some of the second in command or the different departments. Okay, so under this lumina, even under these times and seasons, he's now telling you the 4 generals, the Michael, Hamakel, giving us names. Notice how when it comes to the other things of the other angels or this is not your business, but this particular one, this seems to be like our business. So it's kind of boring, and maybe that's why it looks that way. But this is something I think we should pay attention to, because there's something about this time clock. There's something about time.
And the angels relating to time, right?
Exactly. And notice, I don't know, when I was young, I used to notice a lot of things. Why, when a lot of this cartoons and stories, how they seem to be so obsessed with time travel, time this, time no longer. Even Alice in Wonderland, there was something about time. It's like they are so obsessed with it. So it's like they know it's something. Okay, so obviously children of the Nephilim are obsessed with it too. Why? Yeah. Because they know that if they can mess things up, then it'll say daylight savings, 1 hour forward, 1 hour backward, and then notice how he says, and if you don't get it right, the sons of men will err, will not get it right. So there's something about time that, as believers, I think we should start paying attention to it too, because there's something why it says it's a wisdom. I'm showing you that you need to teach to the generations. This is something we need to pay more attention to. I wish I could get somebody who would do an animation of this stuff, so that I don't know, because stories come alive to me when you are in visual form, right? So
yes, indeed.
I just thought that was interesting.
Yes, and you notice that when these cartoons popped up are times when apparently Satan was given a short time, okay, and it wants to confuse everybody about timing. Tell you it is 2,000 years after we have been waiting for Jesus for 2,000 years, so more or less forget about it, and different layers of deception, and so he can have that time to himself, confuse everybody about the timing, and he has the accurate clock.
Exactly.
So he will change the times and the laws, right? So it's just so important for them. It's good. So that's why I acknowledge that Sabbath, at least first start. Acknowledge the Sabbath. We acknowledge this new year also. Indeed, it's just a new year. You can tell. I mean, it's not that November thing or even December, January stuff. That's the darkest time, if you will.
Even their names tell you something is wrong. Oct is 8. Sept 7. Like, so that tells you that, and December is 10. So that tells you that something 2 more is missing in this switcheroo that they did here. But nobody, if you tell them, they'll be like, your own is too much,
So January should have been the 11th month, if you will, maybe February the 12th month, then March starts.
March the 1st, exactly. Yeah.
So it's just a mess. That's why they say question everything. Let me hear from effortlessly. Sade.
Hi. So two things I wanted to point out. The first one of it is talking about this Angel Uriel from yesterday. There's a Hollywood character in Thor. There's a movie called Thor called Heimdall. Heimdall's position seems to touch on Uriel's position a lot, in the sense that Heimdall is the keeper of the Bifrost, which is the gate that connects the human world to the earthly realm.
Is it something like
Heimdall
Asgard?
as
I think I've heard
like
Asgard.
Asgard, yes. So in Asgard, beautiful. In Asgard, Heimdall is the guardian of
Is it the
Asgard, like the gate.
dark looking guy, African
Yeah,
looking?
so
Played by
he
Idris
was
Elba, my
yeah, it
sweetheart.
was paid by Idris Elba. If you read up on Heimdall's, according to mythology, his capabilities, he can see and hear all that happens in all the realms, right? He's the keeper of the gates. He's the one that if even what's his name, Odin himself wants to leave Asgard, if Heimdall doesn't open the gate, Odin is not going anywhere. Do you understand? So it's the keeper of the gate. So, and I know that there's something that we talked about, a lot of gates, a lot of the fact that there was a lot of cranking work, a lot of operating things and whatnot with Uriel. So I think that Heimdall touches on the character of Uriel a little bit, but not as potent as the Uriel stands today. The second one is that I used to think that Death was the most efficient angel. I am convinced it is Uriel. I don't think anything can beat Uriel. I don't even think Death still, because if you think about the extermination of the giants back then and whatnot, some of them still survive now. So I think maybe Death did not finish his job. You understand? But Uriel apparently
Has not missed his time.
meticulously,
Always there, like on time. Always there. 100% efficiency, right?
100% efficiency.
100%.
Now, there is something that I brought to your attention. It's just that, when it's not in the Bible, we always temper our way of talking about it. It's in one of the books that I've read, and I still refer to it. When Solomon said there is nothing more important than celestial science. I used to think it was the stars. He now, after that saying, right, he refers to different hours, different times. It's just that I won't lie to you. I can't read. It's very, very long and very boring. I can't be reading when the moon touches the sun and the connection is left and right and all that. I can't be reading now. That importance, and that there is a, how do you say it? Of all things to learn, that is one of the things that you must learn, right? He puts that as an emphasis, right? Then he now talks about the days of the month. You understand? The angels that are the numbers that are commanded, the moon's allocation, the stars. I'm like, who is going to be reading star allocation, moon allocation, cow allocation? I can't be reading that. You understand? So, but I think that actually, based on what you just read today and what Chioma could highlight about, there's this significance with time, right? One of the things that I find is that there are whole chapters literally dedicated to this is the day, this is the time, this is the number, this is the angel, this is the hour, this is in the Testament of Solomon, literally whole. Like, it's not even talking about when you reach this day, do this or do that. No, it's just educating on, so he said, because, when he got the wisdom of God and everything, he said that, and the angels taught him how, so, and they broke it down for him extensively. We're talking at least 100 chapters that breaks down, okay, this is the time, this is how it is, this is this and this is that. And it's not to do anything or to say anything. He just told this is the significance of it. But I'm not going to lie to you, I don't understand it. I don't understand why there's a relevance to a certain number and there's a certain Hebrew symbol that has to do with a certain day. Number two, I do not know that we have the right breakdown of time now, like they did then, in the sense that, Chioma knows the other day, was it a week ago, a few days ago, she'll say, oh, Happy New Year, right? Yeah. It's just that some calendars will tell you that, when the spring starts to fall, the rain starts to fall, that's a season that a new year is about to come in, because something is in new growth is coming, like new new grass is growing, new things, new seeds are growing. So that's an indication. Spring, yes, that's an indication of new year. And that is somewhat how this Easter idea falls into it. You understand? Where in your March/April, early April, you start to have Easter. I am convinced that with all these new celebration, there's something significant that it has replaced. So Easter may have replaced something that we are supposed to be doing or celebrating that is godly, or that even what we are mandated to do. And then Christmas too. But these dates, somehow, anytime there's a massive celebration, go, but like Easter is celebrated everywhere, or almost everywhere, with bunnies and things like that. But I think there's something else there that replaces. So yeah, that's my submission for the day. I know it's jumbled up, but yeah. I was so excited. Okay.
Really good. So I would say the first of these is just that Sabbath. That's the first. I think that is the first. And it is so important to Satan because he knows it's so important to man that he had to make it a Sunday. That shows how important it is. They have to make sure and drive that into people's subconscious and conscious. And there's even laws that you can't. I think there's this law that if you are working, I don't know where I came across it. If you're working in a lottery or in a bar, they can allow you to take holidays on Sunday, something like that. I mean, it's still there somewhere in even
Can I ask, Pastor, when is the Sabbath according to
Saturday, isn't it? Of course.
It's Saturday. Because in Dubai, the week, like I have friends that live and work in Dubai. The week starts Sunday. The beginning of your week is Sunday. The end of your week, that Saturday is the day you go to church. That's but your week starts on a Sunday.
Right.
So that's why I'm just a little. Some parts of the world actually recognize it.
Chima, you've lived in Dubai a while,
I
right?
lived in Saudi Arabia, so yeah, she's right. It used to be Thursday, Friday, when I was, as of 22, when I was there, 2009 to 2012. So it used to be Thursday, Friday, but then they were trying to acclimatize, so they now moved it to Friday, Saturday.
As Friday, Saturday as what?
As the weekend, and then you resume work on Monday.
Okay.
So to match up with Dubai and the other Emirate nations, yeah.
Let's hear from Castle.
But there was something before we moved. There was something Shadi said that I wanted to address. That maybe they took some days and that are supposed to be holy and put their own there. Jubilees does tell you that there are some days that are abominable.
Yes.
So things like the day they killed Abel will probably mark as an abominable day. So they told you, so in Jubilee said that they will switch it so that you will do something good on an abominable day.
Or so just anything. And most times even something bad nowadays, right?
Right. So that concept that every day is a good day is not necessarily true. There are days that are not holy days. They're not holy days, and nothing holy is supposed to be happening on that day. So yeah.
So that means like the day of Abel, say for instance, that's abominable, they might have switched it to something that's now festivities. Like think about, like if you think about America's foundations as what they did to the natives. So all this idea of Thanksgiving is actually celebrating if you really dig into what they did to the original, you'll be weak. But they celebrate it, obsessively and whatnot. Okay.
So, and it's Thanksgiving 26th of December, right?
Canada and the US have a different one. So I think Canada celebrated earlier in November. The US celebrated on the last Thursday of November or something like that. Yeah,
November, right? So it's, I mean, indeed. So you check those holidays, the thing that the world celebrates, even that nursery rhyme, or is it Christmas Carol, Jingle Bells? I think it's supposed to be the bells on the neck of slaves, stuff like that. Check their holidays. Check almost everything is darkness and evil that they
even in Australia. There are days that they do public holiday, Anzac days and things like that Aboriginals here don't celebrate with them. They are very upset and whatnot about it because that was the day that basically they pillaged people, destroyed them and killed them. So it's almost as if every Western country that has a background of colonization celebrates that day of evil, deep evil. They celebrate it obsessively.
I see. Let's hear from Casolizzi, then we hear from Bukola and Instagram. So, Casolizzi, let's hear from you real quick before we hear from Instagram. Morning. Mazi, you have not unmuted your mic. Casolizzi.
I'm driving, bro.
You're driving.
Let me park.
Don't
When I
park.
park,
Maybe we should let Buki speak. Bukola
when I
speak.
park, I'll soon get to where I'm going.
Please just drive safely, right?
Yeah.
So let's hear from Bukola on Instagram. Bukola or Malicha. So should I say a car or which one should I pick? All of the above.
My late husband was Igbo and I'm Yoruba.
Oh, he must have been the one that gave you that on Malicha.
Yeah, so that was it. But to be honest, what would I say? I've been following your TV.
But just a moment, is she audible on Hey, Mutoni is here. Donald Trump has released her again. Hallelujah.
Yeah, we can hear her.
You can hear. Hallelujah. Mutoni.
Hello.
Hope you are feeling well. Or are you on sick leave, or why are you here, really? How come?
I have to stop now.
Just hold on and stay right where you are. Let's hear from Bukola. So, Bukola, I mean, by the way, it's probably been a while, but then, I mean, I don't know, how long has it been since maybe your husband?
Oh, that was during the COVID time,
2020. 2020, yeah, it's been 6 years now.
Yes.
It is well. So, condolences. Yeah. I know it's a long time, but then.
Well, it is well.
Wow.
You know, one thing I've actually been listening to you.
Yeah.
And how this whole thing started for me was about 8 years ago.
Yeah.
I think what happened was I was walking towards the town center. By the way, I'm in UK as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I saw a Jew or rabbi, and in my head, like, you know, the usual thing that you say, oh, we are now the Gentiles, now Jews, and I heard it very clearly in my spirit. You are Jew.
Wow. So let me get it. Hold up. When you were walking to a town center somewhere in the UK, and you said you saw the Satan Yahoo is not real people with their caps. And as you were approaching them, you heard inside your heart that you are Jew. Wow.
Wow. I heard it so clear that I am Jew. And I just didn't understand it because it doesn't make sense.
Right.
And as I walked like 5 minutes away, and I saw someone, a friend of the family, and she said, Buki, do you know you are the real Jew? Like,
whoa.
5 minutes.
From that moment?
From that moment.
Wow.
And he said, go and watch Whiteout.
Okay, so what is Whiteout?
It's on YouTube. That was like...
Me too, yes!
Whiteout.
So when I started doing my own research...
Yeah.
And it got me to the extent that I now realized that we are one. I saw maps. I saw a lot of things.
Right.
I now looked like some of the prophecy that we are expecting to happen has already happened.
Yes.
How the slavery they talked about.
Right.
It was so when I looked at the whole thing, I started looking at maps, I started looking at people, and I realized how the Yorubas are connected, how the Igbos, we are actually one.
Right.
And then I now realized that in this life, what has been happening is that they have used tribalism and a lot of things to separate.
And religion, especially.
Everything to separate everybody in a way that we see ourselves as the problem. And you know, the Yorubas used to say that when the broom is together, it's difficult to break.
Yes.
But when you're singled out, and that is, in fact, I actually understood.
Say the Yoruba thing. Agbajowo? No, Agbajowo call. That's another one. No. Oshushu
My
Owo.
Yoruba is not that great.
Let it be great, Joe. Oshushu
But
Owo,
it's
right?
great, but I'm just saying that because I understood it that way.
Okay.
But
Right.
what I want to say is that a lot of things, I understood how we migrated.
Right.
I understood some of the migration. I understood some of how even the northerners think they own the land.
Right.
It's a whole lot of things because I was actually now doing. There are times I actually cried because of this.
Oh.
Because I understood. If only we know, and I keep asking myself, why are these things not taught in churches?
Yes.
Why don't we understand? It's like we've lost our roots.
Right.
And that is the major problem. If we actually understood who we are,
right,
it will be different. The way we reason, it will be different. The way we approach things, it will be different. And the way we teach our children, it will be different.
Yes.
And personally, I said to myself that what can I do? What can I do? I'm in my late 40s, but I can tell you, I went back to school.
Oh.
And do you know why I went back to school?
By the way, you've been in the UK. You've been in the UK much earlier, but from 2008, was that experience?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, and that's how long now? 8 years minimum?
No. Around 2000 and, about that time.
Right. So you went back to school in the UK, right?
Yeah, I went back to
Wow. Wow.
And the reason why, I have a good job. I do my thing, but what I'm trying to say is that the reason why I went back to school is that, and I'm still studying at the moment because I've got children, it's been long, but the reason why I went back to school is that we are all complaining, but we need to snatch our children back.
Yeah, yes.
And what I went back to school to study.
Yes.
Okay, if you look at this.
Okay. Oh, that looks like.
I'm actually.
Is that video?
That is more like a VFX things, animation,
video effects.
And some other stuff.
Oh dear.
And the reason why I'm going there is because we have to create content for our children.
Oh dear. That's wonderful.
To actually teach them.
Right.
Because I noticed that if the church is big, I just feel if we pump money where we should.
Right.
Where it matters.
Yeah.
We can get our children back. You can't complain. You can't say, this is what, you have to pump the knowledge. You have to feed them with the right content. And it's never about money.
Right.
It shouldn't be about money.
Indeed.
It shouldn't be about, you are doing a great job. And it's because the revelation came to you. I listened to what you were talking about, Oduduwa and everything. And I'm like, yeah.
Right.
And sometimes I think, why are the scientists now looking at Oduifa as a technology that is associated with computer?
Yeah.
Exactly, technology.
That's quite deep.
That means there's something deep about us that we have lost in between. And personally, I know I'm talking too much.
No, you're not.
I feel I talk with passion.
Right.
Like from the moment my children were born, I've always told them they are Jews.
Right.
I tell them. They ask me questions, and by the help of God, I try to answer it. And not many people know this. We are losing our identity.
Yes, indeed.
We are losing our identity. If we understand how connected, how God loves us, how we are chosen, it's like when you have, people have inferiority complex because they do not have an answer to who they are.
Yes, indeed.
They don't have the information. They can't see it.
Yeah.
Can we put it in the face of people?
Right.
Can we put it in the face of children? If I tell you that even this story about how the earth was flat, myself and my children, we were having a discussion, a debate about
and they have learned about the globe, earth in school, unfortunately, already.
Exactly. So it's like a debate.
Right.
So in fact, I set the time. I said, come with your own point.
I come with
with my own point. Then we discuss it.
It's interesting.
The thing is, I listen to how you've been able to give yourself
Right.
to things. But the reason why I'm talking is, I want everybody to give themselves. If you're passionate about the word of God,
Right.
if you're passionate about who God is, if you're passionate about not fighting, like bringing that awareness.
Yeah.
The devil always target the children.
Yes. And very early at that.
And very early. And the earlier, because I go on YouTube, I go on whatever, there's no content.
Exactly. You just turn everywhere you turn, you see that propaganda, you see the deception, and it's like, oh my God, what's going on? It's all over the place. You can, every corner you turn, they call it 1,000 points of light. That's what they call it. What is deep state are doing? You see, it's all over the place.
There's no content.
Wow.
And even when I go to Christian channel, the mediocrity in what we produce, it's not. It is not appealing.
Yes, to the children, you know.
To children to say, "Oh no, we will be pretending if we think it is."
I know. So, you force your children to watch Christian cartoon like this. Oh, I beg, let this thing finish. Let mommy go out. Let's watch real cartoon. Right.
And I am talking because I feel we all have a role. If the information is coming to you, we are just the less few people that have this information.
The times are
in
getting
fact,
the times are getting
people are not
close.
open to the ideas.
Right. Yet. Yeah, a lot not. By the way, how did you get to know about this? How did you get here?
How did I get here?
Yeah.
You know, I think algorithm has a way of
Suggesting.
finding you based on the kind of things you say,
You watch.
you look for, you want to know.
By the way, that reminds me, there's something I'm not looking for that's been coming to me. If anybody knows, just as a digression, there's a way Facebook suggests friends to me. They are always of the opposite gender for some reason, just suggesting friends, and they're always just funny human beings, always just suggesting that on Facebook, and I'm even hardly on Facebook. Does anybody have a similar experience? Casolize? I don't know, or is there a setting you can do to just, because they will just, and I'm like, I don't know this person. Where did this suggest? And it's always opposite gender. I don't know how, if anybody, they can, just let me know in the comments. But that's by the way. So when did you get that suggested to you? Our video.
It was recently.
3 weeks, 3 months.
I think I saw a snippet, or maybe it was like a short.
Okay.
Or about on YouTube, because I'm not really a Facebook person.
Oh.
I'm not a Facebook person.
But
I don't go to Facebook.
This is Instagram though.
I do Instagram. In fact, there was a time I shut down my Instagram.
Oh, just for reduce distractions, right?
Yeah, to reduce distraction.
That's the thing.
So there was a time I had to. In fact, I removed all my pictures and everything.
Right. Or was it that time, like 2020 period, or just something else?
It's not that. It's just that I feel like there's no much content.
Okay.
There's nothing to feed my soul.
Right, indeed. Except the crap and trash they have there, junk food.
Exactly.
Right.
So you just find yourself scrolling and scrolling and scrolling.
Oh, and it's not feeling. Have you seen this?
I rarely go there.
You have seen this, right?
No.
This is a movie we've done.
Okay.
Right. So it's a week of meetings and appointments, so to speak. So and people that were here yesterday will see how things happen in the spirit. There's just a season when this angel is passing, connecting some people, then the season will move to something else, you know. So what I'll ask you to do again is to go to try to do a DM to this official account, okay?
Okay.
And just say, fix me an appointment. You can type that. I should be able to remember. So that 5,000 people does not do the same thing. Once you type that, I can remember Bukola or Malicha. So once you type that, then someone will send you a link to get an appointment so that we can have 15 minutes or 30 minutes to talk together. I can see what you're doing in VFX. And if you can maybe get on our team or vice versa, right? If you're doing something different, we can get somebody on our team to work with you, learn from you, stuff like that. So don't forget, do that DM. You understand?
I will.
Right.
I'm actually doing my master's on it at the
Oh
moment.
dear. And by the way, not to discourage you, but except you've got all the reasons, but nowadays those masters are not
I
really.
understand it is AI, but the thing is that when I look at AI, and I know people say AI has
No, not even the AI. Not even the AI. I meant to say I've done master's degrees myself, okay? And at the end of the day, I saw that what I learned in class are things I could have learned on my own if I sat with it and I had the discipline.
No, it's it's not the same thing.
Okay.
It's something to aid my work.
Okay. You have a 9 to 5 in that regard along those lines? Okay, your personal work.
I'm a radiographer.
Oh, I see. You know when you're talking, the thing is flowing and Did you say what did you call it again? Sorry.
I'm a radiographer.
Sorry, what does that mean, first off?
So you know MRI?
Oh, my head was thinking about radio. Wrong. So medical stuff, right?
Medical stuff. So it's way out of
completely out, and it's usually that way. So my point is, but have you not? Are you really learning? Of course, you're learning in those things. You're using DaVinci Resolve, right?
No, I'm not using those ones. I'm using Houdini, Maya.
Maya, Unreal Engine.
Industry kind of.
Do you use Unreal Engine?
Of course, I'm using Unreal Engine. I've got Unreal Engine open here.
Right. But the learning curve of those things are very steep.
Yeah. So that's what I do, but it's for my own personal.
Right.
But the reason why, like I said, that I want to do it is not for me. I said I want to work for you, God. It's just my own way of not just talking,
right,
but acting.
You're doing something, because you can tell myself. Of course, I'm not a graphic designer or whatever, or a videographer or stuff, but I could tell those things because. For most of the projects we do like this and all that, I have to be the project manager because I'm the one on top of it. Okay, so I have to have a knowledge of each of all those things, right?
Yes.
And see how they work. But if you sit down and start doing your 3, 6, 7, 18 months, 12 months of learning on Unreal Engine, for example, Maya, those things are very complex and it may take a long time.
I got a degree on it already.
Yeah, but certificate is different from certificate.
No, because the certificate, you don't get it unless you work hard.
Right.
It's really tough.
Okay.
Like even some of us that started, like my graduation, a lot of us started, only 8 people graduated.
Wow, out of like 20 or something, right? Or 10?
More.
Oh.
We I don't think we were up to 10.
That eventually graduated, right?
Yeah.
Wow, that's serious.
It's not even as easy as people look at it, because, like you said, it's not easy to learn those things.
Right.
Like, I know whatever said is coming to make things easier, but the thing is, something that is real, that is done, is still going to be different.
Indeed.
And it's not, the lapses will already be there. And even now, when I look at AI, I get tired of looking at it. It looks so
fake.
Yeah.
I see. I know. But then, with Unreal Engine, would you use Unreal Engine for anime? I mean, just wondering.
You can.
Right.
You can. You can actually do a lot with Unreal Engine.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I know Maya has his own. There's a way it looks. It has a theme to it, right?
Yeah.
So I think
Maya is very good for modeling.
Okay.
Maya is industrial standard.
Industry standard, isn't it? Right. And this Pixar, this Disney Pixar, I think it's Unreal Engine they use, or is it Maya? Or
they use Maya. They use Maya, and sometimes companies, they kind of develop their own tool.
Yes, all together from scratch, which is a big, like, come on, it's like reinventing the wheels.
And it's because they have to. They've got the equipment,
the money at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So and that's what
is not the usual species that we're talking about.
Right.
Because when you have to render this thing, sometimes it can take hours.
Hours or even days, depending on capacity of your machine. So, I mean, what we're dealing with, and these guys, they just hire everybody. If, God forbid, someone like you, if you just like, well, this thing is too stressful, Gary, do you know what will end up eventually? Someone like you might end up being employed there, and before you know it, you are doing cartoon for Satan.
Personally, even at school, when they say things, I'm like, I'm not doing it to go and
Right.
I don't want to work for anybody.
Right. You see.
I'm not planning. Like I said, I'm a radiographer.
Yeah, is it by practice?
Yeah. In fact, I've done a lot of things. I've done IT. I've done whatever.
I know. So that's wonderful.
Yeah. So,
okay. So what we're gonna do, so we don't bore everybody with our techie talk. You can do that DM, so we see how there can be some level of synergy. I there is an understanding. Anyway, we'll talk about those things when we get in that meeting. But there's an understanding that comes with doing stuff, right? Which I know you're already doing, but it's so sweet to have something that is literally from script, which is more or less from scripture, more or less, and then you can see the full movie in such a short time. So to be fair, this is not very perfect, but at least you get the gist of what the thing is talking about. You can have a look at it.
This is one thing I said to God.
Right.
I deeply know that I cannot do everything by myself.
Yourself, it's going to be difficult.
So sometimes I say to God, I need somebody that can tell the stories.
Oh, right.
But
I see.
You understand that will be able to say this is the story. If I understand the story, I will know.
Of course, then you can implement it.
I don't want to be doing that. Not that I don't know.
Right. But sometimes it's good to have that third, fourth opinion.
Yeah, so there's so many angles, and I believe God has a way of connecting people.
Yep.
And I'm not forcing it.
Of course.
Because at the end of the day, I say it is your project.
Yep. I see.
It's not about me.
It's God's project, isn't it? Yeah. So we'll just have that talk. I mean, just to help people see the amount of work that goes. See how we've been working on part 2 for almost 6 months, right?
I know.
And and in fact, let me just wait. First off, are you guys okay? Mutoni has gone. Maybe Donald Trump has called her to come back to the office. Maybe she was on break. Anyway, I hope these conversations are getting boring, Chairman, guys. So that we just move the thing to the appointment or.
Yeah.
But not just a moment, Bukola. So, guys, are you guys there? Or you sleeping or?
Yeah, it's our wheelhouse anyway. So yeah.
You said what?
It's our wheelhouse. So yeah, sounds about right.
Is wheelhouse? I didn't hear that.
It's my wheelhouse. So yeah, sounds about right. Yeah.
That English is too deep for me. Wheelhouse.
What I mean is like this is because I went to film school, right? So this is my wheelhouse. So I understand what you guys are talking about.
Okay, good. At least for you. Okay. So like I was saying, when we first were gonna hire guys to do this, the range of the quote was around $100,000 for this movie. Of course, we didn't spend $100,000. Otherwise, maybe I'll be in prison right now because I don't have that kind of money. So what we spent was maybe around 10,000 eventually, just thereabout. Okay, we still had to hire people, but then we had to go into the detail of how the thing is done. See, Shade's laughing. So details of how the thing is done and how we can just cut some cost and do that kind of stuff. And eventually we had something come out, which is interesting.
Do you know the good thing about VFX?
Okay, video effects, right?
You can actually be in a place, have a green whatever.
Yeah, indeed, screen.
And reduce the cost of location.
100%. That's another thing.
And then match everything together.
Exactly.
So you have live in action. You can do anything that you want.
Exactly. That's powerful. That's very powerful.
Cost.
Yeah, it does.
But the thing is that like for me, maybe it would have been expensive for the people that would do it, but for me. If you have people that can act, there are certain ways, like if we're doing something for God.
It should be the best. Right, indeed.
To be honest, I feel like it might not be, you might not need to pay for certain things.
Okay.
Certain things.
Is it faith you are talking about, depending on faith?
Yeah, without a lot of things can be CGI.
Okay, computer generated images. Yeah, kind of. But the point anyway is that we just had to just hit the best, and eventually it was AI. We had to use a lot of AI, you see. But the thing is, it didn't take us like 3 seconds before we knew there's no way we're acting this in real life. That one was out of it. Because now you're talking about
in the Bible, there cannot be. That is what
I know.
I'm saying.
I know.
Let me give you an instance. Do you know the kind of, when I sleep in my head, I have a child imagination.
Wow. So it's just like, I know, imagination is not, it's a beautiful thing.
I'm a child, to be honest.
I know.
Let's put the age around, but
Right.
I'm a child.
Right.
So the kind of imagination, if I read the Bible, the imagination that comes to my mind,
Right.
like, look at Revelation.
Right.
The book of Revelation. How do you act that one? You
Right.
cannot.
It's just impossible. And it's got to be heavy video effects, heavy everything. Because, right, there are a lot of children here too, like Shade is also a child. Her imagination is, I'm sure she would agree with you.
What did I do? I'm just gentle and silent. Pastor.
So
I'm just kidding.
I know. So the point is, we just had to do that. But then let's just see how the appointment goes, and you'll be able to pick a time that you're free, because it will show you availability times for the counseling. It's just called counseling. That's the route to it. So they will send you that link. Then you fix the time. So we see how things can synergize. But we had to balance cost and quality and time, and then feasibility, and then we need results at a certain time. So there's a lot of things that got into play, and eventually at least we were able to deliver something, and we had to sell it eventually. No, we didn't have to, but I'm like, okay, let's just sell it, before you know it, if you put it just on YouTube like that, it just gets like, so it's still for sale.
Is it on YouTube?
No, it's not eventually, right? Yeah, so we didn't, although we have to depend on YouTube a little bit for hosting, a little bit at some point, because we're trying to use MUX, because there's many angles to this thing. The whole thing is not just on video effect. If one person just sit down on video effects, they do video effects every day. There is the marketing angle. Where do you host the video when you're done, right? Like you said, the writing of the script, the screen adaptation is mind-blowing. So it's a whole lot of work.
That is why a project manager,
right?
That is why, like, someone has to manage the project.
Yeah,
like,
indeed.
It's when it comes to movie, and I think that's why a lot of people don't venture into things like that.
Right.
Like, to be honest with you, I don't see many blacks in this
field, industry.
No.
I know.
Right now, the class I'm in, I'm the only black.
Right. Because they'll be like, because most of the time they're thinking about jobs, okay? So, and maybe they've thought it out that, you know what, you even apply for these jobs and you usually won't be taken. I mean, if you were for some reason just to try, you can imagine, they'll be like, black woman, she probably is not smart, she probably is not this, It would take like really breaking the heavens open for you to get even an interview. You understand? So that's why they probably just leave the course and just go do something else. You understand?
Yeah, but it's an opportunity for us to teach our own.
Right, indeed. So we see how that.
I don't mean to take my knowledge to heaven.
Right.
I want to leave a mark in this life.
Yes.
I want to be able to be useful to people.
Right.
I want to be able to praise, because I'm telling you, my mindset changed.
Yeah.
When my husband died.
Oh dear.
Like, the way I view life is different. I learned that I'm not going to sleep on 10 beds at the same time.
Right. You can only drive one car per time, wear one cloth per time. Oh my God.
And I believe His divine power has given us everything
that pertains to life.
For life.
Godliness,
for
right?
Godliness. Is divine. So everything that you need is so good that He provides.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's true.
It's so good if we think deeply, but sometimes we want more.
Right.
We want more.
Yeah.
We want to. I'm not competing with anybody.
Right.
I don't have any competition.
Right.
In fact, I'm a lonely human being. I like it.
And that's the problem with you these people, special people, hyper, super brain people. You like just being lonely, like myself. But I had to be like, you know what? I need to just, come out in the open, and otherwise everybody just stays. And that's what the enemy sometimes likes, and he uses that strength against those people. And you have a lot of wonderful people. Satan just keeps them back to back to each other, get them arguing. They don't get the people to cooperate. Africa now can't trade amongst each other, but they're always getting resources out. It's just
Well, I don't like too many friends because
I
I don't know how to
know.
fight.
I know. Oh, friendship will cause fight. Yeah, I know.
From second, I don't know how to gossip. I
Right.
don't know how to keep. I don't know.
Oh.
Because of that, I
Yeah.
hide.
Yeah.
I don't know whether I'm hiding, but
Yeah.
I'm just comfortable in my little zone,
Yeah.
and I love it like that.
I know. People like you just like your space, that cocoon, that hermit kind of thing, and you enjoy your own company for 5 days. They leave you, you go there. Ha!
Yeah, and I love
Well.
COVID so much.
see somebody loving COVID.
Not that I love COVID, but
Yeah, but the way.
we didn't have to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Some people didn't like it. It affected them mentally.
I
I am
know.
not one of
But you got more peace during that time. You were resting.
I loved it.
Oh dear.
I love the fact that I had to stay at home.
Right. I see.
It was family bonding.
Oh,
I saw
yes.
it differently.
Yes, I see.
So, but I am sorry for a lot of things happened and a lot of people couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
Or it's because we all have different personality.
Yeah.
But for me, I don't know. I'm an extrovert when I have to be.
Yeah, in a place you are comfortable at and all that, right?
Yeah, but I would rather. It takes a lot to get me out of my house.
I know.
And verse 39.
Selective extrovert, someone said. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
So anyway, what part of the UK are you at?
I'm in Watford.
Watford? Where is that?
Watford.
Where is that? North, south, close to London?
No, I'm actually outskirts of London. Just outskirts. London is just 10 minutes away from me.
What part of London? Good. So you see, it's a lot. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, but it's fine.
Yeah. So, anyways, it's really nice to meet you, Bukola Omalicha. It's wonderful. Yeah. So, yeah, just stay on. So, guys, we're closing gradually, but let's hear from Giang and Kasuleze. But Kasuleze, I think he came first. Kasuleze, are you ready now?
Yeah, I packed.
All right.
I hope you can hear me well because I'm using
Yes. Headphone. Yeah, it's okay. I can still hear you.
Okay. Well, one thing I enjoyed, I want to talk about what we are reading. That's the Book of Enoch. One thing I enjoy about Book of Enoch is the detailing.
Details, right?
Yeah, everything is detailed. Like the timing, the details about who is this. Even though I didn't mention their name, this is the character that will play this. This is the character that will play this. This is the character that will play this. Now it's not up to us to choose where we belong, right? Yeah, that's one thing I like about that book. That's why I can't get tired of reading it because the more you read, the more you understand.
Yes.
Understand something. I think we should be reading the Book of Adam and Eve, Book of Enoch, hand in hand. After Book of Adam and Eve, should
back
be
to
Book
back,
of Enoch.
right?
So that you will get proper information. But there are some things because the both match.
Mm-hmm.
If you notice, they both match.
Yes.
What you see in Book of Adam, you will see something in Book of Enoch. You now say, "Oh, that's why this thing happened. That's why." Yeah. So that's why I see that the Book of Enoch, and I'm enjoying it. Like I'm enjoying every day. Then about the timing, yeah, I know. Growing up, my dad tried to teach me all those things.
Yes.
Like My dad tried to. He knew all those things like how to time the sun,
Mm-hmm.
how to understand what exact time you're in, and he was a hunter as well, so he understand all this nature stuff.
Mm.
And not just that, he was a hunter, he was a blacksmith,
Mm.
and he was also a painter. He did all sorts. See,
Wow.
so that's why this thing, timing is very, very important. It's very, if it's not important, these people won't take over. They won't collect it as their own. They won't colonize it.
Right. They will just let everybody worship on any day. They will not do all those
Yeah,
funny festivals, Halloween, and
yeah,
all that.
yes, it's very important.
Hmm. Indeed. It's interesting. All right. Let's hear from Gang as the final submission for the day. Mr. Gang, let's hear from you. Clement says, can I buy the book of Adam and Eve? The book of
Good afternoon, everyone. Good day, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay. Well, I don't have much to say. Just to say hello. I didn't really follow today, but I've enjoyed the conversations from everyone. So just say hello to everyone.
All
I
right.
just say
Thank
thank you.
you.
I have
Yeah,
much
thank you
to
so
say.
much. By the way, how are you keeping up? How are you keeping up with your uncle's, preparations and all that? How have you been?
Yeah, I had to travel. I had to come into Abuja, but I'll be going back on Wednesday. So
Okay. All right. It's
I
well.
came to Abuja yesterday, but I'll be going back on Wednesday or Thursday. And we'll know about the
Okay.
burial. But we're fine. Like I said,
Okay.
he's an elderly person, so it's more of a celebration of life.
I see. All right. So it's fine. So we wish you safe trip by God's grace. Okay. Um, Bukola Malicha, we are hearing you are watching the movie trailer. We caught you.
No, I was just trying to check it out, and I saw some stuff. It's fine.
Right.
So it's
So,
worth to be. Well, I don't mind. But it's fine.
right.
It's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, should I say something that I used to hear when I was a child?
Okay.
I grew up as a Catholic,
Okay.
and we used to have a lot of Igbos as friends.
Okay.
And I used to have friends that used to tell me that they are Jews.
Aha. The Igbos are quicker on this matter, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, they
And
are.
they were Igbos. And then I used to wonder, how did you migrate from there? How
Yeah,
did you
Middle
cross
East.
over from? Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. Okay. So that kind of brings us to the end of today's live. So you can do that DM, like I said, so that we can fix that time. Let me appreciate those who are here on TikTok live. So we are just starting the live on the Instagram to push it a little bit, so that people can get to join on Instagram also. So that's why you usually see little fewer viewership on Instagram. So thank you, TechSpect, Hali, Vessi, Josh, Nima, Wisdom, Solomon, Triple Man, this is like Brenna. Okay, I don't know that, but he says he's a fan. I don't know. I've not heard them before. Hali, Clifford, go to our website, colonialministers.org, and check what's that thing called? Check the book section so you find the books in one place, KJV and Apocrypha. So anyone, brothers, Mrs. Sarah, Paddy, Obafe, Kemi, Ancient Hebrew, Gileon, Catholic, Yang, Effortlessly, Shadi. Thank you everybody for coming. We'll see you tomorrow. And Nima is also there. Hali. Yeah. So thank you everyone and those that have joined before. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Love you all. See you tomorrow by God's grace. The one who answers prayers. The one who answers prayers. The one who answers prayers is your name. Ty carries. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Good morning, Beatrice. So let's get it to our 3,000 likes. You can use the tapping app that we've shared on our Telegram so that we can get the likes up. Okay, Ty, is that good morning? Anno Domini, I don't think Anno Domini is good morning. That's Latin. Right, Ty Caris. Well, it's a new year though, but Anno Domini means in the year of our Lord. Okay, so let's tap the screen towards 2,000 likes, 3,000 likes, so we can start. Hallowed be your name. The one who answers prayers is your name. Yes, and good morning to I. So you can tap the screen so we push up our likes. Hallowed your kingdom come. The one who answers prayer is your name. The one who answers prayer. The one who answers prayer. The one who answers prayer is your name. The one who answers. Yeah, sorry, just not there. So let's tap the screen so we push up the likes. Hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. The one who answers praise. All right. So we are in chapter 82 of the book of Enoch. Chapter 82. So let's use the app to push this thing up so we can start on time. Hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. The one who answers prayer is your name. Hallowed be your name. Thy kingdom come. One. The one who answers prayers. The one who answers. The one who answers prayers is your name. The one who answers. The one who answers is your name. So we can use the tapping thing so we can push forward. Good morning, Holly. Let's try to share. Thank you, Father. The one who answers prayer. The one who answers prayers is your name. Hallowed be your name. Oh, Holly, I'm not sure I got your DM. What was the DM about? You can tell me already here. Is it about the other groups you were trying to go to? Okay. What's the update? What's the update? Hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Yeah, so what's the conclusion? The one. You can come up so we discuss that while we're trying to hit our 3K likes. You can come up very quickly so we quickly discuss that.
Morning, morning.
Morning.
Morning, Mr. Kunle. How are you doing? Yes. So I had an update from them. So now one of our team members, we're trying to arrange a day. Well, I'm not sure what your calendar is like, but I did send you a message. I think what one of our team, uh, she said something about because actually I did invite her to come on here to come and see what we do. So I tried calling the main person, but she's not answering at the minute. But I'm gonna carry on calling anyway. But for now, please can you just read your message and then maybe try and add that to your TikTok.
Okay, you want me to read my DM so I can add them to my TikTok how?
Yes, yeah, Lee's Media TV.
BL, can you spell it in the comments?
No,
Bless
Lee's.
me.
Please, okay, I'll type it out.
I thought if I got you right, the main person who owns the channel, I don't even know the name of the channel now.
Yeah.
You're not able to reach them, but one of them wants to come on. They can come on and request, right?
No, I want the main person, which is Lee's. So she owns that Lee's Media TV, where the Avram, what's his name? Avram Moshe. Ben Moshe, yeah, where he goes to call himself the common sense family. So so I told our
So
team member to tell her to come on here to see what we did because I sent her one of your videos. I think it was episode 2 or I can't remember the one I sent anyway. So yeah. So if you had her to your TikTok, I mean I'm not sure. How should it work anyway? But okay, you know what? Just hang on for now. Let me speak to her before I get confused. Yeah.
yeah, so
But re
people don't need to be added to my TikTok in that sense. I mean, it's an open public stuff. They can always come and request or do whatever. They don't need to be added in that sense. So you can get them to come now if they're available.
okay, I'll try and ring her now actually. Yeah. But please accept my DM because I mean I don't know if that message went through or not.
Okay, I'll do that so that we can I mean to accept the messaging so we can message back and forth. Secondly, I mean we meet here every day anyways, right? So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
yeah, so if in case I'm just getting late on responding, then you can always just bump in here, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So let's.
but the only thing I just need to know now, are you? I mean, if I get a call back from a team member, what day can I arrange that meeting for? Because I did say maybe we should have like a Zoom meeting.
No, they can come here any day. We can have at least a first contact here, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So that helps to see what direction we're going. Then we can go ahead with whatever one-on-one meeting,
Okay.
right?
No
So
worries.
yeah. So by the way, what do they have? Do they host interviews or they're more of a TikTok channel or what?
They host live interviews, so whereby people have to go to their studio in Ghana. But I said that's impossible. That we'll have to do a Zoom or something, and maybe that will be recorded and they can upload that on their
Yeah,
channel.
of course, of course. That's what we had to do with Dinano, with Kwame in Ghana, Kofi rather. Yeah. So, so they have a YouTube then. What? How many subscribers do they have?
Wow, they've got a lot. Let me confirm now. I think last time you checked, right, on
I
YouTube,
can't,
it showed
I can't remember.
6.
You can check 300, 1 million, 3 million.
Let me check it on Lead
Yeah, you
Media
can check.
TV. Right, so okay, actually they've got 23K subscribers. Well, but but when they go on live, they have loads of people, about maybe 600 or something watching live. I need to
Yeah,
check
that may
that.
be their specialty. So what we can do is maybe have the first thing is to get them, call them now, like you want to. Thanks for that. Then let's see if they can come here. We have the first contact. We go over to maybe a Zoom meeting, then a recorded interview, then a live session where maybe I can host it there, right? See how things go.
Okay, no worries. Along you
Yeah.
get to Alakwana.
You copied that from somebody that understands Yoruba better than you.
No, I understand your brother.
Hey, the way he said it is also funny. You have not seen any of these Alpha people. Those are the real Wala people. This one doesn't have Wala now.
Yeah. No, but honestly, this Ben Moshe guy, he thinks the Bible in total is just a complete false lie. That's what he thinks.
Are you talking about this same Lee's person or another person?
Okay, so Liz is the host on the channel. So Abraham is like his partner. So they host. So Abraham uh is the traditionalist, while so they bring on a Christian pastor and an Islamic what do you call them, imam. So they always have debates. So they keep bringing different people. So but the reason why I want you to have a special engagement with him is I mean, the guy understands the whole Black African history, but I feel like if he hears from your own point of view, then he can, yeah, then maybe things can start making sense to him because he thinks, because apparently he was a pastor before or something like that, and he's been studying all these new, oh, well, I mean, I don't know whatever he's been studying the last 10 years, Actually, he said 20 something years, he said. And he said he thinks the Bible is is a total false lie. So,
But how then is he now bearing the name Ben Moshe, like a Hebrewish name, when he doesn't think the Bible is real?
yeah, exactly. And I mean, I think he traced his origin to Nigeria as well, because he's one of the, what do you call them? Is he Gan? What do you call them?
Gadangbe.
That's it, Gadangbe. That's it.
All
So,
right, so please get them right now if you can, so that you can quickly come back and bring them on if they're ready. Thank you so much, Harry.
no worries.
All right, thank you so much for that. See how it goes. All right, then. Okay, we've got 4K likes, 4.4K. Let's get started. Welcome to all those watching from Instagram and TikTok. We're about to get started. So we pray, then we start. Okay. Let's see. Thank you, Father, for this morning. We give you thanks. Another beautiful day. We open our hearts. We open our minds. We ask that you change us, strengthen us by these words. Cause the ears of everyone that hear to have an understanding heart, have a wise and understanding mind also, and so that we are changed from glory to glory, from faith to faith, from grace to grace, by the power of your Spirit and by these inspired words. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we've prayed. Amen. Enoch chapter 82. And now I have shown you, my son Methuselah, every sight which I saw prior to your birth. I will relate another vision which I saw before I was married, right? They resembled each other. Okay. So if Chioma can come up, if she's there and she has another copy, that helps to follow the reading together. So in case there's discrepancies. So I read that verse 1 again. And now I have shown you, this is Enoch speaking, and now I have shown you, my son, Methuselah, every sight which I saw prior to your birth. I will relate another vision which I saw before I was married. They resemble each other. So he's about to show him two visions now. So the first was when I was learning a book, and the other before I was married to your mother. I saw a potent vision. Can someone confirm if they have a different thing with that verse 2? Because I just want to hear the verse 2 from somebody there. Verse 2, how does it read on your side, Shoma? Good morning, Shoma.
Good morning. Verse 2 says, 2 visions I saw before I took a wife, and one was quite unlike the other. The first when I...
Unlike the other?
Yeah. So I mean the 2 visions, I guess. 2 visions I saw before I took a wife.
It says here, they resemble each other. It's opposite.
Yeah, I don't know. Mine says one was quite
because
unlike the other.
Yeah, I would rather go with this because I've read it before, and I think those visions, if I'm right, actually look like each other. But go ahead.
Okay. The first one I was learning to write, the second before I took your mother, when I saw a terrible vision, and regarding them I prayed to the Lord.
Good. Just a moment. That's what I was hoping for. That's why I'm trying to balance these two. So from what I have read, broader view, broader knowledge, and all that. Let me try to mute your end. Is I don't want to take off the mic. So the verse 1 is correct for my side, and this is based on my opinion, by the way, and experience, as we might soon confirm. The verse 1 is correct on my side. The verse 2 is correct on your side, in the sense that he said, I will relate another vision which I saw before I was married. So that's the second one. And he said they, that's the 2, resemble each other. I think that's correct. Yours said they were unlike each other. Okay? I don't think that's correct. Now look at verse 2. Now this is not very wrong, but English, the way he puts it, is not the best, I would say. It says in verse 2 here, in my version, the next verse. The first was when I was learning a book, is what it says here. But yours says when I was learning writing or learning to write. And the reason why I paused there was because Generally, Enoch, except maybe the watchers themselves, wrote things. Enoch was just about the first person in the Adamic race to write. Okay? So I was like, if he says he's learning a book here, then I wonder where did he get the book from? Okay? Now that could have been the spirit realm somewhere and all, but I was just wanting to hear your version to see. And indeed, yours confirmed that he was learning to write. Can you read that one more time, please, Chima?
Okay. Two visions I saw before I took a wife, and one was quite unlike the other. The first one I was learning to write, the second before I took your mother.
All right, so thanks for that. So that sounds quite much closer to what I would expect. It was learning to write. Okay, so verse 3, let me continue here. So, and on account of these things besought the Lord, I was lying down in the house of my grandfather Mahalalel, or Mahalalel, which is the fifth. Okay, Yared is the sixth, which is his father. Enoch is the seventh. So I was lying in the house of my grandfather when I saw in a vision heaven purifying and snatched away. Okay, so this is like a night vision or a dream. Like we said, the two are more or less same. Okay, so a falling of the earth. Okay, I saw likewise the earth absorbed by a great abyss, a mountain suspended over mountains. Hills were sinking upon hills. Lofty trees were gliding off from their trunks and were in the act of being projected and of sinking into the abyss. Being alarmed at these things, my voice faltered. I cried out and said, "The earth is destroyed." Then my grandfather, Malaleel, raised me up and said to me, so he woke up and said, "The earth is destroyed," is what this seems to be. He shouted out of his dream. Enoch was 7 generations from Adam. He saw and was taught by Adam. Calculate the age. Yes, indeed. It appears they were just contemporaries. Enoch and Adam indeed were contemporaries. So they saw each other and knew each other. Being alarmed, I cried out and said, "The earth is destroyed." Then my grandfather Malaleel raised me up and said to me, why do you thus cry out, my son? And wherefore thus do you lament? I related to him the whole vision which I had seen. He said to me, "Confirmed is that which you have seen, my son." So Malaleel could tell. "And potent the vision of your dream, respecting every sacred scene of the earth. Its substance shall sink into the abyss, and a great destruction take place. Now, my son, rise up and beseech the Lord of glory, for you are faithful, that a remnant may be left upon earth, and that he will not wholly destroy it. My son, all this calamity upon earth comes down from heaven. Upon earth shall there be a great destruction." Then I arose and prayed and entreated and wrote down my prayer for the generations of the world, explaining everything to my son Methuselah. When I went down below and looking up to heaven, beheld the sun proceeding from the east and the moon descending to the west, a few scattered stars, and everything which God has known from the beginning. I blessed the Lord of judgment and magnified him because he has sent forth the sun from the chambers of the east. Right, so it comes off of a chamber, off of a gate. Okay, that are ascending and rising in the face of heaven, it might spring up and pursue the path which has been pointed out to it. So for almost every vision, he always just talks on the luminaries a little bit, comes back to the vision, talks on the luminaries, on the times, if you will, and talks about men, talks about the stars, talks about men. 83. I lifted up my hands in righteousness and blessed the Holy and the Great One. I spoke with the breath of my mouth and with a tongue of flesh, which God has formed for all the sons of mortal men, that with it they may speak, giving them breath, a mouth, and a tongue to converse with. Blessed are you, O Lord, the King, great and powerful in your greatness of Lord of all, creator of heaven, King of kings, God of the whole world, whose reign, whose kingdom, and whose majesty endure forever and ever. From generation to generation shall your dominion exist. All the heavens are your throne forever, and all the earth your footstool forever and ever. It's familiar in Psalms. For you have made them, and over all you reign. No act whatsoever exceeds your power. With your wisdom is unchangeable, nor from your throne and from your presence is it ever averted. You know all things, see and hear them, nor is anything concealed from you. For you perceive all things. So that's how you start a prayer. You start by eulogizing and praising the one who sits on the throne. And you begin to talk about his abilities that kind of connect to what you want to ask or inquire about. Okay, if it's a prayer of inquiry. Thank you, Father. Verse 5. The angels of heaven have transgressed, and on mortal flesh shall your wrath remain until the day of the great judgment. Now then, O God, Lord and mighty King, I entreat you and beseech you to grant my prayer, that a posterity may be left to me on earth, that the whole human race may not perish, that the earth may not be left destitute, and destruction take place forever. O my Lord, let the race perish from the earth which has offended you, but a righteous and upright race establish for a posterity forever. Hide not your face, O Lord, from the prayer of your servant. Chapter 84. Now we're about to enter into the interesting part. Okay? So pay attention and follow. After this, I saw another dream and explain it all to you, my son. Okay? Enoch arose and said to his son Methuselah, to you, my son, will I speak. Hear my word and incline your ear to the visionary dream. Like that links it together. Visionary dream of your father. Before I married your mother, Edna. So that's the name of Enoch's wife, Edna. Fairly common name, a little bit. I saw a vision on my bed. Okay? And behold, a cow sprung forth. Actually, to be fair, that German's version may be right, because if the first dream was the one he saw that the earth was being destroyed, then if, and this is the second one, then that's more accurate. They really don't look like each other. Although they, of course, still talking about the same flow of chronology and events of men on the earth, but they don't really look alike. But this is important, okay? Thank you, Father. So I saw a vision on my bed, and behold, a cow sprung forth from the earth, and this cow was white. Afterwards, a female heifer sprung forth, and with it another heifer, and one of them was black, and one was red. So now you have a cow, you have a female heifer, you have a black heifer, and then you have a red heifer. So that's 4 animals. The black heifer then struck the red one and pursued it over the earth. From that period, I could see nothing more than the red heifer. But the black one increased in bulk, and the female heifer came with him. Okay? Have you read this recently, Choma? Before? Recently?
No, I haven't read this one. No, I haven't gone this far. No.
So you have not read this at all before?
No, I haven't.
All right. So, but are you getting hints already what he's talking about?
It's almost looking like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I don't know, but it's looking that way.
Okay, kind of, but not exactly. Actually, it's a different thing, and I'm happy that you didn't get it right in that sense, so that it sounds new. And I was gonna just run and explain what it was, but it's sweeter when it flows and it unfolds as we read. Okay. So from that period, I could see nothing more. But that was a close one, by the way. Red, white, black. It sounded like the horses really of apocalypse. So from that period, I could see nothing more of the red heifer. That's the one I was unalive by the black one. Okay, right? But the black one, which unalived the red one, increased in bulk, and a female heifer came to him. So now that's the fifth one, but now it's back to 4 because red is gone. Okay. After this, I saw that many cows proceeded forth, resembling him and following after him, after the black one. Okay. We say, the first female young one also went out in the presence of the first cow, okay, and sought the red heifer, but found him not. He's talking about the second one, which is the female, okay, probably the mother, indeed, went to look for that red one, which was unalived by the black. So the mother couldn't find the red one. Verse 9, and she lamented with a great lamentation while she was seeking him. Then I looked until the first cow came to her. Is it still making sense, or is it messed up already, Chema? Although you're going to get it eventually. But
Oh, no,
no, is it? Have you mixed up the characters yet, or is it still making sense? Brilliant. So then I looked until the first cow came to her. That's the female heifer, which I think is the mother of the red and the black. Okay. And there's a fifth one, the fifth one, which is another female, but you can leave that one for a moment. So then I looked until the first cow came to her, which time she became silent and ceased to lament. Afterwards, she calved another white cow. So this is another white one now. Okay. And again calved many cows and black heifers. So she had more children. Okay. So this white cow and the female heifer, they had more children other than this one. Okay. Chema, once you get it, just unmute and see what the answer is. Okay. Or once you have another idea. Okay. So in my sleep also I perceived a white bull, perhaps the same dream, a white bull, which in like manner grew and became a large white bull. Okay. After him, many white cows came forth, resembling him. So now this is a different family, different animal. And they began to calve many other white cows, which resembled them and followed each other. Okay. So these are now 2 families. There was an unaliving here. There was another child, but this is another family now somewhere. It's a white bull, and they had others, 85. Again, I looked attentively while sleeping and surveyed heaven above. And behold, a single star fell from heaven, which being raised up, ate and fed among those cows. I think it's now talking about this new set of cows. Okay. Okay, so that star fell and was feeding among the cows. After that, I perceived other large black cows.
Oh my God.
So, so go ahead. So what is it?
I'm like, so these new white cows are the Canaanites. Is this what is this what is going on?
You're getting closer. So keep listening. You're getting closer. So let's proceed. Casolese knows the answer. He's just laughing in Chinese. But you shouldn't type the answer because he has read it before. So, while sleeping, I surveyed the heaven above, and behold, a single star fell from heaven, which being raised up, ate and fed among those cows. Okay. And I perceived, that's actually very close. Okay. After that, I perceived other large black cows. Okay. And behold, all of them changed their stalls and pastures, while their young ones began to lament with one another. Okay. Again, I looked in my vision and surveyed heaven, and behold, I saw many stars descended. Oh my, it was one first. So like the others now had come to join this guy, that one that descended, and projected themselves from heaven to where the first star was. You see, verse 5, into the midst of the young ones, while the cows were with them, feeding in the midst of them. I looked and observed them when behold, they all acted after the manner of horses.
Oh my God, you have to listen to my translation. Crazy.
Sorry?
I said my translation is turning my brain. Like, what am I reading right now?
Okay, let's hear your translations. The part that sounds somehow.
Okay, and again, I saw in the visions. Okay, so chapter verse 3 and verse 4. This is, well, I think is your 85, right?
Okay.
Okay, all right. So, and again, I saw a vision, looked towards the heavens, and behold, I saw many stars descend and cast themselves from heaven to that first star, and they became bulls among these cattle, and pastured with them among them. And I looked at them, and behold, I looked at them and saw, and behold, they all let out their private parts like horses, and began to cover the cows of the oxen, and they all became pregnant and bore elephants, camels, and donkeys. What?
So, is it any ideas now?
Oh, they're just recreating the fallen angels coming to impregnate the Canaanites, right?
Yes, indeed. And the very first, do you know who the very first cow will be then? Now,
The first cow.
the very first one that we started with in 84. Right. And the female heifer is Eve. The black one is Cain. The
Red one is Abel.
Abel. And the female one, there's the fifth, has to be Lulua. Do you see?
Yeah.
So God was showing him that. At this point, it may still seem like stuff that has happened in the past for Enoch, right? So wait until you begin to see when he starts seeing the future. You see, if he sees that, he might be like, well, that's just his mind playing games on him and all that. But this is just wonderful already, okay? So he also was a little bit graphic, but indeed, they came, and which is interesting, he said when they came that they looked like bulls, male cows, right? And it means that those angels began to take the form of man.
Exactly.
Yes. So that they started to take the form of man and they started having relations with them. See? But that was quite graphic. So I looked and observed them. Behold, they acted after the manner of horses and began to approach the young cows, all of whom became pregnant and brought forth elephants, camels, and asses. And I think it's also being careful with these animals because each of them have a kind of trait. It wasn't random. Yeah. Okay, you want to say something?
No, I'm agreeing with you, yeah.
So Shadi, I don't think it's murky. Shadi says that's the problem sometimes many translators, and it's murky. It's not, to me, it's not. Or what does she mean by murky? Like it's confusing?
Yeah, it's confusing. But if you read it again, it's pretty much saying the same thing. It's just giving more detail, that's all. Because this one says that the stars became like they took the form of the bulls. And then it explains, because he says, and then they approached. Mine just pretty much tells you what was going on. They started to impregnate the bulls, right? So yeah, it's the same thing. It's just in a different sentence structure and wording, pretty much, but it's the same thing.
Indeed. So for me, I don't think it's murky in that sense. Okay, but some people get confused in that sense when they see differently. For me, I just check both. You see, I immediately stopped and tried to get her translation. It's more or less the same. Okay. And when there's discrepancy, for me, it's not a deal breaker. It just helps you see, and I don't know, maybe this, the way people think differently, and some see they want is a one-way, a one-way traffic. They don't like this back and forth. But for me, I can still hold 2 or 3 thoughts at once simultaneously. Maybe. But anyway, for me, it's still the same flow. Okay. So I looked and observed them when behold, they all acted after the manner of horses and began to approach the young cows, all of whom became pregnant and brought forth elephants, camels, and asses. And these animals, is being careful what it picks. Each of them seems to describe a certain race of people, at least in that time. Okay. But anyway, these are more or less giants, right? Verse 7. Okay. At these, the cows were alarmed and terrified, because these are Nephilim. when they began biting with their teeth. How did these herbivorous animals suddenly become carnivores? And not just that, they were eating their own kind. When they began biting with their teeth, swallowing, and striking with their horn. Okay? Or maybe they were gnashing their teeth. Either way. Verse 8. They began also to devour the cows. Oh, yeah. And behold, all the children of the earth trembled, shook with terror at them, and suddenly fled away. So you can tell, okay, at this point, is that saying that human beings were seeing all this stuff with animals, or actually is actually talking about human beings, which indeed is what it is. Yes, giants. Okay? Chapter 86 here. Again, I perceived them when they began to strike and to swallow each other. So there was cannibalism from giants to humans, like we could read. There was a time the humans could no longer make up, what's the word? Catch up. What's the word? Just a moment. Sorry, say that again.
Now this could no longer sustain them, so they began to eat the human beings, right?
So they could no longer, there's an English word I'm trying to remember, to catch up, right? With the pressure of, sorry guys, with the pressure of what they're asking them to bring. Because they wanted, unfortunately, the giants, big guys as they were asking human beings to get food for them, okay? And it's just funny. So at the time came, they couldn't feed them anymore, so they started eating the humans directly. They couldn't keep up. That's the word I was looking for. So once, then I raised my eyes the second time to heaven and saw in a vision, behold, they came forth from heaven as it were the likeness to them back off. So suddenly they fled away. So human beings were afraid. 86. Again, I perceived them when they began to strike and to swallow each other. And the earth cried out. Then I raised my eyes a second time towards heaven, looking like maybe the third, because there was one star, many stars. Now it says the second time, and saw in a vision that, behold, there came forth from heaven, watch, as it were, the likeness of white men. Okay? One came forth from thence, and three with them. So this white may not necessarily be Caucasian in that sense, maybe not. But white probably here is just talking about purity, okay? So, and usually, greetings, Jason. So usually when it says, when it's referring to regular human beings, it uses animals. But when it wants to start to talk about someone who has ascended and entered into their purpose at a certain level, it then says they are a man or a human. But every other human being is just animals. the way the description is done here. Okay, so the likeness of white men, one came from thence and three with him. Okay, so one came and three with him, that's like four. So those three came forth last, seized me by my hand and raised me up from the generations of the earth, elevated me to a high station. And then they showed me a lofty tower on the earth. Okay, while every hill became diminished. Okay, and they said, remain here until you perceive what shall come upon those elephants, camels, and asses. That's the Nephilim. Upon the stars, that's their fathers. And upon all the cows, that's the Canaanites. Right? So am I still on the same page with you, Choma?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Good. So he said, stay there until you watch. So now 87. Then I looked at the one of the four white men, indeed, 1 and 3, okay, who came forth first. He seized the first star. So these are Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel, maybe Phanuel, thereabout. These four white men. Indeed, they may be whitish anyways, but This is what it's referring to. When it says men, that means a high category, someone with a higher level of consciousness, higher level of existence, you see, is what it refers to when it says man. So it would say man. I mean, it's like it dropped everybody one layer down. Okay. He called humans animals, he called angels men, or men that are elevated, he called them men, right? Like that. So he just keep dropping the thing one layer down. Okay. So Shadak. So he sees the first star which fell down from heaven, probably Azazel, and binding it hand and foot, indeed, Azazel, right? Or someone can type the correct name in case I missed that. So he cast it into a valley narrow and deep, stupendous and gloomy. This is straightforward, right? So then one of them drew his sword and gave it to the elephants, that's the Nephilim, camels and asses, that's the Nephilim, right? Who began to strike each other, and the whole earth shook on account of them, probably literally, from their boom, boom, they're walking and fighting. Okay, verse 5. And I looked in the vision, and behold, one of the four angels, and now it's saying straight away who they are, who came forth, hurled from heaven, collected together, and took all the great stars, whose form partly resembled that of horses, and bind them. Of course, the horses are the one that started behaving unsimilarly towards the cows. Okay? So, and binding them all hand and foot, cast them into the cavities of the earth. Indeed, that's how the watchers were bound. Okay? Then one of those four went to the white cow and taught them a mystery. While the cow was trembling, it was born and became a man. Yeah, there you go. Okay? So who is he talking about here? He said, went to the white cows and taught them a mystery. So now this is one of the four, not the evil mystery now. So it's like a good one, right? Okay? He taught them a mystery. While the cow was trembling, it was born and became a man and fabricated himself. Thank you, Father. A large ship. So now we know that's talking about Noah. So he's the first one that became a man in that sense. You see? So let me read that again. Then one of those four went to the white cows and taught them a mystery. Okay? While the cow was trembling, it was born, and it became a man and fabricated for himself a large ship. Okay? So in this he dwelt, and 3 cows dwelt with him in that ship, which covered them. So now we know that's Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. No brainer, okay? Normally I would just ask the pop quiz and people get to time. So I'll do that for the more difficult ones, okay? So, so they dwelt with him. So they could tell how many people would survive the flood. They already have that idea. I think Adam also said it, when they prophesied about Shem and Shem was not born. I think it was the second book of Adam or something. Okay? Oh, Shema, could you remind me, can you remember where they were talking about Shem before the thing happened?
Yeah, I can't remember now. My book is not here. Somebody collected it, so I can't refer to it now. But yeah, there was already a I can't remember. Is one of the fathers? Are you sure it wasn't Mahalalel that actually called his name Shem? I think
right, something like that, like one of those his grandfathers, and yeah, and he was not born then, right?
He wasn't born, no.
Yeah, I would think it's second book of Adam. I don't think it is here because we have not seen much from Mahalalel here that would start talking about Noah, Shem, and all. Okay, so again, I lifted up my eyes towards heaven and saw a lofty roof. Okay, it's like the third, fourth time he's lifting his eyes to heaven. He saw a lofty roof. Above it were 7 cataracts. I suspect, is there a different name for cataracts on your end? Is it still cataracts on your end?
Yeah, mine says, I saw a lofty roof with 7 water torrents.
I need to be different. So 7 cataracts, say water torrents there, which poured forth on a certain village, much water. Okay? Again I looked, and behold, there were fountains open on the earth from the ground. In that large village, the water began to boil, okay? and rose over the earth, so that the village was not seen, while its whole soil was covered with water. So now he has gone from the past, he's now beginning to speak into the future, to see also into the future. Verse 5. Much water was over it, darkness and clouds. Then I surveyed the height of the water, and it was elevated above the village. It flowed over the village and stood higher than the earth. Then all the cows which were collected there, while I looked on them, were drowned, swallowed up and destroyed in the water. But the sheep floated above it. That the sheep that cow that became a man made. That's Noah. All the cows and elephants, right, and camels, right, that's the Nephilim now, the Canaanites and the Nephilim, and asses were drowned on the earth, and all cattle, okay? Nor could I perceive them, neither were they able to get out, but perished and sunk in the deep. Again, I looked in the vision until those cataracts, that's the water front coming, from the lofty roof were removed, and the fountain of the earth became equalized, while other depths were opened, okay, into which all the water began to descend. So indeed, that's how the water went back. You read the book of Joshua and Genesis. It opened some places, the water went back down into it, and it closed the windows of heaven. Okay? And then the fountains of the deep also were closed. The spaces open for the water to go into. Okay? And until the dry ground appeared. The ship remained on the earth. The darkness receded. That's probably the clouds of rain. And it became light. Verse 12. Then the white cow, which became a man, as Noah, went out of the ship, and 3 cows with him. One of the 3 cows was white, resembling that cow. One of them was red as blood, and one of them was black. So, can we guess? White, red, black. So who is the white? We know it's Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So, yeah, you want to say something?
One. Shem is obviously the white one. The red one is probably Japheth, and the black one is probably Ham.
Yes, that's what it's looking like. So, but we'll find out. All right. So, thanks, Minister. There's a quick observation from something I just about Noah becoming a man. Okay, Jason. Yeah, you can type it. So, one of the 3, resembled the cow. Okay, let's see. So one of the 3 cows was white, resembling the cow. That cow. One of them was red as blood, and one of them was black. Okay, and the white cow left them. Okay, let's see. 14. Then began wild beasts and birds to bring forth. So wild beasts from where? Because now we should have just 4 cows, right? And maybe 4 heifers, 4 females with them to have 8 people from the... So where did these wild beasts come from? Then began wild beasts and birds to bring forth. All of these, the different kinds, assembled together. Lions, this first mention of lion. Tigers, wolves, dogs, wild boars, foxes, rabbits, hanzer, sisset, aves, that's like birds, that's 10. Kites, funcus, and ravens, that's like 13 kind of species. Now, is he talking about literal animals or probably not, actually, to be fair, or some kind of humans, but let's go ahead. Then the white cow was born in the midst of them, of all this messed up kind of different species. And they began to bite each other. When the white cow, which was born in the midst of them, brought forth a wild ass and a white cow at the same time. And after that, many wild asses. Okay, so I think it's jumped 10 generations. But let's hear the animals the way you said it on your end before we continue. Chema, please.
Yeah, there are 4 species here. Okay. But my own translation, it says, But that white cow, which had become a man, came out of that vessel, and the 3 bulls with him, and one of those 3 was white like that bull, and one of them was red as blood, and one black. And that white bull departed from them. And they began to bring forth beasts of the field, and birds, so that different species arose: lions, tigers, wolves, dogs, hyenas.
Just a moment. Did it specify in your version that it was this family of cows that gave birth to those?
Yeah, they began to bring forth. So the red and the black ones began to give birth.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. Sorry, I was trying to reply a comment.
Okay,
Please read that part again.
it says, because it says that the white departed from them. Okay, so okay, the white, and one of these was white like that bull, and one of them was red as blood, and one was black, and that white bull departed from them. Right now, the red and it didn't say. I'm just inferring. Verse 10 just says, and they began to bring forth beasts of the fields and birds, so that different species arose: the lions, tigers, wolves, dogs, hyenas, wild boars, foxes, squirrels, swine, falcons, vultures, kites, eagles, and ravens. Yeah.
Indeed. So, what do you? How now that it's clear, he's not talking about literal animals from the ark. He's talking about humans or people, right? So now that, and also from your version, we could tell that these different species all came from cows in that sense, in the visual sense, figurative sense. What can you suggest from your point of view, Chama?
So they were bringing different types of animals, bringing forth different type races, I believe. Yeah. Well, if we're going to interpret the allegory that we're seeing here, it's like they're bringing forth different types of humans or different types of creatures, really. Right?
Indeed. And I feel as though, because from this list, some of those which have been lost and perished in the flood seems to be coming back. You see? And let's even confirm that literally, if you are to hold this text by his word. What are the species, what animals were the Nephilim? I think elephants, let's see here, camels and asses. So let's see if there's elephant, camel, and asses here yet. It's loading.
There are. There are not elephants, camels, or asses in these ones. So this is a different type.
Okay, good. So good in that sense that maybe the Nephilim are not back yet. You get my point?
Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to check. And let me check my version also: lions, tigers, wolves, boas, foxes. Because he's careful with these animals. It's not random. Is what I found out, really. So Hanzers, she said, Avid. So truly, there is no Nephilim back yet. But this is strange that, many strange children, just like Cain was really indeed strange then when he unalived his brother. So these are very many strange. And indeed, he's talking about from Noah the 10th. He's about to jump to Abraham. Let me see. He's about to jump to Abraham straight away, the 20th. And indeed, between that Noah and Abraham, you have Reu, Eber, you have Afaxad, and those names. Reu means bad. Afaxad means blood-sucking demon. You can check it online. Afaxad means blood-sucking demon and different stuff. So those Abraham's ancestors were not super wonderful people. Not all of them. Salah at least means peace. At least thank God for that. Eber means from the other side of stuff like that. It was the 14th, right? So, but Reu means bad, right? Serug also is there. This guy, his father, Terah, is also there. So there was really terrible things happening. That was around the time when even Nimrod himself must have been, maybe, who knows, a fox or something, a boar, right? So that was when all of that was happening, okay? So 17 here. Then the white cow was born in the midst of them. So that's probably Abraham, okay? And they began to bite each other. And when the white cow, which was born in the midst of them, I think is Abraham to make it easy. Okay, so we're not just going all over the place. Brought forth a wild ass and a white cow at the same time. But I was thinking that should be Isaac.
This is Esau, and we can see that there is some interruption or some mix-up with him because all of a sudden he's a wild donkey.
Yeah. Indeed. So, and then what I'm even trying to clarify is, I'm trying to find Isaac. Is what I'm looking for. Trying to look for Isaac. There's a way Isaac is just too quiet in scriptures. I'm trying to look for him.
Esau and Jacob.
Right. Right. So let me try again. But I can't remember. I think we were able to find him. So let me try again. Then the white cow was born in the midst of all this mess. This 20th, I think that's Abraham. In fact, my footnote says here is Abraham. But let's keep reading. And they began to bite each other when the white cow, which was born in the midst of them, brought forth a wild ass and a white cow. Oh, it's not Esau yet, but Esau is coming soon. This is still Abraham. Why? Because this is Ishmael and Isaac. Very similar. So, of course, the thing keeps doubling like that, right? And I'm telling you, he's very careful with the animals. Okay, so watch this. Abraham is a white cow, right? That is clear. That's like Adam, like Shem, pure breed. Okay. He brought forth a wild ass and a white cow. Now, check what animals were the Nephilim: elephant, camels, and asses. This is the first mention of an ass, which is Ishmael, and it's not mixing stuff up. Or to be fair, maybe I'll ask your own translation also. To be fair, he even called the Nephilim just asses, right? But he called Ishmael wild ass. Okay? So, but let's hear your translation. What are the animals he calls those three?
No, it says white bull, which was born among them, begot a wild donkey and a white bull. And the wild donkeys multiplied. Yeah.
Yes, but just before that, what did he call? If he's saying wild donkey, that's like wild ass. But what did he call the Nephilim? Elephant, camels, and donkeys?
Mine here says elephant, camels, and asses. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So he's saying asses. Asses is the same here and there, but here he says wild ass, and that's he says wild donkey there. Let's keep reading. But long story short, whether it was Nephilimic or not is another argument, but then it was definitely off of the cow kind of flow. Okay. So this is Isaac and Ishmael. So then the white cow, which was born, okay, just back off. And the white cow at the same time, okay, gave birth to that at the same time. That's more or less Isaac and Ishmael. And after that, many wild asses. Okay, so it's trying to say the Midianites, the sons of Keturah, are also wild asses. That's what it's trying to say here. Because he said he brought forth a wild ass, Ishmael first, and a white cow at the same time. Not exactly the same, but 14, 13 years apart. And after that, I think he had 6, right? So he had, after that, many wild asses. So that's talking about those sons of Keturah. Okay. At what point was it muted? So I can continue from there. Shema, can you please confirm? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
We could hear you, yeah. We could hear you.
Okay, it's like you couldn't even tell that my point off at a point. Okay, so let's do this. Just a moment. Shouldn't take long. So anyway, so those are the sons of Keturah, I believe. That's the other sons of Abraham, right? Okay, so then the white cow, which was born, is very detailed. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to mix it up. It's clear. It's clear. The white cow, which was born, is not mixing it up with the other one that was born in the midst of the mess, which is Abraham. So he's saying this is white cow, which is Isaac. So the white cow which was born brought forth a black wild soul. A black wild soul. What does yours say? It's a black pig.
It says black wild boar. So it's a variation of a pig. Yes.
Right. So someone is saying no sound yet. Maybe I don't know what they need to do. I can. Can anybody still confirm that the thing is muted? Just confirm on the comments so we can move real quick. And don't forget your tappers, please. Tappers, activate your tappers. Okay. Can anybody confirm? Is it just Olusheye that is having the mute, or is it everybody?
We can hear.
Yeah, it may be because you are on the guest that you can hear, maybe. Okay, but loud and clear. Okay, Jason. So, Mr. Shea, please check someone can type Mr. Shea to, someone can type in to check his stuff. In fact, let me mute and unmute. So hopefully that clears. Thank you, Ife. So, let's put that on. So it brought forth a black wild soul as a pig and a white sheep. So now, two things have happened. The first, thank you, Karis. The first is that this is Esau, very strange, very, very strange, right? It says a black wild soul. So, in fact, and that tells you that blackness here in this allegory is not appearance, is more of character. Because he would have said, I would have expected naturally to call Esau red wild soul, but he said it's a black one. Okay? So blackness here talks more about characteristics, okay, as against just physical characteristics or appearance. You see, and the white sheep. So the second thing happening in this generation is that there seemed to have been, just a moment, close that. There seems to have been a devolution significantly, because a sheep is a lesser animal than a cow. So going from Abraham or even from Isaac to Jacob, something shrunk. And going forward, you see the life of Jacob, unfortunately, was quite not so nice. A lot of troubles, it wasn't that royal and majestic, like a lion, like a bull. It wasn't like that. It was just running back and forth. Indeed, like a sheep in that sense. I don't know if you're catching this, Choma, right? Or does it say something different? Does it say sheep?
Absolutely. It's white sheep here. Not the bull. Sad though.
Yes, so something has dropped further, you see. So let's keep reading. So, and then it's interesting, black wild soul. So that wild soul also brought forth many swine. That's the dukes, or duke of this, duke of that. And that sheep brought forth 12 sheep, straight up, right? So that's Jacob having his 12 sons of Israel. When those 12 sheep grew up, they delivered one of them to the asses. Very clear. Who did they sell Joseph to? Midianite / Ishmaelite, indeed.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, because they sold them to three of them: the Midianites, the Medans. I think there was the Medans, then the Midianites, Ishmaelites, and the Medans. There were two kinds, at least according to how Joshua describes it, though, right?
So there is Midianite and Medanite, someone like Medanite without the I, indeed, amongst the children of Keturah. Right. So if you just back off to check the brother of Isaac in this allegory, who the son of that white cow is, it said wild asses, you see. And it says here that they sold him to the asses straight away. So he was sold to those Midianites and Ishmaelites. And really, indeed, in that his journey, they was just tossing him back and forth between Midianites and Ishmaelites. Okay. So, and again, the asses delivered that sheep to the wolves. Oh, okay, let's back off. So when those 12 sheep grew, they delivered one of them, Joseph, to the asses. That's, I believe, the Ishmaelites, indeed. Ishmaelite or Midianite. Watch this. Again, those asses delivered that sheep, that means the Midianites are about to sell him now, to the wolves. Guess who? Let somebody type who the wolves are. So who will the wolves be? Pop quiz.
I say.
Sorry?
Should I say?
I know you're itching to say. So so who are they?
I'm thinking these are the Egyptians. No?
Yes, indeed. So, and what that means is that he's careful with what animal is using for his allegory. Okay, Egyptians. Thank you, Kasolese. So, so the wolves are Egyptians. You see, so it's different from us. It's slightly different. Midianites and children of Ham is who those wolves will be. Okay, so and he grew up in the midst of them, Joseph, from age 18 to 30 at least. In fact, throughout his life. He grew up in the midst of them. Then the Lord brought the 11 other sheep that they might dwell and feed with him in the midst of the wolves, indeed in Egypt. Oh, so look at wolves and sheep living together. That's not a good combination, is it? You see, not even wolves and cows, they're sheep. So they multiplied and there was abundance of pasture for them, right? Temporary enjoyment. Thank you, Father. But the wolves began to frighten and oppress them while they destroyed their young ones. That's the Pharaoh destroying and alive in the young Israelites. And they left their young one in torrents of deep water, throwing them in the Nile. You see how accurate these prophecies are on spot. On spot. Again, right.
This is
You know,
centuries after he goes, right? This is in the future.
it's wonderful. Enoch is just amazing, right? And like I'd like to remind us, every one of us that are at least Adamites are descendants of this man. All of us are Enochites. I know we see Noah as okay, the father, but remember Noah came from Enoch. So it means you have this potential in you somehow, somewhere. You see, that DNA is literally in us. You see, it's literally in us. You see, so they left them deep torrents of water. And again, for perspective, he must have been 3,800 BC, thereabout. Conventional, easy timeline, right? And this thing is describing the times of Moses about 1,500 BC. So it's even millennia. I mean, at least over a millennium. Okay, over a millennium, or at least about 1,500 years after, 1,800 years after, is what is seen already. Again, I'd like to remind us that there is no names yet, just sheep, this, that, this, that. So people have to rise up to their destiny. When God opens the thing, there is a prophecy how he knows things will go. To him, he sees sometimes the whole of human race, sometimes the whole of Israel as one person. So somebody within that stream of the DNA, one strand somewhere, is going to have to do this. He knows that will happen. So you can say, yes, I'm going to be that person. Like science tries to tell us. You're going to be that spermatozoa that decides to say, yes, I'm the one out of the millions. It's exactly what it is. So there usually won't be names, but you have to step into your destiny, you see. So now the sheep began to cry out on account of their young one, right? And fled for refuge to their Lord. Okay? One, however, which was saved, escaped and went away to the wild asses. Moses again, of course, went to the Midianites when he left Egypt. Spot on. Now, take this book and give it to so-called historians. Yes, exactly, Shade. Give it to the so-called historians and so-called confused people, and they will tell you, this was probably written by somebody later, and he's just writing that thing in retrospect. No one, Enoch didn't really see that. Just say the whole Bible is a lie and say God doesn't exist. You're better off than messing up with stuff. And some Christians will read that and say, it's possible. Because they don't like the supernatural. They don't like the prophetic. You see, and they are faithless. See how accurate this is. 29. I beheld the sheep moaning, crying, and petitioning their Lord. Okay? That's the sheep plural now. Okay, I believe. So with all their might, until the Lord of the sheep descended at their voice from his lofty habitation, went to them and inspected them. So this is perhaps the form in which God descended to Moses in the form of that angel, which was still a conduit, but it's like this degree of manifestation of God's presence was stronger than the regular God just sending an angel to do errands. This one was an angel that just literally carried God with him, appeared in a burning bush. It says an angel said, but later I will use first person pronoun. I am the Lord. Things like that. 30. with all their might until the Lord of the sheep descended at their voice from his lofty habitation, went to them and inspected them. Verse 31. Someone can post the Telegram channel so people can join the Telegram. Because when things go south in some of these platforms, we're live on Instagram and TikTok, people can easily go there and we'll go live there and not interrupt this. So, he called to that ship which had secretly stolen away from the wolves. So he's stolen himself away, just escaped, and told him to make the wolves understand that they were not to touch the sheep. Okay, so to go back to Egypt and to tell them that. Then the sheep went to the wolves with the word of the Lord when another met him. Okay, that's probably Aaron, and proceeded with him. Indeed, Aaron, right? 33. Both of them, see how accurate that is. Both of them together entered the dwelling of the wolves, and conversing with them. I'm imagining this in an animation or a video, like sheep trying to talk to wolves. I don't think they're going to accept that conversation, right, or the negotiation. So I'm conversing with them, made them understand, okay, that thenceforward they were not to touch the sheep. Afterwards, I perceived the wolves greatly prevailing over the sheep with their whole force. The sheep cried out, and their Lord came to them. He began to strike the wolves, that's the plagues, who commenced a grievous lamentation. But the sheep were silent, nor from that time did they cry out. Okay, so maybe there was a little peace, a little bit. I then looked at them until they departed from the wolves. Enoch is still going to cry, by the way. Still going to cry, but maybe not here yet. Soon he will start weeping in the vision, because it's more or less a time travel is doing. I then looked at them until they departed from the wolves. So the sheep left the wolves, okay? The eyes of the wolves were blind, who went out to follow them. That's the darkness that could be cut with a knife that separated the Egyptians when they were pursuing the Israelites. So the eyes of the wolves were blind, who went, just a moment, to check something real quickly. Okay. Who went out and followed them with all their might. But the Lord of the sheep proceeded with them and conducted them. And his sheep followed him. His countenance was terrific and splendid and glorious was his aspect. Saying this Lord, this Yahuwah of the sheep, he's got a splendorous aspect. I think we are carried away with the reading this morning. Let's post the Telegram link so people can join, please. Let's post the Telegram so people can join. So, but the Lord of the sheep proceeded with them, and his sheep followed him. His countenance was terrific and splendid, and glorious was his aspect. Yet the wolves began to follow the sheep until they overlook them in a certain lake of water. That's the Nile, the Red Sea. Okay? Then the lake became divided. Yeah, thank you, Nima. Then the lake became divided, that the waters standing up on both sides. So this man saw this thing. He saw it. He saw the water. It's not as if, okay, they passed through a river, the river parted. He saw the water standing up on both sides before their face. And while their Lord was conducting them, he placed himself between them and the wolves. Very clear. A pillar of fire, a pillar of cloud. You see, of cloud by day, pillar of fire by night. But in this case, there was this time the Lord placed himself between these two, and this chariot is about to get messed up. The wolves, however, perceived not the sheep, but went into the midst of the lake and following them and running after them into the lake of water. But when they saw the Lord of the sheep, they turned to fly from before his face. Then the water of the lake returned, and that suddenly, according to its nature, it became full and was raised up until it covered the wolves. And I saw that all of them which had followed the sheep perished and were drowned. 44. You see. So, I don't know if Satan was listening to this Enoch's prophecy. Anyway, of course he is. He knows he's going to be destroyed in the end, but he's still doing it and still trying. I don't know. I don't understand that mystery. But the sheep passed over this water, proceeding to a wilderness, which was without both water and grass. And they began to open their eyes to see. So they were blind. And they soon started talking about blindness. Then I beheld the Lord of the sheep inspecting them and giving them water and grass. Oh, what beauty. Giving them water and grass. But look at this. The sheep already mentioned was proceeding with them, that's Moses now, and conducting them. And when he had ascended to the top of the lofty rock, the Lord of the sheep sent him to them. Afterwards, I perceived their Lord standing before them with an aspect terrific and severe. So Enoch could see, Satan prefers to die trying, indeed. So Enoch could see the countenance of God. Indeed, it was terrific and severe, as we've noticed that things were quite harsh in the time in regards to the law of Moses. Terrific and severe, 49. And when they all beheld him, they were frightened at his countenance. Right, indeed. When it was showing him his face or his acts, how the fire would come on the mountain, things would shake, they would be afraid. All of them were alarmed and trembled. They cried out after the sheep, that's Moses, and to the other sheep, that's Aaron, who had been with him and who was in the midst of them, saying, we are not able to stand before our Lord to look upon him. Then that sheep who conducted them went away and ascended to the top of the rock. When the rest of the sheep began to grow blind and to wander from the path he had shown them, but he knew it not. So he didn't know that they started disobeying. Enoch is really staying on this Moses story. Their Lord, however, was moved with great indignation against them. And when that sheep had learned what had happened, he descended from the top of the rock and came to them and found that there were many which had become blind. He calls it blindness. And had wandered from his path. Okay? And had wandered from his path. As soon as they beheld him, they feared and trembled at his presence, because his face was shining, and became desirous of returning to their fold. Okay? So they were tempted and they fell back, and became desirous to return to their fold. Then that sheep, taking with him other sheep, went to those which had wandered, and afterwards began to kill them. Moses unalived some of the Israelites. Began to kill them. They were terrified at his countenance. Then he caused those which had wandered to return, who went back to their fold. 60. I likewise saw there in the vision that this sheep became a man. Thank you, Father. And built a house for the Lord of the sheep. Okay? Thank you, Father. And made them all stand in the house. You see, became a man. I perceived also that sheep which proceeded to meet this sheep, that's Aaron, their conductor, died. Aaron died. I saw too that all the great sheep perished, while smaller ones rose up in their place. That's generation has changed from that promise of 40 years. And entered into a pasture and approached a river of water, that's the Jordan. That the sheep, their conductor, Joshua and the rest could literally pick up this book and know what miracle to do next. Then that sheep, their conductor, who became a man, as Moses, was separated from them and died. See? So being a man is not really immortality in that sense, like someone was commenting. Okay, but something shifts. It's a level of is a level. Okay? Was separated from them and died. Thank you, Father. All the sheep sought after him and cried for him with bitter lamentations. Okay? So they couldn't find the body of Moses anyway. I saw likewise that they ceased to cry after the sheep and passed over the river, past to Jordan, And that there arose other sheep, all of whom conducted them. That's the judges. After Joshua, you had the judges. Instead of those who were dead, okay, who had previously conducted them. Then I saw that the sheep entered a goodly place. Note that phrase, goodly place. That is the land of Canaan. So it will keep calling it, oh, indeed, a territory delectable and glorious. So when it says goodly place, when it says glorious land, when it says delectable land, it's referring to sub-Saharan Africa, the Israel as we know it. Okay? So I'll read that verse again. So this is Yeshua now leading them, Joshua, right? Son of Nun. And I saw the sheep entered into a goodly place, a territory delectable and glorious. I saw also that they became satiated, okay? That their house was in the midst of a delectable territory. So that's a house, that's the temple. Okay, it will also say glorious house, that's the temple. Glorious land, that's the Holy Land. Okay, so Saharan Africa, that's we know it. Okay, and that sometimes their eyes were open and sometimes they were blind until another sheep arose and conducted them and brought them all back, and their eyes were open. Of course, you get tired of they loved the Lord, they didn't love the Lord. He followed God with all his heart, he followed God with some of his heart. He didn't follow the Lord, all of that. All those kings is what he's talking about. So judges, now we're going to kings. Okay? Are we gone to the kings yet? We're not in the kings yet. So prophesied the future and descendants of Adam and elect Israel. Indeed, it did. Yeah. Very interesting. He did. I not just once. He's still going to do another one. But we won't get to that today. Oh, 11:26 already. So after this chapter, we'll just discuss briefly and close. All right. So sometimes their eyes were open and sometimes they were blind. Until another sheep arose and conducted them. Let's still keep reading to find out who this sheep is. So he brought them all back and their eyes were open. Watch this. Then dogs, oh, they're back. Then dogs, foxes, and wild boars began to devour them. In other words, other nations. Okay? Until again another sheep arose. So who is that first sheep? Until another sheep arose. He said, until again another sheep arose. The master of the flock. Okay, one of themselves, a ram. Okay? To conduct them. This ram began to butt on every side. Okay? Those dogs, foxes, and wild boars until they all perished. Right? Let's keep reading. We might still find it's like there are three characters now unidentified. There's a sheep who conducted them. There's another sheep, which is a ram. That's just two, actually. Okay? Let's keep going. So he bought it on every side. The dogs, the foxes, the wild boars, until they all perished. Okay? So these dogs and foxes talking about some specific nations. Philistines, right? I think Philistines will still fall along that the wolves, okay, right? But dogs and foxes and wild boars, we're not too sure. Wild boars probably is going back to Edom, okay, until they all perish now. And that sheep opened his eyes and saw the ram. Good. So now there is a sheep that rose up, led the people. There's another sheep who became a ram and was butting every side, was fighting, okay? Okay, so there's a sheep, there's the ram that was overcoming those ones. So this sheep opened his eyes and saw the ram in the midst of them. Okay, who had laid aside his glory. Right. So who is this sheep and who is this ram that laid aside his glory? Let's keep reading. So something was wrong with this ram. Okay, even though it was conquering.
Looks like King Saul. And this sheep is probably David.
Yeah, we're getting closer, indeed. Getting closer. That's very close, but not exactly. But let's keep reading. Okay. So this ram began to butt on every side. That's the ram. Okay. And all that. It finished all that. So this and that sheep opened his eyes and saw the ram in the midst of them, who had laid aside his glory. 70. And he began to strike the sheep, treading upon them and behaving himself without dignity. Something wrong with this ram, which has been conquering and overcoming the enemies. You see. Then their Lord sent the former sheep again to steal a different sheep, right? And raised him up, oh my God, to become a ram. So what's the difference between a sheep and a ram? It's the anointing of God, you see. He raised this other sheep to become a ram, right? And to conduct them instead of that sheep that laid aside his glory. So Chema, do you get it now? Yet.
Okay, so so I'm thinking the ram is Saul, the sheep is Samuel, and then the lamb is David.
Yes, brilliant. That's exactly what it is, right? So this one laid aside his glory was willing to mess up, and then you've got David now, you see, instead of the ram that laid aside his glory. 72. A ram for buffet and sheep is mutton. Lamb shack. Shadi is eating food. Like any ram that is stubborn will just fry it. 72. Oh my God. So going therefore to him and conversing with him alone. This is literally very accurate, to be fair. So Enoch was just seeing these things. That's, I mean, more or less time travel. Okay. That's how prophetic things could be. But again, no names. Okay. So, and conducting them instead of that sheep who laid aside his glory. Okay. Going therefore to him and conversing with him alone, he raised up that ram and made him a prince and a leader of the flock. Okay. All the time that dogs troubled the sheep, you see. The first ram paid respect to the later ram eventually. Saul, there was a time he respected David. Later, he still fought him again and until Saul unalive. So then the later ram, that's this one, arose and fled away from before his face. It's very accurate. And I saw that those dogs caused the first ram to fall. It's gone. You see. So dogs now, who were the people that unalived Saul? I think they were the Philistines, right? In the mountain of Gilboa.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So now you can tell that the Philistines, it means dogs.
Yeah.
Good. So they caused the first ram to fall. But the later ram arose and conducted the smaller sheep, which is what? Does someone tell what the smaller sheep is? That's plural sheep now. It conducted the smaller sheep. Okay, so now we've got two left.
My translation says the second ram arose and led the little sheep. So I'm thinking the people, the flock, that is Israel, right?
Yes, but it says a smaller sheep, but it's the reason it's saying smaller. Okay? You soon catch that if you keep reading. That ram likewise begat many sheep and died. I think the smaller sheep is Judah straight away. I think it's gone, it's moved past it. So it reigned over Judah 7 years, right? Before it reigned over the whole of Israel 23 or 33 years. So he's talking about Judah. Got it?
Okay.
Right. So then there was a smaller sheep. Let's back off. So that ram likewise begat many sheep and died. So David died. Then there was a smaller sheep. Okay? A ram instead of him, which became a prince and leader, conducting the flock. Okay, and the sheep increased in size and multiplied. That's plural sheep now. And all the dogs and foxes and wild boars fled away from him. That's Solomon. They just didn't come near him in that sense because of his wisdom, different reasons. Okay, that ram also struck and killed all the wild beasts. Maybe not Solomon. Let's keep reading. So that they could not again prevail, okay, in the midst of the sheep, nor at any time ever snatch them away. And that house was made large and wide, a lofty tower being built upon it by the sheep for the Lord of the sheep. So now they build a temple, Solomon's temple, you see. The house was low, but the tower was elevated and very high. The Lord of the sheep stood upon that tower and caused the full table to approach before him. So God's presence was in that temple of Solomon. Again, I saw that those sheep wandered and went various ways, forsaking their house. Thank you, Father. So they went various ways, forsaking their house, and that their Lord called to some of them okay, whom he sent to them. Okay? But the sheep began to kill. And when one of them was saved from slaughter, he leaped and cried out against those who desirous of killing him. Then the Lord of the sheep delivered him from their hands and made him to ascend. So that's talking about Elijah. And made him ascend to him, to the Lord of glory, and remained with him. That's Elijah. So let's read that again with Elijah in mind. I shouldn't have said it. It should have been difficult to find out. But let me read again. And the Lord called, okay. Then the Lord of the sheep stood upon that tower and caused the full table to approach before him. Again I saw that those sheep wandered and went various ways, forsaking that their house. So they were beginning to leave the temple. And that their Lord called to some among them whom he sent to them. That's prophets. Okay? He's talking about the prophets now. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Jason. Indeed. So those are prophets, because after First Kings, Second Kings, First Chronicles, in fact, from Kings, he was already talking about prophets already. Okay? But these sheep began to kill, and when one of them was saved from slaughter, I think that's Elijah. They would have unalived Elijah because Ahab and the rest was unaliving prophets. So he leaped, he ran away, and cried out against those who were desirous to kill him. But the Lord of the sheep delivered him from their hands and made him ascend to heaven, to him, okay, and remained with him. He sent also many others to testify to them. So that's on the prophets now, major prophets, minor prophets, whatever, to testify with lamentations, like Jeremiah, to exclaim against them. Okay, 89. Again, I saw when some of them forsook the house of the Lord and his tower, wandering on all sides and growling behind, or growing blind, sorry. So wandering on all sides and growing blind. So they were getting blind. Their eyesight was getting worse. In other words, they were becoming sinful and all that. I saw that the Lord of the sheep made a great slaughter among them in their pasture, a lot of them unalived, until they cried out to him in consequence of that slaughter. Then he departed from the place of his habitation. God left that temple and left them in the power of lions. I think lions is talking about Babylon. Okay? Tigers, wolves, Egyptians came back. Okay? Or Chaldeans, if you will. And Zebt. Okay? What does it call Zebt on your translation, Choma? You say hyenas here.
Sorry. Hyenas.
Hyenas. Okay, tell us.
Lions, tigers, wolves, and hyenas. And in the hands of foxes and all the wild beasts. Yeah.
Yes, it says hyenas here in the footnote. And the wild beasts began to tear them. Well, Zebt in the power of foxes and every beast. And the wild beasts began to tear them. I saw to you that he forsook the house of their fathers. Ooh. So the Most High forsook the house of their fathers and their tower, giving them all into the power of lions to tear and devour them, into the power of every beast, forsaking them. So it's going to say something about shepherds. Okay? Then I began to cry out with all my might. Yes, it's got to cry now, like, oh my God, what is going on? Then I began to cry out with all my might, imploring the Lord of the sheep and showing him how the sheep, as if we didn't know, but then I understand the compassion, and showing him how the sheep were devoured by all the beasts of prey, like merciless, eating them, blood all over the place, helpless sheep to the slaughter, in literal sense, right? The next verse is not good. But he looked on in silence. Watch this. Rejoicing that they were devoured. That's not nice. That's the Most High rejoicing over Israel's destruction. That they were devoured, swallowed up, and carried off, and leaving them in the power of every beast for food. He called also 70 shepherds. Let me pause there. Let me hear what your version says, Choma, for that 94. What the Most High did in response to Enoch's crying.
Okay. But he remained unmoved, though he saw it. and rejoiced that they were devoured, swallowed, and robbed, and left them to be devoured in the hands of all the beasts.
So, and indeed, he says that in Isaiah and the rest, that he said, "I will rejoice when you are destroyed, and when you are, you know." And again, remember when we discussed this maybe 3-4 months ago, that this is not nice. First off, okay, and God is not nice ice cream, by the way. Anyways, I guess he's talking about the prophets now. Yes, yes, yes. From the prophets, he's about to talk about the captivity, more or less, really. Yes, Jeremy says that, right? So, we saw that this wasn't very nice. People would do this to their exes. People they were not. Indeed, it was how God described it, right? He said, "I'll rejoice over you when you are smitten and when you are destroyed and all that." Okay, and it doesn't sound nice, but this is wrong. If he's laughing. But then one important thing, right, is that we analyzed it with human feelings because we're made in God's image, right? So we analyze with human feelings that, you know what, if you're still checking up on your ex and see if the relationship failed, it's suggesting you still have some interest in them. Now, your feelings for them may be unhealthy, it may be not so good, but I tell you, your heart is still there somehow. Okay? It's out of God's character to speak that way. But it did, Ty, Karis, it did. Check even the prophets, it's in the scriptures.